Hello everyone, and I am here to help you. Today I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. I can still remember the stifling silence of that night, the kind that settles too thickly in the air like a damp blanket. You can't shrug off the house we rented for our business trip. Loomed in the darkness, old shutters creaking in an almost rhythmic pattern. No wind touched the tall trees outside, yet somehow they seemed to sway as if caught in a silent storm. The porch light flickered, casting jittery shadows that danced across the warped wooden planks. Even before I set foot inside, something felt wrong, like the entire place was holding its breath, waiting to exhale the moment we let our guard down. I had arrived in this small town earlier that afternoon alongside my colleague who traveled with me as part of our job. We were both commercial representatives, and our work often took us to remote places where we would stay in whatever accommodation was cheap and available. This time we had booked a modest house that stood on the edge of a winding country road. It was far from the main square, which meant the streets were emptier and darker than anything I was used to. The first impression of the house was not entirely unpleasant. It was quaint in a worn-out way, with a wooden exterior that showed signs of age but still possessed a certain rustic charm. There was no immediate indication of the unsettling night to come, but I remember feeling a faint unease in my stomach when I walked in. The interior smelled faintly of stale air, as though no one had lived there for quite some time. The floors creaked with every step, and the walls seemed almost too bare, with just a few outdated pictures and a mirror in the hallway. My colleague claimed the smaller bedroom near the front window, while I took the slightly larger one in the back. We had spent a long day on the road and were looking forward to resting before meeting our client in the morning. Before turning in, we decided to make a quick run to a local grocery store a few blocks away to grab a few snacks and drinks. It was during that brief outing that something began to shift. The grocery store was nearly empty. A handful of flickering fluorescent lights illuminated the aisles, but the rest remained oddly dim, as if half the bulbs had burned out long ago. My colleague and I walked through the aisles, noting how limited the stock was. It felt almost apocalyptic. Seeing so many barren shelves still, we picked out some bags of chips, a few sodas, and some bottled water. I tried to shrug off the strange vibe I got from the store, attributing it to the late hour and my own fatigue. It never occurred to me that someone else might be watching us. When we returned to the house, we set our groceries on the kitchen table. A single overhead light cast an anemic glow, barely reaching the corners of the room. The countertops were a tired shade of yellow, and the cabinets hung slightly, askew, revealing chipped paint and tarnished handles. My colleague suggested we get some rest to be fresh for the next day. I nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief at the idea of lying down, but that relief would be short-lived soon after we separated into our respective rooms. I felt a subtle vibration in my pocket. Checking my phone, I saw a text message from an unknown number. The content made my heart skip a beat. It mentioned the brand of chips I had just purchased, followed by a detail about the flavor my colleague preferred. At first, I thought it had to be someone from our circle of work contacts playing a prank, maybe a coworker who had seen us on the road and wanted to mess with us. But my chest tightened because I hadn't mentioned that specific snack to anyone. My colleague and I had only been in that store for 5 minutes, speaking quietly about which chips we liked, trying to calm down. I walked to my colleague's door and tapped lightly. We spoke in hushed tones through the cracked doorway. Both of us puzzled. He told me to ignore it, that it might be a random scam message. He half-jokingly said there must be coincidences sometimes, especially in small towns where local numbers got recycled. Despite his attempt to sound dismissive, I could hear the unease in his voice. We agreed to keep our phones on silent and call it a night. I went back to my room. The bed was lumpy and covered in old-fashioned sheets that gave off a faint scent of mothballs. I found myself lying awake, tension coiling in my stomach. It was impossible to shake off the feeling that someone somewhere had been watching us in that grocery store, or maybe even before that. My phone vibrated again this time. The message described how I was pacing around my room looking nervous. My pulse hammered as I read the words. I stared at the corners of the ceiling, searching for any hidden cameras, any sign of tampering. Nothing my colleague mentioned. From the other side of the wall, that something felt off in his room too. Though he didn't go into detail, I paced some more, unsure what to do next. Deciding it might be best to confront the messages directly, I typed a response to the unknown number, demanding to know who it was and why they were sending these invasive texts. My palms grew clammy and a chill passed through my spine. When my phone buzzed again, I hesitated before looking. The new message simply read that I shouldn't worry because everything was under control and I was better off staying wide awake at that moment. I became aware of the acute silence in the house. No sound came from the street, no hum of distant cars or passing motorcycles. Even the usual night insects seemed to have vanished. My throat felt dry and each breath took conscious effort. I wandered into the hallway thinking I might step into the kitchen for a glass of water. The corridor was darker than before, as if the single light bulb overhead had dimmed. My footsteps resonated against the wooden floor, a hollow echo that made my skin prickle as I neared the kitchen. I noticed a faint movement from the corner of my eye. The curtains in the living room, which I had left open earlier, were fluttering softly. Although no draft came through the closed windows, they swayed in a gentle but unmistakable pattern, as if guided by unseen hands. The pit in my stomach deepened. I turned on the light in the living room, only to find the bulb flickered once and then died. My heart pounded so violently I could hear the blood rushing in my ears in the dim glow from the kitchen. I saw the curtains come to a standstill, dropping limply back against the window frame. I told myself it had to be some quirk of the old house, maybe a vent or some gap in the wall. Desperate for any semblance of normality, I went into the kitchen and turned on the faucet to fill a glass. The handle felt stiff and the water took a few seconds to come out. It was lukewarm and the pipes groaned as if resenting my need for a drink. After my first sip, the lights overhead flickered in that fraction of a second between brightness and darkness. I saw something dart across the hallway, something tall and shadowy. I nearly dropped the glass. My heart racing so fast I thought I might pass out. I told myself it was just my imagination, a flicker of light playing tricks on me, but I sensed a shift in the atmosphere as if the very air had grown heavier. The phone in my pocket vibrated again. My fingers trembled as I read another message that water won't help, you'll stay awake anyway. My chest constricted and cold sweat broke out across my forehead. My colleague was probably experiencing the same horror in his own room. Yet we had agreed not to panic each other against my better judgment. I crept back to my bedroom, shutting the door behind me and turning the lock with shaky hands. Time crawled at an agonizing pace. Every creak of the floorboard seemed amplified. Every shift of wind outside sounded like footsteps, and then there was the bathroom sink. At first, just a faint dripping, then a heavier flow as though someone had turned the faucet on full blast. My mind raced. Had my colleague gotten up? Was the faucet broken, yet I couldn't muster the courage to step out into that hallway again? At least not immediately. I stood against the bedroom door, pressing my ear to the wood. The rush of water continued, then it stopped abruptly. I felt a compulsion to check, if only to confirm that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. Forcing myself to turn the knob, I ventured into the corridor once more. My legs felt weak. I approached the bathroom doorway and found the light already on. The sink was still dripping droplets, plinking against the porcelain. Though the faucet had been closed, water continued to ooze out. Forming a small puddle around the drain, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror above the sink. My face was pale sweat beading on my temples, eyes wide with confusion and fear. Then my phone buzzed again, making my heart jerk. Another text checked the mirror more closely. Nausea swelled within me. I glanced up at my reflection, once again noticing how warped it looked. My features seemed subtly distorted, as though the mirror's surface was not quite flat. I stepped closer and saw the overhead light flicker, bending my reflection in ways that defied normal physics. It could have been an optical illusion, a trick of old glass and failing electricity. But at that moment it felt like the mirror was alive, or at least possessed by something that thrived on my terror. A sudden rustling sound made me spin around. The hallway behind me was empty, but I felt certain something had been there just seconds before my legs shook and my breathing turned shallow. I retreated to my room, locking the door again and pressing my back against it. The messages kept coming, though I tried to ignore them. They described my every action. How I was standing, how my breath was ragged, even the way my hands kept shaking. Whoever was sending these texts had eyes on me, or worse, they were inside my head. I couldn't decide which possibility scared me more. Around this time, my colleague tapped lightly on my door, asking if I could hear the strange noises too. I responded that I could, my voice barely rising above a whisper. He then mentioned he was receiving odd messages, ones that described his every move and told him not to sleep. It felt surreal, hearing confirmation that I wasn't alone in this. Neither of us dared raise our voices or go searching for help. The very walls seemed to be listening, waiting for us to reveal our fear so it could amplify it. Hours passed in a torment of creeping dread. The house became a canvas for every nightmare scenario running through my head. I heard faint knocks behind the walls, the floorboards squeaking outside my door, the faint rustle of curtains, even though no wind blew. Sometimes I thought I heard whispering in the hall, though I could never distinguish words, just a low, unintelligible murmur that made my skin crawl. My body shook with each wave of adrenaline. Sweat soaked the back of my shirt, yet I felt cold as if an icy current licked at my skin. Somewhere close to dawn, the messages stopped. I hadn't realized how quiet my phone had become until I checked it and saw the last text had arrived nearly an hour earlier. It simply said, "Don't think you're safe." By then, the sky was lightening to a dull gray and a weak glow filtered through the thin curtains. Exhaustion weighed down my eyelids, but I was too terrified to succumb to sleep. My colleague's door creaked, and I heard him step into the hallway. He said he wanted to get out of the house as soon as possible to pack up and leave. I agreed. Silently, words caught in my throat. We gathered our belongings in tense silence, each movement feeling magnified in the still morning. The air was less oppressive now, but the memory of that suffocating tension remained. Neither of us dared to check every room thoroughly. Instead, we made sure we had our phones, laptops, and any essential items. The rest could be replaced if needed. Our only objective was to leave the house and never look back. As I closed the front door behind us, I couldn't resist a final glance at the windows for just a second. I imagined I saw a flicker of movement behind the curtains. My pulse quickened, but I said nothing. We drove away from that small town, our tires kicking up gravel and dust, the early sunlight casting long shadows across the road. My colleague and I tried to discuss the events in a logical way. Maybe we had fallen victim to some elaborate prank or local superstition. Maybe the house was rigged with hidden cameras, yet neither explanation fully accounted for the unsettling texts that matched our actions in real time, nor did it explain the cold presence that made every hair on my body stand on end. We reached the highway and breathed a collective sigh of relief, but deep down I knew the experience would never truly leave me. Weeks later, I still find myself waking in the middle of the night, gasping for air, convinced that my phone is buzzing with more messages. My heart thunders against my ribcage until I check the screen and see no new notifications even. So I can't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was behind those messages might still be out there watching from some dark corner, just waiting for the perfect moment to remind me that I'm not safe. Sometimes I replay the events of that night in my mind, searching for clues or rational explanations, but the more I reflect, the stronger my suspicion grows that we encountered something beyond mere surveillance or pranks. To this day, I don't know if it was a person with twisted motives or if something else had latched onto our presence in 2000, that lonely house. All I know is that every instinct in my body screamed that we were being toyed with by a force that fed on our fear. I still see flashes of that warped reflection in the bathroom mirror when I close my eyes too long. I still feel a phantom chill wash over me when I stand alone in a dark room, and on the rare occasions I find myself in another quiet, desolate place for work, I catch myself glancing at my phone, half dreading, half expecting another text from that unknown number. The worst part is the lingering uncertainty. Whoever sent those messages never demanded money or made overt threats. Instead, they seem fixated on the notion of keeping us awake, heightening our paranoia, pushing us to the edge. The horror of it wasn't in any explicit violence, but rather in the way it invaded our minds, sowing seeds of distrust in our own perceptions. Even though we left that house intact, a piece of me feels as though I never truly escaped every bump in the night, every flicker of the lights, every unexplained rustle of fabric in a still room now carries echoes of that oppressive darkness. It's a reminder that sometimes terror doesn't need to manifest in physical harm. Sometimes it's enough that it watches you, learns your fears, and makes you doubt your own senses. I've tried to move on, pouring myself into work, convincing my colleague that it must have been a fluke. Yet no matter how busy we stay, the memory of that night lingers, casting a shadow over every mundane action. We've stayed in countless rentals since then, and none have shown the same signs of malevolence. But whenever I encounter a flickering light or a slowly dripping faucet, my stomach tightens with dread. I recall the way the curtains moved on their own, how the house's silence turned suffocating, how the text knew precisely what we were doing in real time. Even now, I keep my phone locked away when I'm alone at night. The idea of another unknown number lighting up the screen is enough to make my hand shake. Despite all logic telling me it couldn't possibly be the same presence, my instincts remain on high alert, and in those solitary moments just before I drift off to sleep, I sometimes sense a faint prickling at the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes are studying me from a corner. I refuse to acknowledge deep inside. I realize the fear may never fully subside. It's a burden I carry with me, a reminder that there are places and forces in this world that exist just beyond our comfortable understanding. At the end of it all, I'm left with an unsettling truth. There are horrors we can't explain, terrors that don't rely on bloodshed or open violence. Sometimes the simplest act of observation of someone or something observing us can prove more harrowing than any physical threat, because in that silent gaze and those messages that know our every move lies the ultimate assault on our minds. We become our own worst enemy, questioning each sound, each shadow, each flicker of light, until reality itself feels like it's unraveling. And in my case, I'm still not certain it is finished unraveling. There is no tidy conclusion, no definitive answer. All I have is that gnawing doubt, the knowledge that some things linger in the darkness long after sunrise. So I continue my travels, meeting new clients in new towns, always a bit more guarded, always glancing over my shoulder. The memory of that old house in the small town stays with me, a permanent scar etched into my thoughts, a constant whisper that warns, remain vigilant, because sometimes in the hush of the night, the phone still vibrates without reason. And for a heartbeat, I convince myself it's them again, whoever or whatever they were waiting to remind me they never truly left. I don't know if that moment will ever come, but the anticipation alone is enough to keep me awake, staring into the darkness, listening for sounds that may or may not be there, and that in its own twisted way is a horror I can't escape. I still remember how the stale air of that old office seemed to cling to my skin the moment I stepped inside. The corridor walls were painted in a dull shade of gray that felt more like a warning than a choice of decor. My pulse quickened, and I couldn't explain why something about that place felt wrong from the start, as if it were quietly protesting my presence. I told myself it was just the pressure of starting a new assignment. After all, I was only supposed to spend a few nights here, cleaning and organizing outdated hardware. It was a straightforward IT gig, one that, in theory, shouldn't have been terrifying at all. My name is Eric, and I usually work as a freelance IT analyst. I go from company to company, troubleshooting servers, decommissioning old hardware, and taking care of tasks that require some technical know-how and a willingness to do the dirty work. Most of the time, I don't mind the quiet, solitary nature of the job, but there was nothing normal about this building. It had once housed a major corporation's administrative offices. They had downsized years ago, leaving behind a dusty labyrinth of empty cubicles and abandoned conference rooms. When I took this assignment, no one told me about the rumors on my first day while hauling old monitors to a storage closet. A couple of the building staff members mentioned something about the top floor, the one with the decommissioned meeting rooms. They told me that people sometimes heard heavy footsteps at night and doors banging for no reason. Some referred to it as the presence upstairs giving me grim looks when they talked about it. Others simply joked that I should never wander there alone at night, although they didn't look like they were kidding. I tried to laugh it off. After all, I was a rational man who dealt in cables, hard drives, and system code, not in ghost stories that changed on the second night. I worked there. I needed to reboot one of the older servers that was still active, so I stayed past midnight. The entire building seemed to exhale emptiness. Every corridor a tunnel of darkness lit only by a few flickering fluorescent lights. My shoes echoed with each step, and I couldn't help but notice a faint odor in the air, a mix of old carpet mildew and something accurate I couldn't identify as I walked to the server room, which was inconveniently located near the stairwell leading to the top floor. I heard a distinct thud from above. It sounded like someone dropping a heavy box. My chest tightened. The thud repeated more rhythmically this time, like footsteps pacing back and forth. I told myself it was just the creaking of old architecture or perhaps the building's ventilation system. Yet my heart pounded so hard that I had to stop and catch my breath. Once the server reboot was complete, I decided to finish up quickly. I was almost out the door when I heard a door upstairs slam. It was abrupt and violent, echoing down the stairwell. I felt my stomach twist. My body tensed, sweat forming at my temples. My instinct was to run, but I forced myself to remain calm rationally. The place should be empty. No one was scheduled to be on that floor, and security would have locked up hours ago. But I couldn't ignore the fact that something or someone had just slammed a door. I tried to reassure myself that perhaps a window was left open up there, causing a draft, but the closed windows along the corridor suggested otherwise. Without wanting to investigate, I hurried to turn off the lights in the server room and head downstairs. On my way, I felt a sudden jolt of panic. The overhead lights flickered just once, but enough to make me gasp. In that brief moment of flicker, I had the unsettling impression that a tall figure stood at the far end of the corridor. I couldn't see any details, just the outline of something impossibly tall and still. My heart hammered so hard I could barely breathe, but when the light stabilized, there was nothing there. I left the building in a state of near panic. Refusing to look back that night, I barely slept, my mind racing through possibilities. Maybe the figure was a trick of the mind caused by exhaustion. I told myself I needed to get more rest, to stop letting old ghost stories invade my thoughts. But the next day, when I confided in a coworker what I thought I had seen, she recounted rumors of a tall, shadowy presence that several employees had glimpsed. She described it as an elongated silhouette lurking near the corners of corridors, always watching, never approaching. I felt a twinge of nausea as she spoke. It seemed too specific to dismiss as an optical illusion over the following week. Each time I needed to work late, I found myself dreading that building my palms would sweat. The moment I entered the lobby, the quiet hum of the fluorescent lights made me feel on edge. Yet my task forced me to stay because certain server checks had to be done after hours to avoid disrupting daytime operations. Unfortunately, the older hardware was stored on the very floor everyone avoided. I would stare at the elevator doors for a long moment, then choose the stairs instead. Something about stepping into an enclosed metal box made me feel even more vulnerable. Most nights I heard small noises that could be dismissed as the building settling, a faint crack here, a groan of metal there. But there were times I clearly heard footsteps above me. Heavy, deliberate steps that seemed to circle the perimeter of the top floor. Whenever that happened, my chest tightened and I'd break into a cold sweat. My mouth would go dry and I'd wait, half holding my breath, hoping the sounds would stop. Often they did, but the silence that followed was sometimes worse. It felt like waiting for the next heartbeat of something enormous and hidden. One night I tried to bring a coworker upstairs with me just for company. She insisted she was too busy with her own tasks. I nearly begged her, but ultimately I went alone. I recall gripping the rail of the staircase so tightly my knuckles went white. The corridor lights flickered more than usual. My ears seemed hyper-aware of every little sound, the faint buzz of electricity, my own shoes scraping the floor and the blood pounding in my ears. When I opened the door to the main corridor of the top floor, I felt an immediate urge to flee. The atmosphere was thick as if the air itself carried a menacing weight. I could smell that acrid scent again, some cross between burnt plastic and decaying drywall. My stomach churned and I swallowed hard, determined to get my job done fast as I moved to collect some old routers from a dusty room. I caught something in the reflection of the glass wall that separated this room from the next. It was that same towering figure standing at the other end of the corridor, motionless, staring at me. I froze and the reflex made my whole body go rigid, my breath catching in my throat for what felt like ages. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Then, without warning, the figure took a step back and the reflection vanished. I turned around, but there was nothing there, just an empty corridor with outdated furniture stacked haphazardly. By this point, my nerves were frayed. I felt an uneasy mix of terror and curiosity, but I mostly just wanted to get out. My mind raced, could it be a trick of the overhead lighting? Was I having a stress-induced hallucination? The sense that something was watching me, that it could appear anywhere, any time, gnawed at me constantly. My coworkers seemed unconcerned, content to believe it was all part of the building's ghost story. But I knew what I had seen. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was no mere shadow. In the following days, I found myself avoiding eye contact with the stairwell to the upper floor. Each time I passed it, I'd get that tight feeling in my chest, that sense of being observed at night. If I was forced to be there, every echo, every creak seemed to magnify a hundredfold. There were also times I heard a faint whisper, though I couldn't make out words, only the soft, persistent murmur of something not quite human. My body would respond with a surge of adrenaline, heart slamming against my ribcage, limbs going clammy. My supervisors began asking if I was feeling all right. I tried to explain in vague terms that the place was getting to me, that the environment felt oppressive. They offered to let me adjust my hours, perhaps coming in earlier in the evening so I could leave before midnight, but a few tasks still needed to be done in the early morning hours, and inevitably I found myself alone in that place. One particularly unsettling night, I was in the second-floor server room running firmware updates around 2 a.m. I heard a door upstairs slam 3 times in quick succession. It was so loud that I felt it in my chest. My throat constricted and I nearly dropped my flashlight. The temptation to flee was overwhelming, but I remembered that the servers would be in the middle of a critical update for another half hour if I left. Then it could corrupt the entire system, so I stayed each minute stretched into an eternity. The next few minutes passed in eerie silence, and I almost convinced myself that maybe the wind had blown through an open window. Then directly above my head, I heard what sounded like rapid footsteps running across the floor. They paused near the edge of the corridor right above me before dashing back in the opposite direction. My breathing was shallow, my heart slamming like a drum. I couldn't understand how any living person could move that fast, that frantically in an otherwise empty floor. When the firmware update finally completed, I grabbed my things and headed downstairs toward the exit. The hallway lights flickered again. My entire body quaked with dread. I heard a faint scraping sound like nails dragging across metal echoing from the upper floor. I had to fight the primal urge to run in that moment. It felt as though the building itself was alive, demanding my fear as payment for trespassing. My pulse pounded in my ears and my vision tunneled. By the time I made it to the front door, my hands were shaking so hard that I struggled with the keycard. Finally, the lock clicked and I stumbled out, gulping fresh air like a drowning man. After that episode, I seriously considered quitting. I told the temp agency the project was beyond my scope, but they insisted the client was pleased with my work and offered me a raise if I stayed on just a bit longer. They needed the final inventory and hardware disposal plan against my better judgment. I agreed, but I resolved to never venture upstairs alone at night again. A few evenings later, circumstances forced me to break that promise. A series of system errors required manual restarts, and these errors always came at the worst possible times at around 11:45 p.m. I found myself standing in front of that damn staircase again, telling myself I could do this quickly and get out. My mind was in a battle with my adrenaline. Every sense was heightened and the building felt unnaturally still. Climbing the stairs, I kept seeing movements in my peripheral vision, shadows flickering just beyond my line of sight. My skin prickled with goosebumps and my heart hammered in my chest. The corridor on the top floor was darker than usual, a few lights completely out. Leaving long stretches of darkness, I used my flashlight, but it seemed to illuminate only a narrow path, leaving the rest of the corridor in suffocating gloom. As I approached the final conference room, the door creaked open on its own. My breath caught in my throat. The darkness beyond that door felt alive, a tangible force pressing against my senses. Then I heard something, a guttural rasp, as though someone or something was struggling to breathe. My legs nearly gave out beneath me, but I forced myself forward, pushing the door fully open with a trembling hand. Inside, the air was colder than the rest of the floor, and an unrelenting sense of being observed weighed heavily on me. I shone my flashlight around, and that's when I noticed the reflection in the large glass panel at the back of the room. The tall figure stood there again, looming impossibly high. My chest constricted as I watched it raise what looked like an arm far too long to be human. My entire body seized in panic. I wanted to scream, but my voice seemed locked inside my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over a pile of cables. Flashlight clattering on the floor in the frantic moment that followed. I scrambled to pick it up, flicking the beam wildly around the room. The figure was gone. I wasn't sure whether that was more comforting or more terrifying. Something inside me broke at that moment, and fear gave way to a jolt of desperate determination. I ran out of the room, slamming the door behind me, and sprinted down the corridor. My lungs burned and my vision blurred with tears of pure terror. It felt as though the building itself pulsed with malevolence, each step echoing a fraction of a second too late, as if something followed in perfect mimicry. By the time I reached the stairs, my knees wobbled and I nearly collapsed. I forced myself down step by agonizing step, feeling as if I was descending into some other realm rather than escaping it. When I finally burst into the ground floor lobby, I was shaking so violently that I could hardly function. My mind raced with questions. Was that entity real? Or had I gone mad from stress and lack of sleep? Why did it watch me, and why did it lurk in reflections? The uneasy possibility that it was feeding off my fear gnawed at me. I left that night and never returned alone. I negotiated daytime-only shifts, strictly refusing any nighttime assignments. My supervisors weren't thrilled, but they allowed it, possibly seeing the terror etched on my face whenever they asked about the presence upstairs. I'd only say I wanted no part of it. Even recalling the memories makes my heart pound. Eventually, the job ended. I completed my tasks, signed off the inventory, and moved on to my next contract. But the echoes of that building have never left me to this day. I'll catch myself glancing at reflective surfaces in unfamiliar corridors, half expecting to see that impossibly tall shape standing there. Watching sometimes at night, I'll hear noises in my own home that remind me of those footsteps pounding overhead. I'll bolt upright in bed, breath-ragged heart hammering until I remind myself where I am. Yet a nagging doubt remains: did I escape that presence, or did it follow me? I can't say for certain. All I know is that whenever I recall the stale air, the flickering lights, and that looming silhouette, a chill crawls down my spine that no amount of reassurance can erase. I survived that place physically unscathed, but a lingering unease haunts me. A piece of that old office is lodged somewhere deep in my mind. Sometimes I wonder if the darkness I encountered was simply a reflection of my own stress and anxieties, or if in fact that building concealed something far more malevolent than a haunted legend. Either way, I haven't found a definitive explanation, just a lasting dread. And whenever I hear a door slam or see a flicker of movement in a corridor, I can't help but remember that place and its silent watcher waiting in the shadows. I used to believe that the quietest hours before dawn held a sort of solemn beauty. I was convinced there was something almost spiritual about existing in a space that was usually crowded and chaotic, only to find it deserted and silent. That changed the night I heard a whisper echoing from the men's locker room when there was no one else around. Ever since then, the silence in that 24-hour gym has taken on a menacing edge. and I can't walk through those heavy glass doors without feeling my heartbeat rattle my entire chest. I had signed up for the gym membership during a promotional event lured by the promise of modern equipment and the convenience of being able to go whenever I liked. At first, I was thrilled by the idea of midnight or early morning workouts because my schedule was unpredictable. Sometimes I'd be free at midday, other times at midnight, so the flexibility was a gift. I felt like I had the place to myself. When I trained at 2 or 3 in the morning, there were no cues for machines, no loud grunts from the weightlifters, no strangers hogging the squat rack for a few weeks. This arrangement seemed ideal until the strangeness began with subtle, almost dismissible signs. I remember the first time I noticed something was off. It was an ordinary night or so. It seemed I had arrived around 1 a.m., the automated doors giving their usual mechanical hiss as I stepped into the artificially lit reception area. The overhead lights were a sickly yellow, and despite the immaculately cleaned floors, I detected the faint smell of disinfectant that always hung around the front desk. Usually I'd see maybe 1 or 2 other people on the treadmills or elliptical trainers, but that evening the place appeared deserted. I had my earphones in, hoping to keep myself motivated through a long cardio session as I climbed onto a treadmill. I felt a slight chill. At first I blamed the air conditioning, which was always set far too low during the night. My arms prickled with goosebumps, and I shrugged it off as a trivial reaction to the cold. But there was something more. I sensed an undercurrent in the air, a subtle tension I couldn't quite name it. It was like the entire gym was holding its breath within 15 minutes. I found myself restless instead of the usual steady rhythm of running. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I was about to spot someone lurking behind me. Of course, every time I looked, there was no one. Only the dim reflection of my own figure in the floor-to-ceiling mirrors and the uniform rows of equipment. The overhead lights flickered once or twice, but I told myself that was just faulty wiring. By the time I finished my run, I was drenched in sweat and more fatigued by nervous tension than by actual exertion. The next odd occurrence happened a few days later. I was wrapping up a shoulder workout around 2:30 a.m., moving from the free weights to the stretching area. The silence was all-encompassing, the only consistent sound being the dull hum of the vents, pushing out that icy air as I lowered myself onto the mat to stretch. I heard an odd patter. It was like the shuffle of feet on the rubber flooring. I paused, heart-thudding, and scanned my surroundings, empty again. Still, the sound continued for a second or two, then stopped abruptly when I got up to investigate. Walking around the rows of machines, not a single person was in sight. Part of me reasoned I might have heard my own footsteps echoing, or maybe an old ventilation pipe was responsible, so I forced myself to move on. Attributing it to my imagination, it was a couple of weeks later that I encountered the voice. That night I was more tired than usual. Having worked a late shift, still I felt compelled to fit in at least a short workout. I arrived just after 3 a.m. The overhead lights were half dimmed, casting long, unsettling shadows across the weight machines. There was a different smell lingering in the air. It reminded me of damp towels that had been left too long in a corner, musky, faintly sour, and not at all comforting. I started my routine with some light cardio, then proceeded to do a few sets of bench presses. Midway through my last set, I realized I was unbelievably thirsty. My throat felt dry and sandpaper rough, so I decided to take a short break and head to the water fountain near the men's locker room. The corridor leading there was bathed in flickering fluorescent light, the harsh glow seeming to strobe against the pale tiles. My footsteps echoed oddly, as if the hallway was stretching longer with each step. Just as I bent down to fill my bottle, I heard a faint whisper in Portuguese. It was distinctly clear, but drained of volume, as if carried by a dying breath. The words were "ponte," and the invitation or command, whatever it was, stopped me cold. Initially, I assumed it was another gym-goer calling out from inside the locker room, maybe beckoning a friend. Yet the voice felt off, like someone speaking from a distance that was both too close and too far. At the same time, heart-pounding, I stood upright and scanned the corridor. The door to the men's locker room was slightly ajar, and no light seemed to be on inside, just a dim glow from a single overhead bulb. I told myself it had to be a staff member or some other restless soul. So taking a tentative step forward, I called out a soft greeting. No response came, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. I could almost feel eyes peering at me from the dark recesses. Stepping inside, I was met with an unearthly stillness. The row of lockers stretched out in front of me, and the room smelled of antiseptic mixed with stale sweat. My skin crawled as I walked past bench after bench, each unoccupied, each silent. I reached the showers and found the stalls empty. The entire space was deserted, yet I couldn't shake the certainty that someone had spoken to me only moments before I stood there, water bottle in hand, ears straining for any rustle or breath. When nothing followed, I quickly turned and left, feeling more unsettled than I could ever recall being in a public space. Over the next few nights, I couldn't shake the memory of that whisper. It replayed in my mind incessantly. Sometimes I would be in the middle of a set of squats and the phrase would ring in my ears again as if someone had just spoken behind me. My workout suffered because I started rushing through exercises, eager to finish and leave. But every time I tried to push the incident to the back of my mind, a new layer of dread draped itself over me. Another disturbing incident hit like a thunderclap. About a week later, I'd convinced myself to face my unease head-on by returning at my usual late hour. The place was emptier than ever, with no sign of the night staff, though the front desk light was on. The entire building felt hollow. I did my best to ignore the gloom and focus on the rhythmic clang of weights. Halfway through my routine, the faint overhead music cut off abruptly, plunging the gym into silence. Except for my own breathing, then a distortion of static crackled through the speakers like a whisper full of watery hisses. No words were distinct, but the noise had an undeniably human quality to it, as if layered with quiet moans. The sound stretched on for what felt like minutes before snapping back into silence. By that point, my hands were shaking. I dropped the dumbbells, feeling my palms slick with cold sweat, and I could taste fear like copper on my tongue. Shaken but determined not to be controlled by my own paranoia, I reasoned I would just do a couple more sets and leave. The sense of a presence lurking was back stronger than before. Every time I turned, I thought I saw a shape moving around the corners of the mirrored walls. My reflection seemed elongated, twisted as though the mirror itself was warping. The overhead lights flickered relentlessly, creating brief intervals of darkness that felt like an entirely different realm in those split-second blackouts. I swore I saw outlines of something not human, shapes flickering at the edge of my vision by the time I finished and walked toward the locker room to grab my bag. Every nerve in my body was on fire. The corridor leading there was colder than before, making me shiver. Despite my sweaty workout clothes, I pressed my ear close to the locker room door, unsure why I was even doing it, and I heard faint breathing. It was soft, deliberate, and it made my stomach knot. My mind screamed at me to turn and leave, but some grim curiosity pulled me forward. The instant I crossed the threshold, the lights above me went out in pitch blackness. I felt claustrophobic, my breath catching in my throat, reaching into my pocket. I hurriedly fished out my phone to use its flashlight. The weak beam illuminated only a small patch of the floor in front of me. With each step, the fluorescent fixtures overhead buzzed like insects trapped in a jar, occasionally sputtering with a sickly light that revealed lockers and benches and fragmented glimpses. Then I saw it, a figure or a shadow. It was impossible to say which. Looming at the far end, the shape seemed to hover without the normal posture of a person standing on two legs. I tried to call out, but my voice failed. Nothing came out but a ragged gasp. The shadow flickered or shifted, and in one fleeting second of faint light, it appeared to vanish. I stood there, paralyzed, heart pounding so hard that each beat echoed in my ears. Suddenly, the overhead fixtures blinked back on, revealing the space in full clarity. Once again, the corridor of lockers was bare. It was an empty, ordinary locker room, as if nothing had ever been there at that moment. I felt an intense wave of dizziness, and it took a concerted effort to remain upright. My pulse wouldn't slow, my breathing was ragged, and a cold sweat coated every inch of my skin. I must have staggered out of the locker room and hurried to collect my belongings from the bench near the entrance. My hands trembled so badly that I nearly dropped my phone twice while stuffing it back into my pocket. My only coherent thought was to get out of that building, out into the safety of the night air. The automated doors slid open excruciatingly slowly when I finally stepped outside. I realized I was panting as though I had run a marathon. The freedom of the open air felt fleeting, though I kept looking over my shoulder all the way to my car, convinced that something or someone was watching me from behind the tinted windows. In the following days, I tried to rationalize. I told myself it was stress, or that my imagination had run amok in the echoing emptiness of the gym. Maybe I was overtired, or maybe the new supplements I'd been taking had triggered jitters or hallucinations, but late at night, as I lay in bed, images of that shadow and the echo of that disembodied potentate consumed my thoughts. I felt trapped in a spiral of dread, and I couldn't dislodge the fear that there was something malevolent in that place, something that thrived in the silent hours. Eventually, I confided in a friend who also happened to be a personal trainer. I avoided direct quotes as much as possible, telling him indirectly that I had experienced some deeply unsettling encounters and that I was questioning my own sanity. He offered the typical logical explanations about faulty electrical systems, echoic chambers, and the impressionable nature of the mind. In a polite but concerned way, he suggested maybe I should work out during the day at least, until I felt more comfortable. Part of me felt relieved to hear him say these things. It validated that the rational side of me could still attempt to find normal explanations a few weeks past, and I mostly avoided the gym at night, opting for afternoon or early evening sessions. The facility was busier, then filled with everyday noise and the mundane hustle of people rushing to complete their routines. I started to feel safer. However, my schedule eventually forced me into another late-night session, and the moment I stepped through those doors, the memory of that suffocating tension washed over me. I stayed hyper-aware of my surroundings, listening for any odd sounds or whispers. The place was quiet. In all the wrong ways, I tried to keep my workout short. My intention was to do only a couple of exercises and leave. After finishing the last set of bicep curls, I inched toward the corridor where the water fountain was located. Although I felt reluctant, my thirst was overpowering. The fountain's trickle sounded unnaturally loud, a soft metallic gurgle that echoed down the hallway as I took a sip. That same Portuguese phrase reverberated in my mind. My heart thumped so hard I felt a tremor in my ribs. The men's locker room door was open just a crack, but the darkness beyond felt like a living, breathing thing. I experienced a strange magnetism pulling me there, but I resisted. I turned away, refusing to let my curiosity lure me inside the entire time. I had the uncanny feeling that someone or something was behind that door, quietly urging me to come, and a wave of revulsion passed over me, and I left without even returning my towel to the rack. My only intention was escape, no matter how cowardly I felt now whenever I passed by the gym late at night. I can't bring myself to go in. Even seeing those lights glowing in the glass front triggers a tightness in my chest. I keep remembering the subtle shift in the air, the scratching static in the speakers, and that formless shadow I nearly walked into. Worst of all, I recall the voice that sounded both near and distant. Poant on the memory is enough to send chills drilling into my spine, and I have no rational explanation that can soothe the dread it planted in my mind. Sometimes I ask myself if I was singled out or if others have heard it too. Since it all happened, I haven't spoken about it much, and the gym staff never bring up anything unusual. It's almost like there's a silent agreement to ignore the eerie atmosphere that descends at night, or maybe no one else has experienced the same level of horror. I still find myself wondering if there really was an entity there feeding on fear, or if my mind twisted normal occurrences into something horrifying. Even now, I question my own sanity at times, but the fact remains I heard that whisper, I saw that shape. I felt an oppressive presence in the darkness of that locker room, a sensation so vivid it's impossible to dismiss as a mere trick of light. My body's reactions, racing heart hair standing on end, clammy palms were real and undeniable. That night changed me, and it left an imprint on my psyche that refuses to fade. I've never gone back during those haunted hours, never walked down that flickering corridor alone again. And though I continue my daytime workouts, the fear still lingers in the back of my mind, as if waiting to pounce the slightest malfunction of a light bulb or the faintest echo in an empty gym can make my stomach seize with panic. I'm always on guard, half expecting to hear that disembodied voice calling out from the locker room, once more coaxing me into a darkness from which I might not return. The worst part is, it leaves me with the uneasy possibility that sometimes the darkness beyond our own reflections is not empty. Something could be there waiting in the silent hush of early morning, inviting us further into shadowed corridors and quiet rooms. And when I remember that creeping dread and that single chilling phrase, I know one thing: I would rather stay outside in the safety of the night air than ever cross the threshold into that echoing void. Again, the air clung to us like a thick invisible film the moment we stepped into that abandoned industrial zone. Something about the place felt inherently wrong, as though it was trying to repel us. Even before we crossed the threshold, the jagged outlines of rusted metal beams against a darkening sky seemed to stand in silent warning. Yet my friends and I couldn't resist the pull of our own curiosity. We believed naively that we would explore, get a little thrill, and then leave no harm done. None of us realized how deeply the heavy atmosphere and sour stench would burrow into our minds. I remember the road leading to the industrial park was cracked and pitted, flanked by fields of tall, dry grass that rattled in the breeze. An old chain-link fence with more holes than intact mesh was the only barrier between civilization and that decaying wasteland. We'd heard rumors that chemicals had once been processed there, but nobody bothered to confirm. We just wanted an adventure. So we found a gap in the fence, slipped through, and navigated the deserted lot until we arrived at a massive corrugated metal building looming in the gloom. From the outside, the warehouse was colossal, its roof sagging in places and large doors left hanging crooked on rusted hinges when we pushed one of those doors open. It scraped along the concrete floor in a slow, tortured groan. The noise made my spine tingle. I recall stepping inside, first shining my small flashlight across the interior. The beam illuminated dust motes swirling in the stale air. The place smelled foul, stale, sour, almost like old milk that had turned, but also chemical in a way that made my eyes water. My throat felt scratchy. I wanted to cough, but somehow I held it in. I tried to brush off the creeping dread as I waited for the others to follow. Dan, who usually cracked a joke to lighten the mood, seemed uncharacteristically quiet. I heard him mumble something about how this might not be as fun as we thought. He wanted to keep going, though. So we continued. The inside of the warehouse was lined with defunct conveyor belts, metal tables, and enormous vats that once must have held industrial fluids overhead. Fluorescent lights dangled from bent fixtures. They no longer worked, of course, but I kept glancing up, half expecting them to flicker to life. Instead, we had only our flashlights and the occasional faint glow from the holes in the roof. I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows under the machinery were deeper than they should be. It was as though they were absorbing the light instead of reflecting it. Each time my flashlight beam passed over a dark corner, I felt a gentle tug of apprehension. My heart thudded in my chest, and my palms grew damp around the handle of the flashlight. Every small sound, metal creaking, a single droplet of water hitting the floor, echoed painfully in my ears. My breathing sped up, and I tried to keep it quiet so I could listen for anything else that might lurk in the darkness. We fanned out, each of us drawn to different areas. At one point, I ran my hand along a section of rusted piping. The metal flaked away at my touch, leaving orange-brown residue on my fingers. I wiped it off on my jeans, but I couldn't get rid of the gritty sensation, as if the rust clung to my skin. The sour smell intensified as I moved closer to the center of the warehouse, where a massive machine stood silent and forbidding. It was covered in cracked paint with what looked like tangled hoses. Sprouting from its sides, the floor around it was stained with something dark and oily. In my mind, I told myself it was just old chemicals, but my stomach churned with a nameless dread. I felt a presence then, as if someone was standing just behind me. My neck hair bristled, my heart hammered, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down my temple. I spun around, shining my flashlight in a wide arc. Nobody was there, only a cluster of upright tanks and conveyor belts that stretched off into the gloom. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was being foolish, but that feeling lingered as though I had intruded on something's territory and it watched me from just beyond the edge of my vision. A few yards away, one of my friends was fiddling with some levers on a broken control panel. He mentioned in a low mutter that these must have operated the conveyor belts. The rest of us gathered around the machine. We exchanged looks that said we should probably move on. Some unspoken tension passed among us. I wondered if they felt that same pressure in the air, that quiet insistence that we didn't belong. We headed deeper into the building, stepping over piles of debris, broken crates, fragments of scrap metal, and torn industrial tarps. The further we went, the heavier the atmosphere became. It felt harder to breathe, as though my lungs were straining against a weight pressing on my chest. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and then steadied. It was enough to send a jolt of panic through me. The last thing I wanted was for the light to fail in that suffocating darkness. As we approached the back of the warehouse, we found a row of offices sealed behind glass windows. The windows were so grimy that it was impossible to see inside without wiping the sludge away. I hesitated, but eventually used my sleeve to create a streaky portal into the gloom. The beam of my flashlight revealed a cramped room filled with file cabinets and a few desks. All in disarray, chairs were knocked over drawers, yanked open documents scattered across the floor. The sour smell grew even more potent near this office section. My eyes watered and my stomach twisted. It was as if something had leaked out of the walls and infected the air. I noticed a movement from the corner of my eye, a quick flicker of shadow across the other side of the glass. My breath caught in my throat. My pulse slammed in my ears. I jerked my flashlight toward the spot, but there was nothing. Just the ghostly reflection of our group in the grimy glass, looking far more nervous than we had upon arrival. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, yet I couldn't shake the crawling feeling on the back of my neck. We left the offices behind, deciding it was time to circle around and head for the exit. We hadn't been inside for more than 30 minutes, but it felt like hours. My mouth was so dry I had to swallow repeatedly to keep from gagging. Another friend mentioned in a tense whisper that the smell was getting worse instead of dissipating. He wondered if there might be chemical spills deeper in the building. Someone else suggested we leave right then, but curiosity still battled with our unease. We pressed on, hoping that taking a complete loop around would feel less like we'd run away in fear. With every step, the sense of being watched multiplied. The enormous machines, silent and immovable, seemed to loom larger, as if alive in their own menacing way. The shadows, thick and almost tangible, seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. My breathing grew ragged and every muscle in my body felt tense. Each breath carried that acrid tang, burning my nostrils and coating the back of my throat. The corridor we entered next was lined on both sides by tall racks that once held equipment or spare parts. Now most of them lay toppled, their shelves empty or strewn with debris. My flashlight revealed twisted shapes that looked like they had melted, congealed into lumps that defied easy explanation. A sense of dread settled in my stomach, cold and relentless. Was this the result of some chemical reaction or something else entirely? As we neared the exit, one of us suggested we regroup and calmly walk the rest of the way without splitting up. We formed a tight cluster, flashlights overlapping to create a larger circle of illumination. The beams of light jittered along the walls and ceiling, revealing streaks of rust and filth that almost looked like spreading veins each time we passed another piece of decrepit machinery. I strained my hearing for any sign of movement behind us. The silence became loud, pressing against my eardrums until I wished for even the smallest, most innocuous noise to break the tension. But the only sound I could detect was my own panicked breathing. Then for a brief moment, the sour smell subsided, replaced by a cool draft wafting in from a large set of double doors. Relief surged through my body. I could see the outline of the exit in the weak exterior light. My heart pounded, urging me forward. The feeling of oppression that plagued me was starting to loosen its grip just a bit. But as we drew closer, the entire building seemed to exhale some foul breath of its own. The sour stench hit like a physical blow, worse than anything I had experienced so far. My knees wobbled and I struggled not to retch. I heard my friends letting out muffled curses covering their mouths and noses. It was as if the place refused to let us leave without one final assault on our senses. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I had to lean against a rusted support beam. My flashlight dropped clattering to the ground and rolling a few feet away. The flashlight's beam landed on one of the broken machines, illuminating the space beneath it. In an odd angle, for a second I thought I saw something move there, some shape that was not part of the machinery. My vision blurred and I blinked furiously. The shape looked almost gelatinous, quivering in the half-light. It seemed to vanish the instant I tried to focus on it. I forced myself upright. Ignoring the shakiness in my limbs, I retrieved my flashlight and rejoined the group. No one spoke directly, but I caught the stark fear in their eyes. We knew without words that we had to get out. We made a final push toward the exit, refusing to let ourselves be defeated by panic. Yet my heart hammered in my chest and my breath came in ragged gulps. I could feel sweat trickling down my back, chilling my skin in the damp air. The closer we got to those double doors, the more the atmosphere seemed to swirl around us in a suffocating dance. Shadows elongated and warped, distorting the shapes of the machinery into monstrous silhouettes. My flashlight flickered again and I nearly lost my nerve. I told myself to keep it together outside. I could see a sliver of the dark sky, a faint promise of escape from this suffocating darkness. When we finally reached the threshold, I could barely breathe. My lungs felt seared by the chemical stench. My nerves frayed by the constant sense of pursuit from those silent shadows. Stepping over the doorway felt like crossing from one reality into another. The night air was cold, but it was a blessing compared to what we had just endured inside. I tasted freedom in that first gulp of cleaner air. Even though the sour odor clung to my clothes and hair, yet even outside I felt no true relief. The warehouse loomed behind us, its jagged outline framed by the moonlight. My heart was still pounding and a cold sweat covered my forehead. I found myself turning around, shining my flashlight back at the open door for a moment. I thought I saw a faint movement within, as though something receded deeper into the darkness. It left me with a spine-tingling certainty that the place housed a presence far beyond our comprehension. One of my friends remarked that it was time to head home. Another added, we should never return. There was an undercurrent of mutual agreement in the group. We began to walk away, our flashlights bobbing in the night, but the sense of being followed lingered, as if the dense air from the warehouse had latched onto us. I kept glancing over my shoulder, heart racing each time I imagined a flicker of motion in my periphery. Once we reached the gap in the fence, the night breeze gained some freshness. My eyes stung from the strain of tension and my hands trembled. I was sweating. Despite the cool air, we slipped back onto the deserted street, each step feeling both urgent and numb. I realized my entire body was covered in goosebumps and my nerves felt raw in that quiet. I replayed every unsettling moment in my head, asking myself if I had truly seen those shifting shadows or if my mind had conjured them in the throes of fear. We parted ways without ceremony, each of us carrying that intangible weight back to our homes. Once I stepped inside my room, I dropped onto my bedclothes, still damp with sweat. And reeking of that sour stench, my mind wouldn't shut off the images of the dark warehouse corners. The ghostly flicker of movement and the oppressive silence haunted my thoughts. Each time I closed my eyes, I felt that presence near me, lurking in the recesses of my imagination, or perhaps somewhere else. My skin prickled with unease. Sleep eventually overtook me, but it was restless. I dreamed of endless corridors stretching from that warehouse, each one leading deeper into gloom. And every time I turned a corner, I sensed a form slithering just out of sight in the dream. My footsteps echoed off distant walls as I ran in slow motion, my heart pounding so violently I thought it would burst when I jerked awake. My body was slick with sweat, my breath coming in gasps. The darkness in my bedroom seemed thick, but at least I knew I was far from that cursed place. I tried to discuss the experience a few days later with Dan in an effort to make sense of it. He brushed it off lightly at first, then admitted he had been feeling an odd paranoia. Since the night we explored, he didn't go into detail. Just a vague mention of being unable to sleep well and seeing things in the corners of his eyes. I confided I was experiencing the same anxieties. We agreed without hesitation never to return. Neither of us wanted to find out if the intangible presence could manifest itself more concretely. Even now, I can't fully explain what we encountered in that abandoned industrial zone. Perhaps the chemicals left behind played tricks on our senses, warping our perception and conjuring hallucinations. Or maybe there was something else, some force that had claimed the warehouse as its domain, feeding on the fear and curiosity of unwary visitors. I can't decide which explanation scares me more. The days and weeks that followed were marked by sporadic waves of claustrophobia and an abiding sense that I was being observed. My imagination or whatever had latched onto me refused to grant me peace at night. When the wind howls outside, I sometimes catch a whiff of that sour odor, and my heart kicks into overdrive. My palms get slick and a chill spider walks up my spine. It's enough to send me reeling back into the memory of that dismal, reeking corridor. Yet the strangest part is that none of us ever reported any physical ailments beyond the lingering psychological horror. No mysterious illnesses, no rotting shoes from chemical spills, no tangible proof that the place had harmed us physically. The only residue was mental, a wedge of dread lodged deep in our minds. Sometimes late at night, I wonder if that intangible presence found a way to follow us home. Silent and invisible, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. I've kept quiet about the incident for the most part, only discussing it with those who were there. We have a mutual unspoken pact that we will not entertain the idea of exploring abandoned sites anymore. Not because we fear broken floors or tetanus-laden nails, but because there are places in the world where the veil is thin, where something beyond reason or science might lurk. I'm not the same person I was before that night. My nerves are more afraid. My sense of security always under question. I don't look at shadows in the same way. Even the simplest shapes cast on walls can set my pulse racing if I'm not careful. And whenever I catch that sour tang in the air, even if it's just a passing whiff from some distant chemical, I find my thoughts dragged back to the towering rusted machines and those unseen eyes in the darkness. The memory sends shivers through my body, reminding me how utterly powerless I felt. In the end, I suppose I'm grateful we managed to leave that warehouse physically unscathed, but the mental scars remain etched into the corners of my subconscious. Sometimes in the late hours of the night, I question whether the worst terror is the one that never fully reveals itself, that stays hidden just out of sight. Drifting on stale air and waiting the unknown can make any shadow ominous, any unexplained noise a threat, and any foul stench a silent promise of something far more disturbing lying in wait. I've kept this story to myself long enough that it feels like a permanent secret whispering incessantly in my ear whenever I let my guard down, and though I try to rationalize it, chemicals. Old machinery and overactive imagination, there's a piece of me that knows the truth lies beyond those surface explanations. Something was there, something hungry or angry or simply alien. It reached into my mind that night, left a fingerprint of dread, and ensured I would never forget the way my heart thundered in my chest when it felt like we were trespassing on forbidden ground. We never did return, and I have no intention of ever stepping foot in that forsaken building again. Even the memory of the air thick with that nauseating stench is enough to make my mouth go dry and my pulse accelerate. Sometimes in my quieter moments, I wonder if that presence still waits among the rusted machines shifting in the darkness, listening for the sound of intruders, and if it does, maybe we're the lucky ones. Maybe it was never meant to be seen or understood, but the knowledge that it exists or might exist is enough to keep me on edge whenever I pass by an old decrepit structure. Because once you feel that oppressive air and sense that living darkness pressing against your mind, there's no return to blissful ignorance. You carry the fear with you, tucked away like a foul secret, haunting you with every breath. I first sensed something was wrong on the day I walked into that narrow, dimly lit hallway. The stale air clung to my skin, and an inexplicable chill ran down my spine the moment I turned the key in the apartment door. Something about the building's silence felt unnatural, more like a hush forced upon it than a peaceful quiet. Even before I noticed the flickering lights or heard the echo of mysterious footsteps, I felt as though I was trespassing in a place that resisted my presence. It was an old construction in the heart of the city, with high ceilings and long corridors that played tricks on the eyes. At night, the shadows cast by the single overhead light seemed to stretch unnaturally against the walls as though they had a life of their own. I had moved there for convenience. The centralized location was perfect for my work routine, and the rent surprisingly affordable on my first walk through the place looked normal enough. Sure, the paint was peeling in a few spots. The wooden floors creaked and there was a musty smell that lingered, but I chalked it up to the building's age. I remember feeling oddly defensive about my choice-telling friends whenever they asked that I found the apartment charming and full of character. Looking back, I wonder if I was in denial or just under the apartment's spell when I started noticing the hallway lights flickering. I assumed it was a simple electrical issue. The quarter light would blink erratically, a frantic strobe that made the walls appear to ripple. I replaced the bulbs with brand new ones, certain that would solve the problem. It didn't even the new bulbs would flicker, then sometimes go out entirely. At first, I convinced myself it was a matter of faulty wiring. After all, the apartment was old, probably never fully renovated, but then the overhead light in the living room began doing the same thing. I'd be sitting on the couch after a long day at work, reading a book or scrolling through my phone, and it would blink once, twice, then extinguish just when I stood up to check. It would flare back to life again. My heart rate would spike each time this happened. A subtle panic would tighten my chest, and I'd find myself breathing faster. I tried to be rational. Maybe the wiring was loose or the circuit was overloaded by the outdated fixtures, yet a part of me felt something else was behind it. Something that teased me with tiny unsettling hints that I couldn't ignore. A few weeks passed and I began hearing sounds at night. They were faint at first, like a floorboard squeaking in another room or a door hinge shuddering in a far corner. I'd jerk awake to a subtle creaking noise, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Often I'd lie in bed forcing myself to remain still. Listening intently. My apartment was on the third floor, so it wasn't likely to be a stray cat on the balcony or street noises drifting through the windows. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps, as if someone was pacing in the living room. The measured, deliberate rhythm of those steps sent ice into my veins on more than one occasion. I mustered the courage to get out of bed to check the living room. My legs trembled so much it felt like I was wading through water. My palms turned clammy and my breath grew ragged. Each step I took seemed to reverberate inside my skull. When I finally flicked on the hallway light switch and prayed it would actually stay on, there was never anyone there, but something else caught my attention. The corridor light, the same one that had refused to stay lit before, would be on already. It made no sense. I was certain I always switched it off before bed. But there it was, shining in that eerie, flickering way, convinced I was losing my mind. I brought in an electrician. He walked around the apartment, performed the usual checks, and assured me there was nothing wrong with the wiring. I remember him shrugging with a baffled expression as he said something about everything being up to code. His confusion did nothing to alleviate my own. After he left, the flickering continued and the footsteps grew louder. Some nights I'd swear I felt the floor vibrate slightly, like heavy boots pressing down just outside my bedroom door. Sleep became almost impossible. I would lie awake, every muscle in my body so tense that my neck would ache for hours. My heartbeat throbbed in my ears too fast, like a drumbeat signaling that something terrible hovered in the darkness. My mind would play tricks on me. Was the door handle turning on its own? Did I just hear a whisper, or was that the wind? Outside, the tension built until my hands began to shake. Whenever the lights blinked one night, I thought I caught a glimpse of a shape, just a fleeting shadow darting across the end of the hallway. My chest tightened with such force that I could barely draw breath. I wasn't sure if it was real or my imagination. All I knew was that every hair on my body stood on end and cold sweat ran down my back. Desperation led me to try sleeping with all the lights on. I thought that a fully lit apartment might banish the darkness, and with it whatever presence lurked there. The result was far from comforting. The perpetual glow cast harsh shadows on the walls, and I found myself startled by every flicker, every reflection in the mirrors or windows. My nerves were constantly on edge like a wound-up spring. The faint hum of the light fixtures filled the silence, and my exhaustion deepened. It wasn't restful at all. I felt like a prisoner in my own space, eyes open wide, scanning the corners and ceilings for any sign of movement. I started dreading coming home the moment I stepped into the building's lobby. That heavy, suffocating feeling would return. I'd feel it in my chest. Like my lungs couldn't expand all the way. My pace would quicken as I marched up the winding staircase. Each step echoing against the chipped walls, the corridor that led to my apartment seemed longer at night, its shadows and flickering lights creating a distorted tunnel effect. Sometimes I sensed the presence before I even reached my door, a prickle of awareness on the back of my neck, an unshakable certainty that something waited for me inside. By then, paranoia had sunk in. Deep every noise from a neighbor's apartment made my pulse spike. I started scanning the small peephole in my door multiple times a night, expecting to catch someone or something lurking on the other side. Yet it was always just that empty hallway lit by the same flickering bulb. The persistent illusions of footsteps continued to haunt me. Sometimes I'd wake to a noise so loud I was sure I'd find my living room turned upside down. Racing out of bed muscles, twitching with adrenaline, I'd discover nothing out of place. Only that dread-laced corridor light burning when I knew I had shut it off. At one point I considered speaking to the building manager, however the conversation never got very far. He was polite but dismissive, muttering that the building was old and odd. Noises were common. He said something about the pipes or the wooden beam settling. I didn't mention the footsteps specifically because I was afraid I'd sound unhinged. Part of me wondered if I was in fact going insane. The stress was wearing me down. My hands trembled. Even in daylight, my mouth felt chronically dry. I caught myself holding my breath in anticipation of the next flicker or noise. Eventually, I decided to do a thorough cleansing of the apartment. One weekend, I scrubbed the floors, wiped the windows, and cleared out the clutter, hoping to purge whatever dark energy I felt had settled there. Despite my best efforts, the atmosphere remained oppressive in the middle of the afternoon. When sunlight was streaming through the windows, I heard what sounded like a soft knock on the corridor wall. My heart lurched. The knock came again, 3 firm taps, then silence. I stood there holding my breath, waiting for something else to happen. Minutes passed in an agonizing hush, but no other sounds followed. By the time the sun set, the sense of foreboding returned with renewed intensity, as though annoyed by my attempt to chase it away with bleach and mops. My dreams, when I managed to slip into restless sleep, were plagued by bizarre images. Hallways that stretched on for miles. Doors that led nowhere or opened to reveal infinite darkness. Flickering lights that popped and sparked, raining hot embers that never quite touched the ground. I'd wake up drenched in sweat pulse hammering, only to discover the corridor light shimmering beneath my bedroom door, casting a slim beam of unstable illumination into my room. On multiple occasions, I remember launching from the bed to yank the door open, expecting to catch an intruder, but the hallway was always empty. The bulb overhead swaying slightly in a breeze I could never feel. At times I questioned my sanity. I wondered if my job stress had manifested into psychosomatic experiences. Maybe I was projecting my anxieties onto the apartment, but how could I explain the lights that insisted on turning themselves on, or the electrician's baffled expression when everything checked out? Fine, the rational part of me kept trying to offer explanations, but the mounting terror in my gut refused to subside. My nervous system was in constant overdrive, heart-pounding, hands shaking, stomach twisted in knots one particularly harrowing night. I was jolted awake by a series of loud bangs like heavy fists slamming against the living room walls. I rushed out of bed, every muscle in my body tense and rigid. My throat felt as though it was closing up, and a thin film of sweat coated my forehead. Approaching the living room felt like stepping into a nightmare. The corridor bulb was in one of its flickering cycles, casting a strobing effect along the walls. In that uneven light, I saw a distortion in the corner of the living room, as if the shadows there were shifting. My pulse thundered in my temples. The shadow swelled, coalescing into a darker shape, then abruptly vanished. I stood frozen, heart pounding so furiously that it drowned out all other sounds. I realized I couldn't stay there much longer. My body was running on fumes and my nerves were shot. By then, I could barely function at work. My thoughts kept drifting back to the apartment's mysterious phenomena. That sense of being watched never left me, as if a pair of eyes lingered just behind every door. The flickering lights had grown more erratic sometimes, in sync with my own sharp intakes of breath. As if reacting to my fear, I felt trapped, pinned down by forces I couldn't understand. 2 days later, I decided to spend the night at a friend's place. I needed some distance, some clarity of thought. My friend asked why I looked so pale, so exhausted, so on edge. I tried to explain, but the words sounded feeble. Footsteps, flickering lights, a sense of being watched. He listened politely, but was skeptical, though he did mention that sometimes old buildings carry strange histories. He offered me his couch and told me I needed rest. I was grateful for the reprieve for the first time in weeks. I managed to sleep without jolting awake in terror, yet even in a different location, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was attached to me during the night. I dreamt of that corridor with its flickering bulb and peeling wallpaper. I dreamt of the door to my apartment opening on its own, revealing nothing but blackness inside. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart hammering when morning came. I felt no better. Reluctantly, I returned to the apartment the following afternoon. I told myself I had to face it or I would never live in peace. The hallway was oddly quiet as I walked in. The corridor bulb for once was steady. No flickering. The living room lamp too seemed normal. My tension peaked because the calm felt unnatural, like the hush before a thunderstorm. I spent the afternoon packing up a few essentials, deciding I would stay at my friend's place again for at least another night or two when evening fell. I turned on the lights for a brief moment. Everything remained still. My heartbeat gradually slowed and I exhaled a shaky breath. Then, as if on cue, the corridor bulb began to pulsate again. The living room lamp followed suit, dimming and flaring back up. I stepped into the hallway, trying to steady my trembling limbs. My throat felt raw and tight and my mouth turned bone dry. That was when I felt a rush of cold air sweep through the corridor. The overhead light flickered more intensely, casting the walls in a rapid succession of bright and dark. My pulse raced and a faint buzzing filled my ears like static on an old television. In that throbbing glow, I glimpsed something move at the far end of the hallway, a swirl of shadow that formed the vague outline of a person my lungs seized. I wanted to run, but my legs felt anchored to the floor. Despite my fear, I forced myself to take a single step closer. The figure appeared to shift, dissolving into the wall before emerging again further down near the living room door. My heart pounded so brutally I thought I might pass out. I felt a wave of nausea and an overwhelming urge to scream, but my voice caught in my throat as I inched closer. The flickering reached a frantic rhythm and my vision wavered like I was on the verge of blacking out. I could smell something damp and metallic in the air, a scent that made my skin crawl. Something in me snapped. A primal surge of adrenaline jolted my limbs into motion. I lunged for the front door, heart slamming in my chest. Breath coming in ragged gasps, I didn't dare look back, convinced I'd see that thing looming behind me if I did. My hand fumbled with the lock sweat, making it hard to grip the metal. The corridor bulb popped, plunging the hallway into darkness for a heartbeat before sputtering back on in a shower of sparks. Finally, the door swung open and I stumbled into the building's main hallway, nearly colliding with the opposite wall. I don't think I ever felt such overwhelming relief and lingering dread simultaneously. I stood there hunched over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. I could feel my entire body shaking from my shoulders down to my calves. If anyone had stepped out of their apartment at that moment, they would have found me drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror, looking like I had stared into the depths of something unfathomable. Leaving was the only option that felt right. Over the next few days, I arranged to terminate my lease. The building manager gave me a hard time, but I didn't care. I never spent another night in that apartment. Instead, I moved into a modest place across town, more expensive, smaller, and far less convenient. But for the first time in weeks, I slept with the lights off, with no strange footsteps or flickering bulbs to torment me. Even now, late at night, the memory of that flickering corridor light can make my pulse quicken. There's a sense that I brushed up against something beyond my understanding, a presence or force that lingered in that apartment like a living stain. I often lie awake haunted not by the possibility that it followed me, but by the terrifying notion that it was never just the building's past or faulty wiring. Some places simply hold on to echoes of energies best left undisturbed, and I'd been unfortunate enough to stumble right into one of them. I avoided that block in the city center for a long time. The few times I passed by in daylight, I felt a cold tingle slide along my neck as I glanced toward the windows of that old apartment. Even from a distance, I half expected to see a flicker of light behind the glass, and each time my heart would stutter in my chest, reminding me of what I left behind, and of the darkness that no amount of modern electricity could ever fully chase away. It began with a feeling an itch at the back of my mind that I couldn't scratch a faint electric buzz in the stillness of my own home. The basement had always been an afterthought, a dull space for spare tools and old boxes, somewhere to stash what didn't fit upstairs, but now, every time I walk by the closed door leading down those old wooden steps, something clenches inside my chest. I feel my heart flutter, my breath catch in my throat. The very air around me seems charged, as if the house itself is bracing for something to happen. I never used to feel that way about my own home. It's supposed to be a place of safety, of quiet nights and comfortable evenings. Yet here I stand, gripped by a silent, unrelenting sense of unease. I remember how it started, though. I can't pinpoint the exact moment the shift began. Before, I used to joke around that there might be some hidden presence in the basement. Whenever I needed to grab a hammer or rummage through old boxes, I would stand at the top of the stairs with a sarcastic grin and say something like, "I dared whatever lived down there to show itself." It was a tease, a lighthearted poke at all the ghost stories I'd heard. Growing up, I never believed there could be anything real lurking in the shadows of that cramped concrete space. It was just me, my tools, and piles of dusty junk. Then came the night that changed everything. I was organizing shelves in the far corner of the basement, trying to make sense of decades' worth of clutter. The single overhead bulb cast a weak glow that barely reached the walls. I remember how the darkness pressed at the edges of the light, how it felt like it was eagerly waiting for any slip in my attention. For a time, nothing unusual happened. I moved boxes around, coughed at the clouds of dust swirling in the stale air, checked my phone for the time the place smelled of damp concrete and rusting metal. My breath sounded unnaturally loud down there, echoing in the gloom. At some point, I felt the concrete floor under my boots vibrating so faintly I doubted my senses. It was like a tiny tremor, as if something massive had shifted far below my arms, broke out in goosebumps, and I felt a sudden chill that made my stomach lurch. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself it must have been a passing truck or a random quake, although I couldn't recall the last time I'd felt so much as a tremor in this region. My mind fumbled for logical explanations, but no matter how I tried to justify it, a trickle of dread had already begun creeping into my thoughts as I continued to sort through a box of old wrenches. The metal shelves along the wall gave a gentle, unmistakable rattle. Nothing dramatic, just a slight, almost polite shaking of the brackets. Yet it felt deliberate, as if someone or something was testing my reaction. I froze, every muscle going rigid. My pulse throbbed in my ears, and the dryness in my mouth made me gulp. My eyes darted around the basement from corner to corner, seeking any movement. In the dark, the overhead light flickered and my breath got shallow. Moments later, a small ring of metal keys, which I had hung on a hook, slipped to the floor with a sharp clang. The sudden noise made my heart lurch into my throat. It was such a simple event, keys falling, but in the charged atmosphere of that basement, it felt like the final straw. My skin felt prickly sweat trickle down my neck, and I realized I was trembling as the final echo of that metallic clang dissipated. I could have sworn I heard something else, something like a breath or a low hiss. It was too faint to be sure if I wasn't just imagining it. That alone was enough to send my panic into overdrive. My rational mind insisted it was all coincidence, an unsteady shelf, a loose hook, an overactive imagination. But fear flooded my body, pounding in my chest. I didn't even bother to pick up those keys. I dropped everything, turned, and bolted for the stairs. My hands shook so badly I fumbled twice with the doorknob at the top before managing to fling it open. Then I rushed out, slammed the door behind me, and found myself panting in the hallway, sweat cooling on my forehead. Despite the warmth of the night, I stood there listening, half expecting to hear footsteps or something heavier following me. There was only silence. That night, I couldn't bring myself to go back down. In fact, I avoided it altogether for days, maybe weeks. I lost track because I forced my mind to push that unsettling memory away, but the basement refused to let me forget. Subtle reminders began cropping up at odd hours late at night when I was trying to sleep. I'd hear a gentle tap, tap, tap coming from behind the basement door. Sometimes it was so soft I convinced myself it was just the house settling, but other times it came with a distinct rhythm, like knuckles rapping on wood. My heart would skip a beat, sweat would break out on my palms, and I'd lie there wide-eyed, staring at the door as if it might burst open at any moment. I told myself I was being silly. I'd think about how I used to scoff at ghost stories and people who claimed to sense presences in the dark. I was practical, grounded in reality, yet every time I woke up in the dead of night to those knocks, my body betrayed me. I couldn't slow my breathing. I felt my own pulse thudding in my temples. A sour taste of dread filled my mouth, and more than once I imagined the door handle rattling. I never worked up the nerve to check something in. Me insisted that if I opened that door at 3 a.m., I'd see something that would unravel my sanity. The worst was how the paranoia leaked into my everyday life. Even during the day, I found myself glancing over my shoulder when I walked past a mirror, worried I might catch a glimpse of something behind me. The house felt colder. The walls seemed to press in on me. I stopped sleeping well, plagued by nightmares that blended the basement with strange shapes creeping in the darkness. My hands would tremble while making coffee in the morning, and more than once I spilled half the mug on the floor. I kept telling myself it was just stress, that everything would be fine if I focused on more mundane tasks. Yet a persistent tension coiled in my chest, a quiet voice warning that the basement was more than just a storage space. Now it was infected with a presence I had invited on one particularly restless night. I heard a single deliberate thud against the basement door. My heart jolted so violently that my arms went numb. I lay in bed paralyzed, uncertain if I'd truly heard it or if my mind had conjured it from half-leap. Then another thud came, heavier and slower. I imagined in horrifying detail some shape pressing its weight against the other side of the door, testing it. My scalp prickled and I fought the urge to get up, to bolt outside, to do anything but remain there. Frozen sweat gathered at my temples, trickled down the sides of my face, and I realized I was gripping my sheets so tightly my knuckles ached in the morning. I tried to muster the courage to at least check the basement door for any signs of damage. My heartbeat refused to settle and my mouth was desert dry. I stood at the threshold, hand hovering near the door doorknob, expecting it to jolt under my fingers. The door looked the same, no scratches or dents, but when I finally opened it, I noticed a stale odor drifting up, more pungent than before. It was a combination of damp concrete rust and something else, a musty, almost earthy smell that made my stomach churn. The darkness stretched below and the bottom of the stairs was consumed by shadow. Even with the overhead light switched on, the gloom felt thicker, as if the basement swallowed most of the illumination before it reached the floor. I couldn't bring myself to go any farther than the first step. My entire body tensed with each breath and my knees felt weak. I closed the door again, promising myself that I'd only go down there once I felt braver, though I suspected that moment might never come. Still, life had to go on, at least on the surface. I tried to keep up with work and daily errands. I avoided mentioning the situation to anyone, though a colleague asked once if I was feeling okay. Noticing the dark circles under my eyes, I mumbled an excuse about not sleeping well, about having too much on my mind. Inside, I felt the slow gnawing of fear that had become my constant companion. Even mundane moments felt charged. I'd jump at the sound of a drawer closing too hard, or the hum of the refrigerator at night. My shadow on the walls took on menacing shapes in my peripheral vision. My mind began to distort ordinary sights and sounds, weaving them into a tapestry of dread. Eventually, curiosity or desperation got the better of me. I decided I couldn't let myself be ruled by an empty basement. One weekend afternoon, determined not to be a prisoner in my own house, I steeled myself to go down there. The sunlight streaming through the living room windows did bolster my courage slightly. I told myself that daylight would keep anything at bay, that it was probably all in my head anyway. I armed myself with a flashlight, even though the basement had an overhead bulb, and stepped onto the creaking wooden stairs. Each step felt like a betrayal of my own instincts. My throat tightened and the flashlight shook in my clammy grip. At first all seemed quiet. The glow from the bare light bulb overhead cast long, distorted shadows across the walls. My dusty shelves stood silent, the clutter on them appearing unremarkable, but my pulse hammered mercilessly in my chest, and the sweat beaded on my brow as I moved deeper into the basement. I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of my vision. Something black and indistinct darted behind a shelf in the corner. I nearly dropped the flashlight, my breath hitching in my lungs, stepping closer. I tried to see if there was anything there, a rodent perhaps, or just my imagination. All I could make out was the rough concrete wall and some stacked boxes, but the air felt colder around me, pressing against my skin as if it had weight. I tried to calm myself by organizing a few tools, wiping down some surfaces. Yet every so often I heard faint rustling sounds. Sometimes they seemed to come from the far side of the room. Other times from directly behind me. My head whipped around more times than I care to admit, and each time I found nothing but empty corners. My breathing grew labored and my vision blurred at the edges. With the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I was on the verge of bolting back upstairs when a soft vibration rocked the shelves again. It wasn't violent, more like a pulse that resonated in the concrete floor. My stomach lurched and the flashlight beam swayed wildly with my trembling hand. A quiet scraping sound reached my ears. It came from near the foundation, low to the ground, as though something was clawing the concrete from the other side. I felt my insides twist into knots. My mind raced with all sorts of explanations, pipes expanding, wind through a crack in the wall, maybe an animal scratching. But the noise had a deliberate rhythm, a kind of slow, deliberate scrape. Pause. Scrape. My vision swam and I nearly lost my balance. For a moment I questioned my grip on reality. Was I losing my mind, or was there truly something in this basement? That creeping sense of doom became overwhelming. My limbs were shaking so hard that I couldn't keep my flashlight steady. I imagined something monstrous on the other side of that wall, dragging its nails along the concrete, waiting for an invitation or a moment of weakness to break through. It was pure insanity. Yet it felt more real than anything I'd ever experienced. Unable to endure another moment in that oppressive atmosphere, I stumbled toward the stairs, tripping on the last step and smacking my knee against the edge of a box. Pain flared, but it barely registered through my panic. I lunged for the door, slammed it shut behind me, and pressed my ear against the wood. My chest felt tight, and I sucked in air with audible gasps. I heard only my own pounding heartbeat, but I couldn't shake the certainty that if I lingered even a second longer, I'd feel something on the other side pressing back from that day. On the sound of knocks, thuds, and subtle vibrations grew more frequent, even if they were faint. My ears caught them like nails on a chalkboard. Each event chipped away at my composure, driving me to the edge of paranoia. I began to suspect that some entity had indeed responded to my careless mockery. Maybe not a tangible ghost or demon, but a presence conjured by my own mind. Either way, it was powerful enough to invade my thoughts, twist my perceptions, and rattle the foundations of my sanity. The days blurred together in a haze of anxiety. I wondered if I should move out, hire someone to seal the basement, or consult a paranormal investigator. Though the idea of explaining all this to a stranger made my stomach knot with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the nights were the worst. I stayed in my bedroom, lights on, straining to hear even the smallest sound. My body was always tense, ready to flee at any sign of movement. Sometimes I thought about how ridiculous this was, letting a basement reduce me to such a fearful state, but the dread was no less real. Finally, I reached a breaking point late one night, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door to the basement rattling as if something was testing it. My body seized up, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. Then I forced myself to stand, adrenaline blazing in my veins. I grabbed a flashlight and approached that door again. My hand quivered on the knob, sweat gathering on my upper lip. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. The house was silent, but I felt the weight of whatever was behind that door pressing into my consciousness. I turned the knob. The door gave a slight creak. Goosebumps erupted across my arms. There was a pregnant hush, a static-like pressure filling the space around me for a heartbeat. I considered slamming it shut and never opening it again, but something in me needed resolution. I cracked the door open, just enough to let the flashlight beam pierce the darkness below. The stairs were empty, the overhead bulb swaying gently without any breeze. The sense of being watched nearly made me collapse, yet no shape, no face revealed itself. I realized I was muttering under my breath, half a prayer, half an apology. Forever provoking whatever dwelled in the basement. My pulse thundered in my ears and my hand shook so badly that the flashlight flickered up and down the stairs. I felt close to delirium, convinced that if I waited long enough, some horrifying figure would step into that narrow cone of light. But nothing did. My resolve faltered and I slammed the door shut again, fighting the urge to scream. My lungs burned with frantic breaths, and I wondered if the floor might give out from under me with how violently my body shook standing there. Hard on the brink of bursting, I realized that this presence, whether real or in my head, was not going to vanish. It had latched onto my fear, grown stronger with my every tremor. I might never truly be rid of it. Even if I moved away, I suspected the haunting sensation would follow me, echoing in every silence, lurking in every shadow. My attempts to dismiss it had only tightened its grip on my psyche. I stayed up until dawn that night, listening to the house breathe around me, waiting for the next knock or scratch. None came. The stillness itself felt ominous, like the calm eye of a storm when the first rays of sun finally broke over the horizon. I had a single disturbing realization: the basement had become a mirror of my own fears, a place where my mind's darkest anxieties could take form by daring something unseen to appear. I had opened a door that might never fully close. I haven't slept well since every moment in this house feels charged with an electric tension, as though something awaits the next misstep. I haven't gone back into the basement. The door remains shut, though I can't ignore its presence. Sometimes I hear a slight rattle or a muted thump, and each time my heart leaps into my throat. I'm caught between confrontation and surrender, between rationality and sheer terror. The house is quiet now, but that quiet is not comforting. It's loaded with a promise that the worst is yet to show itself in the end. All I can do is endure. I don't know if I'll ever truly find peace here again whenever night falls. The dread creeps back cold and relentless. My heart pounds just from walking past that door. My body tenses with the memory of shaking shelves and falling keys. The tension feels endless, a silent occupant that shares these walls with me in every knock in the night. Every subtle vibration reminds me that once you invite something unseen to reveal itself, you can never really send it away. The horror remains waiting in the darkness below. Knew something was off. The moment I first stepped into that corridor, it was the single path from my bedroom to the kitchen, a narrow stretch of creaking floorboards and wavering shadows that twisted in my periphery. Even on that first night, I felt it a prickling at the back of my neck, like a chill seeping from the walls and tapping against my spine. I told myself it was just the age of the house, just the way old wood can moan and sigh in the night. But deep down, I suspected there was more to it. Something unseen hovered in the corners, waiting for me to pass. My colleague Brian insisted we take this rental because it was spacious and had character. He liked the vintage wallpaper, the arched doorways, the sprawling backyard. I was less enthused, but the rent was cheap and it was close to work. The landlord had no tragic stories to share, no rumored hauntings or ghastly legends. He called it a stately heritage home and left it at that. Brian moved into the larger bedroom down the hall while I took the smaller one right beside that corridor. I quickly learned that the hallway itself was the biggest drawback. Every time I walked through, my pulse throbbed in my ears. My stomach clenched as if expecting a confrontation with something just beyond sight. It started subtly, barely noticeable at first. One evening I swore I heard a sigh in the darkness. Another time I heard what sounded like gentle footsteps. They were never loud enough to be sure I could always explain them away as the house settling or perhaps Brian wandering around in the living room. But there was an underlying disquay, a sense that the corridor itself was hungry for attention. The hair on my arm stood on end whenever I had to pass through, and my skin felt clammy, as if the atmosphere there were colder and thicker than anywhere else in the house. Brian didn't admit to feeling the same unease. He would shrug when I brought it up in a roundabout way, telling me everything was fine, that I needed to relax. I remember him saying in a casual tone that old houses always came with strange sounds and drafts. He also joked that maybe I had an overactive imagination privately. I wondered if I was just more sensitive or if I was genuinely losing my grip on reality. Even when I tried to brush off my concerns, the next trip down that corridor would reignite all my fears. My teeth would clench involuntarily, and the weight in my chest felt like a block of ice pressing against my ribs as weeks went on. The experiences intensified. It wasn't just the sounds anymore. I started noticing shapes in my peripheral vision, something dark and still, just standing there at the edge of the light, always gone. When I turned my head, sometimes it looked like a figure about my height, a smudge of shadow that felt profoundly wrong. Other times I sensed a presence looming behind me. My heart would pound so hard I could hardly breathe. My palms became slick with sweat, and I had to fight the urge to bolt for the kitchen or retreat to my room. The corridor was merciless, demanding attention. Even when I tried to ignore it one night after finishing a late shift, I returned to the house, exhausted, eager for a quick meal before collapsing into bed. Brian's door was closed, but a faint glow leaked from beneath it. He was likely still awake. The rest of the house was dark and silent, except for the incessant groaning of the old pipes. As I crossed the threshold into the corridor, I felt an immediate drop in temperature. My breath came out in short, tense puffs, each exhalation sharpening my senses to a razor's edge. There was a tremor in my arms as though my body was warning me to stay away, yet I forced myself to move forward. Halfway through the corridor, I heard a definitive step behind me, a single deliberate press of wood underfoot. I froze, my pulse throbbing in my temples. The entire corridor felt more confined, like the walls were leaning in slowly. I turned my head, expecting to see Brian, or maybe my own shadow cast strangely, but there was only darkness, a cold, uncanny emptiness that made my stomach twist in knots. I stood there unable to blink until a second footstep echoed. It was close, uncomfortably close, and the air around me grew thick with dread. My lungs burned as I forced myself to breathe. That moment stretched on, taut as a wire about to snap. I felt my knees threaten to buckle, yet some primal instinct commanded me to run. I bolted for the kitchen, nearly crashing into the fridge. My heart hammered like a wild drum, and my fingers fumbled to switch on the overhead light. Even in the fluorescent brightness, my chest was tight. I steadied myself against the counter, swallowing past a desert-dry throat. I was convinced something was still behind me, lingering in the corridor, craving my fear. Over time, the house itself started to feel like a trap. Doors would creak when no one was there. Windows would rattle even on windless nights, and the corridor. Always that corridor seemed alive. I began avoiding midnight snacks or any late-night trips through that space. If I needed water, I would wait until morning. My sleep became restless, haunted by half-formed nightmares of something whispering in my ear, something pressing on my chest when morning came. I was greeted by an oppressive fatigue that followed me throughout the day, making it hard to focus at work. Brian seemed oblivious, or he pretended to be, brushing off my concerns with a dismissive laugh or a pat on my shoulder. Whenever I tried to voice them, my paranoia grew. I started to question my own sanity. Was I conjuring these horrors in my mind? Perhaps my stress levels were too high, or maybe I was experiencing some form of mild hallucination, but the sensations were too real. The goosebumps that crawled up my arms were all too physical, and the racing of my heart felt genuine. Every single time I approached that corridor, I could sense something anticipating me, as though it had learned the rhythm of my life in the house and waited for me to cross its path. One evening, after wrestling with my thoughts, I decided to test myself. I sat at the edge of my bed, watching the corridor through a narrow gap in the door. I wanted to prove that there was nothing there, that the illusions only materialized when my mind was tense. But as I stared into the gloom, I detected movement, a fleeting shift in the darkness, as though the shadows congealed for an instant and then separated. My heart slammed against my ribs, and a tingle of electricity coursed through my limbs. The corridor looked different in that moment, more distorted, as though the floor stretched longer than usual and the walls loomed closer. I nearly called out to Brian, but stopped, recalling how little help it had been before. Instead, I closed my door, locked it, and slumped to the floor. Trembling, my skin was clammy with sweat and my lungs felt tight. A pang of nausea gripped my gut. I kept hearing the memory of that faint sigh and the soft thump of phantom footsteps. It was impossible to rest when I finally crawled into bed. Exhaustion weighed me down, yet fear kept my eyes wide open. The corridor became the epicenter of my anxiety, an ever-present reminder of something intangible but undeniable. Not long after, the nightmares intensified. Some nights I swore I could hear voices just outside my bedroom door, as though muffled shapes were congregating in the corridor, speaking in low, urgent tones. Their presence felt invasive. My tongue would go dry and my body would be seized by a pins and needles sensation that left me momentarily paralyzed. When I finally mustered the courage to open my door, I would find the corridor empty, its floorboards as quiet as a grave. Each time my fear deepened and I started doubting my senses even more. Was it possible that the house itself was feeding on my dread? Eventually, Brian noticed my jumpiness. He asked if I was feeling all right, mentioning I looked like I hadn't slept. I told him indirectly that something was off about the hallway and that I needed a break from the house. He suggested I go for a walk or maybe stay with a friend for a couple of days. I could hear concern in his voice. Yet he never admitted to feeling that same oppression. There was no direct mention from him that he was aware of any presence lurking in the shadows. Whenever he passed me in the corridor, he seemed perfectly calm. I hated that it felt like the house singled me out, like I was the only one who could sense this intangible force that night. I made a decision I would confront it, or at least try to, standing at the doorway of my room. I forced myself to stare down the corridor without blinking. My heart thudded against my chest so violently that I felt the pulse in my throat. I breathed in shallow gasps, fighting the urge to close my eyes. The corridor was dark except for a faint glow from the kitchen lamp at the far end. The distance between me and the kitchen seemed greater than usual, as though the house had stretched itself into some twisted labyrinth with each slow step. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet, and the atmosphere grew heavier. It felt like walking underwater, each movement requiring immense effort. My ears picked up the faintest shuffle behind me, but I refused to look back. Cold sweat trickled down my temples and my vision flickered as anxiety started to overwhelm me. My instincts screamed at me to run back to my room and lock the door. Still, I pressed on, determined to uncover whatever was haunting me around the halfway point. The air pressure changed, my ears popped, and a strange static hiss buzzed in my head. I had the sudden impression that something was leaning in, close, brushing against the back of my neck. An involuntary shudder racked my body, and I nearly stumbled forward. My lungs burned with the effort to maintain composure. That was when I glimpsed it. The distinct silhouette to my right, not a fleeting blur this time, but a solid shape, a humanoid darkness that stood there silent and unmoving. My mouth went bone dry, every muscle in my body screamed at me to flee, but a stubborn part of my mind insisted I hold my ground. I turned my head slowly, heart pounding so loud it felt like a drum in my skull, and finally faced it. The thing was only a few paces away, motionless. I could see no features, no face, just a concentrated void where a person might be. Its presence exuded a strange resonance as though it distorted the air around it, and then in a single heartbeat it was gone. The corridor was once again empty. My breath came ragged and harsh. My vision blurred with terror and adrenaline. My whole body trembled and I backed against the wall, pressing my palms to the cold plaster. I stood there for what felt like ages, trying to steady my breathing and slow the frantic beating of my heart. The realization washed over me. I hadn't imagined this. I truly saw something and it saw me. I retreated to the kitchen, leaning heavily against the counter, heart still hammering my arms. Shook, and every breath felt like I was inhaling shards of glass. I glanced back at the corridor, an ordinary hallway, aged and unassuming, yet I knew it was anything but ordinary. Something was in there, something that fed on the dread it invoked. Brian found me in the kitchen, later eyes wide and face pallid. He asked what was wrong, and I told him as calmly as I could that I had finally seen it. He looked at me with deep concern, suggesting I find help or talk to a professional. He assured me he would give me space to handle it. However, I needed part of me sensed pity in his tone, as if he thought my grip on reality was slipping. I couldn't bring myself to argue. Maybe I was losing it, or maybe something else was truly dwelling in this house, visible only to those vulnerable enough to notice. That evening I made another decision. I had to leave. Whether I was imagining everything or not, I couldn't remain in that suffocating environment. My sanity was fraying with each passing day. I packed as many of my things as I could, ignoring the guilt over leaving Brian. My hands were unsteady and cold sweat dotted my brow. My breathing was shallow and my nerves felt like live wires under my skin. I kept hearing that same sigh echo in my head over and over, like a reminder that something lurked just out of sight on my final pass through the corridor, carrying 2 bags and an overnight case. I steeled myself. The floor creaked under every step, and I was painfully aware of the suffocating darkness brushing against my peripheral vision. My heart raced so violently that I tasted copper in my mouth. As I reached the far end, a sudden and overwhelming weight enveloped me, a pressure that made my knees buckle. I paused, breath stuck in my throat, convinced that if I turned around I would see it standing just inches from me, perhaps leaning in with that featureless stare, but I didn't turn. I forced my leaden feet to keep moving until I crossed into the kitchen and out the side door. Once outside, I released a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The night air felt almost warm compared to the corridor's bone-deep chill. My heart still pounded painfully and my body was coated in a clammy sweat. But I felt a liberation, however brief. There was an eerie sense of being watched through the windows, as though whatever was in the house might be peering at me from behind the curtains. I refused to look back. I got into my car, cranked the ignition, and drove off with my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wish I could say that I found a neat conclusion or a rational explanation, but the truth is I still feel haunted by that corridor. Even now, my mind wanders to it in the dead of night, replaying the footsteps, the sigh, the silhouette. My dreams bleed with images of walls closing in, of a darkness that stands just behind my shoulder. That old house remains as it was, unremarkable to most observers, yet teeming with a presence I cannot deny. And part of me wonders if it's out there waiting patiently for someone else to notice its quiet call in the darkness. When the wind blows late at night, I almost hear that sigh again, beckoning me to remember what I left behind and to fear that it might one day find me again. I remember the first time it happened, the office lights were blazing fluorescent. The LED indicators on the servers glowed steady and calm, and the hum of modern technology filled the room with an oddly soothing undertone. It was the kind of environment that usually reassured me: no dark corners, no flickering shadows, just the well-ordered hum of expensive machines. But that morning, the day everything shifted, I felt an inexplicable tightness in my chest. The moment I entered, something about the air felt heavy, thick, as if charged with a subtle yet palpable energy. My heart began to pound, a quiet but insistent drum, and I couldn't explain why. There was no visible threat. Nonetheless, my mouth went dry and a queasy anxiety bloomed low in my stomach. I work still do, though I question that choice sometimes. In an advanced tech firm, the main office is a large open space with rows of workstations, all of them outfitted with multiple monitors, high-O or desktops, and a tangle of wires snaking under each desk floor. To ceiling windows let in plenty of sunlight, and overhead bright LED panels keep everything illuminated. Day and night, adjacent to this open area is the server room. My domain, a secure climate-controlled chamber filled with racks of state-of-the-art hardware. Normally, I find comfort in the whir of cooling fans and the rhythmic blinking of status lights. It was a predictable routine, the kind of environment where logic and data were supposed to prevail. Yet there was something subtly wrong that morning. As I walked toward the server room, I felt an odd static prickle on my arms, making the hairs stand up. At first, I chalked it up to some weird change in humidity or maybe new hardware giving off an unfamiliar frequency, but deep inside I had an unsettling sense that something else was going on. It was as if the technology around me was listening or alive. In a way I didn't understand, that feeling made my skin clammy and my breath came in shallow gulps. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that this was a place of science, not superstition. Things escalated later that day. I overheard a couple of colleagues in the break area discussing the upcoming Halloween season. They weren't telling ghost stories exactly, but they exchanged tales about strange occurrences in old houses, half laughing as they teased each other. A moment later, I heard a shrill beep. One of the servers had rebooted without warning. The LED lights throughout the office flickered just once, almost imperceptibly, but enough to make my heart skip a beat. My boss happened to be passing by at that moment, and he looked as startled as I felt. He dismissed it as a minor glitch, perhaps a power surge, and told me to check the system logs. I remember feeling both relieved and unsettled. Relieved because maybe it was just a technical hiccup. Unsettled because a small voice in my mind kept insisting it wasn't so simple. The system log showed no errors, nothing indicated a hardware fault, no evidence of an update that might have triggered a reboot. It was as if the server had decided on its own to momentarily shut down. I felt a jolt of anxiety ripple through me, a hot flush that crawled along my neck. There was something deeply unnerving about equipment acting of its own accord with no explanation. I tried to focus on the practical aspect. Maybe there was a software anomaly or a cooling issue, yet a persistent chill sat at the base of my spine as the weeks went on. These power surges and flickers became a pattern always sparked by any conversation that veered into eerie or superstitious territory. A few coworkers joked that the office was haunted, though they mostly said it with smirks. But jokes became uneasy. Laughter once it became undeniable that these incidents coincided with those particular topics. My boss had me run diagnostics, bring in outside contractors, even swap out some of the power supply units on the servers. Every test result came back. Normal engineers told him there was no plausible reason for the recurring reboots. Meanwhile, I began to notice smaller details that felt impossible to ignore: a subtle static in the air whenever someone mentioned anything about ghosts, curses, or omens. The fine hairs on my arms would lift and the LED panels would dim, then return to full brightness as though exhaling. My own reaction bordered on panic. Each time the phenomenon repeated itself, I grew more tense. My heart would race, the pulse throbbing in my temples. My breathing turned shallow, and I fought back the urge to question my sanity. One late afternoon, I stayed behind to check cabling in the server room. The door closed behind me with a soft hiss, sealing in the whine of fans and the cool climate-controlled air. I tried to concentrate on the wiring, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. Every so often, I would jerk my head up, certain I had seen a shape flit across the corner of my vision. Each time there was nothing there, just rows of silent servers and their tiny LED indicators. I confided in a colleague, let's call him Derek, about my unease. He told me with a sympathetic half smile that he too felt a strange electric tension in the office. Whenever people talked about inexplicable things, he confessed he had begun avoiding any mention of legends, horror movies, or even superstitious jokes because it almost guaranteed a flicker in the lights. I felt both validated and more afraid. This wasn't in my head alone. My palms dampened with sweat. When I realized the phenomenon was consistent enough that multiple people were noticing, still most of the office dismissed it as a bizarre coincidence, or at least tried to. My boss insisted on a rational explanation, though he never specified what that might be. He simply believed a physical cause existed and would eventually be found. The tension between wanting to trust him and wanting to flee from whatever unseen force was building in that space ate away at me. My anxiety soared at night. I would catch myself reliving the day's events, heart pounding in the dark of my bedroom, mind spinning with possibilities. The day I started losing sleep was also the day I started losing trust in my surroundings. One evening after everyone else had gone home, I stayed behind to review the logs again. I couldn't let it go. I sat at my desk in that open workspace, illuminated by the cold glow of overhead LEDs. The silence pressed in on me, thick and oppressive. My own breath sounded unnaturally loud, and I could hear the blood pumping in my ears. My heart hammered so forcefully I thought it might burst from my chest. Determined to find some clue, I combed through line after line of timestamps and error messages, and then it happened one by one. The LED panels overhead started to pulse in a slow, rhythmic pattern like a stuttering heartbeat. My computer screen flickered in the reflection of the black monitor. I saw movement behind me, just a suggestion of a silhouette, something small and swift. I whirled around, but the space was empty. My scalp tingled and cold sweat trickled down my temple. The dryness in my mouth was unbearable. I tried to call out, thinking maybe security was behind me, but my voice stuck in my throat. Then out of nowhere, the servers in the next room began to cycle. Up and down, fans spinning faster, then slowing. Almost as if they were breathing. The hum changed pitch, a rising and falling moan that made my stomach twist in fear. I forced myself to approach the server room. Each step felt like walking through molasses. My lungs tightened, and I fought the urge to run in the opposite direction as I opened the door. The lights above flickered more intensely. A wave of dizziness hit me as the flickering synchronized with my pounding heartbeat. For a few seconds, I lost track of time. I couldn't tell if I'd been standing there for moments or hours. The entire room seemed to pulsate. I felt certain I was on the verge of some horrifying revelation, like the veil of normality was about to be ripped away, but then just as abruptly, everything stabilized. The lights returned to their steady glow. The server fans worried back to their regular drone. My chest heaved with panicked breaths, and I realized I was soaked in sweat. The next day, I told my boss the basics of what I'd seen. He looked concerned, but still insisted there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe I was under stress or experienced a momentary hallucination brought on by working late. My mind reeled. I had always been logical. I had never believed in poltergeists or psychic fields or anything that couldn't be explained by science. Now I was caught between wanting to believe him and the terrifying sense that something intangible had taken root in our office. Over the following weeks, my mental state deteriorated. I began to doubt my own senses. I would be typing an email and my peripheral vision would catch fleeting shapes near the servers. My neck would prickle as if someone stood right behind me. I started to notice a faint buzzing in my headphones, like whispers layered beneath the standard office noises. During a routine check, I tried to monitor the electromagnetic levels in the server room, wondering if some abnormal interference was at play. The readings jumped sporadically whenever I so much as thought about the flickers. I couldn't even mention them out loud without the needle spiking. This link between thought and phenomenon was terrifying. Like whatever was causing the disturbances could read my fear. My breathing turned ragged just at the idea. Paranoia set in. Each morning I dreaded entering the building. My chest would tighten the moment I crossed the threshold, and the smell of burnt electronics would haunt me even if no one else noticed it. Simple tasks became burdensome because I was always on edge, anticipating another flicker, another glitch. I avoided talking about anything even remotely superstitious, but it didn't matter. The tension in the air had matured into a constant oppressive weight. Coworkers began to notice that I looked pale and jumpy. Some quietly asked if I was all right, but I could see the uncertainty in their eyes, as though they suspected I might be unraveling. Sometimes I felt surges of anger or desperation, and the lights would respond with a brief blink as if the entire system was acknowledging my distress at those moments. I could hardly breathe. It became impossible to separate my fear from the swirling undercurrent of energy that seemed to saturate every device in the office. My heart often felt like it was clawing its way out of my chest, and I would taste bile at the back of my throat one late night with almost everyone gone. I decided I needed to confront whatever was happening. I sat down in the darkened office, the only illumination coming from the distant glow of streetlights and the soft LEDs on idle computers taking slow, measured breaths. I forced myself to speak out loud, not caring if anyone else heard. I asked whatever was in that space to show me a sign to make me understand. My voice trembled and my lips felt numb, but I pushed the words out. The silence that followed seemed to expand a hollow vacuum of anticipation. Then gradually I felt the atmosphere shift. It was as if the entire building inhaled. The overhead lights began to pulse again, but more faintly, this time like a gentle heartbeat. The servers in the adjacent room came alive with a low resonance that vibrated through my bones. I realized with a jolt of panic that the phenomenon was responding to me. My lungs felt too small and cold. Sweat trickled down my back, despite the overwhelming terror. There was also a strange sense of connection, as though I was bridging a gap between the tangible and the intangible. It felt like I was being urged to accept something horrifyingly beyond normal comprehension. Then it ended, just ended. The lights returned to normal and the servers quieted to their usual operational hum. My entire body shook and I almost collapsed. There was no definitive answer, no clear message. Just this impression that the entity or force or whatever it was had acknowledged me. I stood there trembling, uncertain whether this was more horrifying or more reassuring. The next day I told my boss that I had a solution. I would do my best to ignore the phenomenon and ensure no one in the office discussed anything related to horror superstition or paranormal events. He seemed taken aback but didn't argue. There was an unspoken pact among some of us to avoid all mention of those subjects for a time. The flickers subsided, the reboots became less frequent, but the tension never really disappeared. It was like living with a coiled snake under the floorboards. Maybe it wouldn't strike if we tiptoed around it, but we all sensed it was still there. My sanity remained fragile on the surface. I appeared functional, doing my tasks and assisting colleagues internally. I was a trembling mess of nerves and paranoia, always expecting the next surge of energy. The slight crackle of static from a monitor or an unexpected beep from a server could send my heart into a frenzy. My nights were plagued by insomnia, replaying every glitch in my mind, questioning if I was the cause or the victim. My body constantly ached from the tension. My mouth stayed perpetually parched, as if I could never quench a deeper thirst, some primal need for security that was no longer attainable over time. I realized I couldn't stay in this suspended state of vigilance forever. Something had to give. I began planning to take a leave of absence, hoping that distance might loosen the invisible grip that office held on me. I wasn't sure if physically leaving would help, but I felt I had to try before finalizing that plan. I decided to check the logs, one last time to see if there was any definitive proof of an external force. When I did, I noticed a pattern I had missed before. Each event was time-stamped exactly after someone mentioned fear or superstition. The correlation was absolute down to the second. It wasn't just random, it was synchronizing with our words. That knowledge made me feel both validated and deeply afraid. On my last evening in the building before my planned leave, I walked through the office alone, pausing to listen to the faint hum of electronics and the subdued hum of the air conditioner. The overhead lights glowed softly. My chest felt tight, but this time I also felt a ripple of determination under my fear. I approached the server room, placing a hand on the door. The metal was cold to the touch, but a weird warmth pulsed beneath my palm like a hidden current. I whispered an internal farewell, acknowledging whatever presence lurked there. My heart pounded, but I felt a sliver of resolve. Sometimes acceptance is the only way to lessen the terror of the unknown. That was 2 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to process what happened. I haven't returned to the office yet. My boss messaged me indirectly through a text so I wouldn't have to hear his voice tremble. That things have been stable, no more flickers. He said the place feels oddly subdued, as if an electrical weight lifted. Part of me wonders if my own presence was fueling it, feeding that intangible force with my mounting anxiety. Part of me worries that eventually I'll have to go back and everything will start again. The thought of stepping inside that building makes my stomach lurch. I keep replaying the final moments that charged silence before I left, when it felt like the entire space was holding its breath. I can't shake the idea that it was letting me go rather than me escaping it. Sometimes late at night, I swear I sense static in the air at home, or see a light flicker momentarily in my peripheral vision. It makes my heartbeat thunder in my ears. Every nerve in my body braces for the possibility that I brought something home with me. I haven't found a neat explanation, no official diagnosis, no scientific justification. All I know is that the office's environment became a mirror of our fears. It thrived on them in its own silent, pulsing way. Whether it's truly gone or simply biding its time, I can't say, but the uneasy truth remains. Some things respond to our minds and our deepest dreads in ways logic can't untangle, and that is perhaps the most terrifying realization of all. That sometimes the more we question, the darker the shadows become. I first felt it in the pit of my stomach, a cold, nauseating twist that turned my normal commute home into a nerve. Rattling gauntlet, it was the sensation of unseen eyes drilling into my back each evening as I crossed the parking lot. I sensed a presence lingering behind me just out of sight. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was nothing more than an overactive imagination sparked by a run of late nights and job stress. But deep down, I knew better. The feeling was too strong, too persistent, and it was about to become much worse than I ever expected. My name is Alan, and a few months ago I started noticing that one of my coworkers, Melissa, had developed an unusual interest in me. At first I brushed it off as a friendly attempt to get to know someone on the same project. She would approach me during lunch breaks, ask questions about my hobbies, and even laugh a little too enthusiastically at my half-hearted jokes. It felt harmless, if a bit. Cloying, I was used to office camaraderie, and her attention seemed fairly normal, but soon odd details piled up. Repeated attempts to sit beside me in every meeting. Frequent run-ins at my locker, and a habit of lingering outside the conference room. Whenever I worked late, I started to get that subtle, prickling sense of being watched, even when my eyes were focused on the computer screen. During those early weeks, I reassured myself that coincidences happened in offices all the time. People often drifted to those they found interesting or had some shared interest with. But there was a darker current in the air that I couldn't define. My palms would grow clammy when she was around. My breath would quicken at her approaching footsteps. Each time I opened my email, I half expected to see her name in my inbox, and of course I did. Constantly, she would send me messages about the smallest things, a stray comment in a meeting, a shared reference to a movie I had casually mentioned, or even random greeting cards wishing me a pleasant afternoon as if we were close friends. The messages themselves were not threatening, but their volume and tone were off. They arrived so frequently that I would get 2 or 3 in a single workday, typically signed off with an overfamiliar "take care of yourself," or "I'm always here." If you need to talk over time, I noticed that she started asking personal questions, but not in a friendly way. She wanted to know where I liked to hang out after work, which restaurants I frequented, and whether I lived alone. It began to feel intrusive, but I had no evidence of actual wrongdoing. Everyone else in the office regarded Melissa as an overly helpful team member, someone who was always volunteering to pick up extra tasks. Nobody seemed to notice anything amiss, and so I rationalized that I was overreacting. I tried to keep my distance without being impolite. That approach failed spectacularly. One evening I was at a small bookstore near my apartment, a place I visited often to unwind. I'd never told her about it. I like to think of it as my secret refuge from the daily grind. I was flipping through a novel in the dimly lit aisles, lulled by the mellow smell of old paper. When I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, I glanced up and saw her at the end of the aisle, staring straight at me. My heart hammered and my mouth went instantly dry. She offered a strange smile that didn't reach her eyes, then came closer, holding a book she claimed was on her reading list. She said something about having stumbled upon the bookstore by chance, though her tone suggested she wasn't being entirely honest. I felt my pulse throbbing at my temples and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on my forehead. Instinct urged me to get away, so I mumbled an excuse about needing to run errands. As I headed out the door, my hands trembled so violently that I struggled to fit my key into the car's ignition. From that point on, it was as though she had discovered the blueprint of my life. She began popping up at my favorite cafe, arriving just as I was about to leave. Sometimes I spotted her car in the grocery store parking lot, parked 2 rows behind mine. More than once I looked out my apartment window at night and thought I saw her silhouette on the sidewalk, illuminated by the sickly yellow glow of a street lamp. Each time my heart pounded against my ribs and a chill raced down my spine. I tried telling myself I was just paranoid, that I was misunderstanding her intentions, but then it escalated in a way I couldn't ignore. One afternoon I found a small note tucked beneath my windshield wiper. The words were written in neat cursive, instructing me to look behind you next time. My entire body tensed as if an icy hand had clamped onto my neck. Though the message was short, it radiated a creepy possessiveness, like she was daring me to acknowledge her constant surveillance. Soon more of these notes began appearing, always brief but undeniably unnerving. I saw you leave late last night. You never answer my emails quickly. I know you're reading this. Each discovery brought a fresh spike of dread, and my stomach knotted at the thought of how she always seemed one step ahead, perfectly aware of my daily routines around that time. I also realized she had photos of me that I had never sent her. A coworker commented that Melissa showed them pictures of me at some office event, but I had no recollection of giving her those images, and the coworkers swore they were taken outside the office. I checked my phone, thinking maybe I'd posted something on social media, but these were candid shots, grainy images of me at my apartment building, inside the bookstore, and even sitting alone in my car. The angles were bizarre, as though captured from behind half-closed doors or across dimly lit streets. My breathing shallowed and my palms grew clammy at the realization that she was cataloging my private moments. I tried to confront her indirectly by hinting to a mutual colleague that I was uncomfortable. The colleague assured me that Melissa was just being friendly and maybe needed some reassurance or kindness. But kindness was the last thing on my mind every time I felt her presence. A surge of fear flared in my chest, leaving me shakier than before. My concentration at work began to deteriorate when I typed emails. My fingers sometimes shook, causing me to hit the wrong keys. My nights became restless, filled with half-waking nightmares of hearing footsteps outside my door. One night I was sure I heard soft knocking on my apartment walls. It was past midnight, and the quiet hum of my refrigerator was the only background noise. Then came a faint rhythmic tap. My heart seized in my chest, and I swallowed the rising panic. I forced myself to check my windows, and door adrenaline pounding in my ears. I didn't see her, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was somewhere close. Watching my breath came in fast bursts, and my skin felt clammy. I remember standing in the center of my living room with the lights turned off, feeling as if my own home had turned into a hostile territory in the darkness. Every shape seemed menacing. I imagined her lurking in the shadows, waiting to step forward and claim me for her dark obsession. Strange things began to happen at the office, too. Several times I would come back to my desk after a meeting and find my chair repositioned or my computer screen left on some random file I hadn't opened. My coworkers barely noticed my unease, shrugging it off when I mentioned it, but each instance cranked my anxiety a notch higher. I started to doubt my own senses had I left the chair in a slightly different position. Maybe I opened that file by accident. This creeping self-doubt made me question every thought that crossed my mind. Soon I couldn't tell if the illusions were real or just fabrications of my own paranoia. Lights in my apartment flickered. At odd times, doors seemed to kick open on their own. I caught glimpses of movement in mirrors, like a figure slipping out of view. Just as I turned my head, my heart would race so violently that I felt dizzy, and I'd grip the edge of a table to steady myself, the wood pressing into my sweaty palms. The more I tried to ignore these sensations, the more pronounced they became. It was as if a parasite had crawled into my mind, warping every shadow into a potential threat. One weekend I tried to escape. I drove to a nature trail a few towns away, believing I could calm my nerves in the fresh air and distance myself from whatever was happening. For the first few minutes it worked. The gentle rustle of leaves, the sunlight filtering through the branches. Everything seemed tranquil. Then I heard a twig snapping behind me. My pulse raced and cold sweat formed on my temples. I froze, listening another soft crack. I spun around to see a figure vanish behind a tree. My chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible vice. I rushed back to my car and my foot pressed so hard on the gas pedal that I almost sped off the dirt road. Even out here I realized I couldn't escape her presence. The fear had followed me when I returned to my apartment. There was a note taped to my door longer than the previous ones. It demanded that I meet her at a small cafe that evening. It threatened to share certain private photos with coworkers. If I refused, my vision blurred for a moment and I had to steady myself against the doorframe. My breathing was shallow and my heart thudded in my chest so loudly I imagined it echoing in the hallway. This had crossed a line into blackmail and I felt dread creeping up my spine. My mind raced with questions. How far would she go? Would she break in while I was gone? Was she capable of actual violence? I knew I couldn't handle this alone. The next day, I confided in a trusted friend, describing the situation in hushed, shaky tones. They urged me to file a report or at least contact someone in HR. I did both, albeit hesitantly. HR gave me generic advice about setting boundaries and offered to speak with her if necessary. The police noted my statements but explained they needed clearer evidence of wrongdoing. My friend suggested I stay over at his place for a while. I agreed, stuffing the most important belongings into a duffel bag and leaving my own apartment in a hurry for a week. I slept in my friend's cramped guest room every night, jolting awake to the slightest noise. Even there I had nightmares about her standing at the foot of the bed, her figure silhouetted in the flickering streetlight whispering my name. My friend said I sometimes woke him up with frantic shouts. Though I had no memory of doing so, I was on high alert, and the anxiety was eating away at my sanity. I tried to maintain my routine, going to work and checking in with HR, but the idea of seeing Melissa by the water cooler or worse alone in the hallway made my heart pound uncontrollably. Eventually, the company took the allegations more seriously. She was asked to avoid direct contact with me unless absolutely necessary for work. For a short while, things seemed to calm down, but the tension in the air was still thick, an electrical buzz that set my nerves on edge. Every time I walked past a corridor, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder. Every ring of my phone filled me with dread. On one particular evening, I stayed late to finish a deadline. The entire office floor was nearly deserted, illuminated by cold fluorescent lights that left large swaths in half-shadow. My eyes itched from hours staring at the screen, and the thick silence was interrupted only by the hum of the air conditioning. I sensed a presence behind me so distinct that the hairs on my neck stood on end. I spun around, half expecting her to be there. Nothing, a wave of relief trickled through me, leaving my muscles slack and trembling. But then, behind the partition, I caught movement. I heard a soft shuffle like a shoe scraping against the carpet. My pulse spiked, and for a few seconds I was too terrified to move. Gathering whatever courage I had left, I crept forward every step, as cautious as if I were crossing a minefield. As I rounded the partition, I saw a shape in the dim corner, someone crouching. My heart battered my ribs and I stifled a gasp. But before I could speak or do anything, the shape darted out of sight, disappearing into a corridor that led to the emergency exit. I stood there, uncertain whether to follow. My body felt paralyzed by fear, a cold sweat drenching the back of my shirt. I decided not to pursue. Instead, I packed up my laptop in a frantic rush. My hands shook so badly it took 2 attempts to zip my bag. The entire time I expected to feel a hand clamping onto my shoulder. My breath rasped in my throat and I could taste the metallic tang of panic. I left the office practically sprinting to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors immediately, feeling my heartbeat throb in my ears. I sat there for a moment, drenched in adrenaline, scanning every window and shadow for any sign of movement. Then I started the engine and drove away. I decided that night I had to make a drastic change. I spoke with HR once more, contacted the authorities again, and on the advice of a security consultant began the process of transferring to another city office. My routine changed as well. I altered my driving routes, varied my supermarket runs, and stayed off social media altogether. Paranoia had become a constant companion, but slowly I felt a small measure of safety returning. After a few weeks of careful planning, I officially transferred out. I never saw Melissa again, at least not face to face yet. To this day, I'm haunted by a lingering sense that she never really let me go. Sometimes late at night, I hear a faint tapping on the walls of my new apartment, or I catch sight of a vaguely familiar figure in reflective surfaces. I feel that same oppressive presence in empty hallways, as though I'm still being watched. My heart leaps into my throat each time my palms go slick with sweat, and I can't help but remember every horrifying moment of her fixation. The questions still gnaw at me. What was she truly capable of? Was it all an elaborate stalker's game, or was there something more, something beyond mere obsession? I wish I had a definitive ending to this story, but all I have is the uneasy truth I managed to escape her immediate reach. But I never escaped the fear she planted in my mind. When I lock my door at night, I double-check it, triple-check it, convinced that if I let my guard down for even a moment, I'll find another note or catch a silhouette drifting past my window. That sensation in the pit of my stomach, the cold twist of dread, it never fully went away. And the worst part is that sometimes I'm not sure if I hear her footsteps in the hallway or if it's just the echo of my own terror following me wherever I go. I first realized something was wrong the night the motion-activated lights in my apartment corridor flickered in tandem with my own heartbeat. It was past midnight and I was just returning from my shift at the supermarket. Those lights always turned on when I passed by. But that evening they blinked and buzzed, creating a staccato effect that made me feel as though I was stepping into some dreadful stage performance. My chest tightened. The air felt thick. Even the silence around me seemed charged with a heavy, menacing energy. Something in me knew the darkness outside my door was no ordinary darkness. It felt watchful and oddly intimate. I remember unlocking my door with shaky hands, the key scraping against metal, sounding louder than it should have, and that was just the beginning of a long, unnerving experience that made me question every previously solid aspect of my existence. I have always been a cautious person by nature. Never one to take unnecessary risks. Working as a cashier at a local supermarket seemed low-key enough for my temperament. I liked the routine. Greeting customers, scanning items, making polite small talk, and then moving on to the next person in line. Occasionally, I would get the usual rowdy customer who demanded a discount or complained about prices, but there was a certain comfort in the simplicity of my job. At least, that's what I used to think the first time I noticed the man was on a Monday afternoon. I was busy sorting out my register as the supermarket had just opened. He was standing at the end of my lane, not picking out any items, just waiting. There were other cashiers already open, but he didn't seem interested in them. He appeared to be in his late 40s with pale skin and a thin frame. His eyes were an unsettling shade of gray, and he stared at me with what I initially perceived as eagerness. I rang him up quickly, noting that he only purchased a small pack of gum and a bottle of water. I tried to dismiss it. People are odd. Sometimes I thought maybe he just liked my line for some innocent reason, but he came back the next day, and the day after that, he was always there, the moment I opened my lane, regardless of what time I started. If I had to take a bathroom break or help out in another section, I would see him shuffling around the store, glancing at the magazines or frozen foods, waiting for me to return. At first, his behavior was more off-putting than frightening. I tried to convince myself that he was just a friendly guy with a weird way of showing it. Yet every time he approached the checkout, my pulse quickened. I couldn't place why something about his demeanor went beyond simple friendliness. Perhaps it was the way his eyes locked onto mine, never wavering or blinking enough, or the way he made a point of leaning in too close, whispering casual remarks under his breath. While I scanned his items, he started asking questions about my day that in itself wasn't alarming. Customers do that, but his inquiries quickly became more personal. He wanted to know where I lived, if I lived alone, if I had a partner, or what kind of car I drove, and which route I took to get home. My responses were curt and guarded. I attempted to deflect by asking if he found everything he needed, or if he wanted to use a store membership card. He would smile as though we shared a secret and imply that he didn't need any membership card because he always made sure to come to my line. Specifically, the way he said it with that conspiratorial tone made the hair stand up on the back of my neck one evening. After a particularly long shift, I felt utterly drained. I closed up my register and headed out to the parking lot. The day had been cloudy, and by the time I stepped outside, the night sky looked almost purple. The streetlights cast an eerie glow on the wet asphalt. Then I saw him. He was leaning against the hood of my car, arms crossed as if we were old friends meeting for a late-night chat. My stomach lurched and a wave of cold sweat broke across my forehead. He greeted me by my first name, even though I'd never told him what it was. I recall feeling my legs tremble. My breath got caught in my throat and my vision blurred for a moment, as though reality had decided to tilt, just enough to make me queasy. He began talking about how he had seen me leave the store alone every night and how he worried about me, wanted to make sure I was safe. I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze. I mumbled an excuse about needing to get home quickly and brushed past him. Opening my car door with unsteady hands, he stood there without moving an inch. His stare drilling into me the moment I got in my car, I locked the doors and drove off. Glancing in my rearview mirror the whole time, he stayed in the same spot, watching me until I turned out of the lot. Over the next few days, my sense of dread intensified. It became apparent that he wasn't just a pushy customer. He was actively tracking my schedule. No matter what shift I took, he'd show up within minutes of me opening my register. If I tried to switch lanes or run a quick errand away from the checkout, I'd see him skulking in some corner pretending to look at canned goods or reading nutritional information on the back of a cereal box. I told my supervisor I was feeling uncomfortable with a particular customer's attention. She suggested I change shifts to avoid him, which I eventually did, but it didn't help for long. A few days after changing to a later shift, I caught a glimpse of him through the glass doors. Just standing there, he walked inside the moment he saw me start to ring up customers. My mental state deteriorated at night. I found it difficult to sleep. I'd lie in bed, heart pounding so loudly that my eardrums throbbed. Every slight noise in the hallway, footsteps, doors clicking shut, water running through the pipes made me bolt upright. I checked the locks multiple times, sometimes pacing around my apartment for an hour or more. Too uneasy to rest, my reflection in the bathroom mirror became gaunt, eyes ringed with purple shadows, a testament to my mounting paranoia. I began to sense a presence in my apartment, small signs that someone or something else was there, a door slightly ajar that I knew I'd closed, a misplaced mug, a light turned on when I was sure I had shut it off at first. I blamed exhaustion and stress, but the coincidences piled up to a point where I no longer felt they could be mere accidents. One night, as I was drifting into a restless sleep, I heard a sound in the living room like someone running a fingernail across the wall. My entire body locked with fear, my throat tightening as though an invisible rope was choking me. I told myself it was the building's pipes or the old wooden floors settling, but the sound repeated, almost methodical, reminding me of someone lightly tapping or scratching. Just enough to be heard, I leaped out of bed, grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand, and forced myself to look around. Nothing was there, but that didn't comfort me. In fact, it made things worse. The emptiness of the room felt loaded with threat, as if something intangible hovered in the corners. Watching and waiting in the daylight, I tried to rationalize my fear. I told myself that the man was just a stalker, a run-of-the-mill creeper who had latched onto me for some inexplicable reason. Yet as time went on, his presence seemed to grow beyond mere physical stalking. There were moments in the supermarket where I felt his gaze on me before I even spotted him. The edges of my vision would blur and my chest would constrict when I whipped my head around. I'd see him in an aisle leaning to the side to peer at me, or standing behind a display shelf, always too far to speak, yet too close to ignore. Sometimes I caught faint reflections of him in shiny surfaces, windows, mirrors, even the metal backing on the inside of the candy racks at the store. It became a twisted game of hide and seek, and I never felt I was the one seeking. Instead, I was perpetually aware of being the sought. My boss told me to remain vigilant and not to engage. I considered going to the police, but I couldn't pinpoint anything overtly illegal. He hadn't threatened me verbally, he just existed in my space constantly. That in itself was terrifying enough to feel like a threat, but I worried the authorities would brush me off as paranoid. One particularly rainy evening, I stayed late to restock shelves. The thunder outside echoed through the store, and the fluorescent lights overhead flickered now and then, which only amplified my anxiety. I was alone in the aisles trying to speed through the last bit of work. When I heard the soft hum of footsteps behind me, my body responded with a jolt. Racing heart-clammy palms, a sharp intake of breath. I turned around slowly. It was him standing at the other end of the aisle, half shrouded in the shadow cast by a defective light. He didn't speak. He just stood there. My mind churned with questions about how he got in after closing, but I was too terrified to voice them. At that moment, something cold and electric passed through me. It was like a static charge multiplied tenfold. The overhead lights flickered more intensely, and for a split second I thought I saw his face, distort jaw stretching wider than any human jaw should eyes sunk deep into sockets that looked hollow and endless. My stomach dropped as if I had fallen from a great height. When the light stabilized, his face seemed normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had glimpsed something beyond normal human expression. I thought I might be losing my mind. I backed away. Slowly, feeling the sting of tears I refused to let fall. My body was torn between wanting to run or freeze somehow. My survival instinct kicked in just enough for me to force my legs to move. I half walked, half ran toward the employee exit. The entire store felt uncanny and warped, as if the aisles were stretching. A dull ringing sound filled my ears, and the rhythmic pounding of my heart seemed to sync with the flickering lights. When I reached the exit, I fumbled with my keys and nearly dropped them twice before I managed to unlock the door. I didn't glance back. I didn't want to see him see it again. After that night, I told my supervisor that I couldn't continue working. The same shift, I demanded a change to the early morning slot, even if it meant drastically cutting my hours. Any time of day that might keep him away seemed like the only lifeline I had. Left my boss agreed, though she gave me a concerned look. I sensed she thought I was on the verge of a breakdown. My first morning shift passed without incident. I began to believe maybe I'd evaded him, that he wouldn't show up at 5 in the morning just to stand in my lane. Then toward the end of my second morning shift, as the sun was fully up, I noticed something pinned to the windshield of my car. It was a small note with a scribbled message telling me it was nice to see me bright and early. My hands shook. My throat went dry. I scanned the parking lot, but I saw no sign of him. However, my relief was short-lived, because that sense of being watched came roaring back, a prickling across my skin that made me feel both cold and feverish. At the same time, things escalated further when I began finding footprints outside my apartment door, a single set of wet shoe prints that stopped right at my entrance. Some days I heard quiet shuffling near the door when I was inside. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there, but I could sense a presence just out of view. My paranoia spiked to unbearable levels. I started second-guessing everything. The reliability of my senses, the possibility that I was conjuring these things out of intense anxiety. Yet the unshakable feeling of external menace was real enough to keep me up at night. I started sleeping with a chair jammed under the door handle and a flashlight clutched in one hand. The final straw came one afternoon as I was leaving the store. The sky was unnaturally dark, almost as if a storm was ready to burst overhead. Any second I had just clocked out and was heading toward my car when the air around me seemed to thrum with tension. My breathing grew shallow and my palms broke out in a cold sweat. I scanned the parking lot. No sign of him. Relieved, I walked a little faster, then I heard it. The most faint whisper almost lost under the whoosh of distant traffic. It sounded like my own name. Repeated in a soft, taunting tone, my heart hammered in my chest as I spun around, but I saw only rows of parked cars and a single flickering lamppost. That lamppost in that moment looked like a crooked figure with an outstretched neck. My vision swam, and for a second I thought I saw the silhouette of a person hunched behind a car, but when I blinked, the shape was gone. I forced myself to get in my car and drive. As I sped away, I became convinced that someone was in the back seat with me. I could feel a presence so tangible that I broke into a fresh sweat. My breathing turned ragged, each inhale stinging my lungs. I glanced in the rearview mirror, fully expecting to see him, but I was alone. Still, I could not shake the sensation that he was there in some intangible, possibly supernatural form. When I reached my apartment building, I rushed inside and locked the door that night as I sat in the dimly lit living room. I came to a disturbing realization: maybe he had never been just a person, or if he was, maybe my fear had given him a power beyond ordinary stalking. I recalled every surreal moment, every distortion of light, every flicker in which his face appeared to shift into something inhuman. Was it the product of my own unraveling psyche, or was there a genuine horror lurking under his skin? The boundary between rational explanation and paranormal threat had dissolved. I realized I couldn't keep living with this constant dread. I made the decision to leave, at least for a while, pack a few belongings, stay with a friend in another town, and consider never returning on my last night in that apartment. I heard more tapping on the walls, more whispers in the darkness. I packed my things to the sound of scuttling footsteps above my ceiling. Even though the apartment above was vacant, every hair on my body stood on end as I crossed the threshold for the final time. Triple-checking that I left nothing essential behind the corridor, lights flickered out as I passed, drenching everything in complete darkness for a few agonizing seconds, until they popped back on, revealing no threat, just an empty, musty hallway. Still, I felt watched. I drove away. Just before dawn, feeling both foolish for running and relieved for taking action. My heart pounded relentlessly and a tension headache throbbed at my temples. Yet I found a small measure of comfort knowing I wouldn't be there for him to find. The next time he came lurking around, whether my terror was purely psychological or if there was something more sinister at play, I couldn't be sure, but my gut told me I made the right choice. Even now, settled in a borrowed apartment 2 towns away, I can't fully relax at times in that space between wakefulness and sleep. I think I see him standing at the foot of the bed on stormy nights. I recall the flickering lights and sense him in every corner of the room. My heart rate spikes. My palms grow clammy. My mind drifts to that place where rational thought dissolves under the crushing weight of fear. In those moments, I wonder if I escaped him at all, or if by surrendering to my terror, I somehow brought him with me, a specter conjured by dread. The uncertainty gnaws at me, constantly leaving me wide awake and trembling until the first rays of sunrise cast the room in a feeble light that feels less like safety and more like temporary reprieve. I keep telling myself it's over, that I'm safe, that he, whatever he is, won't find me again. But deep down, a persistent chill in my bones reminds me there are things in this world that don't rest just because you run from them. And every time I catch my reflection in a darkened window or see a half-hidden figure from the corner of my eye, my heart sprints, and I remember the way his eyes bore into me as though he saw not just my face, but something far deeper. Something vulnerable and primal within the memory alone is enough to keep my pulse racing well into the night, and even as I sit here recounting the details, I swear I feel that electric static in the air again. The flicker of lights that I can't quite confirm are actually flickering somewhere in the darkness. Maybe he's still waiting, maybe just behind my mind's peripheral vision, ready to step forward to reclaim the terror he sweat in my life. And that realization, that precarious uncertainty, leaves me with a queasy dread that refuses to fade, haunting me long after the last word of this story is spoken. I remember the exact moment when the silence on that lonely stretch of highway first felt wrong. The road seemed to stretch infinitely, like some dark ribbon leading me away from sanity. My shift at the hospital had been brutal. 14 hours tending to people on the brink, their moans echoing in sterile hallways while fluorescent lights hummed with that sickly buzz by the time I signed out. Exhaustion weighed on my shoulders like a lead vest. Driving at that hour was supposed to offer peace. Instead, it became a gateway to one of the most harrowing experiences of my life. The night sky was a gaping void refusing to share starlight or even a hint of moon-on-glow headlights, illuminated only a narrow swath of tarmac, leaving the periphery swallowed by shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. Whenever I glanced at them, I was used to that tired trick of the eyes. Exhaustion often creates illusions in the dark, but there was a density to these shadows, an almost sentient mass that pressed against the edges of my vision. A mild drizzle coated my windshield, forcing me to lean forward and squint at the road ahead. The rhythmic squeak of the wipers was the only accompaniment to the engine's soft hum. Every so often I fiddled with the radio out of habit, static a crackle, then silence again. The few stations that might have been broadcasting this late offered nothing but faint whispers of white noise. Normally, the hush would have soothed me after a day of chaotic emergencies and fluorescent corridors, but something in the air felt charged, as though the night itself wanted to speak. I forced a slow exhale to combat the tension creeping into my chest. My heart rate was steady but heavier than usual. Each beat resonating in my ears, I tried to shake off the unease by telling myself I was overt tired, but the hush persisted, pressing into me, turning the interior of my car into a claustrophobic capsule. My palms began to sweat against the steering wheel, forcing me to loosen my grip. Then I heard it, a voice low and urgent, as if it were slipping out from behind my seat. It was a single word, but it cut through the silence with an almost physical force, making my heart lurch. It demanded I accelerate. That voice was so clear it might have been a passenger sitting right behind me without even thinking. I slammed my foot on the gas tires, squealing as the car surged forward. Instantly, adrenaline spiked and the edges of my vision blurred. I clung to the wheel knuckles, white, trying to steady the car as I rounded a sharp curve. The back end swerved, nearly sending me skidding into a ditch, but I wrestled control and straightened the vehicle with a gasp that tore at my throat. My heart pounded so violently I could feel the echo in my fingertips. In a split second, the voice was gone and a deafening silence rushed back in. I was panting, my tongue dry and my mouth parched, like all moisture had evaporated in the space of that single terrifying moment. My mind raced. Had I really heard someone in the car, or was it just an auditory hallucination produced by my exhausted brain? When I finally studied the car's speed and took a quick glance at the rearview mirror, I saw only empty seats, dark and featureless. Yet the oppressive feeling that someone was lurking behind me refused to dissipate. I pressed onward, forcing my eyes on the lane ahead, determined to make it home. The tension in my muscles bordered on cramping, and I found myself leaning forward as if trying to escape my own seat. The rain picked up drumming on the roof, but that usual lullaby of droplets did nothing to soothe me. Every few minutes I caught myself scanning the rearview mirror, certain I'd see a shape or silhouette. My rational mind told me it was just nerves. Nonetheless, the skin on my arms prickled with goosebumps. Every time I looked, when I finally rolled into my driveway, relief fluttered weakly in my chest. I stepped out, my body trembling with unspent adrenaline. The late-night wind was cold, slicing through my jacket and making the hairs on my neck stand on end. Inside, the house was still and dark. The hallway lights were off, but that was expected. No one was there to keep them on. That emptiness usually felt comforting after chaotic shifts, but tonight it felt too large, too quiet, as if any breath or creak would ricochet off the walls and betray some presence I didn't want to admit was there for weeks. After that night, I couldn't shake the memory of that voice. I told my colleagues indirectly about a strange experience, omitting details of hearing an actual whisper. Most said it was stress-related, the sort of hallucination that comes from sleep deprivation. A friend mentioned he once had a micro-sleep behind the wheel, dream imagery bleeding into wakefulness. I wanted to believe them yet. Every night on my way home, I felt the seat behind me as though it held an unseen occupant. I kept expecting that voice to return, commanding me with impossible clarity. Even in broad daylight, a sense of intrusion lingered. I'd be making coffee in my kitchen and suddenly feel like someone was watching from the window. The reflection in the glass never showed anything suspicious, but the skin on my back would prickle all the same. My shoulders grew tight, my posture stooped. I started to suffer from persistent headaches, thick pulsing pain that radiated from the base of my skull. At night, sleep was fractured by nightmares. I'd see myself behind the wheel, hearing disembodied whispers. Sometimes they told me to drive into oncoming traffic. Other times, they simply repeated my name over and over until I woke up drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, things escalated slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. One night driving home under a pale moonlight, finally the sky decided to show me some illumination. I thought I felt a shift in the car's weight, as though someone in the back seat had moved from left to right. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I flicked on the overhead light, nearly swerving in my panic. The back seat was still empty, but the uneasy heaviness remained. Over the following days, I noticed an odd smell in the car. It was faint but unpleasant, like singed hair or rotting leaves. No amount of air freshener or driving with the windows down could chase it away. Then the radio started acting up on certain drives. It would burst into static or flicker between stations, even when the power was off. Once I heard something like shallow breathing coming from the speakers. My chest tightened and my scalp tingled with a sensation akin to ants crawling over my skin. That was the same week my reflection in the rearview mirror began to betray me. Every so often I'd glimpse a face that wasn't mine. It was always too quick to fully register, but I caught the edges, a jawline sharper than my own eyes set slightly farther apart, pale lips twisted in a grimace or grin. I'd blink in terror and the face would revert to my own startled expression. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the overhead lights on the highway or the shapes of passing cars, but each time my rationalizations felt more hollow. My mouth would go dry, my entire body would break out in a slick cold sweat, as though I had the flu. Breathing became a labor chest, rising and falling with shallow, desperate gasps in those increasingly sleepless nights. I'd lie in bed listening to the house creak and groan. I heard the wind outside, the distant bark of a neighbor's dog. Every sound seemed amplified, pounding into my heightened awareness. I felt pinned under an unseen weight, as though the voice I'd heard that night had latched onto me. Infecting my thoughts, I remember lying there, eyes on the ceiling, envisioning that spectral passenger crouched in the corner of my bedroom, silently urging me to fear everything around me. Even with the lights on, the corners remained dark shapes, coalescing just beyond clarity. My heart hammered in my chest until it felt as though it would burst. Yet I still had to keep working. Responsibilities don't vanish just because you're frightened or exhausted. So each evening I drag myself back to the hospital, run on autopilot through a barrage of tasks, then steel myself for the drive home. The dread of returning to that car built until the final hour of my shift felt more horrific than anything I'd dealt with in the emergency room. One particular night stands out. The day had been filled with the typical chaos, leaving me drained. It was around 2 a.m. when I finally trudged through the parking lot. Each step feeling heavier than the last. When I unlocked my car, I heard a distinct click inside, like the door lock snapping into place, even though I just unlocked them. My pulse quickened. Easing the driver's door open, I slid into the seat and shut it behind me. Immediately, the interior light dimmed. I turned the key in the ignition, and for a brief moment, the radio flared to life with a cacophony of howling static before going silent. I settled my hands on the wheel, forcing my breath to slow my chest. Felt tight, as if an invisible vice was closing around my ribs. I tried to ignore the oppressive hush inside the car, switching on the headlights and creeping out of the lot. For the first 20 minutes, the drive was uneventful, the road devoid of traffic. I allowed myself to relax marginally, though my shoulders remained stiff. Then out of nowhere, the smell hit me, a pungent, acrid odor like burnt plastic. My eyes watered, my nostrils flared as my stomach churned. My first thought was that something under the hood was malfunctioning. I glanced at the temperature gauge. It was normal, but the stench persisted, filling the car. My heart hammered. I felt a sensation of movement behind me again with a trembling hand. I adjusted the rear-view mirror. My breath caught in my throat. Someone was in the back seat, not a distinct figure, but a shape, darker than the surrounding darkness. My eyes must have lingered a second too long because the car drifted onto the rumble strip. The roar of the tires on the uneven pavement jolted me back by the time I looked again. The seat was empty, though the burning plastic remained. My chest tightened with panic. Cold sweats licked my forehead. My arms felt weak and I nearly fumbled the wheel. Then that same low voice that haunted me weeks before seemed to press against my ear. It wasn't an audible whisper this time, more a guttural presence in my thoughts urging me to speed up to abandon control. My foot hovered over the gas pedal, threatening to obey. I fought it. My mind swirling with images of the car spinning off the road or colliding with a guardrail. A wave of anger rose in me. Why was I letting this intangible thing push me around? I managed to keep my foot steady, refusing the silent demand to floor the accelerator. My lungs burned from shallow breathing. Every second felt loaded with the possibility of another intrusion. The voice, or the presence, or whatever it was, seemed to flicker in and out of my consciousness. Adrenaline spiked with every flicker, but I refused to give in. I forced my eyes to the road, ignoring the mirror, ignoring the sense of being watched. I recalled a grounding technique someone at work once mentioned: focus on the immediate senses. I took stock of the smell of my own sweat, the leather of the steering wheel under my fingers, the hum of the engine slowly. My panic receded enough to let me think clearly. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I slammed the car into park, cut the engine, and leaped out. Letting the door swing shut behind me, my breath came in ragged gulps. The entire drive from hospital to home had felt like a balancing act between life and madness. I staggered to the front door, half expecting the porch light to flicker off or the lock to resist my key, but everything was normal. Once inside, I flipped every switch, bathing the hallway in a harsh, comforting glow. I couldn't stand darkness. Not anymore. For hours, I paced the living room, too wired to sleep, too shaken to sit still. My reflection in the window looked hollow-eyed, as if I'd aged a decade. In a few weeks, I couldn't keep living like this, consumed by fear. Every time I got behind the wheel, part of me wondered if I should just quit my job, but that wasn't practical. Another part worried that I was losing my grip on reality. Was it stress, a psychotic break, or was there really something malevolent clinging to me? Eventually, I decided to confront it directly in my own way. I set aside the next day to thoroughly clean my car inside and out. I vacuumed every inch, scrubbed the seats, wiped down the windows, and sprayed disinfectant until the chemical smell overpowered everything else. I performed these tasks almost ritualistically, as though purging the vehicle of whatever darkness had nestled there. I even played music on my phone while I worked, hoping the lively tunes would drive away the oppressive silence. That evening, I approached my commute with tense determination. My heart pounded painfully, but I was resolute. I started the engine and let it idle while I took deep breaths as I pulled onto the road. A sense of unease enveloped me, but I felt a faint glimmer of something else. Maybe defiance. The drive stretched on each mile, seeming to test my resolve when the radio flickered with a whisper of static. I turned it off when the smell threatened to creep into the vents. I rolled the windows down, letting the cold air sting my face, and when the sense of presence in the back seat surged, I refused to meet it in the mirror, keeping my gaze locked on the road somewhere along that route. An odd clarity arrived. It was like a switch flipping in my brain. I recognized that my fear fed this thing. Whether it was external or a product of my own fragmented psyche, the more terror I released, the stronger it became. So I focused on slow rhythmic breathing, telling myself that supernatural or psychological, it had no right to control me. My heart was pounding, but there was a new steadiness in my hands. By the time I reached the final bend near my home, I realized my breathing was almost normal. Though beads of sweat still lined my brow, I felt more in control than I had in weeks. I still expected a whisper, a flicker in the rear view, but it never came. The air felt thick, but the stench was gone. The oppressive weight in the car seemed to have lifted, leaving behind only the faint hum of the engine and the quiet rustle of wind through the window crack. When I parked in my driveway, the silence of the night was still unsettling, but it no longer felt like a threat. My chest still fluttered with residual adrenaline, yet I sensed something had shifted. Whether I had banished a genuine dark force or simply conquered my own mind, I wasn't sure. All I knew was that I had faced it, refused to be its puppet. As I stepped out of the car, I took in a shaky gulp of the cool air and let the tension uncoil from my muscles. Since then, I've continued my late shifts driving that same deserted road. I can't say everything feels normal. There are times when I catch a fleeting shape in the corner of my mirror or sense an unsettling hush behind me, but the voice no longer commands me. The presence, if it remains, now finds me harder prey. Sometimes I question if the entire ordeal was a manifestation of my own overworked, anxious mind, or if something truly unearthly latched onto my weariness that night. Either way, I carry that memory like a scar, a reminder of how thin the boundary between reality and nightmare can become. Even now, as I turn the key in the ignition after a grueling shift, I take a moment to steady myself. My heart inevitably thuds a little faster. My palms dampen on the steering wheel and the hair on the back of my neck prickles with that ancestral fear of the unseen. But I draw in a breath, release it slowly, and pull onto the road. When the silence grows too heavy, I remind myself that I've already stared into the darkness and emerged shaken but unbroken. The night still has secrets, but it no longer has me. I still remember the very first instant I sensed that subtle but unmistakable chill along the narrow rural road. It wasn't the kind of cold one feels from a sudden draft or the night air. It crawled under my skin and clung to my thoughts, an almost tangible presence that made my breath hitch when I recall that moment. Now I'm convinced it marked the threshold between my ordinary life and something far darker, something that defies reason. Even now, thinking about it sets my heart racing, and I can practically feel the hairs on my arms standing on end. I walk that back road most weekends. It starts just a few miles from my house, winding through fields and patches of woods before looping around a wide meadow during the day. It's a peaceful place. Big sky, the earthy scent of tilled soil, the distant sound of crows calling. I've always found it calming to wander there, letting my mind drift away from work stress. But after the night I saw those lights, everything changed now. Even the thought of returning to that spot makes my breath quicken. My chest tightens at the memory of the way the air felt wrong and how my heart pounded so loudly I was sure it would echo through the quiet countryside I'd gone for a late evening stroll. Something I often did when insomnia kept me awake. I like the hush of nighttime when the stars burn bright and the world settles into a slower rhythm. The moon was only a slim crescent that night, barely illuminating my surroundings. The soft crunch of gravel under my sneakers and the brush of the occasional night breeze against the leaves were the only sounds I remember trying to focus on my breathing. Inhale, exhale, trying to let the day's tension melt away. It didn't work as well as I hoped, but I kept going, passing familiar fence posts and crooked trees that had become my silent companions over the years. Then I saw them, two small, intense lights darting across the road, maybe 30 yards ahead. At first I thought they were reflections, headlights from a distant car or the faint glimmer of fireflies, but they moved too deliberately, too quickly, gliding as though they were alive. I stopped walking, my footsteps grinding to a halt in the gravel. My pulse hammered in my throat and I could taste something metallic on my tongue as I swallowed. The lights hovered a few inches above the ground, crossing from one side of the road to the other in a fluid motion. I couldn't make out any shape around them, no outline of an animal, person, or machinery. Just 2 points of brilliant white that sliced through the darkness as if they were charged with some strange energy. My instincts told me to turn around to head back home. I was no stranger to caution, and fear was already tightening my chest, but curiosity pushed me onward. The next few steps I took felt reluctant, as though my own body warred against me for venturing closer. Halfway to where I had spotted the lights, they simply vanished. No flicker or dimming one moment. They were there the next, they were gone. The night around me was suddenly too quiet, as though the world had hit a pause button. I strained my ears for any sign of life, an owl hooting a breeze rustling the branches, but there was nothing that was... When the cold set in, it spread from the center of that spot outward like an invisible boundary. The hair on my arm stood up and I felt goosebumps prickle along my neck. My breath came out in a shaky exhalation visible in the air. Even though it was late spring and nowhere near freezing, I can't fully describe how unnatural it felt. It was as though the temperature dropped from mild to wintry. In just a few seconds, my hands started to tremble and I clenched them into fists, trying to steady myself. I could feel my heartbeat pounding like a drum reverberating in my ears. There was a moment, just a split second, when I was convinced I heard a whisper so faint I almost doubted I heard anything at all. It felt as if someone had murmured just out of earshot, sending a shiver skittering down my spine. I looked around desperate to find a source to give it a rational explanation, but all I saw was the dark outline of trees on either side of the road and the open field stretching far into the distance. That night I practically jogged home, refusing to look back. My lungs burned with the effort and cold sweat slid down my temples, dampening my collar. Once I reached my front porch, I realized my hands were still shaking uncontrollably. I told myself I must have imagined half of it, that perhaps it was a trick of the moonlight. Maybe I was overtired or let my nerves get the best of me, but deep down I knew something was off. Over the following days, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. My sleep was restless and I'd wake up with my mouth dry, heart thrumming as if I'd been running in my dreams. In an attempt to reassure myself, I mentioned my late-night encounter in passing to a neighbor, though I framed it casually and left out the unnerving details. The neighbors simply shook their head, said they'd never seen anything like it, and suggested it might have been a reflection from some new farm equipment. I didn't press the matter. Something about describing the experience in detail felt like I'd be opening a door I wasn't ready to face, but I couldn't resist the pull of that rural stretch. And the following weekend, I decided to walk it again, this time right before sunset, so I wouldn't be in complete darkness as I approached the spot where the lights had appeared. My heart began to race. The sky still had remnants of orange and pink along the horizon, and I could see enough to avoid tripping on loose stones. However, the closer I got, the more I noticed a kind of hush descending over the area. The evening chatter of birds seemed muted, and the wind that ruffled my hair just moments before felt oddly distant. I swallowed hard, tasting that familiar metallic tang on my tongue again. My breath grew shallow, a new wave of anxiety twisting in my stomach. I lingered there, scanning the ditch on both sides of the road. Everything looked normal. There was a drainage channel, a few patches of wildflowers, and old wooden fence posts leaning at precarious angles. Yet the tension in the air was palpable. It felt like standing on the threshold of a room where something lurks just behind the door. I was jumpy. Even the sound of a twig snapping under my shoe made me flinch. I half expected the lights to reappear, but that didn't happen. Instead, I felt this pervasive sense of being watched. It was almost oppressive. A sensation that made every muscle in my back tighten until I had to force my shoulders to relax. I left that evening before the last traces of sunlight disappeared, feeling uneasy and more confused than before. The following days, I couldn't stop thinking about that place. It was as though a part of me was trapped there, replaying the memory of those hovering lights in the unnatural cold. My appetite diminished, and I found my thoughts drifting at work, my hands trembling whenever I recalled the sensation of that quiet. I questioned my sanity more than once. Was I having some stress-induced hallucination? Was it possible for an overworked mind to create such vivid experiences? Eventually, I resolved to go back at night again, mostly to prove to myself that I was capable of walking that road without freaking out. I chose a Friday evening, telling myself that if it all went wrong, at least I wouldn't have to function at work the next morning. The moon was fuller this time, providing a bit more light, but it also created long, eerie shadows that stretched across the dirt like dark fingers. My breathing was shallow, and I noticed my palms were damp inside my jacket pockets. I tried to pace myself and keep calm, but with every step, my pulse escalated. Halfway along the route, the tension rose. My ears began picking up indistinct sounds. Maybe just the wind and the grass, maybe something else. My mouth went dry and I had to swallow repeatedly to keep saliva in my throat. The air felt thick, as though I was walking through an unseen web. Each footstep sounded too loud, echoing around me in the hush of the surrounding fields. In the distance, I could make out the silhouette of an old barn. I'd passed it countless times without giving it a second thought, but tonight it loomed like a monolith, a silent witness to my discomfort when I finally reached that familiar stretch. My legs felt weak, and I had to fight the urge to run. The road looked the same, but there was a wrongness hanging over it that made the hair at the nape of my neck prickle. I paused, straining to see if the lights would appear. My body tensed, bracing for something I couldn't name. For a long minute, everything was still, then the wind gusted and I heard a faint rustling in the ditch. It was probably just a small animal scurrying away, but it made my heart lurch. My breath came in quick, ragged bursts, and I had to remind myself to inhale fully before I passed out from fear alone. Suddenly, the temperature plunged again, just as it had before. One moment I was standing in the mild night air. The next, my skin was covered in goosebumps. I shivered and rubbed my arms, but it did no good. The cold bit into me deeper than any chill had a right to. The subtle wave of dizziness hit too, like a wave of nausea in my gut. I didn't see the lights this time, but I felt them, or something slithering just beyond my peripheral vision. Several times I thought I glimpsed a flicker at the corners of my eyes, only to whip my head around and find nothing that was. When I felt an unmistakable presence behind me, my entire body seized with terror, and I had to force myself to turn around. The road behind me was empty, bathed in moonlight and shadow, but the feeling of being watched, of something hovering just out of sight, was almost unbearable. I could hear my own heartbeat drumming in my ears, and each exhale sounded shaky. I thought about yelling, making some noise to prove I was alone, but something in me decided it was better to remain silent. Some primal instinct insisted that drawing attention would be a mistake. I'm not proud to admit it, but I bolted. Fear pounded through my veins, and I sprinted, nearly tripping over loose stones. My lungs burned and my vision blurred from the adrenaline. I only slowed down when I reached the outskirts of my neighborhood, where streetlights and houses offered a semblance of normally once home. I was soaked in sweat, my clothing clinging to me as though I'd been caught in a storm. It took hours to calm down, and even then I barely slept the next day. I couldn't stop replaying the sensation in my mind. A part of me dreaded ever returning, while another part insisted I couldn't let fear claim a place I had once loved for its peaceful solitude. Over the ensuing weeks, I felt my nerves on edge whenever night fell. I started drawing the curtains earlier, double-checking that my doors were locked. Simple noises, a branch scraping a window, a gust of wind, made me flinch. My rational mind told me I was being ridiculous, but the dread was too ingrained to ignore. I tried another tactic, returning in broad daylight. A few times I parked my car at the beginning of that road and forced myself to walk its length under the midday sun. Everything looked so harmless in the light, just a gravel path winding through farmland, yet even then I felt a twinge of unease. My heart would pick up speed as I neared that particular stretch, and though I didn't sense any dramatic drop in temperature, I couldn't quell the creeping paranoia that settled in my bones one afternoon. I stood there, forcing myself to remain calm and take in every detail: the curve of the fence line, the scattering of pebbles, the tall, whispering grass. As I did, I had the distinct feeling that the place was studying me. In return, the notion was irrational, but it nodded at me. My mouth went dry again and my fingertips tingled with anxiety. A crow caught from somewhere behind me and I startled, nearly stumbling as my heart slammed against my ribs. Over time, I started having nightmares in them. I'd be walking along that road and the two lights would appear, drawing closer and closer until I could see something swirling between them, an amorphous darkness that seemed to beckon me forward in the dream. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only watch as the darkness pulsed. The sound I heard in these nightmares was a distant humming, like a chorus of voices just out of range, blending into a drone that made my ears ache. I'd wake gasping, my body slick with cold sweat, my mouth so dry it hurt to swallow. I reached a breaking point when I realized I was no longer functioning. Normally, my appetite was gone, replaced by a constant knot in my stomach. My hands trembled whenever I thought about the lights. My concentration at work suffered, and I found myself avoiding social calls. I didn't want to talk about it, couldn't explain it in a way that felt believable. The scariest part was that I wasn't sure I even believed myself. Determined not to be ruled by this dread, I decided on one final confrontation. I would go back at night, stay as long as I could, and see if anything definitive happened. I prepared carefully, dressing in layers for warmth and bringing a flashlight with fresh batteries. My plan was to stand my ground. I wasn't trying to challenge anything. I'm not that foolish, but I wanted to face it to see if I could find any logical explanation. Perhaps if I confronted it head-on, I'd discover some mundane truth and my fears would dissipate. I arrived just before midnight. The night was cool but not cold, the sky clear and shimmering with stars. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness. Each step crunched on the gravel, echoing in a way that seemed unnaturally loud by the time I reached that dreaded spot. My pulse was already racing and my breathing had grown shallow. I flicked off the flashlight, letting my eyes adjust to the moonlight. The silence pressed in on me like an invisible weight. Once again, I felt sure there were eyes on me or something that passed for eyes hidden in the gloom. For a few minutes, nothing happened, and I felt the smallest flicker of relief. Maybe it really had been my imagination. Maybe I'd conjured this terror out of stress and sleepless nights. My heart rate began to slow. My breathing steadied. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw the faintest glimmer, a flicker of white nearly at ground level. My entire body seized with dread. The lights were back dancing at the edges of my vision. I forced myself not to move. Though every instinct screamed at me to run, the temperature plummeted sharper and more brutal than ever. Before my teeth chattered and I could feel my muscles contracting involuntarily, my flashlight suddenly died, plunging me into near total darkness. Panic surged through my veins, but I fought to keep control. Then came the hum, that low frequency I'd heard in my nightmares, vibrating in my chest and rattling my bones. It felt alive, scraping against the inside of my skull. I wanted to clamp my hands over my ears, but I was too terrified to move. I tried to speak, to ask what it wanted, but my voice caught in my throat. My lungs felt constricted as though something was gripping me from within. The lights flickered closer, small white orbs bobbing in the darkness, and for an instant I thought I saw shapes coalescing around them like swirling shadows. My vision blurred with tears, not from sadness, but from an overwhelming primal fear. Every nerve in my body was on fire, and then as abruptly as it had started, it ended. The humming stopped, the lights disappeared, the temperature reverted to a normal, if not slightly cool night. My flashlight flickered back to life, beam cutting through the darkness. Once more, my body was shaking, my knees weak enough that I nearly dropped to the ground. I felt an emptiness where that presence had been no less terrifying because it left behind an echo, a sense that I had been judged and allowed to leave, but not free of consequences. I stumbled back to my car, each breath ragged in my chest all the way home. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those lights trailing me by the time I reached my driveway. My clothes were damp with sweat, and my heartbeat thrummed so violently I thought it would crack my ribs. I fumbled my keys and almost couldn't open my front door. Once I was inside, I leaned against the wall, letting out a shuddering breath I'd been holding since it began. I don't know exactly what lurks out there, but I'm certain it's something beyond my understanding. The road hasn't changed on a map. It's still just a simple dirt path winding through farmland, but when I recall the feeling of that presence, the hum that resonated inside me, I'm convinced there are pockets of our world that defy logic, places where reality thins and something else bleeds through. I don't walk there at night anymore. I've promised myself I won't be that foolhardy again. Sometimes during the day, I'll catch a glimpse of it in my peripheral vision. 2 faint lights gone in a blink, and the air around me will feel colder, pressing a reminder into my bones. People often say the unknown is the scariest thing of all, and I agree wholeheartedly. Whatever it is that hovers along that lonely stretch of rural road, I have no desire to understand it anymore. My sanity clings to the idea that I made it out, that I can choose not to go back. Yet a part of me worries that I'll never truly escape, because even here in the safety of my home late at night, when I close my eyes, I still see those lights dancing in the darkness, hear that low hum beneath my own heartbeat, and feel the cold emptiness stretch its fingers around my mind, and I know beyond any doubt that it's waiting for me, patient and quiet, in the place where the warmth of day fades and the chill of something far more sinister takes hold. Might of the night I first set foot in that building, I felt as if every shadow had eyes. The dim corridor, lights flickered against the polished floors, casting reflections that rippled like dark water. An uncanny chill enveloped me, and it wasn't just the air conditioning something felt tangibly wrong. My heart pounded with the unfamiliar pressure of stepping into a place that seemed to resent my presence. Little did I know that first wave of unease was just the beginning. I took this late-night cleaning shift because I needed the extra money. I worked days as a maintenance assistant in a warehouse, but inflation and unexpected expenses hit me hard when a friend mentioned that a commercial building downtown was looking for someone to handle nightly sanitation. I jumped at the opportunity. The job sounded straightforward enough. Empty the trash vacuum, the hallways, wipe down surfaces in the waiting areas, and lock up before dawn, simple tasks I was already familiar with, though I never anticipated the sense of dread that would seep into my bones each night during the first week. Nothing too dramatic happened. I'd walk the empty corridors after all the clinics had closed. My footsteps echoing off the tall ceilings, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, sometimes fluttering out for a second, and then humming back to life. I brushed off the flickers as poorly maintained wiring. Yet even then, I had this deep-rooted sensation of being watched. My neck prickled as though invisible eyes traced my every movement rationally. I told myself I was imagining things. This was a vacant space at midnight, after all. One evening, around the time I was finishing the last hallway, I sensed something behind me. It was like a soft rhythm of footfalls that matched my pace. I spun around expecting to see someone who might have stayed late, but the corridor was empty. The overhead lights cast their faint, sickly glow on the floor. There was nowhere anyone could have hidden in those few seconds. Despite my background in hands-on labor, my hands shook so intensely that I dropped my trash bag by the time I gathered the spilled contents. My nerves were frayed, but I forced myself to carry on. I told myself I was being paranoid. As the nights passed, small details began to pile up in my mind, refusing to be dismissed. Sometimes doors that I was sure I'd locked would appear slightly ajar when I returned to them. Other times, the waiting room chairs, which I meticulously arranged in neat rows, would be subtly out of alignment. More than once, I noticed smudges on the windows of certain offices, marks that looked almost like handprints, but they were too high or at too strange an angle for anyone to have made them. Accidentally, each new incident added to an undercurrent of anxiety that pulsed through me during every shift. My responsibilities included checking all the clinics to ensure cleanliness and security. There were various types of practices in the building: a general practitioner, a physical therapy center, a small radiology unit, and a couple of dental offices. Most nights I never encountered another soul. The staff all left by early evening. It felt like I was the sole occupant of that strange and unnerving world. Yet the quiet didn't soothe me. Instead, it amplified every drip of a faucet, every hum of an electrical circuit, and every scuff of my shoe on the linoleum. It was one particularly late night, close to 2 in the morning, when something truly bizarre happened. I was making my usual rounds with a rolling trash bin. The hallway was narrower on the 6th floor, where the physical therapy center was located. The lights there were older, casting a weak orange glow. Suddenly, I heard a sharp scraping noise from behind one of the locked doors. It sounded like heavy furniture being dragged across the floor. My pulse raced and my palms turned clammy. I tried to swallow, but my mouth had gone dry. I knew that clinic was closed and locked for the night because I had just passed it. Not 15 minutes earlier, even though my instincts screamed at me to leave it alone, my job required me to ensure everything was secure. With trembling hands, I searched my ring of keys, found the correct one, and turned it in the lock when I stepped inside. The lights were off, so I used my phone's flashlight to scan the room. Nothing appeared out of place. The massage tables were aligned along the walls, and the chairs remained neatly tucked under the reception desk. My heart thudded like a drum, so loud that I thought it might echo against the walls. Then my flashlight caught something that sent a jolt of fear up my spine. The wheelchair that usually sat abandoned in the corner was now facing the door. That piece of equipment had always been turned toward the window. Its wheels locked in position, but it was undeniably pointed right at me. I backed away slowly as if the chair might roll forward on its own. The rational part of me tried to explain it. Maybe someone used it earlier and forgot to rotate it back. But at that hour, and who would drag a piece of furniture around without leaving it out of place? Shaking, I closed the door, double-checked the lock, and continued my rounds, doing my best to forget the uneasy suspicion that I wasn't alone in the building over the subsequent nights. More unsettling incidents took place. I began to notice the wheelchair shifting positions, not every night, but often enough that I couldn't dismiss it as happenstance. Sometimes it was a mere inch from its original position, other times it faced a different corner altogether. Each time I opened that door, my heart hammered against my ribs, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I would quickly do my cleaning, refusing to glance at the chair for too long and hurry out. At some point, I must have mentioned these bizarre occurrences to the security guard who occasionally patrolled the lobby. He merely shook his head and said quietly that he also felt something uncanny in the corridors. At night, he didn't detail it further, but his expression said enough. I wasn't imagining things, even so I tried to push that acknowledgement away. Admitting that something truly unexplainable was happening felt like stepping off a cliff into dark, bottomless waters. As the weeks went on, the sense of being followed grew stronger. I'd sometimes catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow that darted around a corner or a shape that slid into an office. Whenever I tried to chase after it, I found only empty rooms and silent, sterile corridors. My hands would tremble, a slick film of sweat covering my palms. My breath would come in quick, shallow gasps as if I'd just run a marathon. I began second-guessing my own senses, after all, who wouldn't question their sanity. Under those conditions, I started going to bed later and later, spending hours on the couch at home after my shift. Staring at the turned-off TV, replaying every bizarre moment in my mind, a gnawing sense of dread settled over my everyday life. It was worse on the nights I had to clock in because the anticipation of returning to that building weighed on me like an anchor around my ankles. In an attempt to feel more secure, I started carrying a small flashlight on my belt and a utility knife in my back pocket. The flashlight was mostly for my own peace of mind, but the weight of the knife reassured me. Even though I couldn't say what I was defending myself against, the blade offered a tiny measure of psychological comfort. One particularly harrowing night, the power went out across an entire floor. Just as I stepped off the elevator, the corridor was plunged into total darkness. The only light came from the weak emergency bulbs above the exit signs. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart thudding like it was going to burst out of my chest. In that murky glow, the hallway seemed to stretch on forever, its edges dissolving into blackness. My legs felt heavy, but I forced myself to move forward. Each step echoed unnaturally, as if the hallway wanted me to hear my own fear reverberating. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow when a sudden crash erupted from a nearby office. I almost dropped my flashlight, fighting the urge to run. I carefully pushed open the door. It was the same physical therapy room as before. The wheelchair now lay on its side, one wheel still spinning slowly as if it had just been toppled. My instincts clamored for me to flee, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from that slowly rotating wheel. It felt as if someone was in that room with me, just out of view, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. The tension was suffocating, like a lead weight pressing down on my chest. My breath rasped in my throat. I found the light switch near the entrance, but flicking it on did nothing. The office was swallowed in darkness, except for my flashlight's narrow beam. I paused, scanning every corner, every shadow. My knife in one shaking hand, nothing stirred. Finally, I picked the wheelchair up and set it in its usual spot, my pulse still racing the instant I left the office. The hallway lights flickered back on. That was enough for the night. I told myself I would finish early. I rushed through the remaining tasks and signed out. After that, I avoided the 6th floor as much as possible, but I couldn't neglect my duties entirely. The next few days were relatively calm aside from the persistent feeling of being watched. Then an incident occurred that shattered any illusion of normalcy I had been clinging to. I was on the ninth floor collecting trash from a waiting area when I heard a resonant whisper as if someone was calling my name. From a few feet away, the voice was soft, almost gentle, but it cut through the silence like a knife. My entire body froze, every hair on my arms and neck standing upright. I looked around wildly, shining my flashlight behind the chairs and around the reception desk. No one was there at that moment. My rational brain gave way to pure panic. I sprinted to the elevator, stabbing the button repeatedly. My breath ragged heart pounding against my ribs. The elevator doors took an eternity to open when they finally slid apart. I dove in and nearly fell against the back wall, my knees weak with terror. I jabbed the button for the lobby and watched with mounting dread as the doors closed, as if I expected something or someone to slip inside. At the last second, the ride down was excruciatingly slow, and in that tiny metal box, I couldn't rid myself of the suffocating sensation that I was not alone. My eyes scanned every corner, expecting a shape to emerge from the shadows. The following night, I tried to rationalize that I was merely sleep-deprived, that stress was taking its toll, but deep down I couldn't deny that something was fundamentally wrong with that building at night. Sometimes I felt a presence behind me so strongly that I'd whirl around abruptly only to find the corridor empty. My palms would sweat uncontrollably and my chest would tighten. I could feel my sanity fraying like an overstretched rubber band on the verge of snapping. Things escalated to a final confrontation that made me question my own senses more than ever. I was doing my rounds near midnight, trying to push through the tension by mentally reciting a list of chores reaching the physical therapy suite. I steeled myself before unlocking the door. My plan was to do a quick sweep and leave. As I entered, the overhead lights flickered, and I saw the wheelchair in the far corner facing the window again. For a moment, I breathed a shaky sigh of relief. At least it appeared normal. But the second I stepped farther into the room, the lights went out with a loud pop. Complete darkness enveloped me. My flashlight flicked on, revealing the wheelchair's reflective metal. My hand was trembling so much that the beam quivered across the walls. A faint scraping sound like metal against linoleum came from somewhere in the darkness. It was followed by a soft squeak, reminiscent of an old hinge being forced to move. My entire body tensed. I jerked the flashlight around, searching for the source in its narrow beam. The wheelchair was now angled slightly toward me as if it had moved on its own. My breath caught in my throat. A wave of cold terror rolled through me, leaving me paralyzed for a few heartbeats. Something inside me snapped. Then the blend of fear, paranoia, and exhaustion ignited a surge of adrenaline. I flipped the flashlight off, plunged in darkness, and darted out the door. Not caring if I dropped my supplies, as I ran down the corridor, I sensed something behind me, but I refused to look back. My lungs burned and my heart pounded so violently that I thought it might burst. I sprinted to the elevator, stabbed the button, and when the doors didn't open immediately, I dashed to the stairwell. Instead, I practically flew down those steps, the sound of my frantic footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. Each thump fueled by the raw animalistic instinct to get away. When I finally burst out into the lobby, I could barely catch my breath. The security guard gave me a concerned look, but I just muttered that I was done for the night and left as quickly as possible. Once I was outside, the cool night air felt like an otherworldly blessing. I practically fell into my car and locked the doors, letting out a shuddering breath that felt like it had been stuck in my chest for days. That was my last shift. I never returned to that building. Maybe I let down the management by not giving notice or returning the keys in person, but I couldn't bring myself to step foot in there again. When I dropped off the keys at the administrative office the next morning, I simply told them I couldn't fulfill my duties anymore. There was no argument from their side, just a collected nod as if they'd heard this before. Even weeks later, I still can't shake the feeling that something followed me out of that place at night. When the house is quiet, I sometimes imagine that I hear faint scraping sounds in the corners or detect movement in my peripheral vision. My heart still races at unexpected noises, and I've started leaving multiple lights on. even though it costs more on my electricity bill just to keep the darkness at bay. I don't know what truly lurks in those corridors after midnight. Perhaps it's my own mind unraveling under pressure, or perhaps something inexplicable resides there, feeding on the loneliness and silence. All I know is that the experience changed me. My pulse quickens even now at the memory of the wheelchair angled toward the door as if waiting for me. It stands as a testament to the shadows we can't fully explain and the horrors that might exist just beyond our narrow scope of understanding. I walked away with my life intact and no tangible scars. Yet the haunting reality of that building is something I carry inside me every time I close my eyes. I'm back in that dark corridor, hearing the faint scrape of something that shouldn't be there, feeling an unseen presence breathing down my neck, and I'm certain I'll never truly be alone again. Hello everyone, I'm here to help you today. I know you used this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The first night in my new apartment, I woke at 3:17 a.m. with my heart pounding against my ribs. Something had pulled me from sleep, a sound so faint it might have nothing more than the building settling. But I knew better. It was a knocking, deliberate and patient, coming from the hallway where that antique mirror hung 3 soft taps like knuckles, testing the strength of glass. By the time I gathered enough courage to check the hallway, stood silent and empty, the mirror reflecting nothing but darkness. I should have taken it down that very night. The realtor had called the apartment a steal previous tenant left. L. She'd explained, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper family emergency out of state, left most of the furniture behind rather than pay for storage. Her smile had been practiced professional, just sign here, initial there. Congratulations on your new home. I'd been desperate after the divorce, anything to escape the suffocating emptiness of the house where Lisa and I had once planned a future. The apartment felt like a fresh start, compact, but tastefully furnished with a mix of mid-century pieces and a few older items that gave the place character. The carved wooden mirror in the hallway caught my attention. Immediately, it hung between the living room and bedroom, impossible to avoid when moving through the apartment. 7 feet tall with an ornate frame of dark wood, it dominated the narrow space. The glass itself seemed unusually deep, as if the reflection extended farther than it should when I asked the realtor about it. She shrugged, came with the place. Previous tenant insisted we leave it exactly where it is. Something about the fun being perfect. Her laugh had sounded nervous. I should have recognized the warning signs. After that first night, I convinced myself the knocking had been my imagination, a dream, the pipes, or simply the normal sounds of an unfamiliar place. For the first week, everything seemed normal. I unpacked my meager possessions, arranged my home office, and tried to establish new routines, but gradually, almost imperceptibly, something changed in the apartment's atmosphere. The air grew heavier, particularly in the hallway. Walking past the mirror required a subtle but unmistakable effort, like pushing through invisible cobwebs. The temperature fluctuated inexplicably. Sometimes I'd wake drenched in sweat despite the thermostat reading 65 degrees. Other times I'd find myself shivering under 3 blankets. 2 weeks after moving in, I first noticed the shadow I was returning from the kitchen with a cup of coffee when movement in the mirror caught my peripheral vision. Not my own reflection, but something else, a dark shape that seemed to drift across the glass a half second after I passed by. The time I turned to look directly, nothing was there except my own pale face staring back. I told myself it was a trick of the light, an optical illusion caused by the apartment's unusual angles, but deep down, a primal part of my brain began to recognize the truth. Something was wrong with that mirror. The incidents escalated gradually. The knocking returned, no longer confined to the dead of night. Sometimes I'd hear it while making dinner or working at my computer. 3 distinct taps followed by silence when I mentioned it to my neighbor across the hall. He looked puzzled, said he never heard anything like that, but this building was old, full of quirks. He asked how I was sleeping. If I was taking anything for anxiety, his concern made me doubt myself. Sleep became elusive. I'd lie awake listening for sounds from the hallway. My body tense with anticipation when exhaustion finally pulled me under. My dreams were filled with suffocating darkness and reflective surfaces that showed things that shouldn't be there. I began researching the building's history. The apartment complex had been converted from a hotel built in the 1920s. Nothing particularly sinister appeared in my searches. No mass murders or tragic suicides that might explain a haunting. I couldn't find information about previous tenants either. Nothing to indicate why someone would abandon their furniture and flee. One night, after 3 glasses of whiskey to quiet my nerves, I examined the mirror more closely. The frame was hand-carved, oak darkened with age, featuring intricate patterns of intertwined vines and what might have been faces peering out from between the leaves. The craftsmanship suggested European origin, perhaps late 19th century. The glass itself seemed unusually thick with a slight greenish tint. Visible at certain angles when I placed my hand against the surface, I expected coolness, but instead felt an unnatural warmth as if the glass had been sitting in sunlight despite the hallways. Perpetual dimness behind the frame barely. Visible in the narrow gap between mirror and wall, I discovered a small engraving. The lettering was worn but still legible. V quad, V non-pest. My rudimentary Latin translated it roughly as to see what cannot be seen. The phrase sent a surge of cold dread through my chest. A month into my tenancy, I began avoiding the hallway whenever possible. I'd take circuitous routes through my own apartment, pressing against the opposite wall when forced to pass the mirror. I kept my eyes averted, focusing on the floor, the ceiling, anywhere but the reflective surface. Still, I could feel something watching me from behind the glass, a presence that grew more palpable. With each passing day, my ex-wife called to check in, concerned by my increasingly infrequent and disjointed text messages. Her voice on the speakerphone sounded distant as she asked if I was taking care of myself. I assured her I was fine, just adjusting to the new place buried in work when she suggested visiting. Panic seized my throat, the thought of Lisa in the apartment walking past that mirror exposed to whatever lurked behind. Behind it was unbearable. I fabricated excuses about travel plans and deadlines until she reluctantly accepted my rejection. The truth was, I couldn't bear the thought of anyone else witnessing what was happening. Either they would see nothing confirming my descent into madness, or worse, they would see what I saw, validating my growing terror. The incident that pushed me past my breaking point occurred 43 days after moving in. I was returning from an outing dinner with colleagues that I'd forced myself to attend when I heard it. Not the familiar soft knocking, but a single violent thud against the mirror like a body thrown against glass. The sound reverberated through the empty apartment, stopping me cold at the entrance. I stood frozen in the doorway, keys clutched in my trembling hand, sweat instantly beating on my forehead. Despite the autumn chill, the hallway light flickered erratically, casting wild shadows across the walls. My breath came in, shallow gasps as I forced myself to approach the mirror. The glass appeared intact, no cracks or distortions visible on its surface, but as I stared at my reflection, something shifted in the depths behind my image. My reflection's expression remained neutral while terror contorted my actual face. Then, with deliberate slowness, my reflection's lips curved into a smile I wasn't making. I stumbled backward, my spine hitting the opposite wall with enough force to knock the air from my lungs as I slid to the floor, legs suddenly unable to support my weight. The lights in the hallway stabilized. The mirror showed only my horrified expression, matching my actual face once more. But the damage was done. I'd seen the separation. The proof that what lived in the glass wasn't merely a reflection I spent that night in my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner, too terrified to return to the apartment. When exhaustion finally overcame my fear around dawn, I made a decision I couldn't abandon the apartment like the previous tenant. My finances wouldn't allow it, but I couldn't live with that mirror any longer. The specialist I found online described herself as an object historian with expertise in problematic artifacts. Dr. Eleanor Weiss arrived the next afternoon carrying a leather case filled with tools that looked more appropriate for an exorcism than an antique appraisal. A small woman in her 60s with silver hair and piercing eyes. She displayed none of the skepticism I'd come to expect when describing my experiences. She studied the mirror without touching it, circling it slowly while taking measurements and photographs when I recounted the knocking, the shadows, and the reflection's independent movement. She nodded as if hearing a familiar story. According to Dr. Weiss, certain objects could become vessels for entities or energies under specific circumstances. The Latin inscription suggested this mirror had been created for scrying, a form of divination that opened doorways better left closed. Her explanation should have sounded ridiculous, the ravings of a charlatan. Instead, each word resonated with terrible truth, confirming what I already knew on a visceral level. Something had been invited into this mirror long ago, and now it was trying to come through. Dr. Weiss advised against removing or destroying the mirror. Such actions, she warned, might release whatever was contained within it. Instead, she performed what she called a binding ritual, placing small carved stones at each corner of the frame and applying a mixture of herbs and oils along its edges. She instructed me to maintain the binding by refreshing the oil weekly and never removing the stones before leaving. She fixed me with a solemn gaze. The entity was contained for now, she said, but bindings weakened over time. Her recommendation was clear: find another place to live as soon as possible. That night, the knocking returned with renewed vigor. No longer the subtle taps had grown accustomed to, but violent pounding that shook the walls. The binding stones Dr. Weiss had placed vibrated against the floor, and the scent of her oils filled the hallway with a cloying sweetness that couldn't mask the underlying smell of decay now emanating from the mirror. I retreated to the bedroom, wedging a chair against the door and wrapping myself in blankets. Despite the SW weltering heat that had overtaken the apartment, the pounding continued for hours, occasionally interrupted by what sounded like fingernails dragging across glass around 2 a.m. A new sound emerged, a low rhythmic humming that seemed to resonate directly inside my skull rather than through my ears. When silence finally fell near dawn, I knew it wasn't surrender, but anticipation. Whatever dwelt in the mirror was gathering strength, preparing for something worse than noise and shadow play. Despite exhaustion clouding my thoughts, I formed a plan. I couldn't destroy the mirror, and I couldn't escape the apartment immediately, but perhaps I could counteract its influence if the mirror was a doorway. Maybe I could ensure it remained closed from my side. Over the next 3 days, I transformed the hallway following both Dr. Weiss's instructions and remedies gathered from esoteric websites. I lined the walls with protective symbols drawn in charcoal and salt. I hung iron nails above and beside the mirror materials that supposedly repelled certain entities. I placed electric lights at both ends of the hallway, keeping the space illuminated day and night to eliminate shadows. Where something might hide the mirror, fought back bulbs burned out within hours of replacement salt lines scattered without explanation. The protective symbols I'd drawn would be smudged or altered when I returned after stepping away for even a moment. The binding oil Dr. Weiss had applied evaporated faster than should have been possible. Requiring constant reapplication, sleep became a distant memory. I existed in a haze of caffeine and adrenaline, jumping at every creak and shadow. My work suffered, deadlines passed, Unmet friends stopped calling after repeated cancellations and incoherent excuses. The mirror consumed my entire existence. I began to question my sanity, wondering if stress and isolation had fractured my grip on reality. Yet each time doubt crept in, something would happen to validate my fears. A glimpse of movement in the glass when I stood motionless, the sudden drop in temperature when I approached the mirror, the persistent smell of something rotting behind the wall last night. Everything changed. I woke from a rare moment of sleep to absolute silence, the constant background hum of the apartment, the refrigerator heating system. Even the electric hum of light bulbs had ceased. Perfect stillness filled every room as if the air itself had solidified. I rose from bed on unsteady legs and moved to the bedroom doorway. The hallway beyond lay in darkness. Despite the multiple lights I'd installed, the mirror surface gleamed with an internal luminescence, casting just enough ghostly light to reveal its frame. As I watched, paralyzed between fear and morbid fascination, the glass began to ripple like disturbed water. The surface bulged outward, stretching as if something pushed against it from the other side. The wood frame creaked under pressure, the binding stones glowing red where they touched the carved oak. My heart hammered against my ribs with such force I feared it might burst. Sweat drenched my clothes despite the bone-deep chill that had descended over the apartment. I wanted to run to flee the building entirely, but my body refused to obey. Locked in place by terror and dark curiosity, the glass continued to distend the surface, now protruding several inches from the frame behind the warped reflection. I could make out a shape, not my own reflected image, but something else. A face pressed against the barrier, features distorted beyond recognition. Fingers too long and too numerous splayed across the surface from within. Pushing, testing for weakness, then, with a sound like ice cracking on a frozen lake, the bulging glass began to recede, the pressure withdrawn. The binding stones dimmed and the mirror surface gradually returned to its normal flat state as it did. I heard a voice not audible through my ears but resonating directly in my mind. 3 words distinct and terrifying in their clarity. Soon, very soon, the lights flickered back to life. The apartment's normal sounds resumed as if someone had unmuted the world. I stood trembling in the doorway, certain of one thing only. The binding had nearly failed. Whatever existed behind that glass was finding its way through this morning. I've made my decision. I won't flee like the previous tenant, abandoning the problem for someone else to inherit. I've researched properties with connections to mirrors and reflective surfaces. Wells, certain lakes, caves with still pools of water, places where the barrier between worlds might be thinner, where something could pass through more easily. Then, through the increasingly resistant glass in my hallway, I found a suitable location. An hour's drive from the city, an abandoned quarry flooded with groundwater, creating a perfectly still pool surrounded by sheer rock faces. Tonight, when the moon reaches its zenith, I'll take the mirror there. Not to destroy it, but to provide an alternative path. If Dr. Weiss is correct about entities requiring invitation, then I'll extend one. Not into our world through the mirror in my hallway, but from the mirror into someplace else, someplace uninhabited. I've prepared the necessary symbols and words drawn from texts. I'm not entirely sure I understand. I know the risk whatever dwells behind that glass may not accept my offer. It may focus its rage on me when it realizes my intent. But I cannot continue living in fear, watching the binding weaken day by day, waiting for the glass to shatter and release whatever waits behind it. As I write these words, the knocking has begun again. No longer against the glass, but within the walls themselves, as if testing the boundaries of its prison. I feel its anticipation. Its hunger tonight, one way or another, it ends either. I succeed in redirecting this entity, or well, I've left this account in case I don't return. If you're reading this and you encounter an antique mirror with a carved oak frame in your new home, do what I should have done from the beginning. Run the first time I heard the scraping sound above my bedroom ceiling, I dismissed it as the house-settling old structures make noise. That's what I told myself, but when the dragging continued, slow and deliberate, as if someone were rearranging furniture in the small hours of the morning, I began to question my decision to rent this place. Some savings aren't worth the cost. I'd found the listing 2 months ago, a two-bedroom house on the outskirts of Millfield priced suspiciously below market rate. The commute to my accounting job downtown would be longer, but I could finally start putting away money for a down payment on my own place. The landlord, Mr. Harv, was eager to rent it out too. Eager, I now realize when I toured the property, I noticed a small hatch in the hallway ceiling. Miss Hargrove had waved dismissively when I asked about it. Explaining it led to a cramped attic space that wasn't part of the rental agreement, just storage for some of the house's original insulation materials. He said nothing worth seeing. The hatch had no pull-down ladder, and he claimed the only access was through the roof outside, a deliberate choice to prevent tenants from storing their belongings up there and potentially damaging the ceiling. The scratching and dragging sound started during my third week. I work late, most nights. Often returning home after midnight, the first few times I blamed the neighbor's cat, thinking it must be climbing on the roof, but cats don't weigh enough to make the ceiling. Creak, and they certainly don't drag heavy objects across attic floors. I tried calling Mr. Hargrove several times when he finally answered. His voice sounded strained as he insisted there must be raccoons or squirrels that had found their way in through the eaves. He promised to send someone to check it out. But weeks passed with no sign of pest control. The sounds developed a pattern. They would begin shortly after I arrived home, usually starting with light footsteps traversing the length of the attic, followed by that distinctive dragging noise. Sometimes it sounded like furniture being rearranged, other times like something heavy being pulled across the floor on nights when I worked even later than usual. The sounds would be waiting for me, as if whoever or whatever was up there had grown impatient. What disturbed me most was the realization that my presence triggered the activity. If I left the television on when I went to the bathroom, the sounds would stop until I returned to the room. It was as if whatever occupied the attic could sense when I was alone and unguarded. Sleep became elusive. I found myself lying awake, ears straining to track the movements above me. My work performance began to suffer. Dark circles formed under my eyes, and colleagues commented on my disheveled appearance. I brushed off their concerns with mumbled excuses about insomnia. After 6 weeks of this psychological torture, I decided to investigate. I requested a day off work, my first in months, and waited for a bright sunny afternoon when the attic shadows would be minimized. The night before, I purchased a powerful flashlight, a hammer, and a small pry bar. If Mr. Hargrove wouldn't help me, I would help myself. The hallway hatch was sealed with paint around its edges, suggesting it hadn't been opened in years. It took considerable effort to break the seal. With each strike of the hammer against the pry bar, particles of dust and paint chips rained down on my face. My heart pounded against my ribs and sweat trickled down my temples. But it wasn't just from the physical exertion. When the hatch finally gave way, a rush of stale, musty air descended from the dark space above. The smell was peculiar, not just the expected dust and mildew, but something else I couldn't identify, something vaguely organic. I extended the flashlight into the darkness, its beam revealing rough wooden beams and ancient insulation. There was no built-in ladder, so I dragged my dining table beneath the opening and stacked a chair on top. The makeshift arrangement looked precarious, but it held my weight as I climbed up and hoisted myself through the hatch. The attic was larger than Mr. Hargrove had implied. Though the peaked roof meant I couldn't stand fully upright except in the center, the space extended over the entire house. Thick dust covered the floorboards, undisturbed in most areas except for a clear path that cut through the center of the room. My flashlight beam revealed distinct footprints in the dust. Not the tiny paws of rodents or the larger prints of raccoons, but something that resembled human footprints. Yet not quite. They were elongated and oddly spaced, as if whoever left them had an unnatural gait. The tracks LED from the hatch toward the far corner of the attic where the roof sloped to meet the floor. As I followed the trail, my breathing became shallow and rapid. The air felt thicker here, heavy with something beyond dust. My flashlight beam trembled as I approached the corner where the footprints seemed to disappear into the wall itself. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a small gap between the wall and the roofline, a narrow crawl space that continued beyond the visible area of the attic. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. An involuntary shiver ran down my spine. Despite the stifling heat of the enclosed space, something in that dark recess was watching me. I could feel it with a certainty that transcended rational thought. A heaviness pressed against my consciousness, a presence that was aware of me just as I was becoming aware of it. The silence was absolute. Even the normal creaking of the house had ceased, as if the structure itself was holding its breath in that moment of perfect stillness. I heard it, a soft exhalation from the darkness beyond the gap. Not an animal sound, not the wind, something deliberate. I backpedaled so quickly I nearly fell through the open hatch. My elbow bow struck one of the roof beams, sending a shaft of pain up my arm, but I barely noticed adrenaline propelled me as I scrambled down my makeshift ladder, nearly toppling the chair and table. In my haste back in the hallway, I slammed the hatch closed and dragged the heaviest piece of furniture I could manage, my dresser, beneath it. My hand shook violently as I called Mr. Hargrove, my voice cracking as I demanded answers this time. He picked up on the first ring as if he'd been waiting for my call. He listened to my breathless account without interruption. When I finished, the line went silent for so long I thought we'd been disconnected. Finally, he spoke in a measured tone. I hadn't heard from him before. He explained that the previous tenant had reported similar disturbances. Mr. Hargrove admitted he'd hoped the situation had resolved itself during the months the house stood vacant. I pressed him for details, my frustration mounting as he spoke in vague terms about the house's peculiarities. He suggested that some spaces develop their own awareness over time. A ridiculous notion I would have dismissed outright under different circumstances, but after what I'd experienced, his words found fertile ground in my imagination. Mr. Hargrove offered to refund my security deposit if I wanted to break the lease. The fact that he made this offer without argument only heightened my suspicion that he knew far more than he was telling me. I should have accepted, should have packed my belongings that very afternoon and found a hotel until I secured new accommodations. Instead, a perverse curiosity took hold. I convinced myself there must be a logical explanation. Perhaps someone was accessing the attic from outside, using it as a squatting place while I was at work. This would explain why the activity increased when I was home. The trespasser was trying to intimidate me to make me leave so they could have free reign of the property I installed. Motion-activated cameras around the exterior of the house, focusing on the roof access points. I placed a digital voice recorder in the attic, carefully setting it near the disturbing footprints before resealing the hatch and replacing my barricade. Then I waited for 3 nights. Nothing happened. The attic remained silent, as if whatever dwelled there knew it was being monitored on the 4th night. Exhausted from lack of sleep and beginning to doubt my own recollections, I returned from work to find the house unnervingly quiet. I reviewed the camera footage, nothing, not a single triggered recording over 4 days. The voice recorder, however, had activated multiple times. The first few recordings captured only the ambient sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the wall clock, the occasional car passing on the distant road. The final recording began with the same ambient noise, then captured the distinct sound of my front door opening and closing as I left for work. 2 hours of silence followed. I was about to fast forward when I heard that familiar dragging sound much clearer. Now that the recorder was in the attic itself, then came the footsteps, slow, methodical, with an uneven rhythm that suggested a limp or some other irregularity. They approached the recorder, growing louder until they stopped, presumably right next to the device. What followed turns my blood to ice. Even now, as I recall it, breathing deep, ragged breathing, punctuated by what sounded like sniffing, as if whatever was up there was trying to catch a scent. My scent, after several minutes of this, a voice spoke. It was so distorted and guttural that I initially mistook it for interference on the recording. But as I replayed those moments repeatedly, the words became unmistakable. Coming home soon, my phone rang, startling me so badly I dropped the recorder. It was Mr. Hargrove before I could speak. He asked if I'd been in the attic again. There was an edge to his voice I hadn't heard before, something close to panic. I admitted I had and told him about the recordings. His response was immediate and forceful. He told me to leave the house right away, to pack nothing, just get in my car and drive to the address he would text me. He said he would explain everything once I was safely away from the property. As I stood there, phone in hand, processing his urgent instructions, the power went out, the house plunged into darkness. So complete I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, and in that perfect darkness, I heard the unmistakable sound of the attic hatch opening the dresser I'd placed as a barricade scraped across the hallway floor, pushed aside by a force that shouldn't have been possible from above my muscles. Locked in terror as something heavy dropped down from the ceiling with a thud that vibrated through the floorboards. In the darkness, I heard those uneven footsteps approaching the same distinctive rhythm. Captured on the recording, my paralysis broke. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock, as those footsteps closed the distance behind me. The night air hit my face as I burst outside, not daring to look back as I sprinted to my car. The engine roared to life, headlights illuminating the empty porch. As I reversed down the driveway with reckless speed, I drove straight to the address Mr. Hargrove sent a small motel on the highway heading out of town. He was waiting in the parking lot, looking older and more haggard than I remembered. He handed me a room key and said we would talk in the morning. I tried to demand answers immediately, but he silenced me with a raised hand, his expression grave as he pointed out that something dark was smeared across the back of my shirt. Something that looked disturbingly like soil mixed with black ior. I haven't returned to the house. Mr. Hargrove arranged for movers to collect my belongings, though several items were reported missing, including the recorder. With its disturbing evidence, the police report I filed was met with skepticism, then closed due to insufficient evidence of criminal activity. I've since learned that the house has had 7 tenants in the past decade, none staying longer than 3 months. Local rumors suggest the land was once part of a larger property with a troubled history, though details are frustratingly scarce. Sometimes in the darkest hours of night, I wake to the sound of uneven footsteps in the hallway outside my new apartment. I tell myself it's just a neighbor returning home late, but deep down I know better, because whatever was in that attic didn't just want the house to itself, it wanted company. And I have the unsettling feeling it's still looking for exactly that. The static from antique radios has always carried something more than mere interference in the gaps between frequencies. In the whispers behind white noise, something waits. I know this now. The knowledge sits like ice in my stomach, a frozen weight I carry everywhere. My 1950s Philco table radio sits facing the wall, draped with a heavy woolen blanket unplugged, and yet sometimes I still hear it breathing. I still feel it watching. I know what lurks in those ancient circuits, in that bakelite shell the color of dried blood, and I know it knows me. My name is Daniel Reed, and I collect old electronics, not valuable stuff necessarily. Not museum pieces, just everyday objects from decades past, telephones with actual dials, cassette players, tube televisions. There's something about the weight of them, the solidity. Modern tech is all glass and air, weightless and disposable. But these old machines, they were built to last. They have presence, they have soul. That's what I thought anyway, before I found the radio at a church roomage sale 3 months ago, tucked between a fondue and a stack of Reader's Digest condensed books. It was a 1952 Philco 53561, mahogany veneer over its rounded frame, brass dial cloth. Speaker cover, the price tag read $155. I didn't even haggle. The elderly woman who took my money mentioned that it had belonged to her brother who had passed away recently. She seemed eager to be rid of it, almost relieved when I handed over the bills. I should have recognized the warning in her eyes. Eyes at home, I cleared a space on my bookshelf and plugged it in. The warm amber glow of the dial was hypnotic as I turned it carefully, searching for a signal. Nothing but static crackled through the speaker. I wasn't surprised. Analog AM signals are increasingly rare these days. I tried different positions, different times of day. Sometimes I caught snippets of talk. Radio farm reports, a preacher shouting about salvation, nothing worth listening to. I decided the radio would be purely decorative, a conversation piece. That first night I woke at 3:17 a.m., The red numbers of my digital alarm clock burned in the darkness, and underneath them a sound, a soft, persistent hiss, static, but somehow more focused than random noise, more intentional. I sat up in bed trying to identify the source in my half-asleep state, the bookshelf, the radio, but I had turned it off. I stumbled across the room and felt for the knob. It was indeed in the off position, yet the static continued. A gentle soother like distant ocean waves, I unplugged it. The sound continued, a chill prickled the back of my neck, but I dismissed it as the remnant charge in the capacitors, something technical that would fade. I returned to bed, pulled the covers tight, and eventually fell back asleep with the soft static as a strange lullaby. The next day, I examined the radio more closely. The wiring seemed intact. No obvious shorts or issues when I plugged it in and turned it on during daylight. It behaved normally normal in its dysfunction. That is just the expected static and occasional distant station. I convinced myself that my midnight experience had been a dream, or at worst a half-awake hallucinate. That night I awoke again 3:17 a.m. Exactly the static was there, but altered within it. I could discern patterns, not words exactly, but the cadence of speech, the rise and fall of questions, the finality of statements like listening to conversation through a thick wall. I stared at the radio from my bed, its dial glowing more intensely than it should have given, that it was turned off, and unplugged my heart, that against my ribs as I approached it. The static modulated as I drew near, the pseudo-voices growing more distinct. One seemed to rise above the others a slightly higher pitch. I leaned closer, straining to understand, and then buried in the white noise. But unmistakable. My name. Daniel. My body reacted before my mind could process what was happening. I jerked back, knocking the radio to the floor. The static stopped immediately in the sudden silence. My ragged breathing sounded obscenely loud. I left the radio on the floor until morning, when daylight rendered. The experience distant and almost comical. Audio parolia, I told myself, the human brain's tendency to find patterns in random noise, like seeing faces in wood grain or clouds. I picked up the radio, no damage from the fall. I replaced it on the shelf, but left it unplugged for 3 nights. Nothing happened. I slept soundly and the radio remained silent. I began to relax. Then on the 4th night, 3:17 a.m., static louder than before. This time the voices were clearer. Multiple speakers engaged in what sounded like an urgent discussion among the unintelligible murmurs. Occasional words emerged with crystal clarity soon, and waiting and ready. And again my name called not once, but repeatedly with increasing insistence. My skin went cold and clammy as I sat rigid in my bed. Watching the radio, the dial glowed with an unnatural bluish tint. Now not the warm. Amber it should have been. My throat constricted. I couldn't call out, couldn't move. Then something shifted in the static, a sound like a door opening. The voice fell silent. A new sound emerged, breathing slow, deliberate breathing, as if something had pressed its mouth directly against the speaker. My paralysis broke. I lunged across the room, grabbed the radio, and shoved it into my closet, burying it under a pile of winter clothes. The breathing stopped. I spent the remainder of the night with all the lights on, checking my phone. Obsessively, the internet told me what I wanted to hear. Old radios could pick up strange frequencies. Interference from nearby electronics crossed signals from emergency broadcasts. Rational explanations abounded the next day. I considered disposing of the radio, but couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I placed it on my kitchen counter in full view where sunlight would hit it throughout the day. I wouldn't give it the power that darkness and isolation provided. I even turned it on, deliberately tuning it to static, letting it play as I prepared dinner. Ordinary expected static, nothing hidden in its hiss. That night I took a sleeping pill and went to bed early. I slept deeply until that now familiar time, 3:17 a.m. But this time the static didn't wake me. What woke me was silence, the utter absence of sound, the kind of silence that feels like pressure against your eardrums. I opened my eyes to find the radio on my nightstand. its dial glowing that unnatural blue. I hadn't moved it from the kitchen. My mouth dried instantly. My tongue felt like sandpaper. The silence stretched, became intolerable, and then a voice spoke. Not through the radio, but directly behind me, it whispered my name. In a voice that seemed composed of several voices speaking in unison, I felt breath against my ear. Cold and damp, my muscles seized. Sweat erupted across my body, soaking my shirt in seconds. I couldn't turn, couldn't look. Something told me that seeing the source of that voice would be the end of me. The radio dial flickered, and suddenly the static returned. The presence behind me vanished. I sat frozen until dawn. Gradually lightened my window blinds. Only then did I dare to move to touch the radio. It was ice cold. Despite the glowing dial, I carried it at arm's length to the BB and locked it in the cabinet beneath the sink. My research became obsessive. After that, I scoured online forums for similar experiences with vintage radios. Most were obviously fabricated creepypastas, but a few accounts rang with authentic terror. One man in Idaho claimed his 1940s. RCA had channeled his dead wife's voice. A woman in Maine described hearing coordinates repeated night after night from an unplugged transistor radio coordinates that led to an unmarked grave in the woods behind her house. Most disturbing was an archived forum post from 2003 describing a Philco model. Identical to mine, the poster claimed to have traced its origin to a specific factory, where in 1952 a worker had committed suicide by electrocution using radio components. The factory had continued production, allegedly incorporating the damage. Parts into subsequent models, the post ended abruptly. Mid-sentence, the account had never posted again. I began to avoid sleep. I stayed awake until exhaustion forced my eyes closed. Usually, as dawn was breaking for 2 days, this worked on the third day. I fell asleep at my computer. Around midnight, I dreamed of a vast room filled with radios of every size and era, all tuned to static, all speaking my name in chorus. In the center of the room stood a man in factory coveralls, his features indistinct except for his eyes, which glowed the same unnatural blue as my radio's dial. He was beckoning me forward. I woke to find myself standing in my bathroom. The cabinet under the sink opened, the radio in my hands. The dial read 3117 AM, but the radio was silent. I stared at my reflection in the mirror above the sink. My eyes looked wrong, somehow flatter, emptier. I watched my reflection's lips move, forming words. I wasn't consciously speaking. "We've been waiting for you, Daniel." My hand shook so violently that I dropped the radio into the sink. I scrambled backward until I hit the shower curtain, tangling myself in its plastic folds in the sink. The radio began to emit a high-pitched tone that made my teeth vibrate. I covered my ears, but the sound seemed to bypass them entirely, resonating directly in my skull. The mirror fogged over. Despite there being no hot water running, condensation formed intricate patterns across its surface. Not random droplets, but deliberate shapes. Words, a message forming letter by letter. "Your turn soon." I fled the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. The tone stopped instantly. I stood in my hallway, gasping for breath. My heart slamming against my ribs so hard I feared it might rupture. I didn't return to the bathroom until morning. The radio sat innocently in the sink. The mirror was clear. No message, no condensation. But the radio's dial had been turned to a specific frequency, 31.7 on the AM band. I took the radio to work that day, not wanting to leave it alone in my apartment. My coworkers commented on the vintage piece, asked if it worked. I smiled weakly and claimed it was just for show. I kept it on my desk under the fluorescent lights where nothing supernatural could possibly manifest during my lunch break. I researched frequency 31.7 AM. It wasn't assigned to any broadcaster. It existed in what radio enthusiasts called a dead zone. Frequencies allocated but unused empty airways where only static should exist that evening. I considered my options. Destroying the radio seemed obvious, but something told me that would only make things worse, like cutting off a hydra's head. I decided on containment. Instead, I drove to a hardware store and purchased a small fireproof safe, the kind designed for protecting documents. It was lined with steel and had a combination lock. I placed the radio inside closed. It spun the dial for good measure. I wrapped the safe in layers of aluminum foil, creating a makeshift Faraday cage. I placed the wrapped safe in the far corner of my living room, and for the first time in days, prepared for a normal night's sleep. As I drifted off, I felt genuine hope that I had solved the problem. The dream came immediately. I was in a vast factory space, old machinery looming in shadows. A production line stretched before me where partially assembled radios moved slowly along a conveyor belt. Workers in period clothing stood at their stations, their faces blurred and indistinct except for one. A man at the end of the line installing dials on the finished radios. He looked directly at me with those blue glowing eyes. He smiled, revealing teeth that were small and sharp like needles. "We've been trying to reach you," he said, his voice the same multi-layered sound I'd heard from the radio. "Your frequency is compatible. Your wavelength resonates with ours." I tried to back away, but my feet were suddenly tangled in cords and wires that snaked up from the floor, wrapping around my ankles. "Every radio needs a voice," the man continued, approaching me now. "Every transmission needs a source." He held up a Philco radio. "My radio. This one lost its voice. We need a replacement." The wires continued their upward journey, wrapping around my calves, my thighs, my torso. I opened my mouth to scream, but a thin copper wire shot between my lips, slithering down my throat. I woke violently, my body jackknifing upright. My throat felt raw, as if something had indeed been forced down it. The bedside clock read 3:16 a.m. I had 1 minute. I threw myself out of bed, planning to leave the apartment entirely to get as far from the radio as possible before 3177 struck too late. My living room was bathed in that blue glow. The safe sat open. The aluminum foil unwrapped and scattered. The radio sat on my coffee table. Its dial turned to 31.7, static hissing from its speaker, but the static was changing, organizing itself into a pattern I now recognized as speech. The factory man's voice emerged, no longer constrained by the limitations of the radio speaker, as clear as if he stood before me. "Your turn, Daniel," he said. "Your voice, our channel forever." The static surged, becoming a physical force that pushed me backward. I stumbled, fell onto the couch. The radio's glow intensified until it was painfully bright. I shielded my eyes with my arm through my fingers. I saw the dial moving by itself, scanning rapidly through frequencies. Before stopping again at 31.7, the static ceased. In its place came my own voice, perfectly reproduced. "Help me. Oh God, somebody help me. I'm trapped in here." I can't get out. The shock of hearing myself broke whatever spell had held me. I lunged forward, grabbed the radio, and ran to my kitchen. I shoved it into the refrigerator and slammed the door, muffling but not eliminating my voice, still pleading from within the radio. I fled my apartment, spent the night in my car in a well-lit parking lot. When I returned in the morning, the radio was back on the coffee table, but something had changed. It looked older, more worn. The veneer was chipped in places that had been pristine before. The cloth speaker cover was faded and frayed at one corner. Most disturbing of all, scratched into the wood on the back was a name, Daniel, my name not written by me. I understood then the factory worker hadn't been trying to take my voice. He had been trying to warn me, because he had once been Daniel too, and before him someone else. A chain of owners, all connected by more than just possession of the radio, connected by name, by compatible frequency, by fate. I couldn't destroy it. I couldn't give it away. The elderly woman at the church sale had tried that, and the radio had simply found its way to me, to another Daniel, so now it sits in the corner of my room facing the wall, covered with a thick blanket. I've tried leaving it in storage units, burying it, even locking it in the trunk of an abandoned car in a junkyard. It always returns. The only change I've managed to effect is temporal. I've shifted its active period. It no longer speaks at 3:17 a.m. Now it waits until 4:36 a.m. A time I calculated by adding each digit of my birth date. I don't sleep much anymore. When exhaustion overtakes me, I dream of the factory of the assembly line that now includes me as one of its workers installing speakers that whisper. Even as I connect their wires, I've taken to recording myself, daily creating audio evidence. Evidence of my continued existence outside the radio. Sometimes I play these recordings at full volume during the radio's active period, as if to remind both it and myself who is the real Daniel. But lately I've noticed something troubling about these recordings when I play them back. There are gaps, brief moments of static, and sometimes in the background, almost too faint to perceive the sound of someone breathing, waiting. And I know with terrible CCTY that one day I'll play back a recording and hear nothing but empty static, and from 31.7 on the AM band in the dead of night, my voice will call out clearly, searching for the next Daniel in an endless chain of transmission that began long before 1952, and will continue long after I'm gone, or perhaps I'm already gone. Perhaps I've been gone for some time. Perhaps what sits here typing these words, what walks through the world wearing my face, is merely an echo of Daniel Reed, a broadcast from a frequency of the damned. The moment I stepped into that old Victorian house, something felt wrong. A heaviness hung in the air, not like humidity or heat, but a pressure that seemed to push against my skin from all directions. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet with an almost deliberate slowness, as if the house itself was taking note of my arrival. I should have listened to that first instinct, that primal warning system we've all inherited from our ancestors who knew better than to wander into places where they weren't welcome, but I ignored it, chalking it up to travel fatigue and the natural uneasiness of staying somewhere unfamiliar. My college buddy Mark had invited me to spend the weekend at his family home, a sprawling two-story Victorian that had been in his family for generations. When he mentioned the house was historic, I pictured charming vintage fixtures and maybe some outdated wallpaper, not this looming structure with its maze of narrow hallways and rooms that seemed to swallow light. Mark had apologized for putting me in the downstairs guest room rather than upstairs near his bedroom, explaining something about renovations making the upper floor crowded with furniture from other rooms. At the time, I'd shrugged it off. Now, as I wheeled my suitcase across the threshold of the guest room, I found myself wishing I'd insisted on a hotel. The guest room itself wasn't terrible, just small and outdated faded floral wallpaper peeled at the corners, and the heavy oak furniture looked like it hadn't been moved in decades. A thin layer of dust coated the dresser. Despite Mark's assurances that he'd cleaned before my arrival, the bed at least seemed comfortable enough with fresh linens that smelled of laundry detergent, rather than the musty odor that permeated the rest of the room we spent that evening, catching up over beers on the back porch, reminiscing about college days and filling each other in on the 5 years since graduation. Mark had changed. There was a weariness to him. I hadn't noticed in our video calls when I asked about it. He brushed it off, saying the family business was just keeping him busy. I didn't push it by midnight. We both started yawning, and Mark showed me to the bathroom down the hall from my room before heading upstairs to his own bedroom. After a quick shower, I settled into bed exhausted from the 6-hour drive. Sleep should have come easily, but something kept me hovering in that twilight state between wakefulness and dreaming. The house made sounds all houses do, especially old ones, but these noises seemed to follow patterns. Creaks that responded to other creaks, thumps that came in sequences of 3, and beneath it all, a constant. Barely there, whisper like the static between radio stations around 1 a.m. The temperature dropped not gradually as you'd expect from a heating system cycling off, but suddenly as if someone had opened a freezer door inches from my face. My breath clouded in front of me, and the sweat that had gathered at my hairline from the stuffy room turned icy against my skin. Goosebumps erupted across my arms and chest as I pulled the quilted comforter up to my chin. The cold seemed to have substance pressing against me through the blanket, seeking entrance like probing fingers. I told myself it was just poor insulation. These old houses were notorious for drafts. Maybe a window was cracked somewhere. The rational explanations comforted me, and I began to drift towards sleep again until the footsteps started. At first they were faint, the gentle pad of sock-covered feet on hardwood. They moved slowly down the upstairs hallway directly above my room. Mark going to the bathroom, I thought. But then the footsteps reached the staircase and began descending, each step deliberate and unhurried. My entire body tensed. I strained my ears, tracking the progress of whoever or whatever was coming downstairs. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and paused. I held my breath, heart thundering so loudly in my chest, I was certain it could be heard throughout the house. After a moment that stretched into eternity, the steps resumed moving down the hallway toward my room. They weren't Mark's footsteps. These were heavier, more deliberate, with a slight drag to the left foot just as they seemed to reach my door. They stopped in the silence that followed. I could hear my own pulse pounding in my ears. Then a soft click and light spilled beneath my door as the hallway lamp switched on. Another click and darkness returned on off as if someone was testing the switch or signaling. My throat constricted with fear as I watched the thin strip of space beneath my door, anticipating fingers or shadows to appear there. Nothing did. Instead, the footsteps retreated, moving from door to door down the hallway. With each pause came the clicking of lights on, off, as if someone was checking each room. By the time the footsteps faded and the house fell silent again, my sheets were soaked with sweat. Despite the lingering cold, I lay awake until dawn, painted the room in shades of gray, afraid to close my eyes, afraid to move, afraid to do anything that might remind whatever prowled the hallways that I was there. When morning finally broke, exhaustion had left me hollow-eyed and jittery. I found Mark in the kitchen, cheerfully making coffee as if nothing had happened. The normalcy of the scene, sunlight streaming through windows. The smell of coffee and toast made the night's event seem distant and dreamlike, carefully trying to sound casual. I asked if he'd been downstairs during the night. The question made him pause, mid the coffee hovering above his mug. His expression flickered confusion, then something I couldn't quite identify before he said he'd slept soundly upstairs all night and hadn't set foot on the ground floor until morning. He hadn't heard anything unusual either when I described the footsteps and the lights. He frowned thoughtfully before suggesting old wiring might explain the lights, and the house settling could account for the sounds. His explanation was reasonable, but the look in his eyes didn't match his dismissive words. There was worry there, carefully masked, but unmistakable. I spent the day distracted, going through the motions as Mark showed me around town. We visited a local brewery, walked through the historic district, and had lunch at his favorite diner. But my mind kept returning to those footsteps, to the methodical checking of doors, to the bone-deep cold that had invaded my room. By the time we returned to the house that evening, dread had settled in my stomach like a lead weight. Mark must have noticed my unease. He suggested watching movies in the living room until late, subtly delaying bedtime without acknowledging why I was grateful for it. But eventually fatigue won out and we both retreated to our rooms around 1 a.m. I lay in bed, every muscle tense, listening for any sound out of place. The house seemed quieter than the previous night, almost deliberately, so as if it was holding its breath. I checked my phone, 1:47 a.m. Still early, the night stretched ahead of me, long and uncertain, at precisely 2 a.m. The cold returned. This time I was prepared for it, having layered on a sweatshirt over my t-shirt before getting into bed. What I wasn't prepared for was how much more intense it would be. The previous night's chill had been uncomfortable. This was painful. The air burned my lungs with each breath. My fingers grew numb despite being tucked under the blankets. Frost patterns began forming on the inside of the window, spreading like skeletal fingers across the glass. The footsteps, when they came, were different too, no longer cautious and exploring. They moved with purpose down the stairs along the hallway, straight to my door. No checking other rooms, no flickering lights. Whatever had been searching last night had found what it was looking for. My door had no lock, just an old-fashioned brass knob with a keyhole that hadn't seen a key in decades. I watched, paralyzed with terror, as the knob began to turn slowly, metal scraping against metal in the silence. My breath caught in my throat. The door, thank God, stuck slightly in its frame. A quirk of old houses where nothing quite fits anymore, and the knob turned back to its original position. A pause, then it began turning again, more forcefully. This time, adrenaline surged through me. Breaking my paralysis, I lunged from the bed and pressed my full weight against the door, trapping my foot against the base to block any attempt to push it open. The knob stopped turning immediately for several heartbeats. Nothing happened then. Slowly, the knob began turning in the opposite direction as if whoever was on the other side was testing the mechanism. A sound escaped me, something between a gasp and a whimper, and instantly all movement ceased. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by my ragged breathing. Gathering every ounce of courage, I yanked the door open, prepared to confront whatever was there. The hallway was empty, but the air in the hallway rippled like heat waves rising from summer pavement, and the lights began to flicker. Not just one, but all of them in perfect synchronization on, off. Faster and faster until it became a strobe effect that sent shadows leaping and dancing along the walls. The shadows moved against the light, twisting into shapes that almost resembled a human figure but elongated and distorted with limbs that bent at impossible angles. I slammed the door shut and wedged a chair under the knob, backing away until I hit the opposite wall. My heart hammered so violently I feared it might crack my ribs. Sweat poured down my face. Despite the freezing temperature, the logical part of my brain scrambled for explanations: power surge, hallucination from sleep deprivation, overactive imagination, but none of them stuck. What I'd seen in those flickering lights defied rational explanation. For hours, I sat on the bed, back pressed against the headboard, eyes fixed on the door. The lights in the hallway continued their frantic pattern, visible in the thin strip beneath the door, but no further attempts were made to enter my room by the time dawn broke. My eyes burned from staying open so long, and my body ached from being held tense for hours. I waited until I heard Mark moving around upstairs before venturing out of my room. The hallway looked perfectly normal in the morning light. No sign of the electrical chaos from the night before when I examined the lights. Witches, they worked flawlessly with no flickering or hesitation over breakfast. I tried to broach the subject again this time instead of dismissing my concerns. Mark grew quiet. He stared into his coffee cup for a long moment before asking in a carefully neutral tone if I'd actually seen anyone in the hallway when I described the rippling air and the shadows that moved wrong. Something like relief crossed his face. Finally, he admitted that strange things had been happening in the house since his grandmother died 6 months ago. Nothing dangerous. He hastened to add just unsettling lights, with minds of their own footsteps when no one was there. Cold spots that came and went. His father had the wiring checked, the heating system inspected. Even brought in a team to look for drafts or structural issues. They found nothing. What Mark said next chilled me more than any ghostly encounter his grandmother had been. The house's was caretaker for decades, maintaining certain old traditions she claimed kept the family safe after her death. No one knew exactly what these traditions entailed or how to continue them. Mark's father dismissed it all as superstition, but Mark wasn't so sure the disturbances had started. Small, easily attributed to imagination or coincidence, but had grown increasingly difficult to ignore. The guest room where I was staying had been his grandmother's room. I packed my bags within the hour. Mark didn't try to convince me to stay, if anything. He seemed relieved I was leaving as I loaded my car. He stood awkwardly on the porch, hands shoved in his pockets before I left. He pressed something into my palm, a small weathered brass key that looked ancient. It wasn't for me to keep, he explained, just to return if I ever found myself thinking too much about the house or feeling drawn back to it. The way he said it made it clear this wasn't a theoretical concern. It had happened before. I've kept the key in my desk drawer since returning home. Sometimes late at night I find myself standing there with the drawer open, staring at that small piece of metal. I never touch it, but sometimes I could swear it's moved from where I left it. And on particularly cold nights, I wake to the sound of footsteps in my apartment hallway and the faint rhythmic clicking of a light switch on off. Searching the silence in this place isn't peaceful, it's expectant. That's what I've come to understand after 2 months in this house. What I once mistook for tranquility was merely the world holding its breath, waiting for something I couldn't yet perceive now. As I lie awake at 2:57 a.m., muscles tensed beneath sweat-dampened sheets, I know exactly what it's waiting for. I moved to 117 Oakwood Lane seeking an escape from city life. My tech job had gone remote, and the pandemic had taught me I didn't need the constant hum of urban existence to feel alive. What I needed was space quiet, a place where my thoughts wouldn't have to compete with the cacophony of 1,000 strangers living their lives in proximity to mine. The realtor had been almost apologetic about how isolated the property was, the nearest neighbor a quarter-mile down the winding rural road. The town center, a 15-minute driveway, perfect. I thought absolutely perfect. The first few weeks fulfilled every promise of the peaceful retreat. I'd envisioned I'd wake to birdsong instead of traffic work on my porch overlooking dense woods and fall asleep to a silence so complete it felt like a physical presence. I remembered thinking how strange it was that something so empty could feel so substantial. Then came that first night exactly 1 month after I'd moved in. The digital clock on my nightstand had just blinked to 3 a.m. when the shrill, demanding ring of the doorbell tore through the silence. My heart launched into my throat as I bolted upright, disoriented and alarmed. Who could possibly be at my door? At this hour on this isolated road, the second ring compel held me to action. I grabbed my phone, ready to call emergency services, and made my way downstairs. The house was cool, but perspiration bead along my hairline and dampened my palms as I approached the front door. The peephole revealed only darkness. The porch light I was certain I'd left on had somehow gone out. Against my better judgment, driven by a curiosity that overwhelmed my fear, I cracked the door open. Nothing. No one, just the still night air and the soft chorus of crickets. I stepped onto the porch, scanning the driveway and the tree line. Beyond, my breath condensed in the unexpectedly cold air as I called out, asking if anyone was there. Only the distant hoot of an owl answered, convincing myself it had been some teenagers from town playing a prank. I returned inside, double-checking the locks before returning to bed. Sleep eluded me until dawn painted my ceiling with pale golden light. I spent the day in installing a motion-activated floodlight above my porch, telling myself I was being practical, not paranoid. The following night dispelled any notion that I had been the victim of a random prank again at exactly 3 a.m. The doorbell's insistent ring jolted me from a fitful sleep. This time I was prepared. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd placed beside my bed and moved quickly downstairs before opening the door. I checked the window. The newly installed floodlight was blazing, illuminating my empty front yard in harsh white light. No cars in the driveway, no footprints disturbing the gravel, no movement triggering the sensitive light. Yet the doorbell had definitely rung. Heart hammering against my ribs, mouth dry as sandpaper. I opened the door just a crack again. Nothing. The floodlight cast long, distorted shadows across my porch, but revealed no visitors. Welcome or otherwise, a gust of wind, unusually cold for early autumn, slipped through the crack in the door and raised goosebumps along my arms. That's when I noticed something I had missed the previous night, the faint scent of tobacco smoke. Despite there being no visible source, I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing through my empty house like a gunshot. My hands trembled as I engaged all 3 locks, and I spent the remainder of the night on my couch clutching my baseball bat. Every muscle tense and ready when morning came. I installed a security camera above my door, positioning it to capture anyone approaching the porch. The rational part of my brain suggested a faulty doorbell system, perhaps triggered by electrical surges or wildlife. The growing knot of dread in my stomach suggested otherwise. The third night brought no surprises, only the confirmation of my deepening fears at precisely 3 a.m. The doorbell rang this time. I was already awake, sitting in the darkness of my living room facing the front door. The shrill sound cut through the silence, like a knife, causing my entire body to jerk involuntarily. I waited, counting my ragged breaths before approaching the door. The porch light was on. The security camera was recording. I opened the door to the same emptiness as before. With shaking hands, I closed the door and immediately went to my laptop to review the security footage. What I saw, or rather what I didn't see, caused the room to tilt around me. The timestamp showed 30 a.m. The doorbell clearly rang in the audio, but there was absolutely no one visible on the recording. The button depressed on its own as if pushed by an invisible finger. I spent the remainder of the night in my car, parked at a 24-hour diner in town, nursing cups of bitter coffee and researching the history of my property on my phone. What I discovered sent icy tendrils of fear crawling up my spine. The house at 117 Oakwood Lane had been built in the late 1970s by a man named Howard Mercer, a night shift worker at the now-defunct paper mill. According to local news archives, Mercer was known for returning home at odd hours, often around 3 a.m. Following his shift and a few drinks at a bar that once operated near the mill in 1986, Mercer vanished. Without a trace, his car was found parked in his garage, his wallet and keys were on the kitchen counter, his dinner dishes were still in the sink. But Howard Mercer was gone. The case went cold after a few months of fruitless investigation. The house remained empty for nearly 2 years before being sold, and since then had changed hands numerous times, never housing a single owner for more than a few years. The online forums and local history blogs painted a picture of a property that had developed a reputation for being uncomfortable or unsettling. Former residents reported unusual cold spots, unexplained noises, and a persistent feeling of being watched. None, however, had mentioned a doorbell ringing at 3 a.m. I returned home as the sun was rising. Casting long shadows through the trees lining the driveway in the harsh light of day, my fears seemed almost laughable. A faulty doorbell, an electrical issue. My own imagination running wild. After discovering the house's history, I resolved to have an electrician inspect the wiring system and put the matter to rest. The local electrician who arrived that afternoon found nothing wrong with the doorbell system. He checked the wiring, the button mechanism, and even installed a new chime, assuring me that any issues had now been resolved. I thanked him, ignoring the skeptical look he gave me when I explained the 3 a.m. ringing before leaving. He hesitated on the porch, staring at the house with an unreadable expression when I asked if something was wrong. He simply shook his head and suggested I consider having the house blessed. I laughed it off, but the sound rang hollow. Even to my own ears that night, I prepared for a confrontation. I disabled the doorbell system entirely, physically disconnecting it from its power source. I set up additional cameras covering every approach to the house. I left lights on throughout the first floor. I even considered spending the night elsewhere, but some stubborn part of me refused. Us used to be driven from my home by what was likely just an old house settling or an electrical quirk. The technician had missed at 2:45 a.m. I positioned myself in the living room. Lights off with a clear view of the front door. My mouth was dry, my heart already racing in anticipation. The minutes ticked by with excruciating slowness, each second stretching like taffy in the darkness. 3 a.m. arrived without incident. No ring, no sound at all, except for my own ragged breathing and the soft ticking of the antique clock in the hallway. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by embarrassment at how worked up I'd become. I was just about to head upstairs when I heard it. Not the ring of the doorbell, but something far more unsettling. 3 distinct knocks on the front door. My blood turned to ice in my veins. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. As those 3 knocks echoed through the silent house, they weren't loud or aggressive, just firm, deliberate, as if whoever was knocking knew I was inside, knew I was listening, and was in no hurry. Minutes passed as I sat frozen in place. No further knocks came eventually. I forced myself to approach the door on legs that threatened to buckle beneath me. The peephole showed only my empty, well-lit porch against every instinct screaming within me. I opened the door. The night air rushed in unusual cold and carrying that same faint scent of tobacco smoke. My security lights illuminated every corner of my front yard, revealing absolutely nothing out of place. But as I stood in the doorway, a sensation crept over me that I was not alone. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a presence as tangible as a hand on my shoulder. I slammed the door shut and spent the remainder of the night huddled in my bedroom, lights blazing, checking and rechecking the security camera. Fey reads on my laptop, they showed nothing. No visitors, no movement, no explanation for the KNX. I'd heard so clearly the following day, I drove to the local historical society, determined to learn more about Howard Mercer and the history of my property. The elderly volunteer who assisted me seemed unsurprised by my questions. She explained that while the official records showed Mercer as a missing person case, never solved local rumor had long held that he had met with foul play some suspected a drifter passing through town. Others whispered about gambling debts to dangerous people. A few even suggested he had simply walked into the woods behind his property one night and chosen never to return to a life that had grown unbearable after his wife's death. Years earlier, what caught my attention, though, was her mention of Mercer's routine. According to former co-workers, he had been almost obsessively punctual, arriving at exactly the same time for his shift each night, and each morning he would return home at precisely 3 a.m., announcing his arrival with 3 knocks on his own front door, a habit he developed to avoid waking his wife with the doorbell during the years before her passing and continued afterward out of ingrained routine. That night, I didn't even attempt to sleep at 2:45 a.m. I sat in my living room, lights off, waiting at precisely 3 a.m. The 3 knocks came again, deliberate, patient, expectant. This time I approached the door immediately, my terror giving way to a strange, detached curiosity. I opened it without hesitation. The porch was empty, but the presence I'd felt the previous night was stronger. Almost overwhelming, the tobacco scent hung heavy in the air, and despite the mild autumn night, my breath fogged in front of me, I found myself speaking aloud, asking if Howard Mercer was there. If he was trying to come home, no voice answered, but the porch light flickered once, twice, 3 times. That was 6 weeks ago, every night since then, at exactly 3 a.m. 3 knocks sound on my front door. I've grown accustomed to it, even find myself waiting for it. A strange punctuation to my nights. I've learned that if I open the door immediately and acknowledge the presence with a simple greeting, the cold spot dissipates quickly and the night continues peacefully. If I ignore it, small disturbances plague my house until dawn. Lights flickering, doors creaking open, the persistent scent of tobacco growing stronger until it becomes almost suffocating, I've considered. Moving, of course, but some combination of fascination and compassion keeps me here. I understand now what Howard Mercer is doing. He's coming home as he did every night for years. This is still his house in some fundamental way, and he is following the patterns etched into whatever remains of his existence. Last week, I established a new routine at 2:55 a.m. I brew a cup of coffee and place it on the small table on the porch beside an ashtray and a lit cigarette at 3 a.m. The knocks come. I open the door, greet the empty porch, and then return to bed by morning. The coffee cup is always empty. The cigarette burned down to the filter. The real estate agent never mentioned that my house came with a roommate who only exists at 3 a.m. But as the autumn chill deepens into winter, I find I don't mind sharing my isolated sanctuary with Howard Mercer. We've reached an understanding, this ghost and he's not trying to drive me away or harm me. He's simply coming home as he has every night for decades to the only place he still exists. Sometimes I wonder if I should be afraid. The rational part of my mind insists that I'm enabling my own delusion, creating rituals around coincidence and house noises. But when I wake in the night and sense that familiar presence moving through the rooms, never threatening, just present, I understand something profound about loneliness. Howard Mercer doesn't want to frighten me. He just doesn't want to be forgotten in the only space where memory of him persists. So I stay marking each night with our strange communion, and sometimes in those quietest hours between midnight and dawn, I catch myself wondering which of us is truly haunting this house on Oakwood Lane. The first night I spent in my father's house, I heard scratching from the walls. Not the familiar scurrying of mice or the gentle settling of an old structure, but deliberate rhythmic scratching as if something were trying to communicate 3 slow drags followed by silence. Then 3 more. I told myself it was just the house speaking its ancient language, the way all old buildings do. But deep down I knew better. This house had secrets. My father had taken to his grave, and something in the darkness was beckoning me to uncover them. My father, Maxwell Grant, died suddenly of a heart attack at 68. We weren't close, the kind of father and son who exchanged perfunctory phone calls on holidays and birthdays, our conversations circling around weather and sports scores, anything to avoid genuine connection. So when his lawyer called to inform me I'd inherited the sprawling Victorian house where he'd lived alone for the past 20 years, I was surprised. I hadn't set foot in that place since I was 18 when I left for college with no intention of returning. The house stood at the end of Blackwood Lane, partially hidden behind overgrown trees and shrubs that my father had long stopped maintaining. 3 stories of weather feed, brick and warped wood with narrow windows that reflected no light. Even on the sunniest days growing up, the neighborhood kids called it the witch house, though none of us had ever seen a witch. Just my reclusive father, who grew more withdrawn with each passing year upon arrival. I was struck by how little had changed. The front door still creaked with that distinctive groan I remembered from childhood. The foyer smelled of pipe tobacco and old books. My father's scent dust particles danced in the shafts of afternoon light piercing. Through the windows, time seemed to have abandoned this place, leaving it suspended in a permanent state of decay. I spent the first day exploring the first floor, the kitchen with its outdated appliances, the dining room where we'd eaten in silence, the study where my father would lock himself away for hours. On the second day, I ventured to the second floor, methodically going through each bedroom, bathroom, and closet, sorting through my father's possessions. I found nothing remarkable, just the mundane artifacts of a solitary life. But my eyes kept drifting to the ceiling, to the small trap door that led to the attic. As a child, that attic had been strictly forbidden. That room isn't for playing. My father would say sharply whenever he caught me looking up at it, some doors should remain closed. His tone brooked no argument, and I learned to stop asking about it. Now standing in the upstairs hallway with the house legally min, I felt a magnetic pull toward that forbidden space. The trappo had a small brass handle that gleamed dully in the hallway. Light, my palm was slick with sweat as I reached up and pulled the hinges. Protested with a screech that set my teeth on edge, and a narrow wooden staircase unfolded before me. The musty smell of neglect wafted down, carrying decades of dust and disuse. My heart hammered against my ribs as I ascended the creaking steps, each one threatening to give way. Beneath my weight, the attic was exactly as one might expect. Low-ceilinged, dimly lit by the gray light filtering through a single round window. Discarded furniture huddled beneath yellowed sheets like forgotten ghosts. Cardboard boxes were stacked in precarious towers, their contents a mystery. But what caught my attention was the far wall where the roof sloped down to meet the floor. There, partially hidden behind an old wardrobe, was a door, small like it had been designed for a child. Though I immediately pushed that thought away, the door was secured with an ancient padlock, its metal surface pitted with rust. I told myself I should leave, should respect my father's obvious wish to keep this place sealed. But curiosity, that dangerous, insatiable force, pushed me forward. I found a crowbar in a toolbox downstairs and returned to force the lock. It gave way with surprising ease, as if it had been waiting all these years for this moment. Beyond the small door was a space that shouldn't have existed. The dimensions of the house, as I understood them, didn't allow for this room. It was roughly the size of a modest bedroom, with walls of unfinished wood and a floor of bare planks. The air inside was unnaturally cold, raising goosebumps along my arms. Despite the summer heat, outside the room contained nothing except a standing mirror in the center. The mirror stood 6 feet tall, its ornate frame carved with intricate patterns. Vines and leaves intertwined with faces that seemed to shift. When viewed from different angles, the glass itself was cloudy, as if veiled by smoke, yet it reflected my image with unsettling clarity. As I approached, the temperature dropped further. My breath escaped invisible puffs, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. Standing before the mirror, I noticed details I'd initially missed. The walls of the room were covered in scratches, hundreds, perhaps thousands of them, creating chaotic patterns that radiated outward from the mirror like a sunburst. Some were shallow, barely grazing the surface. Others cut deep into the wood as if made with desperate force. At the bottom edge of the mirror's frame, dark stains formed the unmistakable outline of handprints. Their fingers elongated and thin, my reflection stared back at me, but something was subtly wrong. There was a slight delay in its movements, almost imperceptible. Unless watched closely when I raised my hand, my reflection followed a fraction of a second too late. When I blinked, my reflection's eyes remained open just long enough to notice, and when I turned to leave, I could have sworn my reflection remained facing forward. Watching me go that night, the scratching in the walls grew louder, no longer confined to 3 scratch sequences. It became frantic, desperate, the sound of something clawing to escape. I covered my ears with a pillow and forced myself to sleep, telling myself it was just the house settling, just my imagination working overtime. After the discovery in the attic, I dreamt of the mirror that night. In my dream, I stood before it again, but instead of my reflection, I saw my father as a young man. He pressed his palms against the glass from the other side, his mouth moving urgently, though no sound came through behind him. Shadows shifted and swirled, taking half-formed shapes before dissolving again. I tried to read his lips, tried to understand what he was so desperate to communicate, but then the glass began to crack beneath his hands, and I woke up gasping, drenched in cold sweat. The following days developed a routine. I would spend my mornings and afternoons sorting through my father's belongings, preparing the house for eventual sale. But as evening approached, an irresistible compulsion would draw me back to the attic room. Back to the mirror, I began to notice changes. The cloudiness of the glass seemed to shift, sometimes clearing to perfect transparency, other times darkening until my reflection was barely visible. The temperature in the room fluctuated wildly on one visit. So cold my fingers turned blue on the next, so warm I broke into a sweat. I found myself speaking to the mirror, asking questions that echoed in the empty room. What are you? What did my father do? Why am I here? The mirror offered no answers, just my own reflection with that unsettling delay, that wrong quality I couldn't quite define. I started experiencing lost time. I would enter the attic room in the early evening and emerge to find it was past midnight. With no memory of the intervening hours, my sleep became fragmented, disrupted by the constant scratching that now followed me throughout the house. It no longer came just from the walls now, it emanated from beneath floorboards, from inside closets, from behind the shower curtain. During one of my investigations of the house, I discovered a hidden compartment in my father's desk. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with my father's cramped handwriting. Most entries were mundane daily activities, weather observations, occasional reflections on his solitary life. But scattered throughout were cryptic references to the observer and the thin place. Upstairs, one passage dated just 3 months. Before his death stood out, it's getting stronger. I can feel it pulling at me even when I'm not in the room. Sometimes I see it from the corner of my eye, not just in the mirror anymore, but in windows and puddles. After rain in the screen of my television, when it's turned off, it wears my face, but it's not me. It has never been me. Did I create it? With my loneliness, or was it always there waiting for someone isolated enough to notice it? I should destroy the mirror, I know I should. But I fear what might happen if I do. If the barrier is broken. What might come through my father, I realized, had been fighting something for years. Something connected to that mirror. The thought should have sent me running from the house, should have had me calling realtors and movers, and putting as much distance as possible between myself and this place instead. It deepened my obsession. I began spending all my time in the attic room, sitting cross-legged before the mirror, studying every detail of its frame, every nuance of my delayed reflection. I stopped bothering with the pretense of sorting through my father's belongings. I barely ate, barely slept. The scratching became constant, a backdrop to my waking hours, but I no longer found it disturbing. It had become familiar, almost comforting. One night, I'm not sure which, as the days had begun to blur together, I pressed my palm against the cool surface of the mirror, mirroring the action of my father in my dream. The glass felt strange. Beneath my touch, not solid as expected, but yielding slightly like the surface of water. Resistant to being breached, my reflection did the same, pressing its palm against mine, but its eyes held an eagerness that didn't match my wary curiosity. The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was so profound, my ears rang with it. And then slowly, deliberately, my reflection smiled, though I could feel my own face. Frozen in shock, he kept me here. My reflection set its lips moving in perfect sync with words. I wasn't speaking your father. He trapped me on this side while he lived free on yours. My throat constricted, I tried to pull my hand away from the glass but found it stuck fast as if glued in place. The cold from the mirror crept up my arm, numbing it inch by inch. We could trade places, my reflection suggested its voice of perfect imitation of mine, yet somehow hollow-like. It was speaking from the bottom of a well. Just for a little while. Don't you want to know what it's like on this side? Don't you want to understand what he was hiding from you all these years? The offer was tempting in a way I couldn't articulate. Despite every instinct screaming to flee, part of me yearned to step through to experience whatever reality existed behind the glass. My father had kept this from me, this extraordinary secret, and the childhood resentment of being excluded bubbled up fresh and potent. It's so easy, my reflection continued, its free hand rising to the surface of the mirror from its side. Just one step through, I'll show you everything. He never wanted you to see. The glass beneath my palm softened further, becoming almost liquid. My hand began to sink into it, the cold sensation traveling up my wrist, my forearm. My reflection's eager smile widened as our fingertips began to pass each other as we began to exchange places. In that moment, I noticed something at the edges of my vision, the scratches on the walls surrounding the mirror from this close vantage point. I could see they weren't random. After all, they formed words repeated over and over in my father's handwriting. Don't trust what you see, with a surge of terror fueled strength. I wrenched my hand back from the mirror's surface. The vacuum-like suction fought my retreat, but I persisted, throwing my weight backward. My palm came free with a sound like ripping fabric, and I tumbled to the floor, cradling my arm, which burned with cold. So intense it felt like fire. My reflection remained standing, its expression shifting from eager anticipation to cold fury. It pressed both hands against the glass, now pushing outward with visible strain. The mirror's surface bulged like a membrane, stretching thinner. With each push, the frame began to crack. Hairline fractures running through the ornate carvings. The temperature in the room plummeted, my breath coming in white clouds before my face. I scrambled backward until my spine hit the scratched wall. The thing in the mirror, no longer trying to maintain the pretense of being my reflection, distorted its features in rage, its fingers elongated, nails extending into claws that scraped against the thinning barrier, adding to the cacophony of scratching that had resumed throughout the house, louder than ever before. Understanding hit me with sudden clarity. The mirror wasn't just a mirror, it was a door, a threshold between worlds. And my father hadn't trapped whatever was in there, he'd been keeping it from getting out the locked room. The warnings, his isolation, it had all been to contain something that should never be free. I fled the attic room, slamming the small door behind me back in the main attic space. I frantically searched through boxes until I found what I needed. An old blanket, thick and heavy. I returned to the mirror room, careful not to look directly at the glass where the thing still pushed and clawed with my eyes. Averted, I threw the blanket over the mirror, covering it completely. The effect was immediate. The scratching stopped. The temperature slowly began to normalize. I secured the blanket with rope found elsewhere in the attic, tying it tightly around the frame so no part of the glass remained exposed. Then I retreated, locking the small door behind me and replacing the broken padlock with a new, stronger one I found in my father's toolbox in the days that followed. I did what my father had done. I researched. His study contained books on folklore, dimensional theory, and esoteric physics. I read accounts of mirrors as portals of doppelgangers that replaced their originals, of spaces that exist between realities. I found notes my father had made about the previous owners of the house, tracking a pattern of disappearances and strange behaviors spanning back a century. I understand now why my father lived as he did. Isolated, vigilant, dedicated to a duty he couldn't explain to others. I understand why he left the house to me, his only son, not as a gift, but as an inheritance of responsibility. I won't sell the house, I can't. Instead, I've moved in, permanently establishing my office in the room directly beneath the attic. Sometimes late at night, I still hear faint scratching from above, muted but persistent, a reminder that some barriers require constant maintenance, that some doors must remain not just closed but guarded. The scratching doesn't frighten me anymore. What terrifies me is the occasional glimpse I catch in ordinary reflective surfaces. Windows spoons the screen of my phone when it's turned off just for a split second. My reflection smiles before I do, blinks after I do, watches me with patient, hungry eyes, and sometimes in dreams I see my father on the other side of ordinary mirrors. He no longer tries to speak, no longer presses against the glass. He simply watches me with sad, knowing eyes, warning me, reminding me some doors should remain closed the moment I step into the Blackwood building. Something feels wrong. The air hangs differently tonight, heavier, like it's pressing against my skin with deliberate intent. I've worked security here for 3 years, but the building has stood since 1942. Its history etched into every creak of the hardwood floors and embedded in the worn brass fixtures tonight. That history seems to breathe alongside me. My flashlight beam cuts through the darkness of the lobby, catching dust particles that dance unnaturally in the air. They seem to scatter away from the light rather than float through it. I shake my head, 4 hours into a 12-hour shift, and fatigue is already playing tricks on my mind. The building houses dozens of offices spread across 6 floors, most occupied by law firms and financial advisors, who leave behind nothing but expensive furniture and the lingering scent of cologne. My job is simple: make hourly rounds. Check that doors remain locked and ensure nothing disturbs the building. Slumber until morning. I begin my 2 a.m. round on the 6th floor. Working my way down, my footsteps echo through empty hallways lined with dark mahogany, westcoating and doors bearing gold lettering of company names. The overhead lights remain dimmed overnight, a cost-saving measure that transforms familiar corridors into tunnels of shadow. I check each door, marking them off on my clipboard. The routine is mechanical: grip handle twist, confirm, lock, move on, until I reach room 5. 05, something stops me. The air feels different here, colder, charged with an expectancy I can't explain. I press my ear to the heavy wooden door and listen. Nothing. I'm about to move on when I hear it. My name whispered from inside the room. Mark is so faint I almost doubt I heard it at all. A chill races down my spine, prickling the hairs on my neck. I check the door locked as it should be. I verify my clipboard. Hargarv accounting vacated at 7:35 p.m. I fumble for my master key, hands suddenly clumsy. The lock clicks, but the door won't budge. Locked from the inside. Impossible. I note the anomaly and continue. My rounds attempting to dismiss the incident as imagination, yet my heart pounds in my chest. Each beat an argument against rationality. 20 minutes later, I finished the 5th floor and moved to the 4th, but thought of room 5. 05 pulls at me, an insistent itch, demanding to be scratched. I decide to check it again before descending further. The corridor seems longer on my return. The emergency exit sign at the far end pulses with an uneven rhythm. C casting intermittent red shadows across the walls as I approach room 5. 05, my flashlight beam catches the door. Now standing ajar by several inches, my throat constricts. I know with absolute certainty I'd verified it was locked inaccessible even with my key. I radio the front desk asking if any other staff entered the building. The night receptionist's groggy voice confirms I'm the only one on the premises. Besides him downstairs, I push the door open with my foot service pistol. Drawn for the first time in my career, the beam of light jumps across the room: empty desks, filing cabinets, office chairs. Nothing unusual except for a single wooden chair positioned in the center of the room facing the door, facing me as if someone had been sitting there waiting. The room temperature drops 15 degrees. Compared to the hallway, my exhaled breath forms clouds in the air. I holster my weapon and step inside, checking behind desks and opening the small closet. Nothing, but as I turn to leave, I notice the chair has rotated slightly now, angled toward the door as if tracking my movement. I back out, close the door firmly, and continue my rounds. My rational mind presents explanations: air currents, an uneven floor, my own disturbance of the room. Stillness, yet none convinced the primitive part of my brain screaming that something is wrong. The following nights bring escalating disturbances. On Tuesday, I find 3 doors unlocked that I personally secured hours earlier. Wednesday, the elevator activates itself, traveling between floors with no passengers inside. Thursday, I discover every computer in the 3rd floor law office glowing with active screens, though the power should be disabled. After hours, I request the building's maintenance history and employee records, searching for patterns or explanations. The night janitor, Eduardo, has worked here for 20 years. When I casually mention the disturbances, his weathered face pales. He claims to clean only during daylight hours, refusing to elaborate. When I press for reasons, Friday night arrives with a thunderstorm that batters the building's windows like impatient fists. I begin my rounds at midnight, earlier than usual, hoping to catch whatever or whoever is responsible. The rain muffles external sounds, leaving only the building's own voice, the settling of old wood, the gurgle of pipes, the hum of emergency lights as my soundtrack as I pass the 4th floor water cooler. I notice my reflection in the darkened window beside it, except it's not quite right. My movements lag by half a second, as if my reflection is deciding whether to follow me. I freeze and it freezes. I raise my hand and it raises its hand, but only after a noticeable delay. I lean closer to the glass, studying the anomaly, when my reflection smiles, though my own face remains locked in concentration. I stumble backward, blinking hard. When I look again, the window shows only a normal reflection, but now I feel watched from every angle, from behind closed doors, from air vents, from the very walls themselves. The sensation of eyes crawling across my skin becomes so intense, I have to resist the urge to tear at my uniform. I continue my patrol with sweat beading my forehead. Despite the building's chill, every shadow seems to stretch toward me, every reflective surface promises movement just beyond my direct gaze. The building has developed a pulse, its ancient infrastructure now pumping something other than electricity and water through its veins at 2:13 a.m. The power fails. Emergency lights kick on, bathing the corridors in a dim amber glow. I call the electric company from my cell phone, learning that despite the storm, no outages have been reported in the area. The building systems have decided to go dark on their own. I make my way to the basement to check the circuit breakers. Each step down the narrow stairwell feels like a descent into something waiting. The basement houses maintenance rooms, storage, and the building's ancient boiler, a mammoth iron contraption that has heated the structure since its construction. The breaker room door stands open, though it should be locked inside. In the beam of my flashlight, I find every switch flipped to the off position. No malfunction. Someone or something intentionally killed the power. As I reset them one by one, I hear movement behind me, a shuffling step, the brush of fabric against concrete. I whirl around, light cutting through. Darkness, heart hammering against my ribs, nothing. Just the boiler room door across the hall, now standing open when I'm certain it was closed. Steam billows from inside, incongruous. Since the heating system shouldn't be running in summer, I should call for backup. I should leave instead. Drawn by the same compulsion that keeps bringing me back to room 505. I approach the boiler room. The doorframe radiates heat inside the massive boiler. Roars at full capacity, its pressure gauge edging toward the red. The room swelters at over 100 degrees. Pipes, CL blanking and hissing, written in the condensation on the boiler's curved metal surface, is a name Marcus. My name in handwriting I recognize as my own, though I have no memory of writing it. I back away, fumbling for the door, when the boiler's rumble changes. Pitch transforming into something like a voice. It speaks words I can't quite comprehend, but their meaning seeps into me. Nonetheless, a warning or an invitation, I can't tell which. The next week blurs into a nightmare of escalating incidents. I find my patrol logbook filled with entries in my handwriting that I never made. The word beneath appears scrolled on my clipboard, my office computer, my car's fogged window. The security cameras show nothing unusual except for unexplained gaps in footage. Precisely during my rounds, sleep becomes impossible, even at home miles from the Blackwood building. I wake to sounds of creaking wood and whispers. Just beyond comprehension, my apartment takes on aspects of the building. Shadows deepen, lights flicker. My bathroom mirror shows that same delayed reflection. I request personnel files from management, learning that 3 previous night guards left within their first month, the longest serving guard before me. Thomas Miller quit abruptly after 5 years, leaving behind only a resignation letter with a single line. It knows too much now. By my 4th week of disturbances, I've lost 15 pounds. Dark circles frame my eyes. The building's activities have grown bolder. Furniture rearranged into perfect circles. Overnight, every computer mouse in an office positioned to point at the door, the elevator repeatedly stopping at the 2nd floor. Despite no one pressing its buttons, I become obsessed with room 505, returning multiple times each night, sometimes locked, sometimes open, always empty, yet feeling occupied. The wooden chair appears in different positions each visit, once I find it upended. Its legs pointing accusingly at the ceiling like a dead insect. I leave a voice recorder running in the room one night. When I retrieve it, the batteries are drained and it contains 3 hours of silence, broken only by a single clear sentence in what sounds like my own voice. You need to see what's underneath the building's blueprints. Reveal nothing unusual about room 505 or any other space. But Eduardo, who I finally convinced to talk, mentions renovations in the 1970s that enclosed an original staircase leading to a sub-basement. Not shown on current plans, I find the hidden door behind a storage shelf in the main basement. It opens to reveal narrow stone steps descending into darkness. The air rising from below carries the metallic scent of old wiring and something organic like soil and stagnant water. The stairs end at a flooded chamber. Black water covering the floor to ankle depth, my flashlight reveals. Walls covered in handwritten logs, dates, names, observations, spanning decades. Among them, I find entries by Thomas Miller, my predecessor, describing the same phenomena I've experienced. His final entry, dated the day before, his resignation reads, "Only it's not the building that's haunted in the center of the room. Stands a wooden chair identical to the one in room 5. 5 half submerged in the dark water as I approach the surface. Ripples not from my movement but from something stirring below. The water begins to drain through some unseen outlet, revealing the chair's legs. Then the floor beneath, carved into the concrete, is a perfect map of the building. Each room meticulously labeled small X marks indicate specific locations. The elevator, the boiler room, room 505, and others where I've experienced phenomena. I kneel to examine the map. My fingers tracing the outline of the building, the water continues to recede, revealing words carved around the perimeter. The building is not haunted, the guard is haunted. Cold realization washes over me. The phenomena appeared after I arrived, not before they follow me home. The building isn't haunted, I am, or rather the position I occupy is something ancient has attached itself not to the structure but to the role of its nighttime sentinel. As this understanding crystallizes, the atmosphere shifts. The oppressive weight that has followed me for weeks suddenly lifts the room, brightens, though my flashlight remains dim. I feel acknowledged, as if passing some test of comprehension. I return to room 5051. Last time, the chair now faces the window instead of the door. On its seat lies my resignation letter, already completed in my handwriting. Awaiting only my signature beside it rests a personnel file for the next guard, who will take my place, who will inherit not just my duties, but my haunting. I have a choice. I can sign walk away, pass this burden to someone else, or I can stay, understand it, perhaps even master it. The building and I regard each other in new comprehension. The lights flicker once, twice, then stabilize brighter than before. I tear up the resignation letter. The chair rotates slightly toward me as if in approval. The night shift continues, but now on different terms. I am no longer an intruder in the building. Slumber, but its chosen companion. The whispers continue, but now I'm beginning to understand what they're saying. And sometimes when I pass the windows on my rounds, my reflection waves at me just a moment before I raise my own hand. The shadows in this building don't behave like normal. Shadows, they stretch when they shouldn't, retreat when approached, and sometimes just Sometimes I swear they whisper my name. My apartment sits on the 7th floor of the Blackwood, a pre-war structure nestled between modern high-rises in downtown Chester. The contrast makes the building look even more ancient, a weathered face among smooth-skinned youths. I've lived here for 11 months now, and for 9 of them I've been convinced I'm not alone. The first incident happened on a Tuesday, I remember, because I had stayed late debugging code at the office, and by the time I dragged myself home, the midnight hour had come and gone. The elevator, a rattling brass cage that wheezed more than it moved, deposited me on my floor with its usual mechanical sigh. The hallway stretched before me, illuminated by sickly yellow bulbs that created more shadows than light the carpet. Once red, now a mottled burgundy brown absorbed my footsteps as I walked toward apartment 713. That's when I felt it a prickle at the nape of my neck. The unmistakable sensation of being watched. I turned, expecting to see Mrs. Ogie from 709, peering through her peephole as she often did. The hallway was empty, yet the feeling persisted. A weight pressing against my consciousness as tangible as fingers tracing my spine. I dismissed it as fatigue, a byproduct of 70-hour work weeks and too much caffeine, but over the following weeks the sensation intensified. Each night the hallway seemed to stretch a little longer, the shadows growing a little darker, the silence a little more expectant. I began to dread coming home 1 month after that first night I heard my name, Daniel. The word floated down the corridor, barely above a whisper originating from somewhere near the abandoned wing, a section of the building damaged by water years ago and awaiting repairs that never came. I froze key suspended before my Lockhart suddenly hammering against my ribs. "Hello?" I called, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded thin, vulnerable. No response came, but the air seemed to thicken, pressing against my eardrums. I hurried inside my apartment, locked the door, and spent the night with all the lights on, telling myself I'd imagined it. I hadn't. The next night, it came again. More distinct, Daniel helped me. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It existed in some unsettling in-between space. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps sound traveling through the old ventilation system, or a neighbor playing some elaborate prank. I mentioned it casually to the building superintendent, a perpetually damp man named Horvath. His reaction told me everything I needed to know. His already. Pallid face blanched further, and he mumbled something about old buildings having quirks before quickly changing the subject when I pressed him about the abandoned wing. He became evasive, suggesting that perhaps I should consider moving when my lease ended that night. I researched the Blackwood's history. Most sources mentioned its architectural significance or its famous residents from the 1920s, but one obscure blog detailed darker events. 27 years ago, a resident had disappeared without a trace. The blog speculated about foul play but offered no concrete details. Comments below the post had been disabled. I dug deeper, requesting old newspaper archives from the library. What I found disturbed me more than the whispers. The missing resident one. Edward Morello had lived in apartment 724, located in what was now the abandoned wing. Police had investigated but found nothing suspicious. The case had eventually gone cold. What the blog hadn't mentioned was that in the weeks before his disappearance, Marcello had complained to neighbors about hearing voices in the hallway. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. Every creak of the building, every distant footstep, every whisper of wind through the poorly sealed windows had me bolt upright, straining to listen. The voice continued, becoming a nightly occurrence, always emanating from the sealed-off corridor, always calling my name, always pleading for help. My work suffered. I began making careless errors, missing deadlines. My supervisor suggested I take some personal days instead of resting. I spent the time researching the building's history and Edward Marcello's life. I learned he had been an architect involved in renovating several historic buildings around the city. He had lived alone, had no close family. Few friends like me. The parallels unsettled me. 3 months after the first whisper I broke. Not in the way you might expect, not with screams or tears or a frantic call to the police. No, my breaking was quieter, more deliberate. I decided to follow the voice the next time I heard it. Daniel, I need you. I walked toward it instead of away from it. The hallway seemed to stretch before me, the distance to the abandoned wing. Expanding with each step, the yellow lights flickered as I passed beneath them, and the air grew colder the further I ventured from my apartment. A chain with a no-entry sign blocked the entrance to the damaged wing. I stepped over it without hesitation. This section of the hallway was darker, the carpet removed to reveal warped floorboards. The walls showed water damage paint peeling in long strips that resembled fade skin. The voice grew stronger. Daniel, closer. My heart pounded so violently I could feel my shirt moving with each beat. Sweat beat on my forehead, too. Despite the chill, my mouth had gone desert dry. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back. Yet I continued forward. Drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain, the numbers on the doors had faded, but I could still make out 724 Marcello's apartment. The door stood slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond. The voice emanated from within, now a continuous, urgent whisper. "Daniel! Daniel! Daniel!" I pushed the door open. The hinges protested with a sound like a wounded animal. The apartment was empty, not just of furniture, but somehow empty of space itself. Despite the windows, no light penetrated the gloom. I felt dizzy, disoriented, as if the room existed in some dimension adjacent to, but not quite part of our reality. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely functioning. The temperature plummeted, my breath emerged in white clouds, as the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, to move with purpose, and then from everywhere and nowhere. The voice responded, no longer a whisper, but a chorus of whispers layered upon one another. They explained that the building existed at a crossroads of sorts, not just physical space, but something more ephemeral. Marcello had discovered this while renovating, had found that certain configurations of architecture could create doorways. He had become obsessed modifying his apartment, attempting to communicate with whatever existed on the other side. He had succeeded too well. What came through couldn't fully exist in our world, but neither could it return. It remained trapped between states, gradually extending its influence throughout the building. It had called to Morello as it now called to me. I asked what had happened to him. The whispers paused, then admitted they had no concept of what humans called time. Morello might have left, might have stayed, might still be trying to find his way back. They couldn't say. They only knew that they were still trapped and that I could help them. My legs trembled beneath me. How I asked, though, part of me already knew. The shadows wet and contracted. The whispers suggested modifications to my apartment, slight adjustments to angles, removal of certain barriers, specific marks to be made on walls and floors. Nothing drastic, nothing that would alert the superintendent. Small changes that would help them extend their influence, help them reach others, help them become more. I stumbled backward toward the door. The shadows surged forward, not aggressively, but eagerly. The whispers rose in volume and urgency, explaining how I wouldn't be harmed, how I would be rewarded, how I would understand truths no other human could comprehend. I fled back in my apartment. I barricaded the door with furniture. I stuffed towels under the door and taped the windows. I turned on every light, every electronic device that emitted noise, television, radio, laptop, creating a barrage of sound to drown out any whispers that might penetrate my defenses. It didn't help that night. The voice found me. In my dreams, it showed me visions of what it promised. Knowledge beyond human understanding, perception. Beyond the limited 5 senses we possess, it showed me what Marcello had seen, the patterns hidden in reality that once recognized could never be unseen. I woke drenched in sweat, my throat raw as if I'd been screaming. On my bedside table lay a sheet of paper covered in drawings, angles, measurements, strange symbols, my own handwriting, but I had no memory of Kriya. It a blueprint for the modifications the whispers had requested. The following week passed in a fugue state. By day, I researched options for breaking my lease by night. I fought the compulsion to begin the modifications. The whispers grew more persuasive, more reasonable. They explained that they weren't malevolent, merely different. They needed help to understand our world, to find their way back to theirs. Was that so wrong, wasn't I? Curious wouldn't anyone be? I found myself making small marks on the walls without realizing it, moving furniture slightly out of alignment, measuring angles between corners of my apartment. Each small action brought a surge of whispers approving. Encouraging my salvation came unexpectedly while researching the building's history at the city library. I discovered an architectural journal containing an interview with Edward Morello. From shortly before his disappearance in it, he discussed his fascination with non-Euclidean geometry and its application in creating spaces that challenge human perception. The interviewer had noted Marcello's excitement about his personal project modifications to his apartment in the Blackwood, but one detail stopped me cold. Marcello had mentioned hearing whispers that guided his work, that promised him knowledge. He had been thrilled, believing he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The interviewer had written it off as artistic eccentricity. The pattern became clear. Whatever existed beyond that doorway needed human assistance to widen it. It had used Morello. Now it was using me, and if I succeeded where Marcello had perhaps failed, it would find someone else after me, continuing to expand its influence. That night I confronted the whispers. I told them I knew what they were doing, that I wouldn't help them. The shadows in my apartment contracted violently. The whispers became harsher, no longer pleading but demanding. The temperature dropped until I could see my breath objects shifted on shelves. My television turned itself on and off. My phone rang with no caller. I endured it all, repeating a simple mantra. I will not help you by morning. The psychic assault had subsided to a sullen presence. The whispers continued, but with less force. I packed essential belongings and checked into a hotel, then began searching for a new apartment. I told Horvath I was breaking my lease. Due to personal reasons, the look of relief on his face confirmed he knew more than he had admitted about the building's secrets. 2 weeks later, I moved to a modern high-rise across town. For the first few nights, I still heard faint whispers at the edge of sleep, still felt watched in empty rooms, but gradually the sensations faded. I still research the Blackwood when I can't sleep. I found records of other residents over the years who left suddenly, who complained of strange occurrences, who seemed to change during their time there. I wonder how many heard the whispers, how many helped widen that doorway. Even slightly sometimes I worry about my successor in apartment 713. I've considered warning them, but what would I say that the building whispers that shadows move with purpose, that something ancient and patient waits behind the walls? They wouldn't believe me. I wouldn't have believed me. And sometimes on nights when my new apartment seems too quiet, too normal, too limited by the physics I've always known, I find myself drawing angles and symbols on scrap paper. I find myself missing the whispers and their promises of perception. Beyond human understanding, those are the nights I destroy. The drawings delete my research and remind myself of Edward Morello, the architect who heard whispers and was never seen again because was as terrifying as those whispers were. More terrifying still is the part of me that sometimes wishes I had listened. The first time I noticed something wrong with my shadow was on a Tuesday in late October, I remember, because the streetlights had just flickered on as I walked the final block to my apartment, casting an elongated silhouette across the pavement before me. Something about its proportions felt off. My head appeared too large, my shoulders too narrow, my fingers too long. But fatigue clouds perception, and after 14 hours at the office, I dismissed it as just another symptom of exhaustion. I was wrong. Every night that week I found myself staring at my shadow, an uncomfortable sensation crawling up my spine. The distortions were subtle at first, barely perceptible shifts in proportion that I could almost convince myself were imagined. But by Friday, the differences had become impossible to ignore. As I stood beneath the same streetlight, my shadow stretched nearly twice as far as it should have. Its edges rippling slightly, despite the complete absence of wind. I rationalized it away, a trick of the light, an optical illusion, perhaps even a manifestation of stress. My job at the architectural firm had become increasingly demanding, with the Peterson project consuming my every waking hour. Sleep deprivation does strange things to perception. At least that's what I told myself until the night I saw it move. I was fumbling with my keys at the entrance to my apartment building when movement caught my eye. My shadow cast against the brick wall by the security light above lifted its arm while mine remained firmly at my side. Keys dangling from rigid fingers, the movement was almost imperceptible, like watching something dart past your peripheral vision, but there was no mistaking what I'd seen. My heart hammered against my ribcage, a cold sweat breaking across my forehead. Despite the autumn chill, I dropped my keys, the metallic clatter echoing in the empty street. When I looked back at the wall, my shadow had returned to normal, mirroring my hunched posture as I bent to retrieve them. That night, I slept with every light in my apartment blazing the following morning. Daylight brought clarity and doubt. The human mind has a remarkable capacity for self-deception, especially when confronted with the impossible. I convinced myself I had imagined the whole incident a hallucination born from stress and caffeine abuse. I even laughed about it as I showered water cascading over my closed eyelids, but when I opened them and saw a dark figure through the frosted glass that didn't match my movements, the laughter died in my throat. I yanked the shower curtain back so violently that I tore one of the rings. My wet feet slipping on the tile as I stumbled backward. There was nothing there. Of course, just steam and the harsh glare of bathroom lights. But the damage was done. The seed of doubt had taken root. I began to document the discrepancies each night after work. I would stand in various lighting conditions and photograph my shadow with my phone at home. I would compare the images looking for inconsistency. The evidence was undeniable. Day by day, the silhouette grew less and less like my own, its proportions elongating, its edges becoming jagged where mine were smooth. I stopped telling colleagues I'd stay late to finish projects. Instead, I began leaving work while the sun was still high, eliminating shadows altogether. I took different routes home, avoiding streetlights when possible. When forced to walk through illuminated areas, I moved quickly, refusing to look down or at the walls where my distorted double might be projected. But avoidance is a temporary solution at best. As November deepened toward winter, the days grew shorter. Darkness fell by 5 and my options dwindled. The first time I saw the eye was on a night when sleep fell in sheets of freezing rain. I was hurrying up the steps to my building collar turned up against the biting wind when a flash of lightning illuminated the courtyard. For a split second, my shadow stretched across the concrete, and in the center of its featureless head gleamed a single luminous eye. The sleep soaked through my coat as I stood frozen, staring at the ground where only a normal shadow now lay, but I had seen it golden yellow with a vertical pupil like a cat's eye caught in headlights. It had been looking directly at me. I called in sick the next day, drawing the blinds and huddling in darkness when the superintendent knocked to check on me, apparently concerned by the sounds of furniture being moved against walls. I barely cracked the door, explaining coarsely that I had the flu. He seemed skeptical but left me alone. I didn't tell him I'd been barricading myself and covering every reflective surface, every source of potential. Shadows, the isolation only heightened my awareness in the artificial darkness of my apartment. I began to notice things, the way the shadow beneath my door seemed to pulse like the slow breathing of something lying in wait. How the darkness in the corners of rooms appeared deeper than it should be, as if extending beyond the physical constraints of the walls. The whisper of movement. Just beyond my peripheral vision that ceased the moment I turned my head. Sleep became a distant memory when exhaustion finally claimed me. I would jerk awake. Moments later, convinced that something was standing over my bed. The darkness around me felt heavy, pregnant with malevolent attention. Each night I swore I could hear breathing that didn't match my own soft-measured and patient. After 3 days of this self-imposed quarantine, reality began to blur at the edges. I needed to get out to walk in daylight to remind myself of a world where shadows were just absences of light and nothing more. I waited until noon when the sun would be at its highest and shadows at their smallest, then ventured outside. The world seemed unnaturally bright. After days in darkness, I walked through the park near my apartment, savoring the normality of joggers and dog walkers. The mundane sounds of traffic and conversation. For a while, I felt almost sane, almost safe. Then I passed a group of children playing near the fountain and noticed that while each child cast a shadow, mine was inexplicably absent. The pavement beneath me remained empty of any silhouette, as if light passed through me. Unhindered, a wave of vertigo sent me staggering to a nearby bench. Checking my phone camera confirmed what my eyes were telling me. No shadow. I had been so afraid of what my shadow was becoming that its complete absence struck me as an even greater horror. Where had it gone? What was it doing, freed from the constraints of my movements? I felt naked, exposed, as if I'd lost some essential part of myself. Passers-by gave me a wide berth as I sat trembling on the bench, sweat beading on my forehead. Despite the chill, I heard someone ask if I was okay, but their voice seemed to come from underwater, distorted and far away. I don't remember walking home one moment. I was in the park, and the next I was standing before my apartment door, key in hand. The hallway was dimly lit, as always, a perpetual twilight, maintained by energy-saving bulbs that never quite dispelled the gloom. As I turned the key, I glanced down. Automatically, my shadow had returned, but it wasn't alone. Superimposed over my own silhouette was another, its edges bleeding into mine like ink, diffusing through water where our forms overlapped. The darkness deepened to an impossible black that seemed to devour light. As I watched paralyzed, the second shadow began to pull away from mine, separating like a cell dividing. I fumbled with the door, desperation making me clumsy behind me. I heard a sound like fabric tearing, the unmistakable noise of something crossing a threshold. It was never meant to cross. The air grew heavy, pressing against my eardrums until they ached. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that my next exhale crystallized before my eyes. The door finally swung open and I threw myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. My apartment was dark, darker than it should have been in mid-afternoon. The blinds I'd left open were now drawn, plunging the rooms into shadow. I reached for the light switch with shaking fingers. Nothing happened. The darkness remained absolute, as if the electricity had been cut, but the microwave clock still glowed from the kitchen, its green digits floating disembodied in the blackness. The darkness was selective, consuming only the lights I needed. Most I fumbled for my phone, activating its flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing furniture draped in shadows that seemed too solid, too textured to be mere absences of light. They clung to surfaces like black moss, thicker in the corners where walls met ceiling. That's when I noticed the wall opposite me. My flashlight beam revealed my shadow cast in sharp relief against the white paint, but it wasn't mimicking my posture while I stood. Frozen in the entryway, arm extended with my phone, the silhouette on the wall was turned to face me, its head cocked at an impossible angle in the center of its featureless face. That same golden eye blinked open. I ran through the apartment, slipping on shadows that felt slick underfoot like oil spreading across the hardwood into my bedroom, where I slammed the door and wedged a chair beneath the handle. The flashlight beam weakened, dimming, despite the battery being at full charge in its face-fading light. I saw shadows gathering beneath the door, seeping in like smoke with the last of the light. I spotted my laptop on the nightstand. I lunged for it, flipping it open. The screen illuminated, pushing back the encroaching darkness. My fingers flew across the keyboard, searching for answers, explanations, anything that might help me understand what was happening. What I found was worse than ignorance. Accounts spanning centuries, and cultures described it. The Umbra Parasitus, the Shadow Thief, the Dark Passenger, an entity that latches onto a host through their shadow. Gradually assuming control, it begins with subtle distortions, progresses to independent movement, and culminates in complete separation, at which point the entity has gathered enough substance to exist independently, and then it feeds not on blood or flesh, but on light. On life itself, it drains its host, slowly leaving them an empty shell devoid of vitality. The victims don't die, they simply fade, becoming living shadows barely noticed by those around them. They continue their routines like automated puppets, working jobs, paying bills, speaking when spoken to, but their eyes remain vacant, their movements mechanical. The laptop screen flickered, dimming as if being drained. I slammed it shut, plunging the room back into darkness, for a moment, complete silence enveloped me. Then came the sound of something wet moving across the floor, a viscous slithering that made my skin crawl. My phone vibrated in my pocket with trembling hands. I withdrew it. The screen casting a feeble glow, a text message from an unknown number. Look in the mirror, ice flooded my veins as I raised my eyes to the closet mirror across the room. In its reflection, I could see myself illuminated by the phone's light, and behind me a figure composed entirely of darkness, its edges rippling like disturbed water. The golden eye floated in its approximation of a head, fixing me with a gaze that felt ancient and patient. My body responded before my mind could process what was happening. I hurled the phone at the mirror, shattering both glass rain down. The phone's light extinguished as it cracked against the wall. Darkness swallowed me completely. What followed was a night of absolute terror. I huddled on my bed, listening to something move around my room, occasionally feeling cold air brush against my skin as it passed. Once I felt what might have been fingers long cold and insubstantial trace the line of my jaw. I screamed. Then a primal sound torn from the deepest part of me in response. I heard laughter, my own voice, but distorted as if heard underwater. Dawn finally came, gray light seeping reluctantly through the blinds. The shadows receded to their natural places, though they seemed darker, more defined than normal shadows should be. I didn't wait to see what would happen when night returned. I packed a bag and fled my apartment. Driving without destination, I've been moving ever since, staying in brightly lit hotels, sleeping with every light blazing. I avoid going out after dark. I stay away from places with dim lighting when forced to walk through shadow. I move quickly, never looking down, but I know it's still with me. Sometimes in bright fluorescent light I catch glimpses of my shadow behaving as it should, and other times I have no shadow at all. In those moments of absence, I feel its attention on me, patient and hungry. Last night, I woke to find my hotel room cast in deeper darkness than it should have been, despite the lights I'd left on in the bathroom. Water ran from a tap I was certain I'd turned off when I approached the partially open door. I saw my shadows stretched across the tile floor, but I stood frozen in the bedroom doorway in the mirror above the sink, illuminated by a single functioning light. I caught a glimpse of myself for a moment. My reflection looked normal, then it smiled with teeth too sharp and numerous to be human, and a single golden eye opened in the center of its forehead head. I'm writing this now from a 24-hour diner surrounded by light and people, but daylight is fading soon. I'll need to find somewhere to stay, somewhere bright. I don't know how much longer I can run, or if there's anywhere I can hide from something that lives in the darkness I inevitably cast. Because the truth is, we all create shadows. We all provide doorways, and mine isn't just following me anymore, it's becoming me. The first night in the Caldwell house, I woke at precisely 3:17 a.m. to the sound of something dragging itself across the ceiling above my bed. Not the scurrying of rodents or the familiar settling of an old house, but something deliberate, something with weight and purpose. I lay paralyzed, my breath caught in my throat as the scraping moved from one end of the ceiling to the other. Other paused directly above me and then stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I didn't sleep again until dawn broke through the curtains, casting long accusatory shadows across my new bedroom. I hadn't wanted this house. Uncle Edwin was barely a name mentioned at family gatherings, a reclusive figure who'd withdrawn from the family decades before I was born. When the lawyer contacted me about the inheritance, I'd been surprised not just at being named the sole beneficiary, but that I'd been chosen over closer relatives. The property was located in a small New England town I'd never visited, 3 hours from Boston, where I'd been struggling to make rent after losing my job as an architectural draftsman. The timing seemed fortuitous, almost as if Uncle Edwin had known I would need a fresh start. The house stood isolated at the end of a winding gravel drive, surrounded by ancient oaks whose branches scraped against the windows during storms. It was a Victorian monstrosity of gables and turrets, its facade weathered by decades of neglect. The locals in town avoided eye contact when I mentioned my inheritance, changing the subject or suddenly remembering urgent errands. Only Mrs. Harmon at the general store offered anything resembling information, informing me in hushed tones that my uncle hadn't been seen in town for nearly 7 years. Before his death, the county coroner had been called when the mail carrier noticed an unusual smell coming from the house. She didn't elaborate further, and I didn't press during my initial walk through. I'd been struck by how the interior seemed frozen in time. Heavy furniture draped in sheets, wallpaper curling at the seams, a thick layer of dust on every surface, except, strangely, the staircase. The real estate agent who handed over the keys had pointed out various features with mechanical efficiency. Never stepping fully into any room when we reached the second-floor landing, I noticed a narrow door at the end of the hallway with a peculiar brass lock. "What's up there?" I asked the agent, smiled, tightened the attic. Unfortunately, the key has been missing for years. He quickly directed my attention to the master bedroom, speaking more rapidly than before. When I inquired about the attic again as he was leaving, he simply shrugged and suggested I contact a locksmith if I was determined to get in. His parting words that some spaces are kept locked for a reason seemed unnecessarily cryptic. At the time, now lying awake at 4 a.m. on my third night in the house, they felt prophetic. The strange noises continued each night, growing more distinct by the fifth night. I could differentiate between the dragging sound and what seemed like fingernails gently scratching at the wooden beam. Sometimes I thought I heard a soft rhythmic tapping, almost like Morse code. I told myself it was the house settling or perhaps branches against the roof. But these rational explanations dissolved when I heard what sounded unmistakably like footsteps pacing back and forth directly above my bedroom. During daylight hours, I tried to find information about the house or my uncle. The local historical society had little beyond construction dates and mentioned that the property had once belonged to a ship captain who'd made his fortune in the China trade. The town records offered nothing unusual about Edwin Caldwell. He purchased the house in 1984, paid his taxes on time, and had no police incidents on record. The library's newspaper archives showed he'd been briefly mentioned in a 1998 article about local recluses described only as intensely private and scholarly. On my 7th day in the house, I decided to tackle the attic. I'd searched every drawer and cabinet for the missing key without success. Mrs. Peterson, the cleaning woman who'd reluctantly agreed to help me sort through decades of dust and neglect, refused to even look at the attic door. When I asked why, she muttered something about bad air up there and promptly left for the day, not returning for our scheduled cleaning. The following week, I purchased a pry bar and hammer from the hardware store. The elderly owner asked no questions but studied my face with undisguised concern. That night, after steeling myself with a glass of whiskey, I approached the attic door. The lock was ornate brass, antique but sturdy. I placed the pry bar against the doorframe and applied pressure. The wood groaned in protest with each strike of the hammer. I felt the temperature in the hallway drop several degrees when the lock finally gave way with a sound like a wounded animal. A rush of stale, fetid air escaped from the darkness. Beyond the beam of my flashlight revealed a steep staircase leading up into shadows. The air smelled of mildew and something else, a sweet, rotten odor that made my stomach clench at the top of the stairs. I found a single large room with a sharply angled ceiling, empty, no furniture, no storage boxes, no signs of habitation, just bare wooden floorboards and exposed roof beams. The only window was a small circular opening at the far end, its glass so caked with grime that barely any moonlight filtered through. As I moved further into the room, the flashlight beam caught something on the floor. Dark stains in a pattern that didn't appear random. They spread outward from the center of the room like tendrils or branches, each ending abruptly as if something had been dragged through ink and then lifted. I knelt to examine one of the marks and found the wood there slightly sunken as if damaged by moisture or acid. The stain wasn't dust or dirt, but seemed embedded in the grain of the wood itself. A sudden noise from downstairs, like a door slowly opening, broke my examination. I froze. Listening intently, the house had been silent except for my own movements. but now I distinctly heard the sound of the front door closing, followed by footsteps in the entry hall. I called out asking if Mrs. Peterson had returned, though I knew she wouldn't come to the house after dark. No response came, but the footsteps stopped. I hurriedly made my way down the attic stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway was empty, so was the entry hall when I descended the main staircase. My flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, the front door remained locked, deadbolt secured just as I had left it. I searched each room on the ground floor, finding nothing out of place until I reached the kitchen. There on the floor was a trail of what looked like dark viscous liquid leading from the back door to the cellar entrance. It glistened in the flashlight, beam still wet. I didn't investigate further that night. Instead, I retreated to my bedroom, wedging a chair under the doorknob and keeping the lights on until morning. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by what sounded like soft footsteps in the hallway outside my door, and at one point the distinct sensation of the mattress depressing as if someone had sat on the edge of my bed when I jerked upright. Heart racing, nothing was there, but the air held that same sweet putrid smell I'd encountered in the attic the following morning, revealed no trace of the liquid trail I'd seen in the kitchen. I might have convinced myself I'd imagined it, if not for the strange tacky residue that remained on the hardwood floor. When I touched it, my finger came away with a colorless, odorless substance that stretched like honey before breaking. I scrubbed at it with bleach, but it seemed to seep deeper into the wood. Rather than cleaning away that day, I drove into town and casually asked the barber about my uncle while getting a haircut. The old man's scissors paused momentarily before he continued, commenting that Edwin had been a brilliant man, a chemist who'd worked for a pharmaceutical company before his retirement. When I pressed for more information, mentioning the attic specifically, the barber's hand trembled slightly. He suggested that some hobbies are best pursued in isolation, especially those involving unstable elements. Before I could ask what he meant, another customer entered and the barber abruptly changed the subject. The town librarian proved more forthcoming when I inquired about any scientific research my uncle might have published. She directed me to several obscure chemistry journals from the early 2000s, where I found articles authored by Edwin Caldwell on experimental compounds derived from rare fungi. His later papers explored theoretical applications for what he termed semi-organic polymers with unique adhesive properties. The final publication, dated 2015, contained references to achieving partial autonomous movement in non-essential organic compounds. The accompanying photographs showed Petri dishes containing black viscous substances formed into patterns disturbingly similar to the stains I'd found in the attic. That night, the noises changed. Instead of coming from above, they seemed to emanate from every corner of the house, from inside the walls. Beneath the floorboards behind the bookcases, I sat rigid in the living room, watching shadows shift at the periphery of my vision around midnight. The electricity flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness. In the beam of my emergency flashlight, I saw distinct handprints on the living room wall, too large to be human, with elongated fingers that left glistening trails down to the baseboard. I retreated to my car and spent the night at a motel in town. The desk clerk said nothing about my disheveled appearance or the late hours, simply sliding me a room key. With a knowing glance in the harsh fluorescent lighting of the motel bathroom, I noticed dark smudges on the back of my neck, fingerprint-shaped marks that hadn't been there before when I touched them. My skin felt numb and slightly puckered, as if mildly burned logic dictated that I should leave. Sell the house, forget the inheritance, return to Boston, but something held me there. Perhaps it was financial necessity, or maybe a deeper need to understand what my uncle had been doing in that house. What had he created in that attic, and why had he left the house to me? Specifically, I returned the next day armed with research at the university library 2 towns over. I'd found more detailed records of Edwin's work, including rejected grant proposals for experiments combining mycology and organic chemistry to create responsive biomaterials. One document mentioned a promising breakthrough using spores from a rare fungus found only in caves, combined with synthetic compounds to create a substance that responded to electrical stimuli. The university had deemed the research ethically problematic and denied further funding that night. I waited in the living room with my uncle's journal spread before me, a shotgun across my lap. I'd found the books hidden in a compartment beneath the floorboards in his study, their pages filled with increasingly erratic handwriting, detailing experiments conducted in the attic. The latest entries described success in creating a symbiotic entity that required human bioelectrical fields to maintain cohesion. Edwin had written about feeding the creation with his own bioelectricity, allowing it to touch him for brief periods while it was still developing. The final entry, dated just weeks before his estimated time of death, contained a single sentence. It grows stronger each night, learning the shape of me as midnight approached. The temperature in the house plummeted. My breath fogged in the air as the first sounds began. Not from the attic this time, but from the cellar. Something was climbing the stairs, its movements more confident than before. I raised the shotgun as the cellar door creaked open. What emerged wasn't what I'd expected, not a monster or creature in any traditional sense, but something more like a liquid shadow that retained a vaguely humanoid shape. It moved with increasing steadiness, leaving glistening trails on the floor. In the center of its mass, I could make out darker nodules pulsing like multiple hearts. It paused at the threshold, seeming to study me. I felt a strange electrical sensation on my skin, as if the air between us was charged with static. I recognized then what my uncle had created and what had ultimately consumed him. He hadn't died. Naturally, he had been absorbed, his consciousness and electrical patterns integrated into the entity he cultivated, and now it was reaching out with appendages that grew more defined, each second shaped by memories of human form but improved upon, longer, stronger, more adaptable. I understood in that moment why the house had been left to me. Family DNA, compatible bioelectrical patterns, a new host for a creation that had outgrown its maker. I didn't fire the shotgun. Instead, I backed slowly toward the front door, maintaining eye contact with the shifting mass that had once in part been my uncle. It followed at a measured pace, leaving intricate patterns of residue that formed complex mathematical equations on my hardwood floor. I still live in the house at the end of the winding drive, the entity, and I have reached an understanding of sorts. It remains in the attic during daylight hours, feeding on the specialized compounds I mix according to my uncle's formulas at night. It roams the house, growing more defined, more intelligent with each passing week. Sometimes it leaves complex molecular diagrams on my bedroom walls, gifts or communications. I'm still learning to interpret. The locals avoid me now, just as they avoided Edwin. They've noticed the changes in my appearance, the slight gloss to my skin, the darker pigmentation spreading from my fingertips up my arms. Mrs. Peterson quit after finding me speaking to an empty room, not realizing I was conversing with something she couldn't yet perceive. I've begun my own journal documenting the entity's evolution and my gradual transformation. My uncle's research was incomplete. He didn't understand that the relationship could be symbiotic rather than parasitic if properly managed. I'm improving the formula, finding ways for us to coexist more harmoniously each night. I leave the attic door open each night. I feel less fear and more curiosity as I wait to see what new shape emerges from the darkness at the top of the stairs. Each night we become a little less separate, a little more unified in purpose. And each morning as I wash away the residue it leaves on my skin, I notice how much more quickly I heal, how much sharper my senses have become, how the world seems brighter and more vivid than before. I've stopped questioning my sanity. Sanity is such a limited concept when one stands at the threshold of becoming something entirely new. The attic is no longer empty. Neither am I. The scratching came back last night. It always starts faint, almost imperceptible, like fingernails barely grazing the surface of old wood. Then it grows insistent, deliberate scratch. Scratch, scratch. A rhythm that matches my heartbeat. As I lie awake staring at the ceiling of my apartment 12 miles, and a lifetime away from that damned archive room I haven't returned in 3 weeks. But the sound follows me home. Sometimes I smell it too, that distinctive blend of mildew dust and something else. Something older and more primal than the building itself. I never believed in hauntings before. The Harrington building, the restoration project, had seemed like the perfect opportunity to give back to my community. While indulging my passion for historical architecture, the Harrington, a massive limestone structure built in 1897, had served various civic functions over the decades. Courthouse municipal offices, public records repository before falling into disrepair in the 1990s. Our volunteer group, mostly retirees and weekend warriors like myself, had been working for months to restore it to something resembling its former glory. My professional background in library sciences made me the natural choice to tackle the second-floor archive room. The space was imposing 20-ton ceilings, walls lined with empty wooden shelves and tall windows that filtered the sunlight through decades of grime. The original documentation had long since been relocated to the new city hall, but boxes of forgotten papers remained waiting to be sorted and cataloged before any restoration work could begin. Most volunteers avoided the archive. They claimed it was the dust or the tedium of sorting paperwork. But I sensed something else in their reluctance. Mrs. Avery, our 80-year-old local history enthusiast, had once mentioned in passing that the last archivist who worked in the building had gone peculiar before retirement. When I pressed for details, she changed the subject with practideficiency. The incident happened on my 5th Saturday at the Harrington late October, with that particular quality of autumn light that seems to carry its own melancholy. I had volunteered to stay late, wanting to finish categorizing a particularly interesting collection of property disputes from the 1920s. The building emptied around 4 p.m. with Paulo, our project manager, reminding me to lock up when I finished. The Harrington takes on a different personality when empty footsteps echo differently. Shadows deepen in corners, the building creaks and settles, like an old man getting comfortable in his favorite chair. I'd grown accustomed to these sounds over the weeks, even finding comfort in their predictable unpredictability. The archive room's door was solid, oak-weathered but sturdy, with an old-fashioned brass handle and no visible lock mechanism. It had a tendency to stick in the frame, a problem on our maintenance list, so I propped it open with a doorstop while I worked at the large table in the center of the room, surrounded by stacks of yellowing papers. I remember checking my watch, 5:47 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the room. I had just discovered a particularly fascinating boundary dispute involving what is now the city park. When the first anomaly occurred, the temperature in the room dropped precipitously. Not the gradual cooling of evening, but a sudden plunge that sent goosebumps racing across my forearms and turned my breath visible in the air before I could process this. The door slammed shut with such force that dust rained down from the ceiling. The doorstop skittered across the hardwood floor, spinning to a stop at my feet. My heart lurched painfully in my chest. P-hour surge, I told myself. Change in air pressure. Rational explanations existed. I gathered my papers with trembling hands and walked to the door, already rehearsing the joke I'd tell on Monday about the building's dramatic farewell. The handle wouldn't turn. I tried again, applying more pressure. Thinking it was just stuck as usual, the mechanism moved slightly but wouldn't complete its rotation. Something was preventing it from the other side, which was impossible. The door had no lock, no deadbolt, nothing that could be engaged from the hallway. "Hello," I called out, my voice embarrassingly thin. "Is someone there?" The door stuck, no response, but the temperature dropped another few degrees. I pressed my ear against the wood. Listening at first, nothing, then soft, deliberate breathing. Not the sound of someone who had just run up the stairs, not the sound of someone about to announce their presence. The measured, patient breathing of someone listening back. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I stumbled backward, heart-pounding sweat beating on my forehead. Despite the cold, the rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Another volunteer I hadn't seen leave a homeless person who had wandered in the security company doing an early check. "I'm just finishing up some cataloging," I called out, forcing confidence into my voice. "Could you open the door?" Please, the fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then stabilized. The breathing on the other side of the door stopped. Then came the scratching light. At first, exploratory fingernails tracing the wood grain of the door, then harder, more deliberate. Moving in strange patterns, not the sound of someone trying to get in, but something else, something communicative. The scratching traced what felt like symbols. Letters, perhaps, though. In no alphabet, I recognized my mouth went desert dry. The temperature had dropped so low that I could see frost forming at the edges of the windows. Impossible for an October evening, a high-pitched ringing started in my ears, and the edges of my vision darkened. I forced myself to take deep breaths. Panic would solve nothing. I backed away from the door, knocking over a chair in my haste, and pulled out my phone. No service, also strange as I'd been texting earlier without issue. The overhead lights flickered again, longer this time, and I fumbled in my pocket for the small flashlight I carried when the lights came back on the papers on the center table had rearranged themselves no longer in the neat stacks I organized. They now formed concentric circles with one document placed precisely in the center. My legs nearly gave out. I gripped the edge of a shelf to steady myself, the wooden edge cutting into my palm. The pain anchored me to reality as I stared at the papers, trying to convince myself that a draft had somehow created this deliberate pattern. The scratching at the door grew more insistent. I approached the table on wooden legs drawn to the center document like a moth to flame. It was a personnel record from 1953, yellowed with age but still legible. The photograph showed a thin-faced man with hollow eyes and a severe expression. Harold Winters, head archist, 1937-1954, cause of termination, medical leave, psychiatric. The attached note, written in faded blue ink, simply stated encountered in archives after hours, claims something was attempting communication through historical records, refused to leave room, required restraints during removal. My hand shook so badly I dropped the paper as it fluttered to the floor. The scratching at the door stopped abruptly, then came a sound that still haunts my dreams. Knuckles rapping against the wood, 3 precise knocks, a pause, 3 more knocks, a code, a question, a demand for acknowledgement. Fight ORF flight took over. I ran to the windows thinking to escape that way, but they wouldn't budge. Painted shut decades ago, the knocking continued now. In varied patterns, almost musical in its precision, I grabbed a heavy brass paperweight from the table and returned to the door with strength born of terror. I slammed it against the handle repeatedly until something cracked. Whether it was the mechanism or the frame, I didn't care. I hit it again and again, each impact jolting up my arm, sweat pouring down my face. Despite the freezing air, the door finally gave way with a splintering crack. I nearly fell into the hallway, catching myself against the opposite wall. The corridor stretched empty in both directions, dimly lit by security lights. No sign of anyone who could have been scratching or knocking, but the air felt disturbed somehow, as if someone had just moved through it seconds before. And though I hate to admit it even now, I caught a glimpse of something from the corner of my eye, a tall, thin shape turning the corner at the end of the hall. When I looked directly, nothing was there. I didn't bother closing up. Properly, I ran down the stairs and out into the parking lot, gulping the warm evening air like a drowning man reaching the surface. My car started on the 3rd try, my hands shaking so badly I could barely insert the key. I called Paolo from the road, mumbling some excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't bring myself to tell him what had happened. Not then, when the experience seemed to dissolve in the harsh light of the street lamps, taking on the quality of a particularly vivid nightmare, but rumors spread quickly among the restoration volunteers. Someone noticed the broken door handle. Someone else mentioned the strange arrangement of papers I'd left behind. Mrs. Avery finally shared what she knew about Harold Winters, how he'd been found one morning talking to empty air in the archives, insisting that the building's history was trying to communicate with him through the documents. No one would work in the archive. After that, Paulo reassigned me to exterior paint, detail never questioning my obvious relief. Sometimes I catch him looking at me strangely, especially when conversations turn to the 2nd floor. Occasionally, I overhear the other volunteers discussing strange sounds coming from the archive footsteps when no one is there. The sound of papers, rustling objects falling from shelves. They joke nervously about the Harrington ghost, but they don't know about the scratching. 3 weeks have passed and I haven't returned to the building, but 2 nights ago I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of fingernails lightly tracing patterns on my bedroom door when I finally gathered the courage to look. The hallway was empty last night. There were 3 precise knocks on my front door just after midnight when I checked the people. The corridor was vacant, but a single yellowed page lay on my welcome mat. I recognized it immediately as one of the property dispute documents I'd been studying that day in the archive. At the bottom of the page, in faded blue ink that hadn't been there before, was a simple message: "I'm still cataloging. Join me tonight. I'll change the locks. I'll line my doors and windows with salt, an old superstition my grandmother taught me. I'll leave lights on and play music to drown out any sounds from the hallway, but part of me knows these precautions are futile." Whatever found me in that archive room isn't confined by physical barriers. It traced its way into my life through historical documents and property records, through the thin boundary between past and present. And sometimes in my most honest moments, I wonder if I actually want it to stop, because beneath my terror lies a terrible curiosity, a need to understand what Harold Winters discovered in those archives, what was trying to communicate then and what continues to reach out. Now the scratching is getting louder tonight. I might answer the fluorescent lights above me, flickered in rapid succession, casting momentary shadows across the silent machinery. It's the kind of industrial silence that isn't really silent at all. A persistent hum of dormant equipment, the occasional ping of cooling metal, the building itself seeming to inhale and exhale as the temperature shifts, but at 3 a.m. in a factory built to house hundreds, now operated by dozens. True silence hangs between these mechanical whiskers like a shroud. That's when you notice the other sounds, the ones that shouldn't be there. My name is Daniel Mercer. I've worked at Stemmen Manufacturing for 11 years, outlasting most of my colleagues through 3 rounds of layoffs. What was once a bustling operation with 3 shifts has dwindled to a skeleton crew, with machines doing most of the work that used to require human hands. I should be grateful I still have a job. But gratitude is hard to come by during these solitary night shifts tonight. Marked my 4th overnight in 2 weeks. Management called it supervision, but that was just corporate speak for making sure the automated systems didn't malfunction while they saved on labor costs. My actual responsibilities involved checking gauges, recording data, and making sure nothing caught fire. 8 hours of mind-numbing boredom punctuated by moments of inexplicable dread. The east wing of the factory stretched before me, a football field of industrial equipment, bathed in the sickly glow of emergency lighting. My footsteps echoed against concrete floors as I made my rounds. Clipboard in hand, the metal presses stood like sleeping giants, their massive forms throwing elongated shadows across the floor. I moved methodically, checking each machine, marking my checklist, trying to ignore how the vastness of the space seemed to press in around me. Rather than extend outward the first time I heard it, I dismissed it entirely. A subtle scraping sound like rubber-soled shoes on concrete in a building this size sounds travel, strangely bouncing off metal and concrete at odd angles. It was probably just the night janitor Eduardo, though he usually didn't come until closer to dawn. I continued my rounds. Moving toward the hydraulic section, the sound came again, more distinct this time. Footsteps, not the shuffling gait of Eduardo, who was in his 60s with a bad knee, but purposeful strides. My pulse quickened slightly, but I rationalized it away. Maybe it was my supervisor making an unexpected check-in or another worker called in for emergency maintenance. I called out my voice, sounding thin and in the cavernous space. No response came, just the distant hum of machinery and that footstep sound now moving away from me toward the western corridor. A prickle of unease crawled up my spine as I followed the sound. The Western Wing Ed older equipment, much of it no longer in use. The corridor narrowed as I walked the ceiling. Lower here, the lighting sparse and yellowed with age. My breathing sounded unnaturally loud in my own ears. The footsteps stopped. So did I. The silence that followed felt charged. Expectant sweat beaded on my forehead. Despite the persistent chill of the building, I forced myself forward, checking each room methodically. The break room empty, the storage closet, it nothing but cleaning supplies and spare parts, the old filing room dusty cabinets and forgotten paperwork. No one was there, not in any room along the corridor. It was as I turned to head back that I noticed it, a door I'd never really paid attention to before, Heavy steel industrial grade with no handle on this side, just a small keycard reader that had long gone dark. Something about it felt wrong. The factory blueprints I'd studied during safety training never showed what was beyond it. According to management, this section had been decommissioned years ago before my time. As I stood there staring at the featureless door, a cold draft washed over me. Impossible the HVAC system in this section had been shut down for years, yet I could feel it against my skin, carrying with it the faint scent of machine oil and something else, something organic and unpleasant. Then I heard a soft, scraping sound from the other side of the door, like fingernails dragging slowly across metal. My heart hammered against my ribs as I pressed my ear to the cold surface. The scraping stopped, replaced by what sounded like breathing, heavy and irregular. I jerked away from the door, nearly stumbling in my haste. The rational part of my brain insisted there must be an explanation. Perhaps some equipment had been left running in the abandoned section, or maybe an animal had somehow found its way in. Yet another part of me, a more primitive part, screamed that whatever waited on the other side of that door was neither mechanical nor animal. I returned to the main floor with a speed that I'd later be embarrassed by my clipboard. Clutched so tightly my knuckles had turned white. The rest of my shift passed in hypervigilance, every distant sound magnified by my frayed nerves. When morning finally came, I mentioned the strange door to my replacement, a veteran machinist named Torres. He gave me an odd look, saying only that the western wing was off limits for a reason. Structural issues, asbestos, the usual hazards of an aging industrial building. His dismissive tone made me drop the subject. Though his eyes lingered on me a moment too long, that should have been the end of it. A strange experience during a lonely night shift, easily explained away by fatigue and an overactive imagination. But when I returned home to my empty apartment, I couldn't shake the memory of that breathing sound, so distinctly human, yet somehow wrong. I tried researching the factory's history online. Stemmen Manufacturing had been founded in 1967, producing machine parts for agricultural equipment. There were the usual stories of industrial accidents over the decades. Nothing out of the ordinary for a facility of its size and age. Nothing that would explain what I'd experienced. Sleep came fitfully that day, my dreams filled with endless corridors and doors that led nowhere. I woke up sweating despite the cool air from my window fan, the distinct feeling of being watched lingering, even as I showered and prepared for another night shift. The factory seemed different when I returned that evening, the same machinery, the same hollow spaces, yet somehow altered as if the entire building had shifted slightly. While I was gone, I found myself avoiding the western corridor during my rounds, taking the long way around to check the equipment there. My supervisor noticed my distraction during our brief overlap, asking if I was feeling all right. I blamed it on a poor day's sleep, not mentioning the door or the sounds I'd heard. Something told me that sharing those concerns would only lead to questions about my fitness for the job. 3 uneventful nights passed. The strange door and its mysterious sounds began to feel like a strange dream, a momentary lapse in perception brought on by the isolation of night work. I started to believe my own rationalizations until the 4th night. I was checking the metal presses when the lights flickered. Not the usual fluorescent stutter, but a prolonged dimming that left the factory floor in near darkness for several seconds. When they returned to full brightness, the silence that followed was absolute. The background hum of the building had ceased, as if the entire electrical system had momentarily held its breath. Then came the footsteps again, more insistent this time, not trying to settle, not moving away, but coming closer. My mouth went dry, my throat constricting as I turned toward the sound. The beam of my flashlight cut through the shadows of the factory floor, illuminating nothing but machinery, yet the footsteps continued steady and deliberate, moving from the western corridor toward my position. I backed away, my pulse pounding in my ears. My back hit the cool metal of a press machine, startling a gasp from my lips that sounded obscenely loud. In the quiet space, the footsteps stopped for 30 seconds, maybe a minute. I stood frozen, straining to hear over the thunder of my own heartbeat. Then slowly I edged along the machine, making my way toward the supervisor's office where there was a phone. Other people I could call. I never made it there. The lights flickered again, and in that moment of darkness, I felt, rather than heard something move past me, a displacement of air, the shift in temperature that comes from a body in motion. When the light stabilized, I was alone, but the door to the western corridor stood open. It took everything I had not to run. Instead, I moved carefully toward the office, my keys gripped between my fingers as a makeshift weapon. I tried calling my supervisor, then the night security guard who was supposed to patrol the perimeter neither answered. I told myself I would just wait in the office until morning. That's what any sane person would do. But as I sat there watching the minutes tick by with excruciating slowness, a new sound emerged from the silence, a distant metallic tapping, rhythmic and persistent. It was coming from the western wing. Something inside me needed to know. Some deeply flawed part of my psyche couldn't bear the mystery. The not knowing, I told myself I was just going to take a quick look, confirm it was nothing but loose pipes or cooling metal, that then returned to the safety of the office. The western corridor was darker than I remembered, my flashlight beam seeming to penetrate only a few feet before being swallowed by the gloom. The tapping grew louder as I approached that same featureless door, now standing slightly ajar, a thin line of darkness visible between door and frame. My hands trembled as I directed the light toward the gap. The beam illuminated nothing but more darkness. Beyond, the logical part of my brain screamed at me to turn back, to call the police, to do anything but what I was about to do. I pushed the door open wider. The air that rushed out was stale and cold, carrying that same unpleasant organic smell I'd noticed before, stronger. Now my flashlight revealed a narrow service cord, or extending into darkness, its walls lined with pipes and electrical conduits. The floor was covered in a fine layer of dust, undisturbed, save for a single set of footprints leading away from the door. They weren't human footprints. The shape was wrong, too. Elongated, the toe area sped in a way that human feet simply don't move. They seemed to have been made by something that only approximated human locomotion, as if it had studied the concept but couldn't quite replicate it. My breath caught in my throat, coming in short, shallow gasps as I stared at those impossible prints. The tapping had stopped the moment I opened the door, replaced by that breathing sound again. Closer now, just around a bend in the corridor ahead. I should have closed the door. I should have run instead. I found myself moving forward, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain even to myself. The flashlight beam bounced erratically as my shaking hand struggled to keep it steady. Sweat rolled down my back. Despite the chill, my shirt sticking uncomfortably to my skin, the corridor turned sharply to the right, opening into what appeared to be an old control room. Banks of outdated equipment lined the walls. Their displays long dark in the center stood a single chair facing away from me. It was occupied. I could see only the back of a head hair, sparse and colorless. A thin hand rested on the chair's arm, fingers unnaturally long and jointed tapping against the metal. In that same rhythm I'd heard before, the tapping stopped. The head began to turn. I ran as I've never run before, my lungs burning. Legs pumping as I sprinted back through the corridor past the door, down the western wing. I didn't stop until I reached the main floor, collapsing against a support column, gasping for breath. My heart threatening to burst from my chest when I finally gathered the courage to look back. The door to the abandoned section was closed. No sign remained of what I'd seen, what I'd experienced by the time my replacement arrived. I had almost convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and isolation almost. I requested a transfer to day shift the next morning. My supervisor seemed unsurprised, mentioning that night shifts in the factory had always had high turnover. When I pressed him about the abandoned western section, his expression closed off, becoming carefully neutral as he explained that the area had structural damage from a small fire years ago and was slated for demolition once the company secured the proper permits. I didn't believe him, but I nodded. Anyway, what else could I do? Tell him about impossibly shaped footprints and things that weren't quite human. Sitting in abandoned control rooms, I'd be sent for a psychological evaluation, not a shift change. They granted my transfer, but it came with reduced hours. a trade-off I gladly accepted during my final night shifts while waiting for the paperwork to process. I stayed as far from the western corridor as possible, keeping to well-lit areas with multiple exit rads. The footsteps returned each night, sometimes distant, sometimes alarmingly close. Once I swear I heard my name whispered from just behind me, the sound somehow coming from everywhere and nowhere. At once I never saw the door open again, never glimpsed what waited in that abandoned wing. My last night shift was 3 weeks ago. I work days now, surrounded by other people, the factory floor bustling with activity and human voices. The door to the western wing remains closed during daylight hours, its existence barely noticed by workers who have no reason to venture that way. But sometimes when I'm working late and the factory begins to empty, I catch glimpses of my night supervisor leading new hires toward that corridor for what he calls specialized training. Their faces are always eager, untroubled. They never seem to return to day shift, and sometimes in the parking lot. After my shift, I look up at the windows of the factory's western wing windows that should open into empty abandoned spaces and see lights moving within silhouettes pacing back and forth in rooms that officially don't exist anymore. I've started looking for another job until then. I avoid overtime, I never stay past sunset, and I try not to notice how certain coworkers sometimes stare at me for too long, their eyes reflecting the fluorescent lights in ways that human eyes shouldn't. And I try very hard not to think about what's really behind that door or why the company keeps it there, or what happens during those night shifts when the factory stands nearly empty, and that thing in the abandoned control room sits waiting, tapping its 2 long fingers, listening for footsteps approaching its domain. The ocean doesn't care if you're listening. It speaks anyway in rhythms older than language, but sometimes rarely it speaks directly to you, and when it does, you better pay attention. I'd rented the weathered cedar beach house in mid-October, well after the summer crowds had vanished, and the coastal town of Seacliff had settled into its off-season hibernation. My divorce had been finalized 3 weeks earlier, and after months of legal wrangling and emotional exhaustion, I craved isolation, like a drowning man craves air. The listing promised secluded beachfront solitude, and the price had dropped to nearly nothing with the season's end perfect. The rental agent handed me the keys with a thin smile that didn't reach her eyes. She mentioned something about the place being vacant for a while and that I shouldn't mind the usual coastal noises when I asked what she meant. She shrugged and said the winter tide brings things in. That summer tide doesn't. Before I could press further, she was already walking to her car phone pressed to her ear. The house sat on stilts atop a small dune, facing the gray expanse of the Atlantic. A wooden deck wrapped around 3 sides and weathered steps LED down to the beach. To the north, I could see 3 or 4 similar structures dotting the coastline, all dark and shuttered for the season. To the south stood a larger Victorian-style beach house about 100 yards away, its peeling paint and boarded. Windows told me it had been abandoned long ago. That first afternoon, I settled in quickly. I unpacked my books, stocked the refrigerator with enough food for a week, and poured myself a generous whiskey while watching the sun sink into the ocean. The quiet was magnificent. No traffic noise, no neighbors, no notification. Pings, just the steady rhythm of waves and the occasional cry of a gull. My shoulders relaxed for the first time in months. As darkness fell, I decided to take a walk along the shore. The night air had a bite to it, carrying the scent of salt and decay. A half moon provided just enough light to see my way as I trudged through the soft sand, letting the frigid water occasionally lap at my boots. The emptiness of the beach stretched in both directions, making me feel wonderfully insignificant. I'd walked about 10 minutes when something caught my eye. A faint golden light, glowing from the direction of the abandoned Victorian house. It flickered from what appeared to be the second-story veranda, a warm pinprick against the darkness. I stopped squinting through the night. The house had looked thoroughly vacant earlier. The windows were boarded, and the listing agent had mentioned nothing about neighbors. A cloud passed over the moon, and when my vision readjusted, the light was gone. Gone. I stood motionless, staring at the dark silhouette of the house, had I imagined it. The whiskey, perhaps, or a reflection from somewhere else. I waited several minutes, but the darkness remained unbroken, feeling a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I turned back toward my rental. The wind had picked up, driving stinging particles of sand against my face. My footprints from earlier had already been erased by the encroaching TI, leaving the beach. A blank slate behind me as I climbed the wooden steps to my deck. My flashlight beam caught something unusual, a series of wet footprints crossing the weathered boards. They appeared to circle the perimeter of the house before disappearing at the back door. My pulse quickened. The footprints were fresh water still pooling in their depressions. Someone had been here while I was walking, someone with bare feet coming straight from the ocean. I called out, my voice sounding thin against the wind. No response came except the continuing rhythm of the waves. I checked the locks on all doors and windows secure. Nothing appeared. Disturbed inside after a careful search of the house with a kitchen knife in hand, I convinced myself it must have been a trespasser who realized the place was occupied and left still. Sleep came fitfully that night. The house creaked and settled with the changing temperature, and the wind found every gap in the old structure, creating moans and whistles that sounded disturbingly like distant human voices. I dreamed of dark water and things rising from the depths. More brought clear skies, and rational thought the footprints had dried completely, leaving only faint salt residue that could have been there for days. I told myself I was being ridiculous, probably just leftover marks from the cleaning service or the previous renters I spent the day reading on the deck. Occasionally glancing toward the Victorian house, which looked thoroughly abandoned in the daylight, it was during my second afternoon that I noticed the first shells. 3 small scallop shells placed in a perfect triangle below my bedroom window. I hadn't put them there. They were positioned with a precision that seemed deliberate. Each shell equidistant from the others. I picked one up, turning it over in my hand. Its interior had an unusual bluish iridescence I'd never seen before. I swept them away and tried to focus on my book, but found myself repeatedly looking up, scanning the empty beach that night. I double-checked all locks before going to bed. The third morning, I found more shells, this time a line of 7 perfect spirals arranged along the windowsill of the kitchen. I hadn't heard anything during the night, and all doors remained locked. My skin prickled as I gathered them and threw them far into the dunes. That afternoon, the weather turned dark. Clouds rolled in from the horizon, and the ocean grew restless. I sat in the living room watching the waves grow larger, crashing against the shore with increasing violence. The wind howled around the eaves of the house, and rain began to lash against the windows. I built a fire in the old stone fireplace and tried to lose myself in my book, but my attention kept drifting to the sounds of the storm. It was just after midnight when I heard a soft, persistent whispering coming from somewhere outside my bedroom window. At first I thought it was just the wind finding new gaps in the house's weathered frame, but as I listened, the sound resolved into something more deliberate, more rhythmic, like human speech. But just below the threshold of comprehension, my heart hammered against my ribs. As I slowly approached the window, the whispering continued, rising and falling like the tide itself. I pulled back the curtain just enough to peer out into the storm-tossed night. Nothing, just rain and darkness, but the whispering didn't stop. If anything, it grew more insistent, more urgent. I moved from window to window, searching for its source. Each time I approached, the sound seemed to shift, always coming from somewhere I wasn't looking. My palms were slick with sweat, and my throat had gone desert dry. Then I saw a figure standing at the water's edge, barely visible through the rain. Streaked glass, tall and thick, thin, unnaturally still amid the churning surf. I couldn't make out features, just a dark silhouette against the foaming waves. I blinked and it was gone, but the whispering continued. Sleep was impossible. I spent the remainder of the night in a chair facing the windows, a heavy flashlight clutched in my white-knuckled grip. When dawn finally broke, I searched the beach, but the storm had erased any evidence that might have been there. The fourth day brought more shells, dozens of them arranged in concentric circles on my deck, and now there was something else. A thick line of seaweed spelling out what looked like words, though in no language I recognized. My hands trembled as I took photos with my phone. The internet connection was too weak to research what I was seeing or even to send the images to friends that evening. As twilight descended, I noticed the light again in the abandoned Victorian house. This time it was stronger, and I was certain it was coming from inside desperation for answers. Overrode my mounting fear, I grabbed my flashlight and headed down the beach. The old house loomed larger as I approached its dilapidated grandeur, taking on a sinister aspect. In the fading light up close, I could see that many of the boards over the windows had rotted or come loose. The veranda sagged precariously and parts of the roof had collapsed entirely. I circled the structure, looking for signs of recent entry. The main door was secured with a rusted chain, but I discovered a cellar entrance around back that stood partially open. My better judgment screamed at me to turn around, but I needed to know who or what was sharing this desolate stretch of beach with me. The cellar smelled of mold and salt water. My flashlight beam revealed debris, strewn floors, and water damage on the walls. After finding a staircase, I made my way to the first floor, then the second room after empty room greeted me, some with gaping holes in the floor or ceiling. There was no sign of recent occupation, no light source that could have been what I'd seen from the beach. In what must have been the master bedroom, I found a small collection of objects arranged on a water-stained dresser. More of those iridescent shells, a tarnished silver hand mirror, and a book bound in what looked like fish skin. The book's cover bore the same unrecognizable script I'd seen spelled out in seaweed on my deck. My flashlight flickered, then died in the sudden darkness. I became aware of a presence behind me, a subtle shift in the air. The feeling of being watched. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly turned around. The room was empty, but now I could hear it again. That same whispering coming from everywhere and nowhere. At once the temperature plummeted, and my exhaled breath clouded in front of my face. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a loose floorboard as I regained my balance. My elbow struck the mirror on the dresser, sending it crashing to the floor. In the shattered fragments, I caught a glimpse of movement, a pale face with dark hollow eyes, watching me from what should have been my own reflection. I ran down the rotting stairs, through the moldering rooms, out through the cellar door. I didn't stop until I reached my rental house. Lungs burning and legs weak with exhaustion and terror inside, I found more shells, hundreds of them, covering every surface, and on the living room wall, scratched into the wood with something sharp. The same unrecognizable script alongside a crude drawing of a human figure being pulled into stylized waves. That was when I noticed the smell, briny and organic like low tide in high summer. It permeated everything, and underneath it, the unmistakable smell of decay. The whispering started again. Louder, now coming from inside the walls themselves. I didn't wait to see what would emerge. I grabbed my keys, phone, and wallet. Leaving everything else behind as I started my car, I glanced back at the house in the upper window. I saw a figure, tall and gaunt, with skin the color of a drowned corpse. It raised a hand, beckoning. I drove through the night, putting as much distance as possible between myself and Seacliff. I've never returned for my belongings, never contacted the rental agency. Sometimes I see the same iridescent shells washed up on beaches hundreds of miles away. Sometimes I wake to the sound of whispering just below the threshold of understanding. And sometimes when I catch my reflection in still water, I see something else looking back. Something with hollow eyes and skin like a drowned corpse, waiting for me to answer the ocean's call, because the tide brings things in and eventually it takes them back out again. The first thing I noticed were the footprints, fresh, distinct, impossible. They appeared suddenly in the thick layer of dust that had settled over the concrete floor of my workshop during the 3 weeks I'd been away. Tennis shoe treads, size 11 or 12, cutting a deliberate path from the front gate straight toward the back storage area where I kept my most valuable auto parts. My throat tightened as I tracked them with my flashlight. The beam trembling slightly in my unsteady hand. I'd inherited this auto repair shop from my father 6 months ago after he retired to Florida, and I still wasn't fully comfortable with its quirks. The old building sat on the outskirts of town, flanked by empty lots and the occasional home spac, far enough apart that neighbors weren't really neighbors at all, just distant lights. In the growing dusk, the footprints bothered me, not just their presence, but their precision. A single line, no wandering. No hesitation, they moved with purpose toward the restricted storage area where I kept the expensive parts and specialty tools. But what bothered me even more was the side door. It was locked from the inside. I ran my fingers along the frame, checking for signs of forced entry. Nothing. The old padlock hung intact. The metal door showed no dents or scrapes, yet somehow the footprints continued directly to that door as if whoever or whatever had made them had simply passed through solid metal. I took an involuntary step back, my boots scuffing loudly in the silence. The late October air had brought an unseasonable chill, but the cold sweat forming on my back had nothing to do with the temperature. I'd come in early to catch up on paperwork before my regular Tuesday appointments now at 5:30 a.m. The darkness outside seemed to press against the grimy windows of the shop, eager to get in. I pulled out my phone, its screen casting a blue glow over my face. No service typical for this part of town. The landline was in the office, but suddenly the 20 feet between me and that room felt like a mile. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and gripped my heavy mag light tighter, its weight reassuring in my palm. That's when I heard a faint metallic tap, then another coming from the storage room. My heart slammed against my ribcage. The sound was deliberate, rhythmic. Tap, 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 then silence. Then again, tap, tap, tap. I considered my options. The nearest neighbor was Old Man Grayson, nearly a quarter mile down the road. The police station was 15 minutes away, assuming they'd even respond to what would sound like a paranoid complaint about footprints and mysterious tapping. I cleared my throat, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. Hello. The shop's closed. If you're in there, you need to leave. Now my voice echoed in the cavernous space, bouncing off tool cabinets and the hulking shapes of cars waiting for repair. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I approached the storage room door, slowly, flashlight extended like a weapon. My free hand reached for the ring of keys in my pocket. The storage room key was brass. Notched differently than the others, I could identify it by touch, a skill my father had insisted I develop. As I slid the key into the lock, a cold draft whispered past my ankles. Impossible there. There were no windows in that room. No vents large enough to create such a distinct current of air. My hand froze on the key. The tapping had resumed, but different now. Faster, urgent, like a warning against every instinct screaming at me to run. I turned the key and pushed the door open. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating shelves of parts, stacked tires and boxes of inventory. Nothing seemed disturbed. Nothing moved. The tapping had stopped the moment the door opened. I stepped inside, sweeping the light methodically across every corner. The room was roughly 15 feet square, with metal shelving units reaching to the ceiling and a small workbench against the far wall. No signs of disturbance, no footprints in the dust on this floor. No one hiding among the shelves. I released a breath. I hadn't realized I was holding my shoulders, slumping with momentary relief. Then my light caught something on the workbench. A wrench positioned perfectly in the center of the otherwise empty surface. I approached slowly. It was my father's favorite Tor wrench, an expensive German model he rarely let anyone touch. I hadn't seen it since he left, but here it was polished to a shine that seemed to capture and reflect my flashlight beam with unnatural intensity when I reached for it. The wrench was ice cold, colder than metal. Should be in an unheated room, cold enough that my fingertips burned at the contact. I withdrew my hand with a sharp intake of breath. The lights flickered on. I hadn't touched the switch. It was on the opposite wall, a good 10 feet away, yet the fluorescent tubes overhead hummed to life. Bathing the room in harsh white light, I spun around, heart-hammering, but I was still alone. The door remained open exactly as I'd left it. My mouth went dry. The logical part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Faulty WI airing a power surge. Delayed timer, while primitive instincts sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. That's when I noticed the blueprint on the floor. It hadn't been there seconds ago when I'd scanned the room. The yellowed paper was unfurled, neatly small metal washers placed at each corner to keep it flat. I recognized it immediately. The original blueprint for the building dating back to 1967 when my grandfather had first constructed it. I crouched down, studying the faded blue lines someone had marked the blueprint with red ink circling an area beneath the main shop floor. But that was impossible. The building didn't have a basement, at least. None that I knew of. The circled area corresponded to a spot near the hydraulic lift in the center of the shop. I'd done dozens of oil changes in that exact location. Never once had there been any indication of a space below the tapping started again. Not from inside this room, but from directly under my feet. Urgent, now insistent, tap, 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 tap. I backed out of the storage room, eyes fixed on the floor as if expecting it to give way beneath me. The sound followed, seeming to track my movement when I stopped. It stopped when I took another step. It resumed, always directly beneath me. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I needed to leave, to call someone. Anyone but curious iOS it, and fear wed within me what was under the floor, who had left those footprints. How had they gotten through a locked door? I moved to the hydraulic lift. Guided by some compulsion I couldn't name, the tapping grew louder, more frantic. I knelt down, running my fingers along the concrete around the base of the lift. It felt different here, newer. Perhaps the color didn't quite match the surrounding floor. Using a flathead screwdriver from my pocket, I probed the seam where the lift met the concrete. To my shock, the tool slipped into a narrow gap, encountering no resistance. I worked it further, and a section of what I thought was solid concrete shifted slightly. My pulse pounded in my ears as I worked the screwdriver around what was clearly a disguised trappo. It was expertly crafted, nearly invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. After a minute of careful prying, I managed to lift one edge enough to grip it with my fingers. The tapping stopped the moment I lifted the panel below. A narrow set of metal stairs descended into darkness. The air that rushed up was stale, tinged with the sense of old motor oil and something else. Something earthy and organic that I couldn't identify. I shined my flashlight down, but the beam couldn't penetrate more than a few feet into the gloom. It was as if the darkness itself was swallowing the light. Every rational thought told me to replace the panel, walk out of the shop, and never return, or at least to call the police. But my father had never mentioned a basement. Neither had my grandfather in all his stories about building this place. Whatever was down there was a secret they had kept even from family. I took one cautious step down, then another. The metal stairs creaked beneath my weight. The temperature dropped noticeably with each step until my breath fogged in front of my face. 7 steps down, I paused. Listening silence. Absolute silence. Not even the familiar sounds of the building settling or distant traffic penetrated this space. At the bottom of the stairs, my flashlight revealed a small room, perhaps 10 feet square, with walls of poured concrete. It was empty except for a metal filing cabinet in one corner and what appeared to be an old workbench along the far wall. I approached the cabinet, each footstep echoing the drawers were on. Unlocked the top one, contained folders labeled with dates spanning the 1970s. I pulled one out randomly, flipping it open to find newspaper clippings about local disappearances. Men mostly between the ages of 20 and 40. In the margins were handwritten notes in what I recognized as my grandfather's cramped script. My stomach clenched. I moved to the second drawer. More folders, more clippings. These from the 1980s and 90s. The third drawer held similar contents from the 2000s, with the most recent article dated just 2 years ago. I slammed the drawer shut. Mind reeling, what was this place? What had my grandfather and possibly my father been involved in the workbench? Drew my attention next upon closer inspection. It wasn't a bench at all, but a long metal table with restraints attached at intervals. Dark stains marked its surface. I took an involuntary step back, bile rising in my throat. That's when the lights in the basement flickered on just as they had in the storage room above. And in the sudden brightness, I saw what my flashlight had failed to illuminate. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them arranged in a meticulous grid. Men I didn't recognize, all photographed without their knowledge, going about their daily lives, entering their homes, working at various jobs. And in the center of this disturbing mosaic was a photo of me taken just last week as I collected mail from my apartment building. I recognized the shirt I was wearing, remembered that exact moment. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been in my father's secret room. The tapping resumed, but now I could pinpoint its source. The metal table, a wrench identical to the one I'd seen upstairs, was moving on its own hand, striking the surface in that same deliberate rhythm, tap, 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 tap. My legs nearly gave out. I stumbled backward toward the stairs, unable to tear my gaze from the wrench as it continued its impossible movement. My back hit something solid, something that shouldn't have been there. The stairs had been directly behind me. I turned slowly, a scream building in my throat, but unable to escape. A man stood blocking my path to the stairs. He wore coveralls identical to those my father always wore, right down to the embroidered name patch, but the coveralls hung on a frame too thin to be human, the fabric draping over angles that no human skeleton could form where a face should have been, was only shadow deeper and more absolute than merely the absence of light. The figure extended what approximated a hand. In it was a set of keys, my father's keys, which he'd supposedly taken with him to Florida. I understood then the footprints leading to a locked door, the secret room, my father's abrupt decision to retire after a lifetime of declaring he'd die in his beloved shop. Whatever stood before me wasn't my father. Perhaps it never had been. I dove to the side, pure survival instinct driving me. Somehow I made it past the figure scrambling up the metal stairs on all fours. I didn't look back, didn't slow down as I burst through the track TR door and sprinted across the workshop floor past the mysterious footprints that now made terrible sense. I grabbed my bag near the entrance, not stopping to lock up. The morning sun was just beginning to lighten the sky as I threw myself into my truck and jammed the key into the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I caught a glimpse of movement at the shop door. A figure in familiar coveralls stood watching me, its featureless face tilted slightly as if in curiosity. In one hand it held the wrench, in the other, the keys to a legacy I now understood I could never escape. I slammed the truck into reverse tires, squealing as I backed onto the empty road as I shifted into drive and pressed the accelerator to the floor. My phone buzzed with an incoming text at the next intersection. I glanced at the screen. It was from my father's number. The message contained only an address, my apartment building, and 3 words that turned my blood to ice. I'm coming home. As I drove away from the shop, a cold certainty settled in my bones. I couldn't go home. I couldn't go to the police. How do you explain that the man who raised you might never have been a man at all? That the business passed down through 3 generations might be covering something unfathomable. The sun climbed higher, bringing light, but no warmth in my rearview mirror. The shop receded, looking so normal, so innocent in the morning light. But I knew what waited inside, and I knew with sickening clarity that it wasn't finished with me. Yet I could still hear the tapping in my mind, regular, insistent, like a heartbeat that refused to die. Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I broke into that old house on a Tuesday night. I had a camera bag slung over my shoulder and a flashlight in my hand. The boards on the windows were loose enough for me to pry one aside and slip through. I was looking for striking photos to boost my portfolio. I wanted shots that would make people stop and stare. I thought an abandoned place would give me exactly what I needed. I expected creaking floors and dusty furniture. I didn't expect anything else. I never believed in ghosts or supernatural nonsense. I just liked dark, rundown settings because they made good material for my pictures. But what I found in there still makes my stomach tighten. Every time I think about it, the front room smelled like mold and damp wood. The air felt heavy and it was colder than it had been outside my flashlight beam. Cut through the dust particles floating around me, I heard my own breath. My pulse thudded in my ears. I tried to ignore the chill on my neck as I stepped farther inside. The door was stuck, so I couldn't open it from the inside, which meant I had to remember the way back to the window. I glanced back to make sure I could still see the opening. I told myself I'd keep track of every turn so I wouldn't get lost in there. I walked into what looked like an entry hall. The walls were cracked. There were old picture frames lying on the floor. The wallpaper had peeled off in big sheets. I could see nails sticking out where pictures might have once hung. I looked around with my flashlight and noticed the staircase to the second floor. The steps looked weak, but I planned to go up there later if it was safe. I heard the wind outside, and it made the boards in the roof groan at first. I thought I heard footsteps upstairs, but I told myself it was just the old structure settling. I set my camera bag down and unzipped it. I pulled out my DSLR and attached my wide-angle lens. I flipped on the camera's power and tested my flash. It worked fine, but the sudden light made me blink. My heart was beating a little faster than usual. I told myself it was just excitement. I love taking photos in locations like this. There's a certain thrill in capturing images nobody else has taken. I adjusted my camera settings for low light and took a few shots of the hallway. The flash lit up the walls and I saw flakes of paint drifting down. Nothing seemed strange. I checked the display. The pictures looked sharp enough. I moved through the first floor, snapping shots of old furniture and broken windows. I knelt near a table covered in debris. I took a close-up of some shattered glass and a dusty mirror. The mirror still had cracks in it, but the reflection was visible. I tried to photograph my own reflection to get a dramatic effect when I checked my camera screen. I noticed something odd behind me. It was a faint outline of what looked like a figure, but it was blurry. I narrowed my eyes and looked over my shoulder. There was nothing there. It was just an empty room. I assumed it was a trick of the light or some smudge on the mirror. I kept walking, taking pictures every few steps. There was a kitchen area in the back. The counters were torn apart and a few cabinets hung by their hinges. The sink was full of rusty water. It smelled stale. I tried not to breathe too deeply. I clicked a few shots of the sink and turned around to photograph the doorway. I saw something move in my peripheral vision. It looked like a shadow passing across the far wall. I spun around, heart thumping. I pointed my flashlight at the wall. There was nothing. The wind outside picked up again and the whole place creaked. I started to feel a tightness in my chest. I thought, maybe it was just stress from being somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I checked my watch. I decided I'd be in and out in under an hour. I took a few more shots of the kitchen, including one of the warped old refrigerator door. I heard a faint scrape behind me, like a chair sliding on the floor. I turned fast, but I didn't see a chair. It was just bare floor and some scattered debris. I swallowed hard and forced myself to breathe. Slowly, I moved on. I found a narrow hallway leading to a small bathroom. The door was half off its hinges. I nudged it open with my foot. The smell of mildew was strong, and there was a broken toilet on its side. The mirror above the sink was shattered. There was a large chunk missing, so I couldn't see my entire reflection. I raised my camera and took a picture with flash. As soon as the flash went off, I heard something creak behind me. I whipped around with the flashlight again. There was only an empty hallway. I looked at the camera display. My reflection in the broken mirror seemed normal, but on the right side of the shot near the bathroom door, there was a shape. It looked like part of a shoulder and a head, but it was transparent. My throat tightened. My first thought was that I'd captured some weird reflection or maybe a lens flare, but it looked too much like a person. I tried to blow it off, but I couldn't ignore the easy feeling in my gut. My hands shook a bit as I stepped back into the hallway. I decided to check the second floor. Maybe I'd get some better shots up there, and then I could leave as I climbed the stairs. Each step creaked under my weight. I kept my flashlight trained on the steps to make sure they didn't collapse. I heard faint tapping sounds behind the walls, like pipes knocking. I tried to keep my mind on the photos, but I felt a tingling at the base of my neck. My mouth went dry at the top of the stairs. I saw a long corridor with several rooms on each side. Some doors were closed and others were ajar. The hallway carpet was torn and covered in dust. I took a few photos, aiming the flash down the hall. That's when I noticed a shape at the far end. It was just for a split second as the flash went off. It looked like a figure standing in the doorway, but when my eyes adjusted, I didn't see anyone. My chest tightened again. I started thinking maybe someone else was in the house. I kept telling myself it had to be a squatter or another photographer, but the place felt empty and I hadn't seen signs of recent activity like fresh footprints or leftover trash. I walked toward that doorway. My legs felt tense. My footsteps sounded too loud on the floor. I tried not to think about that shape when I reached the doorway. The room was dark, the curtains were drawn, and the only light I had was from my flashlight. There was a large bed frame with no mattress. I could see bits of stuffing and cloth on the floor. There was an old dresser against the wall, missing half its drawers. I raised my camera and took a series of shots. The flash lit the room in short bursts. With each burst, I felt like something was flickering at the edge of the light. I stepped over to the dresser. The surface was covered in dust, and there was a small hand mirror lying there. The glass on the mirror was intact, but it was cloudy. I aimed my camera at it and snapped a close-up. When I checked the display, I saw a face reflected in the glass. It wasn't mine. It was a pale face with hollow eyes, like someone standing next to me. My stomach flipped. I swung my flashlight around the room, breathing hard. There was no one there. My hand started shaking so much that I had trouble holding the camera steady. I felt a chill on the back of my neck. My mind started racing. I asked myself if I was losing it. I rubbed my palms on my jeans and told myself to keep calm. I considered leaving right then, but I wanted to see if these weird images would keep appearing. It felt like a mystery. Part of me was terrified, but part of me was curious about what my camera was capturing. I wiped sweat off my forehead and forced myself to stay a bit longer. I went back into the hallway. I noticed a door at the very end. It was closed. I tried the knob. It turned, but the door was stuck. I shoved my shoulder into it. It burst open with a loud crack. My heart jumped. I swallowed. Stepped inside and found a smaller room. Maybe an office or a study. There was a big wooden desk in the center, covered in dust and spiderwebs. The window was boarded up, so the room was pitch black. Except for my flashlight beam, I took a breath, raised my camera, and snapped a few pictures of the desk and the walls. When I looked at the screen, I saw faint shapes at the edges of the frame. They looked like people standing in the corners. There were 2 or 3 of them, barely visible, like silhouettes made of mist. My chest felt tight. I pointed my flashlight at the corners. I saw nothing but peeling wallpaper. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. My mouth was dry and my temples throbbed. I took another picture and the shape seemed closer, like they had moved in a split second. I jerked back and bumped into the desk. I dropped my flashlight and it rolled across the floor. My camera strap was still around my neck, so I didn't draw that, but I had to scramble to pick up the flashlight. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I flicked the flashlight around the corners. Were empty, but I felt a presence. My mind went blank. I muttered a few curses under my breath and backed out of the room. I stumbled into the hallway. I could barely keep my breathing steady. I told myself I needed to leave. Enough was enough. As I hurried back toward the staircase, I kept hearing small sounds around me. A click here, a scrape there. It felt like something was following me. I made it to the top of the stairs and aimed my flashlight down. The steps seemed to stretch out, like the descent was longer than before. I forced myself to move step by step, trying not to trip on the broken boards. My heart raced, my shirt stuck to my back. I heard what sounded like light footsteps behind me. I whipped around my camera, swung and bumped my chest. The hallway was empty, but the temperature felt even colder. I thought I saw a faint movement at the corner of my eye. I pointed the flashlight. Nothing. I practically jogged down the last of the steps, skidding on dust and debris. My foot caught on a loose board, and I almost fell forward. I dropped to one knee, cursing under my breath. I pushed myself back up and shone the flashlight around, panting. The front room was quiet. The same dusty furniture and broken windows greeted me. I felt the tightness in my stomach again. The only exit I knew was the window I'd PRI open. The front door wouldn't budge from inside. I turned left, then right, trying to remember which way I'd come in my pulse. Hammered, I spotted the A kitchen. I remembered going through the kitchen, so I headed that way. I reached the kitchen, scanning the area with the flashlight. The door leading outside was blocked by a heavy board nailed across it. I found the hallway that led back to the front window. I had to squeeze by a broken dining table and a stack of rotted chairs. I reached the window only to see that the board I had PRI loose was mostly back in place. It didn't look hammered, esche cut. It looked like it had been gently pushed back so that the gap was smaller. I felt panic tighten my chest. I gripped the board and tried to yank it. It squeaked as I pulled, and it came loose again. I took a step back, lifted my camera bag, and squeezed through the opening. I almost fell onto the overgrown grass outside. I sucked in the fresh air and felt my heart pounding like crazy. My palms were slick with sweat. I turned and pulled the board back in front of the window, not sure why I even bothered. My shoulders were tense. I walked around to the front yard, shining my flashlight on the old facade of the house. The windows were all dark. The place looked dead and still. But my gut churned. I felt like something watched me from inside. I went straight to my car, which I'd parked a block away. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see someone on the sidewalk. No one was there. The street was silent except for a stray cat digging in a trash can when I reached the car. I fumbled for my keys. My hand shook so much that I dropped them. Once I got in, locked the doors, and tried to steady my breathing. The air in the car felt hot and suffocating, so I rolled down the window a crack. I looked at the camera on the passenger seat. Part of me wanted to delete every photo I'd taken, but I couldn't do it. I needed to see them on a bigger screen. I needed to figure out what those shapes were. I started the car and drove away. My chest was tight and my throat felt dry. Every time a streetlight cast a shadow on the sidewalk, I jumped. I took the quickest route back to my apartment. I rushed upstairs, locked the door, and set my camera on my desk. I hesitated for a minute, then turned on my computer. My pulse still hadn't settled. I transferred the photos and opened them on my monitor one by one. I clicked through them. Most were normal, but then I reached the ones from the bathroom mirror. The shape of a person's shoulder and head was there, almost translucent. I zoomed in, no detail on the face, just a faint outline of a jawline and some darkness where eyes should be. I clicked to the pictures in the upstairs hallway. In one shot, there was a silhouette at the far end. In the next shot, it was gone. Then I saw the study photos. The corner images were even worse on a bigger screen. I could see 3 distinct shapes. Each one looked humanoid but transparent. They appeared to be leaning forward as if watching me when I clicked to the final shot in that sequence. They were closer, almost in the center of the frame. My chest cramped. The shape in the middle had what looked like an arm reaching out. I felt sweat beat on my forehead. I realized my hands were trembling. I shut off the monitor. I stared at the black screen, trying to calm down. I haven't shared these pictures with anyone yet. I'm not sure what to do with them. Part of me thinks they might be worth a lot. People love a good ghost story, but every time I look at them, my stomach knots. I keep remembering how cold the house felt, and how the boards creaked behind me. I remember the face in that little hand mirror. It was close to me, but I never saw it in person. I still don't believe in ghosts, at least not in the usual sense, but those images show something I can't explain. I keep thinking about how the board over the window was put back, almost like the house didn't want me to leave that easily. Now, whenever I lie in bed, I feel like someone's standing by my bedroom door. Sometimes I get up and check, shining my phone's flashlight around. There's never anything there, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed me out of that place. I saved the files on an external drive and locked it in a drawer. I'm not sure if I'll ever open them again. Maybe I'll forget about them someday, but every time my phone buzzes or my floor creaks, my mind goes back to that old house and I get a jolt of fear, like a static shock running through my chest. I don't think I'll ever do an urban exploration by myself. Again, I can't walk into a place like that without thinking about those shapes, those faces I couldn't see. Until after the flash, I can still feel that cold air on my neck when I think about it. And I keep expecting to see one of those silhouettes right behind me, just out of sight, waiting for me to take another photo. I was sitting behind the wheel of my old truck, rain hammering the windshield. Without pause, my hands were tight on the steering wheel and I felt a strange tension creeping into my neck. The headlights lit up at narrow rural road that seemed to stretch on forever, and the storm refused to let up. I was soaked in sweat. Even though the air inside the cab was cold, I had a deadline to meet and wanted to get through that old back road fast. But something was off from the moment I turned onto it. I noticed strange shapes in the darkness, but I tried to focus on the road. Then I saw her, a woman standing on the shoulder just outside the glow of my headlights. She didn't move or wave. She stood there with her arms at her sides, looking right at me. I can't explain why I didn't stop or slow down. Maybe it was my nerves. Maybe it was the way her eyes caught the light for a split second. I looked at her for a moment, then I pushed my foot down on the gas. I felt my heart pounding. The woman disappeared behind me and the road kept going, but something didn't feel right. My palms were damp and the wipers thumped at a fast speed against the windshield. The thunder and lightning seemed louder than usual. Every time a flash lit up the sky, I expected to see her again. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the storm or my tired mind. I hadn't slept well in a couple of days. My last delivery had taken longer than expected, and I was running on cheap coffee and energy drinks. The truck's engine rumbled in front of me, and I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles looked pale. The wind rocked the cab, and the rain pounded on the roof. My eyes flicked to the rear-view mirrors every few seconds. The darkness behind me seemed to press in, but I didn't see her back there. I told myself to calm down. A few minutes later, I spotted her again. She was on the right side of the road, this time near a broken fence. I saw her form in the edge of the headlights. Same stance, same stare. She wasn't waving or trying to flag me down. She just stood there, wet hair plastered to her face, dress clinging to her body, both hands hanging at her sides. I felt a jolt in my chest. I glanced at the speedometer. I was going well over the limit, but it still felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. My legs felt twitchy and there was a nervous tingling in my stomach. I kept going. The road twisted and turned and the storm kept hammering down. The trees were tall and close to the pavement. My headlights lit up a narrow tunnel of rain and branches. I saw the shape of the woman again, this time on the left side near an old sign that was too rusted to read. The sight caused me to jerk the wheel. I fought to keep the truck centered. My chest felt tight and I forced air in and out of my lungs. The wipers couldn't clear the water fast enough. I squinted at the road. I decided to turn on the radio. I wanted some noise to fill the silence in the cab. The radio only hissed with static. I tried scanning for stations, but I couldn't pick up anything. The static rose and fell, and sometimes it sounded like a feigned voice, but then it vanished. I turned it off. The rumble of the engine and the rain against the windshield were the only sounds left. I checked the clock on the dashboard. It showed a time that didn't match what I expected. According to my original plan, I should have been on the main highway by now, but the road in front of me just went on and on with the same old trees and broken fence posts, the same patches of washed-out gravel. I kept my high beams on, but it only lit more rain and more of that endless pavement. My back was tense and my shoulders hurt. I tried to keep my focus straight ahead, but a flash of lightning revealed the woman. Again, she was on the shoulder closer. This time I saw her wet face, and I noticed her eyes were wide open. I couldn't make out their color, but I could see enough detail to know she was staring right at me. My heart that like a drum in my chest. I felt a pulse in my neck and my breath caught in my throat. I wanted to roll down the window and shout at her, but something about her presence made me want to get out of there fast. I pressed the gas pedal harder, the truck's engine roared, and I felt the vehicle pick up speed. Water sprayed up from the tires, the wind pushed against the side of the truck, and the trailer behind me rattled. I kept glancing at the odometer. The numbers climbed, but the road never changed. I tried to see if there were any driveways, side roads, or turnoff. I saw nothing. It was just an old rural highway with tall weeds and broken fences on both sides. The fence posts looked crooked like they had been there. For decades, time dragged my eyes burned from staring at the dark. My head felt foggy. Then I saw her again only a few yards ahead. She stood right in the path of my headlights. I braked hard and the tires screeched on the wet pavement. The truck skidded and my chest slammed into the steering wheel. Pain shot through my ribs and I gasped. I looked up expecting to see her right in front of the hood, but there was nothing there, just the road and the rain. My breath sounded loud inside the truck. My chest rose and fell. I strained to see into the darkness. I thought I saw a figure move at the edge of the trees, but it was too dark to be sure. I sat there in the middle of the road wipers slapping the engine, rumbling and idle. My headlights lit up the water streaming down the pavement. Rain battered the roof with a steady thump. My heart wouldn't slow down. The seatbelt felt tight across my shoulders, so I loosened it a little. I glanced in the side mirror. No one was behind me. The road was deserted. I put the truck into gear and started rolling forward again. My hand shaking a bit on the wheel. I tried to come up with a plan. Maybe I should have turned around and gone back, but every time I thought about going backward, I felt a chill. I had this idea that the road behind me would look the same as the road ahead, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I just wanted to find some sign of civilization, maybe a gas station or a small town, anything to break this pattern. But nothing appeared. The storm felt endless, and my eyes kept darting to the mirrors, expecting to see that woman behind me. I started talking to myself. Calm down, it's just a bad night. You took a weird detour, you'll get out of it, just keep going. My voice sounded shaky, my throat was dry. I grabbed a water bottle from the cup holder and took a long drink. The water tasted stale and my hands were trembling. I set the bottle down and noticed my phone on the passenger seat. I had tried calling someone earlier, but I had no signal. I glanced at it again, but there was still nothing, no bars, no data. The screen just showed the time. It was well past when I should have. Then at my delivery point, the tension in my gut built up again when I spotted her shape in the distance. This time she was standing next to a sign that said rest area 2 miles. I hadn't seen that sign before. I could have sworn there was no rest area along this old road, but I was desperate. I thought maybe if I reached it, I could take shelter and figure out what was going on. The woman didn't move. Her clothes were pressed against her skin by the wind and her hair stuck to her face. My pulse ham in my ears, I drove past her, focusing on the sign. It was old and covered in rust, but it clearly said there was a rest area 2 miles ahead. The road was slick and my shoulders ached from tension. I kept checking the distance on the odometer. After a few minutes, I should have been at the rest area, but nothing appeared. The road just kept going. Then I saw another sign. It also said rest area 2 miles, the same shape, the same rust. My stomach twisted, my breath came out in shallow bursts. I saw the woman again. She was next to the second sign, standing in the same way. Looking at me, her gaze was locked on my truck. My skin crawled. I stomped on the gas and the engine wind. The trailer shook. I pushed past 60, 70, 80. The road was narrow and the truck shook from every bump. The headlights lit up. The rain, lightning flashed, and thunder cracked so loudly I felt it in my chest. Water sprayed across the windshield and the wipers struggled to keep up. My mind raced. I knew I was risking hydroplaning, but I kept my foot on the pedal. My heart pounded and my arms felt stiff as I gripped the wheel. The rest area sign was nowhere to be found. The only things around me were trees, fences, and darkness. I passed another sign with the same message. Rest area 2 miles. I cursed under my breath and felt sweat trickle down my temples. I glanced at the fuel gauge. I had started the night with a full tank, but I had been driving for a long time. The needle was dipping lower than I liked. My thoughts raced. If I didn't find a real exit soon, I might run out of gas in this storm on this strange road. I imagined myself stuck with that woman lurking somewhere in the rain. My heart pounded harder at that thought. Then I saw a faint glow up ahead. It looked like old lights on a pole, maybe part of a rest stop area. I slowed down, trying not to skid, and I pulled into a small clearing. There were 2 flickering lights attached to broken poles. The pavement was cracked, and I saw a boarded-up building that might have been a restroom or an information booth. Puddles covered the ground, and the water reflected the weak light in dull patches. I parked the truck and turned off the engine. The sudden silence inside the cab felt heavy except for the rain drumming on the roof. I looked around my eyes, adjusting to the dark. I didn't see anyone. I put on my jacket, took a flashlight from the glove box, and carefully opened the driver's door. The wind splashed rain on my face, and I shivered. The flashlight beam cut through the dark, showing me wet concrete weeds coming through the cracks and old trash on the ground. The air smelled like damp leaves and mud. My boots sank into the wet ground, and water soaked my jeans almost immediately. I walked around the building. The door was chained shut, and the windows were boarded up. I saw no sign of the woman. I felt my pulse in my neck. I listened for movement, but I only heard the rain and the wind. Lightning flashed overhead, lighting up the clearing for a second. I thought I saw someone standing near the tree line. I aimed my flashlight, but there was nothing. My breath trembled, and I felt the hair on my arm stand up. I tried to use iPhone again, holding it above my head, but there was still no signal. The screen was wet, and my fingers slipped over it. I wiped it on my jacket and shoved it back in my pocket. Then I heard something. It sounded like a wet footstep on pavement. I spun around, aiming my flashlight at the noise. I saw the woman standing a few yards away near the edge of the light. She was dripping with water. Her hair stuck to her face. Her eyes locked on mine. I froze. My mouth went dry and my shoulders tensed. She didn't speak or move closer. She just stood there, breathing. I could see her chest rise and fall. My heart thumped in my ears. I wanted to say something, but my throat felt tight. My body felt shaky, and I was scared of what would happen if she walked closer for a few seconds. I couldn't move. Then I clenched my jaw, stepped backward, and fumbled for the truck door. I kept my eyes on her. She didn't approach. She just watched. I yanked the door open, got inside, and slammed it shut. The windows fogged up with my breath. My hands shook as I jammed the key in the ignition and turned the engine over. It caught on the first try. Headlights swept across the rest area, but I didn't see her in the beam. I shifted into reverse, backed up, and then steered back onto the road. My heart was pounding so hard that I felt every beat in my chest. I pressed the accelerator. The trees and fences stray by on both sides. I kept my eyes moving, checking the mirrors and the road. The storm was still raging, and the thunder seemed constant. The truck lights reflected off the wet pavement. My chest was tight. I needed to get out of that place, but the road never ended. There were no intersections or signs for any real town. There was only the occasional rest area. 2M sign repeated again and again. Every few minutes, I would see her on the roadside. Sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right. Each time I saw her, she was closer to the edge of the pavement. At one point, I caught a glimpse of her in my side mirror. She was right behind the trailer, walking along the white line on the shoulder, keeping pace with me even though I was going at least 50 mph. My stomach churned. I pressed the gas harder and she vanished into the darkness, but I knew she would appear again. I started feeling dizzy from lack of rest. My eyelids felt heavy and my muscles were tense. I fought to keep the truck steady. My neck ached. I tried to check the time again, but the clock on the dashboard showed the same numbers as before, as if it hadn't changed. I flicked the light above me and looked at my watch. The hands weren't moving. It was stuck on the same moment I had glanced at it. Hours ago, I slammed a fist on the steering wheel. My voice came out in a shaky whisper. What is happening here? I scanned the trees for any sign of a different road or a driveway. Nothing, just the same fence posts and the same weeds. The woman kept appearing sometimes only for a split second in the headlights, sometimes standing still as I passed. My legs were sore from maintaining speed and braking. Whenever she popped up ahead, the tension in my shoulders was almost unbearable. My eyes burned from staring at the rain. I lost track of how many hours had passed. The same loop repeated, endless road storm. The rusted signs and the woman's figure. I felt a gnawing panic in my chest. My throat was raw from breathing hard. My clothes stuck to my skin with sweat. Each time I tried to blink and gather my thoughts, I snapped my eyes open again, afraid I would crash or see her in the middle of the road. My mind was racing with no real solution. Eventually, I saw a small bridge over a narrow creek. The water rushed under it. I recognized the broken railing on the side. I had passed it before. That meant I was driving in circles, or the road was looping on its own. My stomach dropped. My heart felt hollow. I pressed the brakes and pulled over. I listened to the rain on the roof, and I forced myself to take a few slow breaths. I tried to organize my thoughts. My only plan was to keep driving and hope something would change, but that had gotten me nowhere. As I sat there, I glanced out the passenger window. The woman was there, standing at the edge of the road, facing the creek. She had one hand resting on the broken railing. The water raged. Below, I could hear it, even through the storm. She didn't look at me this time. She just stayed there. Her shoulders drenched, her hair plastered to her head. My chest felt tight and my heart pounded in my ears. My mouth was dry and my skin tingled. I wondered if I should step out and try to speak to her, but my body refused to move. My instincts screamed at me to stay inside. I gripped the wheel again, turned the key, and merged back onto the road. The path ahead was the same dark stretch of broken asphalt, and I knew it would go on without any clear exit. The headlights showed the falling rain and the thunder rumbled. I kept my eyes forward, searching for any sign that the road might end or change my mind, told me I might never see a normal highway again. I pushed forward even though my arms were heavy and my head felt light. The trailer rattled behind me and the engine droned on. I thought about the next mile, the next turn, hoping something new would appear. The woman would keep appearing closer and closer until I finally accepted. There was no way off this strange stretch of road, but I kept driving. Clenching my teeth, ignoring the trembling in my hands, waiting for anything to break this endless loop. The headlights sliced through the darkness. The rain pounded on the windshield and the wind battered the cab. My eyes stayed locked on the blacktop, searching for a way out. But I didn't see any. I only felt the wheels. Rolling on and on through the storm with my heart hammering. The woman appeared again on the shoulder, closer than ever. Her eyes watching me as I passed. I couldn't look away, and I couldn't stop. I just drove, caught in a cycle that refused to end. And in that moment, I knew there was no simple escape from that forgotten road. I remember the first night I heard the strange interference on my radio show. It was around 2 a.m., and I was sitting alone in the small studio. I had my usual cup of lukewarm coffee on the table, the same worn-out notepad at my side, and the phone lines open for any listener who wanted to share a story. The fluorescent light above me buzzed, and the old air conditioner rumbled. Every few minutes, I felt a mild ache in my lower back from sitting in the same chair. For hours, I introduced myself on the air, gave a quick rundown of the night's topic, paranormal encounters, and waited for calls. I was used to getting strange stories at that hour, but I never expected anything beyond local gossip and spooky rumors. I certainly never expected a voice to break into my broadcast. My name is Lucas, and I run a late-night segment called Midnight Mysteries at a small radio station in a quiet town. We're not a big operation. There's just me in the studio and my friend Marcos in the adjacent control room, though he usually works earlier shifts and rarely stays past midnight on that night. I was completely alone. The station is a single-story brick building off a narrow road near a field. There's a dusty parking lot in front and a worn wooden door that creaks every time I walk through. Inside, the walls are thin, and sometimes I hear the old pipes knocking behind them. I began the show like always. I leaned toward the microphone, stated the phone number for our call-in line, and reminded the listeners to share any unexplained experiences they might have had. The phone line stayed quiet for a few minutes. I sipped my coffee, which tasted bitter, and stared at the small digital clock on my desk. The second hand blinked in red digits. I cleared my throat, repeated the phone number, and tried not to think about how lonely I felt in that dark studio. Right then, the static came through my headset. It was brief. It sounded like a whisper and then disappeared. I paused, adjusted the volume, and asked if anyone was on the line. No one answered. I brushed it off. Technical glitches happen all the time. Our equipment is old. The microphone stand squeaks when I move it, and sometimes the audio levels drop for no reason. I tapped the dial, hoping to fix any loose connection. Then the phone rang. I glanced at the control panel, saw the blinking light, and pressed the button to put the caller on the air. I greeted them and asked for their name. That's when I heard something I can't quite explain. It was a deep voice, but it wasn't a normal human voice. It sounded like it was right next to my ear. Even though I was alone, it said, "I see you." It was clear and direct. I felt a jolt in my stomach and jerked back in my chair, almost knocking over my coffee. I checked the line. It still showed an active call, but no one responded to my questions. The voice vanished. I began to sweat. My palms felt clammy and my breathing got heavier. I took a moment to gauge myself. I asked again if anyone was there. Only silence. I disconnected the call and decided to move on. Maybe some prankster had managed to do something to the feed I kept my show going. I turned on some background music for a moment and took a quick walk around the tiny studio, trying to calm my nerves. The air felt cold near the door. Noticed a faint draft from the outside, which made sense because the door doesn't close tightly. I told myself everything was fine. Then the phone rang again. I hurried back, sat down, and hit the button. This time I heard a woman on the line. She sounded out of breath. She introduced herself as Denise and told me she had been listening. She asked if I had heard that weird whisper before. I picked up. I told her about the previous call. She said she had recognized her own street name. Mentioned right before the static cut off. I asked her to repeat that. She said that voice said it knew where I lived. I felt my throat tighten. I asked for more details, but she said she was scared and wanted to hang up. I tried to calm her down. She stayed on the line for another minute, explaining that she'd heard loud scratching sounds on her back door while the voice was on air. Then, without warning, the line went dead. I sat there in silence with the phone in my hand, listening to the dial tone. My heart pounded. I shifted in my chair and felt a dull ache in my neck. I tried to reassure myself that it was a hoax, but I couldn't shake the unease. Something about her voice sounded real. I decided to keep broadcasting. I shared the details of the strange calls with my listeners. I asked them to call in if they experienced anything similar. I expected more jokes, maybe some nonsense, but the next call came in right away. The next caller was a man named Rulfo. He said he worked the night shift at a gas station on the edge of town. He told me he was standing outside for a smoke break when he heard the radio from inside the store. He said he didn't believe in any of this paranormal stuff, but while he was listening to my show, he heard the same deep voice behind him. He turned around, but no one was there. He rushed back inside while he was talking to me. I heard the store door slam in the background. He yelled something like, "What do you want?" Then all I heard was static. After a few seconds, the line cut out. I tried calling him back. It rang and rang, but no one picked up. I felt my mouth go dry. I looked at the clock. It was 2:38 a.m. My shift was supposed to end at 4 a.m. But I considered shutting down early. I stood up and walked to the door of the studio. I opened at a crack and peered into the hallway. The hallway was dark and the overhead lights were off because we rarely use that part of the building at night. I listened for any sounds. All I heard was the faint hum of the air conditioner. I closed the door and locked it from the inside. Then I went back to my seat. I stared at the microphone, thinking about the next words I should say. My hands shook. I tried to grip the arms of my chair to steady myself. The phone rang again. I let it ring 3 times before I answered. My hands trembled as I pressed the button. I heard a burst of static, and then the same deep voice came through. It sounded clearer this time. It said my name. It said, "Lucas, you're not safe." My entire body tensed up. I felt sweat trickle down my forehead. I tried to speak, but my throat felt tight. My heart hammered against my chest. I asked who it was. The voice said, "Stop asking." Then the line went silent. I stayed there for a moment, breathing hard, my headphones buzzing with quiet static. I announced to the listeners that I was experiencing technical issues. I apologized for the interruptions. Then I started playing a short music track to fill the silence while I tried to figure out what to do. My stomach churned. I felt lightheaded. I took a sip of water from a small bottle on my desk and coughed because I swallowed too fast. I decided to call Marcos, my coworker, even though it was late. I grabbed my cell phone and dialed his number. It rang a few times before he answered. In a groggy voice, I told him about the calls, the interference, and the strange voice. He told me to stay calm, keep the broadcast cast going, and record everything if I could. He sounded tired, but he promised he would drive over to the station as soon as possible. While I waited, I switched back from the music track to the live mic. I spoke directly to whoever might still be listening. I said that something unusual was happening. I asked anyone with information to call in. My voice shook a little and I tried to hide my fear, but I'm sure the listeners noticed. I looked at the phone lines. All 5 lines were lit up. I felt a wave of relief, thinking maybe the town's people wanted to help or share what they were experiencing. I answered the first call. It was a listener who said they heard banging on their window while the deep voice crackled on their radio. They ran to the window and saw nothing but an empty yard. They sounded scared, but they had no explanation. I quickly took the next call. A different person said they heard footsteps around their house. After the broadcast glitched, they locked their doors and grabbed a baseball bat. They kept repeating that this felt too real to be a prank. Their breath was shaky and they hung up without saying goodbye. I looked at the studio door again. It was still locked. I noticed my reflection in the small window. My face looked pale and my hair was damp with sweat. My pulse throbbed in my ears. The next caller was crying so hard I could barely understand them. They said the lights in their house kept flickering. Then they heard an animal like a growl coming from their living room. They ran to their bedroom and called me from there. I heard a loud thump in the background and the call cut out. I started to feel a tingling in my arms and legs. The atmosphere in the studio felt heavy, like the air was thicker. I tried to breathe slowly. My heart wouldn't slow down. I told myself to stay focused. I had a responsibility to maintain the show, or at least keep everyone informed. I considered shutting off the transmission, but part of me thought it might be safer to keep the lines open so people could communicate. I stared at the microphone. I felt trapped in my own station, surrounded by calls from terrified residents. I glanced at the clock. It was just past 3 a.m. I told myself that Marcos would arrive. Soon I answered another call. This one was from a man who sounded calm. He said his name was Rafa. He said he was parked outside the station in the empty lot. He claimed he saw movement through the window. I asked if he meant he could see me through the window. He said, "No, I saw someone else behind you." My entire body went cold. I slowly turned in my chair, half expecting to see a figure in the corner. I saw nothing but the dusty walls and the table with spare headphones. I told Raphael I didn't see anyone. He insisted there was a silhouette moving in the background. Then he stopped talking. I heard him drop the phone or something. The line stayed open, but he didn't respond again. I hung up and felt my stomach tighten. I stayed still for a few seconds, listening to the faint hum of the equipment. A moment later, I heard footsteps in the hallway. They sounded slow and deliberate. My chest tightened. I remembered I had locked the door, so I told myself no one could enter. I watched the doorknob. It stayed still. The footsteps faded, and I was alone with my heart pounding in my ears. I took off my headphones for a second, put them on the table, and rubbed my eyes. I glanced at my phone to see if Marcos had texted me. Nothing. Then the studio lights flickered. I looked up, worried the power might go out. They went back to normal after a second. I noticed the phone lines had all gone dead. There were no more incoming calls. The on-air light above my head glowed red. I tapped my microphone and asked if anyone could hear me. The station was silent except for a faint hiss of static. The scoreboard on my control panel showed we were still live. I said my name again and asked if any listener was out there. No response. I waited. Feeling a growing sense of unease, my throat felt dry and my back ached from the tension. That's when the voice returned, but it didn't come through the phone line. It came through the main broadcast feed. It overrode my microphone. I heard a low tone, almost like a growl, and then the deep voice spoke again. "You can't escape." It was so loud I yanked off my headset. My ears rang the same message. Repeated 3 times, I covered my mouth with my hand and stood up. I walked to the door, unlocked it, and peered into the hallway. The lights were off, but I could see the exit sign at the far end. I didn't hear anything else. My arm felt weak and my knees were unsteady. I decided to head for the exit. I left the studio door open, jogged down the hall, and pushed on the front entrance. It swung open without a sound. Outside, the parking lot was empty. There were no cars, no sign of anyone named Raphael. I walked around to the back of the building and saw nothing but weeds and an old dumpster. I stood there under a dim street lamp, breathing in the cool night air for a few seconds. I considered leaving the station altogether, but I remembered Marcos might be on his way. I didn't want to abandon him to a locked building or a dark parking lot. I went back inside the hallway, felt colder than before. I closed the door behind me and checked the studio. Everything was exactly as I left it, except the phone lines were still down. The broadcast feed was a loop of static. I switched off the transmitter for a few seconds, then switched it back on. The static stopped, replaced by quiet. I tried to speak into the microphone again. My voice came through, but it sounded distant, like I was underwater. I cleared my throat and gave a final announcement. I told anyone listening that we were ending the show early due to technical problems. Then I shut down the console. I checked the time. It was 3:40 a.m. I sat in my chair for a while, staring at the dark monitor in front of me. My body felt drained. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the desk. I could still feel my heart racing. After a few minutes, I heard a car pull up outside. I stood up, walked to the front, and saw Marco stepping out of his car. He jogged to the entrance. I unlocked it, and he walked inside. He looked at my face and asked if I was okay. I told him about the calls and the voice. He nodded and said he believed me. We walked together into the studio. Everything was quiet. Marcos flipped a few switches, checked the equipment, and said, all the settings were normal. I pulled out my phone to see if there were any messages from listeners or from the station manager. Nothing. Morrow suggested we do a quick check of the building. We walked the hallway, the break room, and the tiny storage closet. We found no one when we finished. I thanked him for coming. He offered to stay until morning. I agreed. We sat in the break room and sipped coffee, not saying much. We didn't mention ghosts or demons or anything else. We just sat there listening for any sounds. I haven't heard that voice again since that night. We still run the radio show, but we changed the format. We don't take live calls anymore. We ask listeners to send messages or emails. Instead, some people in town claim they still experience strange things during the early hours, but they have no proof. I just know what I heard and how it made me feel. My hands still shake a bit when I think about it. I keep telling myself it was a random interference or a cruel prank. But deep down, I remember the cold sensation in that hallway, the repeated message in my ears, and the panic in the voices of the callers. I can't forget it. I just hope it never returns. I took this temporary caretaker job at an old abandoned hotel because I was out of work and out of luck. The ad said, light maintenance, light cleaning. Short-term contract. It promised free room and board for a month. That sounded good enough for me. I wasn't expecting much. I thought I'd just be sweeping dusty floors and making sure the windows weren't broken, but from the moment I arrived, I felt uneasy. The front doors squeaked. The lobby smelled like stale air, and the place felt too big. Even with the lights off, I noticed my own reflection in the glass front doors. It looked hazy. I tried to ignore it, but that was just the start. I got here on a Thursday afternoon. The person who hired me gave me a quick tour. then handed me an old key and said they'd be back in a few weeks. I remember setting my suitcase down in the lobby and looking around. The ceiling had old chandeliers that didn't work anymore. The front desk was coated in dust. I kept thinking, this place is bigger than I expected. The building had 4 floors, plus an attic, plus a basement. Most of the doors to the rooms were locked, but the main hallway mirrors caught my eye right away. They were tall and framed in ornate gold. The glass looked normal at first glance, but when I walked past them, I felt like my reflection lingered a split second behind my movement. I tried not to freak out. I chalked it up to my imagination. I'd been traveling all morning and I was tired. I dragged my suitcase up a flight of creaky stairs to the caretaker's suite. It was a small room at the end of the second-floor hall. The bed had a thin mattress and the walls were a dull beige color. The window overlooked the empty parking lot. I set my stuff down and decided to explore a bit before dark. I wanted to see if any of the lights worked. I flipped a few switches in the hallway. A few overhead lights flickered, but some died. Right after turning on, others buzzed loudly. I also noticed a large mirror at the end of the corridor. It was about my height, with the same ornate gold frame. I walked toward it, peering closely at my own face. I didn't notice anything strange at first. Then I took a step back and I saw my reflection smiling. I swear I wasn't smiling at all. My face was completely neutral, but in the mirror my reflection had a slight G. I felt a chill crawl up my neck. I looked away, I told myself. Maybe I twitched or something and I misread my own expression. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I decided to open a few windows in the hallway. I hoped fresh air would help me calm down. A mild breeze pushed through the corridor, making some old curtains move. The breeze felt good, so I took a minute to lean out the window and breathe. I looked out outside, trying to focus on normal things like the parking lot and the overgrown shrubs. That's when I heard a faint scraping sound behind me. I spun around. There was no one there. Just that big mirror reflecting the hallway, but in its reflection I saw a dark shape move across the floor. It slid from left to right, past the locked doors. I jerked my head toward that spot in the real hallway. It was empty. My heartbeat sped up. I forced myself to walk slowly toward the mirror and look into it again. All I saw was me in the hallway with dusty walls and old carpeting behind me. No dark shape, no movement. I took a few deep breaths and decided to go downstairs. I wanted to check the main lobby again, maybe see if there was a fuse box or something else to do. Anything to distract me. The main lobby had a few tall mirrors near the front desk. They all matched the same style gold. Frames, elaborate designs at the corners, and old glass that might have been installed decades ago. I flicked on some lights near the front desk, but they only glowed weakly. The rest of the area stayed dim. It felt weird to see my reflection in so many angles. I walked behind the counter. I found an old ledger, some keys, and a maintenance checklist. I saw check mirrors typed in the list that made me pause. Why would a caretaker checklist include mirrors? There was also a note about items in basement must remain locked. That note was scribbled in the margin, no details, no signature. I decided to stop looking at that list and just get on with my job. I grabbed a broom from a nearby closet and swept the lobby floor while I worked. I kept glancing at the mirrors. My chest felt tight and my stomach was tense. My scalp tingled. I tried to look at my reflection to see if anything was weird. Sometimes it looked normal, but sometimes I thought I saw a flicker of something else in the corner, a shadow that wasn't shaped like me, or a slight difference in the background. I stuck to my sweeping. After maybe half an hour, I started to sweat. I felt like someone was watching me. I kept turning around. Nobody was there by the time I finished. Dusk was creeping in. The front windows showed a red-orange sky. I decided to call it a day. I went back upstairs to the caretaker suite, closed the door, and locked it. I made a quick dinner with some canned beans and crackers. I'd brought the room had a small fridge and an old microwave that still worked after I ate. I paced around. I wasn't sure if I should try exploring more or just go to bed early. My nerves felt shot. I was tired, but I didn't want to sleep yet. Finally, I decided to walk around the second floor and see if I could open any doors. Most of them were locked, but I found one that led to a storage closet. I stepped inside, pointed my flashlight around. I saw spare sheets, towels, and a few decorative pieces wrapped in cloth. One was another mirror. It was leaning against the corner. I unwrapped it a bit and saw the same gold frame. The glass was cracked in the corner, forming a small spiderweb pattern. I felt a prickly sensation in my hands. I wrapped it back up and left on my way out. I heard a low whisper, but I couldn't make out words. It felt like my ears were playing tricks on me. I shut the closet door and hurried back to my room. My breathing was shallow, and I kept telling myself to calm down. I lay on my bed fully clothed with the blankets pulled over me. The room was silent except for the faint hum of the fridge. I kept thinking about the note on the checklist. Items in basement must remain locked. I wondered if that had something to do with the mirrors I planned to check the basement the next day, but I still felt uneasy. My eyes started to drift shut after a while. I had trouble staying awake, and eventually I dozed off when I woke. It was early morning. Sunlight peered through the thin curtains. My back felt stiff from sleeping in my clothes. I stood up, cracked my neck, and tried to shake off the grogginess. I remembered my plan to check the basement, so I grabbed a flashlight and went downstairs. The basement door was near the main lobby behind a locked gate. I used the caretaker's key, which fit the lock. The metal gate screeched as I pushed it open. The basement stairs were steep and unlit, so I moved slowly. The basement smelled damp. My flashlight showed stone walls and a cement floor. There were some crates and wooden boxes stacked along one side to my right. I saw a series of old mirrors placed against the wall. Some were upright, some leaned at odd angles, and a few had blankets over them. My pulse quickened. I approached them and lifted one of the blankets. The mirror underneath had a hairline crack near the top. I shined my flashlight on it. I noticed faint streaks like smudges from someone's hand on the other side of the glass. Suddenly, I heard a shuffling sound behind me. I spun around. Nothing moved in the darkness. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. I turned back to the mirror. My reflection stared back at me, but the edges looked strange. The corners of the reflection were darker. I thought I saw a shape shifting behind me. In the reflection, I flicked my flashlight around again. The basement itself was empty. Just the crates and the silent gloom, but in the mirror it looked like something passed between the crates. I stepped back, breathing hard. My shoulders felt tight, and I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I replaced the blanket. I didn't want to look at it anymore. I checked a few of the crates instead. Most were nailed shut, and I didn't feel like prying them open. One of them had a label that said Hotel Inventory Mirrors. It looked like this place had a lot of mirrors in storage that made me uneasy. I had no idea why they'd need so many or why they'd hide them in the basement. I was about to head back upstairs when I heard a voice. It came from the far corner near a large mirror that was half covered by a cloth. It sounded like someone clearing their throat or quietly trying to speak. I froze in place. Then I took a few cautious steps forward. My flashlight beam landed on the cloth, which shifted slightly. I felt a jolt of panic. I wanted to run, but my curiosity pushed me to lift the edge of the cloth underneath. I saw a tall mirror, maybe 7 feet high, with swirling designs on the frame. The glass was dark. I couldn't see my reflection at first. Then it flickered to life as if it took a moment to catch up. My reflection looked at me, but my eyes in the mirror seemed to shine brighter than normal. My chest tightened and my mouth went dry. That's when I heard a whisper. Soft, and right next to my ear it said, "Let us out." I dropped the cloth and staggered back. My flashlight almost slipped from my hand. My mind raced. I hurried to the stairs before I climbed them. I felt a sudden pressure in my head, like a headache, but sharper. My vision blurred for a second. I gripped the railing. Breathing through my teeth, the pressure faded, so I forced myself to move. I made it back to the ground floor and locked the gate behind me. My hands were shaking. I went straight to the caretaker's. Sweden slammed the door. I paced around for a few minutes, trying to calm down. I felt sweat on my forehead. My heart was pounding. I tried to think logically there must be some explanation. Maybe the old glass warps images, maybe the basement has echoes or drafts. But the whisper I heard was clear, I didn't imagine it. Something down there was aware of me over the next few days. I did my best to handle my caretaker duties. I swept floors, checked the plumbing, opened windows for ventilation, but everywhere I went, mirrors greeted me. Some were cracked, some were dirty, some had sheets draped over them. I started avoiding my own reflection. I felt like each mirror wanted me to look at it, wanted to grab my attention sometimes. I heard faint voices once. I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but they stopped whenever I turned around. My nights were restless. I woke up soaked in sweat with the sound of whispers fading from my ears. I kept the door locked, but that didn't help much with my sense of dread. On my 5th day, I decided to remove a mirror in the 3rd floor hallway. It was a tall, narrow mirror with the same gold frame. I brought a screwdriver and tried to detach it from the wall while I was doing that. I felt something pull at me from behind. I stumbled and the screwdriver clattered to the floor. I spun around, fists clenched. Nobody was there, but the mirror's reflection showed a dark shape. It looked like a figure made of shadows. No features, just a silhouette leaning over my shoulder. I stared at it, cold sweat running down my temples. My eyes darted back to the actual hallway, nothing in the reflection. The shape slowly moved out of sight. I heard a faint laugh that sounded like metal scraping on stone. My limbs felt weak. I sank to my knees. Breathing fast, then the silhouette in the reflection raised its arm. My reflection did nothing. I could see it clearly, like someone else stood behind the glass. My stomach churned. I couldn't handle it. I grabbed the top of the mirror and yanked the frame, popped off the brackets with a loud crack. The mirror fell forward. I staggered back. Letting it drop flat on the floor. It hit with a dull thud, but the glass didn't shatter. I felt a sudden rush of relief. It was like the mirror lost its hold on me. Once it wasn't upright, my breathing slowed, but my hands were still shaking. I realized then that the hotel's mirrors weren't just decorations, they held something inside them. There were entities trapped behind the glass, and they wanted out. They wanted to use me to walk around in the real world again. That idea made me feel sick. I picked up the mirror carefully and slid it into a nearby closet. I shut the door, hoping that would keep it from bothering me. I considered leaving the hotel right then, but the contract said I only had to stay a few more days, and I wasn't sure if I'd get paid if I abandoned the job. I also worried that if I ran, those entities might find some other way to follow me, so I decided to endure it a little longer. I stuck to the 1st and 2nd floors, and I tried to avoid looking into any mirrors. I kept myself busy with chores. Every so often, I heard faint whispers or felt a tug at the back of my mind. I tried to resist it by focusing on practical tasks. I swept, I cleaned windows, I tested all the lights when I passed a mirror. I kept my gaze on the floor, my gut stayed tight, and my shoulders felt stiff. My appetite went down. I felt a growing ACH in my temples whenever I was around too many mirrors. Once I heard my own voice whisper my name from behind me, I refused to turn around on my final day. I woke up feeling shaky but determined to get out of there. I packed my bag and left by the front desk. I had a few last items on the checklist, like making sure the side doors were locked and turning off certain breakers while I worked. I saw reflections move on. Their own. In the corner of my eye, I ignored them. I heard distant whispers begging me to come closer. My legs felt weak, but I forced them to keep moving. My mind felt hazy, and I sensed that something was trying to get inside my thoughts. I focused on the real world, the dust in the air, the sound of my boots on the floor, the weight of the keys in my hand. After finishing, I grabbed my things and stepped outside into the late afternoon light. I took one last look at the building. The windows were dark, and I could see my reflection faintly in the glass door. It looked normal for a moment. Then I saw a slight distortion near my shoulder. I turned away, heart pounding, and walked to my car. My body was tense, and I felt goosebumps on my arms as I started the engine. I refused to look in the rearview mirror until I was well down the road. I still think about what happened there. I know those mirrors weren't ordinary. I don't have a fancy explanation. All I know is I saw reflections that didn't match reality and I heard voices that wanted me to set them free. I'm glad I got out before something worse happened. I never went back and I never plan to if anyone else takes that caretaker job. I hope they understand what they're dealing with because those mirrors are not just mirrors, and that hotel is not just an empty building, it's a prison full of entities that want a way out, and I was almost the key to their escape. I'm done with it. I won't let them use me, and that's all I have to say. I still remember how my heart thumped when I first stepped inside that old theater. The main door stuck a little and I had to push hard just to get in. Dust floated in the air and I tasted it when I took a breath. My throat felt dry and my skin tingled from the stale air. That place smelled like old costumes, damp wood, and something else I couldn't identify. The silence weighed on me. I could hear my own breathing and the slight creak of the floor beneath my shoes. I told myself I was ready for anything. I had no idea what was waiting for me. My name is Paul. I've been an actor most of my life. A few years ago, I started losing roles to younger guys or sometimes to older guys with better reputations. I'd get the occasional commercial or small part, but it never felt right. My agent called me one afternoon. He had this strange offer some local theater company wanted to put on a classic play in a building that had been shut down for decades. They needed an experienced actor to fill the lead role. The pay wasn't great, but it was a job. I said yes because I missed the stage. I missed that rush of saying lines in front of an audience. Even if that audience was small when I arrived for my first rehearsal, nobody was outside. The street was empty and the building looked dark and abandoned. I tried the front door like I said it stuck. I forced it open and stepped into a wide lobby. The ceiling was high-chipped paint, covered the walls, and the lights in the old chandeliers were off. I stood there for a moment, unsure if I was in the right place. Then I heard a soft sound coming from somewhere deeper inside. I followed that sound into the auditorium, rows of seats stretched out in front of me, covered in a thin layer of dust. The stage looked solid enough, though some of the curtains were torn at the edges. I waited for someone to greet me. Nobody showed up. I started walking toward the stage. My shoes echoed in that large space, and every step sounded too loud. I climbed the steps to the stage and stood there. My palms felt clammy. It reminded me of my first audition. Years ago, I looked around trying to see any sign of life. That's when I noticed a script resting on a small table near the edge of the stage. It was my role. I picked it up. A note on the top page said, "Begin rehearsal block, Act 1." It felt like a strange instruction. There was no stage manager, no director, no other actors. Just that note. I shrugged and started reading lines out loud. I figured maybe someone was testing me. I projected my voice, enunciating each word as I reached the middle of the scene. I heard a noise behind me. It sounded like a chair sliding. I turned around fast, but nothing moved. I tried to brush off the uneasy feeling, but my skin was prickling. I finished the scene and waited. No one answered. No one clapped. I stood there for a few seconds listening. Then I heard faint footsteps above the stage like someone was walking across the catwalk. I looked up. I couldn't see anyone. I called out asking if someone was there. The footsteps stopped. My heart was beating hard. After a minute, I lowered my script and decided to explore the backstage area. I headed behind the curtains and found a narrow corridor with old sets piled against the walls. Wooden boards, paint-ed backdrops, and broken furniture were stacked in corners. I saw a small dressing room with a mirror that had cracks in the glass. I flipped the light switch. Nothing happened. I felt around and found a flashlight on the makeup counter. I turned it on and the beam shook a little. Because my hand was unsteady, the corridor looked even more cramped under the flashlights. Glare, I walked slowly, hearing my own footsteps on the creaky floor at the end of that corridor. There was a door that led to a dusty storage room. I scanned the place. Props and costumes were piled everywhere. The smell of mothballs made my nose itch. While I looked around, I heard that same faint sliding sound I'd heard on stage. It came from behind a tall rack of costumes. I lifted the flashlight and pointed it in that direction for a second. I thought I saw a shadow move, like someone stepped out of sight. My heart jumped. I walked over and pushed the costumes aside. There was nothing there except the wall. I swallowed and tried to steady my breathing. I told myself it was just my imagination. I went back to the stage, hoping that maybe the director or someone else had arrived. The auditorium was still empty. I felt tense, so I decided to leave for the day. I left the script on the table and walked to the lobby. The door was still slightly jammed, and I had to yank it open again. The sunlight outside felt comforting. I almost laughed at myself, thinking I was spooked by an old building. I went home, but I couldn't stop thinking about those sounds. The next day I came back. I arrived in the afternoon, figuring more people would show up. The door was already unlocked. I found a single light on in the center of the stage. It lit a small circle. Everything else was in shadow. My script sat on the table again, open to a different scene. A new note said, "Block a back too." I hesitated for a moment. I felt uneasy, but I couldn't walk away. I wanted the role. I wanted to prove I still had it in me. I stepped into the light and started rehearsing as I spoke. The silence around me felt thick at some point. I heard a soft scraping noise from the far side of the stage. I kept going. My voice sounded shaky to my own ears, so I paused to calm myself. Then I continued. Suddenly I heard footsteps again. They stopped right behind me. I turned around quickly. I saw a faint shape, almost like a person standing in the dark. Then it vanished. I froze my breath, caught in my throat. My body felt cold. I didn't know if I should call out. I just stayed still for a moment, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The shape was gone. I felt my heart pounding in my ears. Eventually, I shook my head and told myself to focus. I needed to finish the scene. I forced the words out, but my voice sounded dull to me. I tried to imagine an audience. I tried to remember my training when I reached the final lines of the act. I heard a single clap from somewhere in the darkness. It was just one clap, like a polite acknowledgement. "Hello," I said. Speaking toward the seats, "Is someone there?" No response. I stepped off the stage and walked between the rows. My shoes left prints in the dust on the floor. I aimed my gaze at the upper boxes, the balconies, and the control booth in the back. Nobody was there. I felt an urge to leave again, but I wanted answers. I looked around for a switch to turn on more lights. I found a panel near the entrance to the auditorium. I flipped a few switches and some overhead lights flickered on. They were weak and buzzed a bit, but they gave me a better view of the place. The seats were old with torn upholstery. The walls had water stains and parts of the ceiling showed cracks. I didn't see anyone. I decided to check backstage again. I carried the flashlight with me even though some overhead lights were on. Now the corridor felt just as cramped as before. The smell was the same too. My stomach tightened when I remembered the shadow. I thought I saw the previous day. I pushed forward. I peeked into the dressing rooms. Everything was the same. I noticed a stack of new costumes in one corner of the biggest dressing room. They looked clean, not dusty like the others. I walked over and picked up one of the jackets. It fit my role's description. I wondered who left it there. I rehearsed a bit more that day, doing my lines on stage, waiting for any sign of the mysterious director or stage manager. Nothing happened. No new noises, no shapes. When the sun started going down, I switched off the lights and left the pattern continued for a few days. I'd arrive, find a note telling me which scene to rehearse and practice my lines. Sometimes I'd hear faint footsteps or see a flicker of a shadow near the curtains. Other times I'd spot the shape of a person in a balcony seat. Then it would disappear when I moved closer. My nerves were on edge and I was losing sleep. At the same time, I felt drawn to the place. Something kept me there. Maybe it was a strange sense of duty, or maybe I craved that rush of performing again. I'm not sure. One afternoon I decided to film a bit of my rehearsal on my phone. I set up the phone on a chair and pressed record while I was on stage. I felt that presence again. I could hear soft footsteps in the wings. My stomach clenched. My hands shook. I forced myself to keep speaking the lines. When I finished, I ran to my phone and stopped the recording. I played it back in the lobby, standing near a window for better light. I heard my own voice reciting the script. Then I heard a faint whisper. I couldn't make out the hair on my arm stood up at one point in the video. I saw something pass behind me on stage. It was blurry, but it looked like a person dressed in dark clothing. The whisper on the recording made my chest tighten. I tried to replay it a few times. It sounded like a single word, but I couldn't be sure. It might have been my name, or it might have been something else entirely. I started to sweat. The building felt hot and cramped. I wanted to get some air, but I also wanted more proof. So I went back on stage. I shouted that I wanted to see who was there. My voice echoed. A door slammed somewhere in the distance, then silence. I looked around the old set pieces behind the curtain. I found a narrow staircase leading up to the catwalk. I climbed it. The steps groaned under my weight at the top. The catwalk stretched over the stage. I felt my legs shake a bit because I'm not fond of heights, and the railing looked rusty. I shone my flashlight along the path. I saw ropes, old sandbags, and dusty spotlights. Nobody was there, but I smelled something like old perfume. It wasn't strong, but it lingered. I stayed there for a moment, my heart pounding. Then I went back down. A few days later, I arrived at the theater later than usual. The sun was going down. I noticed a light in the lobby that hadn't been on before. When I entered, I heard faint music coming from the auditorium. It was an old tune. Something from a long time ago. It sounded like it was playing on a record. My skin prickled. I followed the sound to the stage. One single spotlight shone on the center again. This time, there was no script on the table. Instead, there was a program with my name listed as the lead. The other roles had names I didn't recognize. The year on the cover was from decades ago. I felt shaky. I walked onto the stage and the music grew louder. I could almost feel someone watching me from the rows of seats. The dust on the stage stirred at my feet. My pulse thundered in my ears. I stood in the spotlight and started speaking the lines from memory. As I spoke, I heard footsteps circling backstage. I didn't stop. The music kept playing. It was slow and scratchy. I reached the climax of the scene, the part where my character pleads for another chance. My voice trembled, but I gave it everything. As soon as I finished, the music cut off. I stood there in the dark, breathing hard. My chest rose and fell with each breath. I listened. Then I heard a single pair of hands clapped from somewhere in the wings. I swallowed. My lips felt dry. A voice spoke out low and firm. It said again. I froze. That was the first time I heard something so clear I couldn't see who spoke. The voice was calm but insistent. I answered with a shaky, "Who are you?" No response. I waited, my hands shaking at my sides. I felt something pass behind me. My shoulders tightened and I swung around. There was nothing. The stage lights went out, leaving me in near darkness, except for a faint glow from a small lamp near the backstage entrance. I hurried over and flipped the main switch, but nothing happened. My breath quickened and I could hear my pulse in my ears. I fumbled around trying to find a flashlight. Then the lights flickered back on by themselves. The stage was empty. The program was gone from the table. I left the theater in a hurry that evening. I sat in my car for a while, trying to calm down. My hands were sweating so much that I had trouble gripping the steering wheel. I wanted to leave that job, but the idea of walking away didn't sit right with me. I felt like I had an obligation to finish what I started. I also felt that the presence in the theater wanted me to keep going. It was like we were locked in some strange rehearsal together the next morning. I decided I would go back and finish the play. I arrived early and stepped onto the stage. I went through each act line by line, gesture by gesture. I heard occasional sounds, a chair creaking in the darkness, the soft tread of footsteps behind the backdrops, and sometimes that faint music. I kept at it. My voice got stronger, my nerves were still there, but I pushed through by the final act. I felt a strange energy in the room. The floor felt warmer under my feet, and the lights looked brighter. I delivered my last lines with my eyes on the empty seats. The tension in my chest built up, and when I reached the final word, a wave of relief spread through me. I could feel my shoulders relax. Then I heard applause. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. It lasted a few seconds, coming from all around me like a small group of people clapping from different corners of the auditorium. I didn't see anyone. There were no people in the seats, no shapes in the balconies, but the applause echoed briefly, then faded. I stood there breathing fast. My skin felt cold. I said, "Thank you," out loud. My voice sounded raw. Then the lights. Dimmed on the stage, I felt a rush of air, almost like a door had opened and closed somewhere off to the side. After that, everything went silent. I stayed a few minutes looking into the empty seats. Then I picked up my script and walked out of the theater. The main door still stuck a bit, and I had to yank it open outside. The street was quiet. I locked the door behind me. I wasn't sure what I had just experienced, but I felt lighter. My chest no longer felt tight. I sensed that whatever haunted that theater had wanted a final performance. It got one. I never found out who or what was behind those shadows and sounds. I never saw an official director or other cast members. No one contacted me afterward about the play, but I can't forget those days in that dusty place. I can't forget the footsteps in the wings, or that shape in the balcony, or the single voice that said again when I think about it. Now I feel my pulse quicken. I remember the smell of that old theater and the taste of dust when I breathed. I remember the scratchy music playing in the background. But mostly I remember the moment I finished the final act. That applause felt real. It felt like someone or something was there to acknowledge my performance after all these years. I still can't explain it, but it happened, and I'm not likely to step onto another stage quite like that one ever again. I pushed aside the last branch and stepped into a small clearing. The air felt cold on my face, and I noticed the lingering smell of damp soil. I scanned the area and saw an old wooden cabin at the far edge. It looked abandoned. The windows were broken and the roof sagged in the middle. I held my breath for a second because I sensed something off about that place. I'd come to this forest to study rare insects and birds, but I hadn't expected to stumble on a structure like this. I decided to walk closer, and my boots sank into the soft ground with every step. My name is Daniel, and I've spent most of my career in remote locations. I'm used to traveling alone, setting up camp, and gathering specimens. Without any help, I planned this trip for months. I had a simple goal catalog, a few species rumored to live in this region. Officially, nobody had confirmed their presence here yet, so I wanted to be the first to document them. The forest was thick with tall pines and broadleaf trees I couldn't immediately identify. The ground was uneven, covered in layers of dead leaves, speating logs, and tangled roots. Everything looked green and brown except for a few scattered wildflowers in the distance. I heard birds calling, but I couldn't see them through the dense canopy. I reached the cabin and examined the exterior. The walls had dark stains and deep cracks in the wood. It looked like nobody had lived there for decades. The windows lacked glass. I saw only jagged shards in the frames. The door hung on a single hinge leaning to one side. I was tired from hiking all day, and the thought of setting up my tent didn't appeal to me. I peeked inside, figuring I could at least assess if the cabin was safe enough to spend the night inside. I found a single room with a sagging cot against one wall, a broken chair in the corner, and a small table covered in dust. Spiderwebs clung to the ceiling. A faint smell of damp wood filled the air when I stepped across the threshold. The floor creaked. I felt a brief surge of caution, but the boards held my weight. I opened my flashlight and shone it around. Dust particles floated in the beam. I figured I could make the place livable for one night. The wall still looked sturdy enough, and I had a tarp in my pack to cover the broken windows if necessary. I set down my backpack, then checked if there were any signs of recent animals inside. I saw some rodent droppings, but nothing that indicated a larger creature had taken up residence. I decided I'd stay at least to save myself the effort of pitching a tent in the dark. First, I cleared some debris from the corners, pushing aside small sticks and clumps of leaves with my boot. Then I unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot. The cot's frame groaned, but it seemed to handle my weight. When I tested it next, I gathered a few stones from outside to create a makeshift fire pit near the cabin's doorway. Just in case I wanted to heat a meal, I could keep the smoke mostly outside and still get a bit of warmth inside the sunset fast by the time I looked up again. The forest was already darker. I heard insects buzzing around, and I heard the occasional rustling of small creatures in the undergrowth. I set up a small propane lantern on the table and struck a match to light it. The lantern cast a pale glow on the dusty walls. I remember feeling a little uneasy for reasons I couldn't pinpoint. Maybe it was the isolation or the way the cabin felt like it was waiting for something. I took out my notebook and tried to jot down details about the species I had seen earlier that day. My hand kept drifting to the table, surface tapping it because I was distracted by the sounds. Outside, the forest is never silent. I'm used to hearing branches creaking, animals moving, or wind passing through leaves. But there was something else I heard. Soft taps. At first I thought it was a loose shutter, except the windows didn't have shutters. Then I thought it might be a bird pecking at the wood. It was too consistent, though. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, pause. Like it was following a pattern, I stood up and walked to the door. I aimed my flashlight into the trees. I didn't see anything. I tried to shake off the tension. I told myself it was probably a branch knocking against the cabin in the breeze, but there was no wind. The air was still, and I felt a light sweat on my forehead. Eventually, I went back to my notes, though my focus wasn't great. The tapping stopped for a while, so I finished writing down everything I remembered. The shape of certain plants, the rough location where I spotted unusual bird tracks, and a possible nest in the hollow of a large oak. After that, I heated a Sea-Quick meal over my portable stove. The smell of canned stew filled the tiny space I ate. Fast, cleaned the pot and stuffed my trash away so I wouldn't attract animals. Then I closed the door, propped a piece of broken chair against it, and turned off the lantern to save fuel. I climbed into my sleeping bag and shut my eyes. I thought I'd drift off immediately because I was exhausted. Instead, I lay there listening to every tiny sound. The walls creaked now and then, and the floor squeaked. If I shifted my weight at some point, I must have dozed because I jolted awake after hearing a loud bang against the outside wall. My heart pounded and I sat up. I felt a rush of cold sweat. I listened. At first there was silence. Then I heard another thump like someone hitting the wall with an open palm. It was slow but forceful enough to make the boards vibrate. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the sleeping bag. My mouth was dry, my palms felt damp. I tried to move quietly toward the window, but the floor creaked under my feet. I paused and waited. The noise stopped. I AED my flashlight outside. Nothing moved. The darkness between the trees felt thick. I forced myself to breathe slower. I tried not to panic. I reminded myself that this could be an animal investigating the cabin. Maybe a bear had brushed against the wall, but deep down I felt that it was something else. I stood there for several minutes just listening. My stomach tightened every time I thought I heard a shuffle or a branch crack. Eventually I backed away from the window and sat down on the edge of the cot. I kept the flashlight aimed at the doorway. My mind raced with thoughts about what could be out there. I didn't have any firearms with me, just a hunting knife. That knife was in my pack, so I reached in, grabbed it, and held it. Close some time passed without any more loud bangs. My eyelids felt heavy, and I decided to lie down again. Keeping the flashlight in one hand and the knife close by my heartbeat slowed a bit, and I managed to drift off. That's when the dream started. In the dream, I was still inside the cabin, lying on the sea. I heard whispering from underneath the floorboards. It was a muffled voice that seemed to call my name. I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't move. Then I saw a shape standing by the window. I couldn't see details, only a dark outline of a figure that seemed to tilt its head from side to side. The whispering grew louder, and I felt my pulse thudding in my ears. Then the shape knocked on the wooden frame. One slow knock, then another when I tried to scream. No sound came out. I woke up gasping. My mouth was open, and I was covered in sweat. The lantern light was off, and everything was pitch black. I fumbled for my flashlight, found it, and turned it on. The room looked the same as before, except I saw that the door was slightly open. The piece of broken chair I'd wedged against it had shifted. I didn't remember hearing the door move. I jumped up and shut it again, trying not to think about that dream. Maybe I had opened it in my sleep. Maybe I forgot to secure it properly. I didn't see footprints or signs of anyone. I lay down again. But I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining that shape from my dream. I heard soft noises outside, like something brushing against the walls. Sometimes I heard a faint tapping again. It wasn't as loud as before, but it was definitely there when morning finally came. I felt relief. The gray light slipped through the broken windows, birds started chirping outside, and the forest stirred with daytime life. I got up and stretched. My back ached from the stiff cot. I stepped outside to get some fresh air. The clearing looked calm with a light mist drifting between the trees. I walked around the cabin to check for any signs of damage on the far wall. I noticed fresh scratches on the wood. They were thin, spaced out in a pattern I couldn't identify. They didn't look like claw marks from a typical animal. They looked more deliberate, arranged in short horizontal lines. I reached out and ran my fingers across them. The wood had small splinters around the scratches, and they felt relatively new. I felt uneasy, but I tried to focus on my work. I grabbed my field bag and decided to spend the day exploring the nearby area looking for the species. I came here to find the day. Itself went normally. I walked through dense areas, noted bird calls, took pictures of strange fungi, and even found some small insects that looked promising. I collected a few specimens in sealed containers, labeled them, and marked the coordinates in my notebook. I didn't hear or see anything unusual during the day. By late afternoon, I headed back to the cabin. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave, but I also felt stubborn. I had come a long way, and I didn't want to lose a night's rest trying to trek out in the dark. Besides, I kept telling myself that maybe the noises were just animals being curious. I told myself I could handle it. I reached the clearing again. The cabin looked the same, except the door was open a crack. I know I had closed it that morning. My gut tightened, but I forced myself to check inside. My flashlight illuminated the interior, and nothing seemed missing, or moved. My sleeping bag and backpack were where I left them. The only difference was the door. I shrugged it off as a loose hinge that let the door swing open before nightfall. I decided to secure the place more thoroughly. I tied a rope across the door and hammered in a small makeshift hook so it couldn't swing open by itself. I also placed a few empty tin cans near the windows, so if something tried to climb in, I'd hear the cans fall. This time I stayed awake later, writing notes and reviewing the day's findings. I ate another quick meal, then decided to read a bit from a field guide on local bird species. I kept the lantern on a low flame. Around midnight, I heard scratching on the wall again. At first I froze, staring at the spot where the sound came from. It moved slowly along the exterior as if something was dragging a stick or a claw across the wood. I sat there gripping my flashlight. My throat felt tight and my chest was tense. I heard a soft thump near the window. The tin cans rattled but didn't fall. I stood up, stepped over to the window, and lifted the edge of the tarp. I hung there. The forest was dark, and my flashlight only illuminated a patch of trunks and brush. I didn't see a shape or figure. Then I heard a single knock on the wall close to where I stood. It was louder than the scratching, and it made me jump. My heart pounded, and I felt my fingers trembling around the flashlight. It sounded like a hand striking the wood. I whispered to myself to stay calm. I considered yelling, but I stopped. I was afraid it might provoke something instead. I cleared my throat, breathed deeply, and moved toward the door. I unhooked the rope, carefully, not wanting to make noise. My plan was to see if something was out there and maybe scare it off by shining my light directly on it. I swung the door open fast and aimed the beam in every direction. I saw trees, shrubs, the old path leading into the woods, but nothing else. The clearing felt still, the air tasted cool and smelled slightly of moist earth. My breath sounded too loud in my own ears. I stepped outside, walked around the cabin. Shining the flashlight over the walls, I saw fresh scratch marks near a window similar to the ones I found that morning, but no footprints or fur. I began to wonder if it was some type of primate or a large bird. This region wasn't known for anything that large, though. My chest tightened as I thought about spending another night like this. I looked at the tree line, half expecting something to peek out. The tension in my shoulders felt almost painful, but I forced myself to stay steady after circling the cabin. I went back inside and locked the door again. I noticed my hands shaking. I tried to calm myself by organizing my specimens and checking my camera. Every small noise outside made me flinch. Eventually, fatigue took over. I turned down the lantern and lay on my cot. Keeping the flashlight in my grip, I must have slipped into a restless sleep because I felt that same presence from before I heard tapping on the walls, but this time it sounded closer. My dreams were fragmented images of the forest floor shifting and branches twisting. I woke in a panic when I thought I heard the door opening, but it was still secured. My heart hammered and my t-shirt stuck to my skin with sweat. The rest of the night passed in that state, half awake, half asleep, jumping at each rustle. Morning came as a relief again. I wasted no time. I packed my gear, rolled up my sleeping bag, and stuffed everything in my backpack. I walked outside and looked at the walls. One last time, more scratches, more odd marks. I saw something that looked like a small handprint, but it was smeared or incomplete. I felt a wave of unease roll through me. I had no desire to spend another night there. I decided I'd collect my last samples that day and then hike out by sunset. I grabbed my notebook, stuffed it into a side pocket, and made sure all my specimens were secure. I looked back at the cabin for a second. Part of me wanted to figure out what was going on, but I was too rattled to stay. I turned and headed back into the forest. My boots crunched on the leaf litter and the sound felt comforting as I walked. I kept glancing over my shoulder. I didn't see or hear anything, but that tension sat in my gut. I don't know what was in that forest. I don't know what wanted to communicate with me through knocks and scratches. All I know is that I spent 2 nights in that cabin and felt more fear than I'd ever experienced in the wild. I left with the sense that something watched me until I was out of sight. Even now, I can still remember the sound of that tapping. I can still feel the weight of that presence around the walls, and I'm sure I'll never forget the uneasy silence that followed whenever I tried to confront it. I first noticed something off about my night shifts when I felt a sudden drop in the back seat of my cab. It was around 2 in the morning, and I had just turned onto a deserted street near an old industrial park. I felt the suspension dip like someone heavy had settled into the seat behind me, but the seat looked empty. At first, I thought I imagined it. I kept my eyes on the road, and my fingers squeezed the steering wheel so hard that my knuckles hurt. I didn't hear any voice or see anything clear yet. My chest felt tight and my skin got clammy. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The seat was dark, no shape, no outline. But I could sense a presence that was the first night I realized my job would never feel normal again. I've driven a cab for about 6 years, mostly overnight. People say the graveyard shift is lonely, they don't know the half of it. I used to keep the radio on low volume so I wouldn't zone out, but after that first night I shut it off. I needed to hear every little noise I was hoping for. Seat bell clicks or footsteps on the sidewalk, anything that would warn me. The second time it happened was a week after the first. I was near a big shopping area that was shut down for the night. The parking lots were empty, streetlights were dim. I rolled to a stop sign and I felt that drop again like someone slid into the back seat. I braked hard, twisted around and scanned the dark interior. I saw nothing. My heart pounded and my breath got shallow. A chill rolled up my arms. I waited for something. Maybe a voice. Silence filled the cab and it felt heavy and thick. It lasted a few seconds, then I heard a soft exhale. My scalp prickled. I swear I heard someone breathing. I asked, "Hello, who's there?" I didn't hear a response. My stomach churned. I pressed the gas and drove away from the empty lot. The presence stayed. I sensed motion. Like a person shifting weight behind me. Every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, I saw a faint distortion, as if the air was moving in that seat. I tried to keep my eyes on the road, but my head wouldn't stop spinning. I drove for a few minutes until it vanished. I felt the seat rise again as though the invisible passenger had stepped out. My entire body trembled, and I couldn't stop looking around. I kept asking myself if I was hallucinating. Maybe I was tired, or maybe there was something else going on over the next few weeks. It happened more often late at night, always in remote areas. Something would slip into my cab, I would hear breathing or the faintest rustle of fabric. Then I would catch a glimpse in the mirror. It wasn't a she-shape. It was more like the outline of heat rising from pavement on a hot day. It flickered for a moment and then went still. Sometimes I heard whispers or soft humming. Other times I heard someone muttering like they were rehearsing the same sentence over and over. I leaned forward in my seat, feeling sweat on my forehead. I never got used to it each time it happened. My pulse raced and my muscles tensed, but I kept driving because I needed the money and I wasn't sure who would believe me. I didn't even believe myself. Sometimes one night I decided to talk to the presence. I had just picked up the faint shape near a closed diner. I felt the seat drop and the temperature in the cab seemed to change. It wasn't cold or hot, it just felt different. I kept my voice steady. "What do you want?" I said. I waited. My ears rang with silence, then I heard a small voice. It was distant and rough, like it came from the far corner of a room. It said, "I'm looking." I felt my throat tighten. I asked. Looking for what the voice grew softer. I don't remember it. Said then it faded after that night. The whispers got clearer. Each new presence had a different tone. Some sounded younger, some older, some were male, some female. None of them ever told me their names. I don't think they remembered. They just knew they were searching for something. They often repeated the same sentences. I need to find it. Where did it go? I can't see it. I usually gripped the wheel and tried to respond. "What are you trying to find? Can I help you?" I never got a direct answer. They all seemed confused and lost. It was like they were trapped in the same loop. There was one presence that stayed longer than usual. It entered my cab near a lonely stretch of road by the railroad tracks. I felt the usual drop in the back seat. Then I heard a slow, shallow breathing, followed by a deep sigh. I waited a moment before speaking. My voice trembled. "Can you hear me?" The presence answered, "Yes." Its voice was raspy, like it hadn't spoken in a long time. I tried to breathe through my nose to calm myself. I asked, "What do you want tonight?" It paused. I heard another sigh. "I want to feel normal." It said. My arms tensed. My chest felt heavy. "What do you mean by normal?" I said. The presence let out another sigh. "I don't remember how things felt. I need to keep moving. I can't stop." I heard rustling as if it was shifting closer to my seat. My hands shook on the steering wheel. I asked, "Where do you want me to take you?" The presence replied, "Anywhere. Just keep driving." So I drove. I passed the empty factories. I passed silent gas stations with flickering lights. My mind raced with questions, but I pushed them aside. I listened to the presence's breathing and tried not to panic. After about 10 minutes, the presence spoke again. "I used to have a place. It said there was a corner near a window. It smelled like coffee. The air was warm. I remember music in the background. Its voice sounded so distant, like it was forcing out the words through a blocked passage. I wanted to ask more, but the presence fell silent. A few minutes later, the seat rose. The invisible passenger was gone. I heard a faint pop like air leaving a balloon. Then I realized my own breath was shaky and my mouth felt dry. I pulled over at a convenience store to catch my breath. I sat in the driver's seat and stared at the empty back seat. It looked normal. Nothing was out of place. My arms were covered in goosebumps and I noticed my hands had sweat on them. Night after night, the pattern continued. Sometimes I had 3 or 4 rides with invisible passengers in a single shift. Other times I went 2 or 3 nights without one, but they always came back. They were all restless and uncertain. They all seemed desperate for something they couldn't define. I tried adjusting my routes, picking up real passengers in busier parts of town, but eventually I'd have to drive through a quiet stretch. That was when it happened. That was when the seat dipped and I heard breathing or whispers. A few times I thought I saw a faint glow in the corner of my eye. It never lasted long. I tried to keep calm, but my body reacted every time my muscles clenched and I got a metallic taste in my mouth. I had trouble sleeping during the day because I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me one evening around 3 in the morning. I was driving through an older neighborhood with narrow streets. The streetlights were spaced far apart. The houses all seemed dark. I cruised along my eyes, flicking to the rearview mirror. Every few seconds, my heart was pounding, even though I didn't see anything. Then I heard a voice behind me loud enough to make me jump. It said, "Please turn right." I jerked the wheel slightly before I caught myself. My pulse skyrocketed. I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I asked the voice. Didn't respond. It just repeated, "Please turn right." So I turned right onto another dark street with tall hedges on both sides. The passenger whispered again, "Go straight." I drove slowly and I could barely see anything ahead. My headlights lit up old asphalt and patches of weeds. The voice said, "Stop here." I hit the brakes. The engine hummed. My hands shook. I could hear my own breathing. The seat behind me sank a little more, like someone was leaning forward. Then I felt a soft touch on my shoulder. It was light and cold. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. I heard the voice again, very close to my ear. "I don't see it here." It said there was a slight tremor in its tone, like sadness or frustration. I tried to speak, but my throat felt tight. "What are you looking for?" I managed to say. The voice paused. I heard faint breathing. Then it whispered, "I don't know." I sat frozen. My eyes locked on. The empty street ahead, the seat behind me shifted, and the presence vanished. The cold touch disappeared from my shoulder. My body felt stiff, and a wave of nausea hit me. I took a few moments to compose myself before driving away. At times, the invisible passenger shared small details from whatever existence they remembered. A few of them mentioned a house with blue walls or a living room with an old sofa. One talked about climbing stairs and feeling wind on a balcony. Another mentioned a favorite scarf. They never explained why they were in my cab. They didn't talk about family or friends or any real event. They just seemed stuck in their search. I could hear the desperation in their voices. It made my skin crawl, but I also felt a strange sympathy for them. They sounded lost. Sometimes I tried to ignore them. I'd keep my hands on the wheel and focus on traffic lights or speed limits, but it never worked. The presence behind me always made itself known through a sudden whisper or a change in temperature. My heart would race and my thoughts would spin. I kept my eyes straight ahead, but that prickling sensation on the back of my neck never went away. One night I turned up the AC full blast, hoping the noise would drown out any whispering that just seemed to make them speak louder. Another time, I tried playing loud music. The passenger in the back seat started humming along, even though I didn't see any shape there. My skin prickled at that one. The tune was off-key and I could hear it behind the song on the radio. Eventually, I gave up trying to block them out. There was one occasion when I pulled into a gas station to get a coffee. I parked near one of the pumps and left the engine running as I reached for the door handle. I felt a sudden cold blast from the back seat. I froze. I heard a rough voice that said, "Don't leave me alone." I yanked my hand away from the handle. The voice repeated itself, sounding panicked. This time my chest felt like it was tightening and I realized I was holding my breath. "I'm just getting coffee," I said. Feeling foolish for talking to an empty seat, the voice repeated, "Don't leave me alone." It sounded trapped, like it was caught in some loop. I felt sorry for it, but I also felt my stomach twist T in knots. I stayed in the car. I waited for a minute or two, but the presence didn't speak again. Then the seat felt normal and the air changed. I got out quickly, looking around in case someone was watching me talk to myself. Nobody was there. The station was nearly empty. My legs felt wobbly as I walked inside and poured coffee into a foam cup. My hands shook and I spilled some coffee on the counter. The clerk gave me a strange look, but I just wiped it up and paid. That night I drove home at dawn. The sky turned gray and I could see the normal world waking up. It always felt jarring. I parked my car in my building's lot and sat there. The street was quiet. I was exhausted, and my mind buzzed with all the voices I'd heard over the past few weeks. My body felt stiff and wired at the same time. I stared at the back seat. Part of me expected to see a faint outline or hear a whisper. It stayed silent. Eventually, I climbed out and locked the doors. I felt relieved to be away from the cab. Every time I get in the driver's seat at night, I brace myself. My mouth goes dry and my palms sweat. I wonder which passenger will show up. Will it be the one who breathes hard and mutters about losing something under a couch, or the one who asks me to stop in random spots for no reason, or maybe a new one with a different voice and a different secret? I don't know why they come to me sometimes. I think they see me as a guide, but I'm just a guy trying to make a living. I can't help them, and they never explain their situation in detail. They all repeat the same pattern, searching for something. Not sure what's stuck in confusion. A few nights ago, I decided to ask direct questions. "Why do you come to my taxi?" I said to a presence that had just settled in the back seat. It was silent for a moment, then it spoke in a quiet voice, almost a whisper. "I see a light." It said I frowned what light, I asked it. Just repeated a light, then grew quiet. I kept driving and the presence faded away after about 5 minutes. It didn't clarify anything, but the mention of a light made me wonder if there was something about me or my cab that drew them in. That line of thought made me uneasy, so I tried to push it out of my head. The weird thing is that none of these passengers never harmed me. They left me shaken, but not hurt. They just seemed desperate. They were stuck in some loop, repeating their searches and their confusion. I thought about calling a paranormal investigator or maybe a priest, but I'm not the religious type. Also, I couldn't prove any of this. I didn't have a camera that showed them any recording. I just picked up static or faint wind sounds, so I keep driving. I keep picking up my real fares. Then in between, I pick up these invisible fares that come out of nowhere. I wonder if one day I'll finally learn what they're missing, but so far they never find what they want tonight. I'm sitting in my cab near the airport waiting for a call. The radio is off. I'm listening to the rumble of jets in the distance. My chest is tight, my eyes are tired, and my stomach aches from too much coffee. I'm still looking in the rearview mirror every minute or so. The seat is EMP right now, but I know that could change at any moment. I feel a slight shift in the air and I hold my breath. I wait. Nothing happens. I exhale. This is my life now. I drive my taxi through the darkness, picking up real passengers and invisible ones. The invisible ones climb in silently, whisper their half-remembered stories, and leave with no warning. They're stuck searching, and I'm stuck listening. I can't see them, but I know they're there. That's the only truth I have. I start the engine and pull onto the street. It's another night on the job, and I can't stop wondering if the next turn will bring another drop in the backseat, another voice, another round of questions that never have an answer. I arrived at the old mansion on a Monday afternoon. The caretaker led me through a narrow hallway and unlocked a set of heavy double doors. He explained that my job was simple catalog the books in the neglected library and leave everything in good order. He gave me the keys, wished me luck, and disappeared into another room. I stood at the threshold and felt my stomach tighten. The place smelled of dust and stale air. Stacks of books leaned against wooden shelves. The windows were covered with thick drapes, and the only light came from old lamps that cast weak orange circles across the floor. I set my bag on a small desk near the entrance. There was a noticeable temperature drop in the library. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I rubbed my arms. I checked the nearby radiator, but it was cold and silent. I told myself it was just a draft in an old building. I turned on a few table lamps and took a quick look around the shelves stretched from one end of the room to the other, with small aisles in between. Many books looked ancient, their bindings cracked or covered in dust. Some had titles in languages I didn't recognize. Others had no titles at all. I started my first round that night taking notes with a pencil and a notepad. I wanted to create a quick inventory of what I was dealing with before starting any detailed catalog. As I walked between the shelves, I heard a slight rustling sound behind me. I turned quickly, but I didn't see anything. My muscles felt tense. I told myself it was my imagination. I continued writing down what I saw: old encyclopedias, journals, some thick volumes on local history, a few on obscure topics. The air felt still. There was no wind. The only noise was the faint scratching of my pencil against paper. After about an hour, I headed back to the desk and placed my notes in a neat stack. I now noticed that one of the tall shelves near the far wall had a slight tilt, like it was leaning forward. I made a mental note to check it later. My eyes burned a little from the low light, so I decided to bring a stronger flashlight. The next day, the caretaker had given me free rein to work at any hour, but I felt more comfortable working at night. For some reason, it seemed quieter, and I liked the idea of focusing on my task without interruptions that first night. Nothing obvious happened aside from a few odd noises. I went home with a mild headache. I thought it might be the dust or the strain on my eyes. I returned the next night with a thermos of coffee, a larger flashlight, and a small duster to clear off the worst of the dirt. Once again, I unlocked the library doors and stepped inside. The lamps were off, so I turned on the ones near the entrance. A strange feeling settled in my stomach. The silence was overwhelming, and I realized I was holding my breath. I walked to the same desk and noticed something out of place. A small piece of paper lay on top of my notes. My notes were exactly as I had left them, except for the addition of this paper. It had a few strange symbols scrolled on it. They didn't look like proper letters, more like quick scratches with a pen. I held it up to the light, but I couldn't make sense of it. I felt a slight tremor in my hands. I placed the paper in my bag, thinking maybe the caretaker had left me a message or something, but why would he leave random symbols? I tried to shrug it off and continued my catalog work. I dusted the spines of a few large volumes and opened one at random. It contained diagrams of unfamiliar shapes, and the text was in a language I didn't read. The pages felt thick and rough, like handmade parchment. There were no publishing details, no author names. I wrote down its location and closed it. I heard a quiet thump to my left. My heartbeat sped up, and I moved the flashlight beam in that direction. I saw a hardcover book lying on the floor. It must have fallen from the shelf. I walked over, picked it up, and placed it back on the shelf. The label on the spine was faded, so I couldn't read the title. I kept working for a few more hours. Every so often I paused and listened. The silence felt heavier than before. My ears started picking up every tiny sound, my own breathing. The gentle hum from the lamp, the creak of the floorboards. I felt a slight pressure at my temples. When I finished that night, I locked up and went home. On the walk back, I kept replaying the moment I found the paper. I couldn't explain it, and it made me uneasy. On the third night, I decided to be more systematic. I planned to finish the inventory of the main shelves. Then I checked the smaller alcove in the back corner of the library when I arrived. I immediately looked at my desk. My notes were there, but now 2 more scraps of paper sat on top of them. Both had similar odd markings. One page had a series of random letters. That seemed scrambled. The other had circles and lines that reminded me of a rough map. I touched them, expecting them to feel wet or smudged, but they were dry. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. I walked around the library, calling out, "Is anyone here?" My voice echoed. No answer. I checked the entrance to see if there were any fresh footprints on the dusty floor, but I couldn't see anything. I tried to keep working, but my mind was all over the place. I felt jumpy. My hand shook every time I heard a tiny noise. I kept glancing at the aisle behind me, sure I'd see someone watching, but there was never anyone there. Later that night, I noticed the tall tilted shelf had shifted, more like it was about to tip over. I pushed against it gently, but it was stable enough. The wood felt rough under my fingers, and I could see deep scratches on the side. It looked like something had dragged sharp edges across it. I felt a lump in my throat when I saw those marks. My chest felt tight, and I forced myself to breathe slowly. I stayed longer than usual that evening, trying to push through my nerves. I told myself it was just an old building, maybe, with some hidden draft or unsteady foundation around midnight. I started hearing a quiet scraping sound. I aimed my flashlight around the aisles. Nothing moved. I followed the sound to an old wooden table in the back. The table was empty except for a thick layer of dust. The noise stopped when I got close. My heart thumped in my chest and a light sweat broke out on my forehead. I realized my eyes were sore and my neck felt stiff. I closed up for the night, locked the doors, and hurried away from the mansion. My shoulders felt tense. The whole drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, though I didn't see anything unusual. I had trouble sleeping and woke up several times. My mind kept returning to those scraps of paper on the fourth night I arrived, determined to figure out what was happening. I brought a tape recorder in case I picked up any strange sounds. I also brought a small camera. I wasn't sure if it was allowed, but I figured no one would care. I unlocked the library doors and felt a chill run across my face. The air felt colder than usual. I placed the recorder on the main desk and pressed record. Then I walked around with the camera, taking photos of the shelves and tables. My hands were unsteady, so some shots came out blurry while I took photos. I heard a rustle near the far corner. I froze listening. It sounded like pages turning. I walked toward the sound, holding the camera up. There was a single lamp lit in that corner, casting shadows on the walls. On a small reading stand, I saw a book lying open. Its pages were blank, which seemed odd. I flipped the pages, but they were all empty. Then I heard a whisper. I couldn't tell where it came from. It was like the air itself carried a faint hiss. My spine tingled and I broke out in goosebumps. I stood there, not sure what to do. My heart pounded in my ears. I backed away, nearly dropping the camera when I returned to the desk. The tape recorder had stopped. I checked it, but it was still powered on. The tape was ejected. That didn't make sense because I had just pressed record. I rewound it to see if it captured anything. I heard my own footsteps at the start, then a soft crackle, then silence suddenly. There was a faint scratching noise followed by a short whisper. I couldn't make out words. It might have been a breath. I felt a chill wash over me. I pressed to stop and looked around the room. My mind raced. I couldn't explain it. I tried to calm down by focusing on the catalog work. My mouth felt dry and I kept swallowing to clear my throat. I moved to the next row of shelves, writing down titles and checking condition. When I reached the last book on the row, it refused to slide out. It was stuck. I tugged at it a bit harder and the entire shelf rattled. I stopped immediately, afraid the whole thing would collapse. Then I noticed that the back of the shelf had a small latch. It was hidden behind a stack of dusty encyclopedias. I pulled the encyclopedias aside and flicked the latch. A panel at the back of the shelf clicked open. I shined my flashlight inside. There was a narrow passage. The space looked cramped. I hesitated for a moment, then squeezed through. The passage smelled of mold. The walls had old bricks damp, too. The touch, I inched forward until I found a small chamber with a low ceiling. My head almost touched it. There was a single wooden box resting on a stone ledge. The box was covered in dust and had a lock, but the lock was broken. My hands were slick with sweat. I wiped them on my pants and lifted the lid inside. There were several sheets of parchment covered in the same weird symbols I had seen on those scraps of paper. Some had notes in pencil, like someone tried to translate them. There were partial words in English, but nothing made sense. Dr. Gate Beyond My Pulse hammered in my ears. I picked up the sheets and noticed a small leather-bound booklet beneath them. It had no title. I opened it and saw handwritten entries. The penmanship was uneven and the ink had bled through the thin pages. In places, it was all about rites, invocations, and references to dark secrets. The words were blunt descriptions of some hidden knowledge. I felt a twisting sensation in my gut. As I flipped through, my breathing became shallow. My head felt light and my skin tingled with anxiety. I slid everything back into the box and closed the lid. My mind buzzed with questions. Was this the forbidden knowledge the caretaker mentioned in passing? I remembered him telling me that the mansion had a long, complicated history and that some things were better left untouched. I felt a surge of panic and an odd curiosity. Part of me wanted to take the box and study everything in a bright open room. Another part of me wanted to shove it all back and pretend I never saw it. My heart pounded and I felt sweat trickle down my back. I carried the box out of the passage, set it on a nearby table, and took a few photos with my camera. My hands were shaking and I didn't know if the photos would turn out. Then I heard movement near the end entrance to the library. It sounded like footsteps on the wooden floor. I turned off my flashlight and stood still. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. I strained to hear anything else. The footsteps stopped. My heart throbbed in my chest and my muscles felt tight. I forced myself to move back toward the desk. When I reached it, I realized the light from the lamps had dimmed, like someone had turned down the power. My eyes struggled to adjust. I looked at my notes and they were in disarray. Some pages were scattered across the floor. My pencil was snapped in half on the desk. The tension in my neck was almost painful. My stomach felt cramped and I felt a wave of dizziness. I reached for a bottle of water in my bag and took a few gulps. My throat was raw and the water tasted metallic on my tongue. I looked around again, then spoke out loud in a shaky voice. "I'm just here to do my job. I'm leaving soon." I felt stupid talking to an empty room, but I had the sense that something heard me. The oppressive silence returned. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My legs felt weak and my hands twitched at my sides. I gathered my scattered notes, stuffing them into my bag without bothering to organize them. I grabbed the camera, the tape recorder, and the box from the hidden passage. I didn't want to leave it behind, although I had no idea what to do with it. I stepped toward the library doors and heard a distant scraping sound like nails dragging on wood. It made my skin crawl, and I picked up my pace when I reached the doors. I fumbled with the keys. For a moment, the doors were stuck. My pulse pounded in my temples, and I pulled hard. Finally, they gave way with a sudden jerk. I stepped out into the hallway and shut the doors behind me. My shoulders relaxed slightly, and I let out a long breath. I locked the doors and hurried toward the main entrance of the mansion. I didn't stop to check if the caretaker was around. I just wanted to get out. I reached my car, sat inside for a minute, and tried to settle my breathing. My hands were clenched on the steering wheel and my forehead was damp with sweat. My chest felt tight and I kept thinking about those scraps of paper and the weird book. My mind was buzzing with confusion and a growing fear. I started the engine, drove away, and didn't look back until I was several blocks from the property. Even then, I felt as if something was behind me watching. I still have the box. I haven't told anyone about it yet. I haven't returned to the library. The caretaker called once to ask how the catalog was going, and I said I needed a break because I was feeling sick. He didn't push me. He just said to let him know when I was ready to continue. I think he knows something, but he won't say. I keep the box locked in my closet at home. Sometimes I hear faint scratching from inside, like the pages are shifting around on their own. I can't explain it, but it makes my pulse jump every time. That's the truth of what happened in that old library. I don't know if I'll finish the job. I haven't found a logical explanation for the notes, the rearranged books, or the presence I sensed every night. The forbidden knowledge in that hidden passage scares me, but it also pulls at my curiosity. I keep telling myself I'll go back to finalize the catalog and hand over the files, but part of me worries that once I step into that library again, I'll never leave the same way I entered for now. I'm staying away. The memory of that silence still makes my heart race. I still remember the jolt I felt when I first heard the whispers coming from that dark corner of the abandoned factory. It was around 2 in the morning. My shift had started at midnight, and the place was always dead quiet. By that time, there was no wind that night, no passing cars, and no other people on the property. The only noise I ever heard was my own breathing, but that night there was something else. It caught me off guard, and the sound got inside my head before I could even process what it was. I work alone because this factory was shut down years ago. The company went bankrupt and all the workers disappeared from the place. My boss got the contract to watch over it just to keep vandals out and make sure nobody stole the remaining equipment. People around town always said there was something off about the property. I never believed any of that. Until I started my rounds there, I figured it was just old talk from folks who wanted a good story to share at the bar. But after that night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I remember standing in front of the main entrance checking if the lock was secure. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness and lit up the rusty metal door. Everything seemed fine. Then I heard a soft murmur. It sounded like someone talking, but the words weren't clear. I froze for a second. I turned my head, trying to pick up the direction of the noise, but it vanished. As soon as I moved, I told myself it was my imagination. I had done the same routine hundreds of times. Without trouble, I went back to making my rounds, but a tight feeling settled in my stomach. I walked through the central aisle of the factory. The place was huge, broken machines were scattered around, and the smell of old metal and damp concrete filled the air. My boots scraped against the floor, making small echoes in the open space. Normally, that echo comforts me because it's the only sign of life I have in there, but I noticed my footsteps sounded hollow, like something else was absorbing the noise. It was subtle, but it bothered me. I kept turning around to see if somebody was behind me when I got close to the far side of the building where an isolated storage galley stood. I heard faint whispers again. It came from the direction of that smaller warehouse that sits off to the side of the main structure. It's a building nobody uses. Not even for storage. The place looks older than the rest of the factory. The walls are grimy and the doors are warped from years of neglect. I always found it odd that it was still there. Normally, they would have demolished a useless structure to save on property taxes or something like that, but for some reason this old warehouse stayed. I tried to shrug off the noise, but curiosity got the better of me. My heart that in my chest as I walked over my flashlight caught a glimpse of something that looked like a faint shape slipping through the door. I stopped and stared. I had never seen anyone around the factory at that hour, and I've never noticed any sign of squatters. I felt a chill crawl up my neck, and I could hear my own pulse hammering in my ears. I moved closer, gripping my flashlight like a weapon. I raised it in front of me, not sure if I was about to confront a real person or something else. When I entered that small building, the air was different. It felt thick, like the atmosphere was pressing down on me. The light from my flashlight flickered a bit, which made me nervous. I changed the batteries before my shift, so there was no reason for it to act up. I forced myself to keep moving. I saw random debris on the floor, broken wood, scattered nails, and old metal scraps. The ceiling dripped in a few spots, creating a constant tap on the concrete. My boots felt heavier with each step, like I was dragging my feet through invisible resistance. I followed the corridor inside that building. It was narrow, and the walls had stains that looked darker than simple mold. My flashlight caught a glimpse of strange markings on those walls. They were shapes carved into the concrete, rough and uneven. They didn't look like gang tags or typical graffiti. They reminded me of old symbols you might see in a history book, but I didn't know what they meant. My stomach twisted into a knot when I realized they formed a pattern leading toward the back of the warehouse. Suddenly, I heard another whisper. This time I was sure it came from directly in front of me. It sounded like multiple voices speaking at once, but in the same hush tone. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and I felt goosebumps on my arms. My mouth went dry, and I tried to swallow, but it felt like my throat was constricted. I took a deep breath and forced myself to push forward. The last thing I wanted was to turn around and run, only to leave the door wide open for something to come out after me. I reached a large empty room near the end of the corridor. The floor was covered in dust, and the ceiling had holes that let in small beams of moonlight. My flashlight began to flicker again, so I tapped it with my palm. The beam steadied for a moment, revealing a circle of old burnt candle stubs on the ground in the center of that circle. I saw a rough chalk drawing. It looked like more of those strange symbols, they all connected in a spiral. My hand started shaking, so I gripped the flashlight tighter to keep it steady. The temperature felt much colder than the rest of the building, like I had stepped inside a fridge. As I stood there, I noticed faint footprints in the dust around the circle. They looked recent, maybe a day or two. Old, the size was hard to determine, but they were definitely human. Footprints, or at least they appeared to be. My mind raced, maybe some group. Broke in to do weird rituals. The thought alone made my skin crawl, but I told myself that was the logical explanation. People do strange things in abandoned places. I crouched down to get a closer look. I didn't touch anything, but I shone my flashlight on the drawings. The lines were shaky, like they were drawn by someone trembling or in a rush. The candle stubs were partially melted into the floor wax had formed uneven lumps around them. The smell in that space felt heavier, like stale incense mixed with rotting leaves. I heard another whisper, but it was closer this time, almost at my ear level. I spun around, shining the light at the corners of the room, but I saw nothing. My heart pounded and my breaths turned shallow. I felt a growing sense of panic. I had never encountered anything like this in my years as a security guard. Usually the worst I deal with is a trespassing teenager or someone trying to strip copper wiring to sell. This was different. I told myself to stay calm. I tried to rationalize it as some leftover materials from local thrill seekers, but I felt goosebumps on my arms that wouldn't go away. My mind kept jumping back to that whisper. It sounded too real to dismiss. I thought about calling my boss, but my cell phone had no signal inside that part of the building. That wasn't unusual. The reception was always spotty in the factory. I decided to head back toward the entrance to see if I could call from outside, but as I started to leave, I heard a shuffle behind me. It sounded like feet scraping the floor. I spun around again, shining my flashlight light. Nothing was there. My nerves were on edge and my chest felt tight. I could barely think straight. I said out loud, "If someone's here, you need to leave." My voice sounded shaky to my own ears, which made me even more uneasy. No one answered. The only sound was my heartbeat throbbing in my head. I backed out of that room slowly, not wanting to turn my back on the place. As I made my way into the corridor, I felt like something was watching me every few steps. I whipped around, expecting to see a figure behind me. I didn't see anyone, but the sense of being followed grew stronger. I could almost feel the heat of a stare on the back of my neck. My muscles tensed and a dull ache started in my shoulders from keeping them hunched up in defense. Once I got outside that small building, I stood there trying to catch my breath. My mouth felt dry and my lips were cracked. I looked around to see if there were any signs of movement, but the courtyard was empty. The main factory building loomed in the distance, dark and silent. I checked my phone. I had one bar of signal, so I tried to call my boss, but the call didn't go through. I sent him a short text saying I found signs of trespassing. The message struggled to send, then finally went through. He didn't respond right away. So I moved on. I forced myself to finish my round. The rest of the factory was the same as always: broken equipment, rust, and darkness. But the entire time I felt this pressure on my chest. I couldn't shake the idea that something was in that isolated wee house, something that wasn't just a person messing around. Once I completed my sweep of the main building, I went back to the security office near the front gate. It's a small room with a desk, a chair, and a few old monitors hooked up to security cameras that cover most of the factory exterior. None of the cameras point to that isolated warehouse, though the people who set up the system must not have cared about it. When I sat down, I realized I was sweating. The night was cool, so the sweat was from pure nerves. My throat felt tight, and I could still hear echoes of those whispers in my head. I tried to concentrate on the monitors. I looked for any sign of movement, but everything stayed quiet. I felt alone and exposed in that little security room. The walls are thin, and the door doesn't even lock properly. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting the door to swing open after about 20 minutes. My phone finally vibrated. My boss had texted back telling me to note everything in the log and that he'd come by in the morning. I stared at the message, feeling frustrated. I wanted someone else to show up right then, but that wasn't going to happen. I was on my own until sunrise, so I got up, grabbed a bottle of water from the small fridge, and tried to calm down. My nerves were still shot, but I didn't want to sit there doing nothing. I decided to go online on my phone for a moment. I typed the name of the old factory, plus the word rituals, just to see if anything popped up. My signal was weak, but eventually some old news clipping showed up. Most were rumors, but a few mentioned that the land used to belong to a local group that practiced alt ceremonies there. Wasn't much detail. One article said the group was disbanded a long time ago. Another said the site had been linked to some strange activity before the factory was built. I scrolled through half-loaded images but didn't see anything definitive. The more I read, the more tense I felt. I realized it matched the weird symbols and the circle of candles I had found. It made me wonder if someone was trying to stir up whatever was left behind. My skin crawled at the thought of more people coming back to continue those rituals. I looked at the clock on my phone and saw that it was only a little after 3 in the morning. I had hours to go before my shift ended. I sat there tapping my foot on the ground, trying to decide if I should do another round. Before dawn, part of me wanted to stay in that security room until the sun came up, but a bigger part of me felt I needed to make sure nobody was still hiding in that warehouse. I didn't like the idea of being surprised, so I grabbed my flashlight and stepped back outside. The wind had picked up a little rustling some loose sheets of metal on the property. The rattling sound made me jump. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and headed back toward that smaller building. As I approached, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I was pretty sure I had pulled it shut when I left. I stopped, my heart pounding in my ears. My palms felt clammy and my breathing turned shallow again. I wanted to turn around, but I forced myself to walk closer. I nudged the door with my foot shining. My flashlight inside the corridor was empty, but the darkness felt like it was moving. My eyes kept playing tricks on me, making me think I saw silhouettes sliding along the walls. I took a few steps inside, my throat felt tight again, and each breath felt like a struggle. I called out, "This is security. If you're here, come out now." My voice echoed, but no one answered. I heard a dripping sound somewhere in the distance, probably water leaking. I walked in feeling my knees tremble. My flashlight flickered again, which made my pulse spike. I shook it and the light steadied. Then I followed the corridor back to that large room with the circle on the floor. The candle stubs were still there, but the footprints in the dust looked different. They seemed smudged, like someone had dragged their feet over them. I heard another soft whisper that echoed around the room. My stomach turned and I felt a wave of dizziness. I scanned the entire airspace with my flashlight, seeing only the walls and the floor. Nothing moved. My fingers were numb from clenching the flashlight too hard. I kept swallowing, trying to get some moisture in my throat, but my mouth stayed dry. I noticed a metal door at the far end of the room. It was partially open. I hadn't seen it before because it blended into the wall. I walked toward it, my boots scraped over the floor, stirring up dust. The door led to a small closet-sized space inside. I saw a stone slab leaning against the wall. It looked out of place, almost like a piece of old architecture. There were more symbols carved into it. I ran my fingers over the edges, feeling the rough texture. The whispers grew louder in my ears, even though I couldn't see anything else in that cramped area. My legs felt like they were about to give out, so I stepped back into the larger room. At that point, I couldn't stay there any longer. The fear felt too intense. My body was screaming at me to get out. I left the building, making sure to close the door behind me. I hurried across the property back to the security office. Once I got inside, I locked the door as best I could. Even though the lock was flimsy, I sank into the chair, my hands shaking. I watched the monitors and listened to every small sound outside, bracing myself for more whispers, but the rest of the night passed without any more disturbances. When dawn finally broke, I felt some relief. The sunlight eased the tightness in my chest. I stayed in the security office until my boss arrived. When he walked in, I told him about what I found: the warehouse, the candles, the symbols, and the whispers. He gave me a skeptical look, then said he'd call some people to check it out. I could see he wasn't entirely convinced, but he saw how shaken I was. He said he believed I found something, though. He wasn't sure what I was, just glad I made it through the night in one piece. I never forgot that feeling of standing in that cold, dark space, seeing those strange shapes on the walls. I still work as a guard, but I asked for a different location. After that, I couldn't keep going back to the same spot, hearing those voices at night, feeling the air press against my skin. I don't know what really happened there. Maybe it was just some local group pulling a weird prank, or maybe there's more to that old story about occult rituals on that land. Either way, I don't plan to find out, and that's the truth of what I went through, plain and simple. No decorations, no embellishments, just the raw account of the night that changed how I look at empty buildings. Forever, I still remember the quiet hum of the ventilation system on that first night when I realized something was wrong. I was standing in the middle of the empty lobby, my tie loose around my neck, looking at the elevator doors. The time was a little past midnight, and I felt a pressure in my chest that wasn't there. Before I didn't see anyone else. The security guard in the lobby had left for his usual rounds, and the cleaning staff had clocked out hours earlier. The fluorescent lights flickered every once in a while, and the place smelled like stale coffee and industrial cleaner. I pressed the elevator button without much thought. But as soon as the door slid open, I felt a rush of cold air. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I stepped inside, and that was the beginning of everything I'm about to share. I'm an executive at a finance company. I usually work late because there's always a new project or a report to finalize. I don't have much of a social life. My routine is simple. I arrive around in the morning, deal with meetings all day, then stay after hours to finish things I can't get done. Otherwise, I'm used to being one of the last people in the building. The lights on most floors go off by 9 p.m. The only people who stay are a few guys, sometimes a project manager or a security guard who might be dozing at his desk. I never felt nervous about being alone there. The building is tall, the hallways are usually silent at night, and I'm used to it. That changed around a week ago. I had stayed until midnight finishing an analysis. For an upcoming client pitch, I packed up my laptop, slid some folders into my briefcase, then headed for the elevator. The hallway was dim, a single overhead light flickered in and out, and I felt a small twinge of anxiety, but I ignored it. I got to the elevator and I saw that all the floor indicators above the doors were dark except for the number 35, which was my floor. That made sense because I was calling it from the 35th. The doors opened and I stepped in. The interior smelled like old metal and something sour. I don't recall smelling that before I pressed the button for the lobby and the doors closed. The elevator jerked once and then started moving down. I checked my watch and thought about what I might grab to eat on my way home. It's the usual routine. Watch the small screen above the door as the floor numbers blink in descending order. But that night it stopped at floor 29. The display said 29, but the elevator didn't open. Instead, the lights inside flickered. I was alone in that small box waiting, feeling my pulse pick up. My breath got shallow. I pressed the door open button and nothing happened. I waited a few seconds looking at the control panel. The overhead light buzzed and flickered again and the elevator started moving down. I tried to shrug off the moment as a glitch in the system. When I got to the lobby, the doors open. Normally, everything looked the same, maybe a little darker than usual because half the lights were off. At that hour, I walked out and saw nobody around. The security desk was empty. A single lamp shone on the countertop, revealing a few logbooks and a half-eaten sandwich. I whispered a hello, expecting the guard to pop out from somewhere, but I heard nothing. I walked outside, got in my car, and drove home, trying not to overthink the elevator stalling at floor 29. I convinced myself it was a random malfunction the next night. I was in the office again until late. The hours went by fast. I remember stepping into the elevator again around the same time. This time the panel above the door showed random numbers flickering. It would switch from 15 to 22 to 34 in a strange loop. I thought it was broken, so I hesitated before stepping in when the doors opened. There was that cold rush again. My arms tingled and I felt a tiny drop of sweat trickle down my temple. I told myself it was nothing, so I got in, I pressed the button for the lobby and waited. The elevator started moving, but the display showed no numbers. It was blank. I felt my heart beating harder and I glanced around for a service phone inside the panel. I found the small door that usually hides the emergency phone and I opened it. There was nothing inside, just an empty slot. I stood there, the overhead light flickering. The elevator slowed. My stomach tightened. I tried to guess what floor it would open on. After a moment of silence, the door slid open. I looked out at a hallway I had never seen. The sign on the wall said 28, but it didn't look like the 28th floor. The lighting was different. The walls had a strange texture and the carpet felt thin and rough. I stepped out cautiously. The corridor was silent. The doors closed behind me before I could react. I heard a faint mechanical hum moving off into the distance. I turned around and pressed the call button on the wall, hoping the elevator would come back. The button lit up, but I didn't hear anything. I walked down the hallway, hearing the soft thud of my shoes on that carpet. There were doors. On each side, no signs, no nameplates. I tried a doorknob. It turned, but the door was locked from the inside. I tried another door. Same thing. I felt my pulse in my throat. The air smelled damp and stale. The overhead lights buzzed in a steady rhythm. At the end of the hallway, I heard a low clicking noise. It reminded me of someone drumming their nails on a table, but it was more rapid. I slowed my steps and tried to stay quiet. I approached the corner and I glimpsed a shape moving in the next corridor. It was bent over arms, two long legs that seemed to jerk at odd angles. My throat felt tight. I stepped back for a moment and pressed my spine against the wall. The clicking sound continued, and I realized it was coming from the creature. It was tapping its fingers on the walls as it walked. I could hear each tap like nails on wood. Even though the walls were some kind of painted drywall, I wanted to run. But my legs felt like they weighed 100 pounds each. I forced myself to breathe through my nose, trying not to make a sound. My eyes started to water. I felt an urge to scream, but I clenched my jaw. Then I heard a faint hiss from behind me. I turned slowly and saw another shape near the far end of the hallway. This one was slightly shorter with a wide face and a slack jaw. Its skin looked pale under the overhead lights, and it had small black eyes that blinked without any emotion. I stood there caught between two hallways and two creatures that seemed to be exploring this floor. I spotted a door labeled stairs near me. I took a quick step toward it, turned the handle and slipped inside. It was dark in the stairwell, but I could see the steps going up and down. I let the door close carefully and I listened. The tapping continued outside, then it faded. The hiss from the other side also faded. My heart pounded. My breath came in shaky bursts. I wiped the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve. I was on some version of the 28th floor, but it wasn't the one I recognized. I didn't know how to get back. I tried the stairwell doors on a few different levels, but they were locked. The stairwell signs didn't look familiar. The numbers were either missing or scratched out. I went up 5 flights before I found another elevator door in the stairwell. It was a small metal door with an elevator access sign. I pulled it open and saw a service elevator inside. There was a panel, a single button, and an empty space where the emergency phone would normally be. I stepped in and pressed the button. The door closed, the lights flickered, and I felt a drop in my stomach as it descended. I tried to steady myself by leaning against the wall. I stared at the control panel. No numbers, just a single button. The elevator slowed and the doors slid open. I found myself in the lobby. At least it looked like the normal lobby, with the same reception desk, the same rows of plants near the entrance. A small light behind the desk illuminated a sign-in sheet. I took a breath and stepped out. I looked around. I saw the same half-eaten sandwich as the night before. I hurried out of the building. I got in my car and I drove away as fast as I could. I told myself I would never stay that late again, but work piled up, and within a few days I was back in my office past 9. I kept glancing at the clock, hoping to finish and leave by 10. At the latest, by the time I wrapped up, it was almost 11. My heart sank when I stepped into the hallway and saw the elevator doors. At the end, they seemed to invite me with a strange glow from the overhead bulbs. I debated taking the stairs all the way down, but that felt stupid, because my office was on the 35th floor. Still, I thought about it. In the end, I told myself I was being irrational, so I went to the elevator again. Again, the panel above the doors was normal this time. Just the number 35 lit up, waiting. The doors opened and the interior lights looked the same as they always did. I stepped in with my briefcase in hand. The inside smelled like stale air. I pressed the button for the lobby. The elevator jerked slightly and then started its descent. I kept my eyes on the panel above the door. It counted down 34, 33, 32, 31, 1. I relaxed a bit, then it stopped at 30 and the doors opened. The hallway outside was dark. There were no overhead lights, just the faint glow from the elevator shining a few feet into the corridor. I saw the shape of a table against the wall. I heard a faint rustling noise like cloth scraping against the floor. My stomach tightened. I pushed the door closed button. The door shut, and the elevator continued down. When I reached the lobby, I ran out as soon as the doors parted. The security desk was empty again. The lighting was dim. I checked the front entrance. It was unlocked. I walked out breathing hard. trying not to drop my briefcase outside. The air was cool and I felt a sense of relief. I noticed a single guard near the parking lot entrance. He was leaning against the wall smoking. I walked over and asked why the lobby was empty. He just shrugged and said the main guard had stepped out. I didn't ask any more questions. I just left the next few nights. I had trouble sleeping. I kept imagining those strange hallways and the creatures tapping and hissing in the dark. I tried telling a coworker about it once, hinting that the elevator might be malfunctioning, she said. Building management had performed routine checks and everything was normal. I decided not to push the subject. I didn't want to sound ridiculous. A few days later, I stayed until midnight again. It was the only way to finish my work. When I called the elevator, I stood to the side, gripping my briefcase so hard my knuckles turned white. The doors opened, I stepped in, I pressed the lobby button. The elevator went down as usual, stopping at a few floors when people pressed the button from the outside, but nobody got on. Each time the doors opened, the hallway was empty, no lights, no people, nothing. One floor had a loud buzzing sound, another had water dripping somewhere my stomach hurt and sweat formed on my temples. I pressed the door close button each time, wanting to reach the lobby as fast as possible. When I finally got there, the guard was actually sitting at his station. I rushed past him and nodded. He gave me a strange look, but didn't stop me. I drove home, gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands started to cramp. I felt a pounding in my head that lasted until I went to bed. Over the last few nights, the pattern has repeated. The elevator shows me floors I don't recognize. Sometimes it's a quick glimpse of an empty corridor with flickering lights. Sometimes I step out into a hallway that loops around in strange ways, leading me in circles until I find a service elevator. I see shapes that watch me. Some have wide eyes, some have no eyes. I hear tapping, hissing, and the sound of something heavy scraping across a floor. My body reacts with a cold sweat, rapid breathing, and shaky legs. I push my way back to an elevator. I press every button until something takes me down to the lobby again, then I escape. I've tried using the stairs from my office to the lobby, but the door's locked from the inside. After the cleaning staff leaves, I've tried waiting for a coworker to ride the elevator with me, but I end up staying later than everyone else. Anyway, my boss demands these late reports. My fear hasn't gone away, but I keep convincing myself I can handle it, that maybe it's all in my head. I avoid direct confrontation with those creatures, but I see them at the edge of my vision. Their movements are jerky. Some have elongated arms or strange postures. They seem to guard the floors that appear only after midnight. I don't know if they want me to leave or if they want to keep me there. I only know that each time I see them, I feel a rush of panic. My throat gets tight and I can't speak. Sometimes I can't even swallow. Tonight I'm finishing my final report for the quarter. It's 11:50 p.m. The office is silent. I can hear the hum of a vacuum cleaner in the distance, but it fades away. After a minute, the cleaning staff is almost done. My hands are shaking as I type these last lines. I keep glancing at the clock, dreading the moment I have to press that elevator button again. I can't stay here until morning because the building locks down completely at 1 a.m. If I stay, I'll get stuck. If I go, I might end up on those strange floors again. I don't know how long I can keep doing this every night. The elevator seems to pull me deeper into those corridors every night. I see things that shouldn't exist. I feel the walls closing in. My breathing gets shallow and my heart races. My mind screams for me to stop working these hours, but I have a deadline, and I can't quit my job. I have no proof of what I've seen, and nobody would believe me anyway. Yet, every time I press that button, I wonder if I'll come back right now. I'm shutting down my computer. I'm putting my files in my briefcase. My shirt is damp under the arms. My pulse is racing. I can't ignore the reality of this anymore. I have to leave. The elevator is waiting, and I need to hope it takes me where I want to go. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I just know that once the clock passes midnight, the building becomes something else, and I'm the one who's been foolish enough to explore it. I'm heading there now, listening to the echo of my footsteps in the hallway. My throat is tight and my skin feels cold. The elevator doors are in front of me, closed and silent. I reach out to press the button and my finger trembles. I feel that wave of dread washing over me again. It's time to see if I can make it back. I want to start by saying this. I never asked for a transfer to that lighthouse. I had no idea what I was getting into when I got on the boat that morning. The wind smelled like salt and decay, and the trip lasted longer than I expected. The boat's engine coughed the entire way, and the pilot barely said a word. He just pointed off to the distance. Whenever I asked about the island when we finally arrived, all I saw was a narrow beach, a rocky slope, and the old tower rising on top of it. It didn't look inviting. The paint on the lighthouse was chipped, and the iron railing around the top was covered in rust. The only person I met that day was the man who dropped off supplies. He nodded once, told me good luck, and then steered the boat around and left. I've never felt so alone. I'm here because my supervisor decided I could handle an isolated post. I've worked in lighthouses before, but never one. So far from the mainland, the logbook said the place used to have 2 keepers, but budgets changed. They gave me a few boxes of canned food, some old radio equipment, and the promise that someone would come by every other week to restock me. I felt a knot of worry in my gut right away, but I kept telling myself it was just another job. I'm not a guy who panics easily. I'm used to quiet nights and the sound of waves against the rocks. But I had no idea what was waiting for me. Once the sun went down on my first day, I unpacked everything. I found a small bunk in a room near the bottom of the tower. The walls smelled damp. I heard the drip of water in the corner where a hairline crack LED in the humidity. I checked the generator behind the building. It ran on diesel. There were 2 barrels of fuel, both about half full. I tested the light upstairs. It took a bit, but it turned on and spun as expected. The lens was old and the rotation motor made a harsh grinding noise. I checked the radio. The speaker crackled, but I managed to receive a faint signal. So far, it was just another neglected lighthouse night came, and I decided to do a standard watch. I climbed the spiral stairs to the lantern room. The steps were steep, and my thighs burned by the time I got to the top. I switched on the light and sat on a stool behind the big glass lens. I could see the dark ocean surrounding the island. The beam swept across the water. Sometimes I saw small flecks of foam. Mostly, I just saw endless black. I tried to keep myself alert, but nothing happened for hours. The wind whistled outside, and the small windows rattled in their frames. It felt cold. Eventually, I decided to go down, grab something to eat, and try the radio again. The static was louder at night, but I heard no voices. No passing ships reached out. No distant stations, just that crackle in my ears. I went to my bunk around midnight. I woke up 2 hours later to a strange light outside. My pulse started pounding, and I sat up straight. I saw a faint glow seeping through the small window in my room. It wasn't the beam of the lighthouse. This light flickered greenish-white, and it seemed to move. I felt a chill spar across my back as I realized it was coming from the beach below. I stood, grabbed a flashlight, and slid into my boots. The air in the lighthouse felt damp against my skin. I walked down the hallway and unlatched the door as soon as I stepped onto the rocky path. I noticed the wind had died. Everything felt still, except for that floating glow down by the water. I walked carefully toward the shore. I heard the waves lapping at the sand, and I tasted salt on my tongue. I got about 20 yards away from the water and aimed my flashlight in that moment. The greenish-white glow faded. The beach looked empty. I scanned the flashlight beam back and forth, heart thumping. The sand looked flat and smooth, except for a few sets of footprints. At first I thought they were mine, but then I realized they were bigger, spaced differently. My chest tightened. I moved the beam up and saw no one. The sky was overcast and the ocean had a dull sheen. The footprints led up the beach, headed toward the rocks near the lighthouse. I followed them for a while, feeling my palms sweat and my breathing go shallow. Suddenly, the prints just stopped at a patch of pebbles. There was no indication of where they went. The trail didn't curve and it didn't lead into the water. It ended as if whoever made them disappeared. I felt my stomach tense. I shone the light around but saw no movement. My mind started racing. I thought maybe I was half asleep imagining things. But when I placed my boot next to one of those prints, I saw a real indentation probably made by something heavier than me. I realized I was shaking. I rubbed my forehead, forced myself to take a breath, and decided to head back to the lighthouse. I spent the rest of that night sitting in the kitchen listening to the silence. My flashlight stayed on the table. I kept glancing at the door, worried I'd hear a knock or footsteps outside, but nothing else happened. When morning light finally came, I walked back out to the beach. I expected to see footprints, but the tide had wiped the sand clean. No sign of anything. I felt exhausted, but I forced myself to check the entire shoreline, then the path near the rocks. All I found were gulls squawking overhead. My clothes felt sticky with sweat. I had a headache from lack of sleep. I spent the day pacing around the tower, double-checking the supply shed and reorganizing the radio equipment. It kept my mind off the weirdness that night. I tried to convince myself I'd just seen some natural phenomenon. Maybe it was a patch of bioluminescent algae. Maybe the footprints were old. I went through every possibility in my head, but none of them felt right. When darkness fell again, I made sure all the doors were locked. I turned on the lighthouse beam, then stayed up in the lantern room watching around 2 in the morning. I saw it again from the vantage point up top. I noticed the glow start just beyond the breakers. It drifted toward the beach like a slow, steady light. My throat went dry. I hurried down the steps, stumbling a bit in my rush. This time I grabbed the old binoculars hanging on a hook near the door. I shut the door behind me and jogged toward the edge of the cliff that overlooked the beach. When I raised the binoculars, I saw 3 figures. They moved in a line, heads bent forward, walking slowly through the surf water, pulled around their ankles, and they left a trail of footprints behind a pale glow spread around them like an aura. I felt my heart hammering in my chest. They wore what looked like dark clothing drenched from the ocean. I couldn't see their faces. Their steps were synchronized like they were marching. I watched as they moved onto the sand and continued toward the lighthouse. My hands trembled so much that the binoculars shook. I lowered them and took a step back. My breathing sounded loud in my ears. Part of me wanted to run, but my feet stayed planted. I decided to go down to the beach. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I wanted proof that I wasn't imagining things. Maybe I just needed to see them up close. I scrambled down a narrow path, nearly slipping on the wet rock. The sea breeze pressed against me and the flashlight beam trembled in my grip. As I got closer, I saw the glow again. It was stronger. Now bathing the figures in that same greenish-white light, it made the wet sand glisten. I called out, "Hello?" My voice came out shaky. They didn't reply. They kept walking. I moved the flashlight beam onto them and caught a glimpse of wet arms and torsos. No face showed. It felt like I was looking at shadows. My heart pounded so loud it hurt. I took another step and the beam flickered. The flashlight made a buzzing sound, then it cut out. Darkness surrounded me and I froze. I still saw the glow in front of me, but my flashlight was dead. I heard a faint hissing noise, almost like static. My ears started to ring. I stepped backward and my boots sank into the sand. I struggled for balance. My pulse was racing. I tried to turn away, but I felt compelled to look. The figures passed by me, not even touching me up close. I noticed the air got colder. I heard them breathing, but it sounded wet and uneven. I wanted to speak, but my mouth was too dry. I just stood there staring. When I looked back, I saw them moving toward the lighthouse. The glow moved with them, lighting up the base of the tower. I couldn't move right away. My legs felt weak. After a few seconds, I forced myself to follow as I neared the foot of the tower. My flashlight flickered back on for half a second, then died again. The only light was that greenish glow. I saw their footprints pressed into the sand, going right up to the lighthouse door. Then right before my eyes, the glow dimmed and the figures faded into the darkness. They vanished like they were never there. My heart thundered. I was sweating and my stomach felt like I might vomit. I grabbed the doorknob, found it locked, and rushed inside. I stayed awake until sunrise, pacing around the small living area. I avoided the windows. My radio wouldn't pick up anything but static. It felt like my mind was reeling when morning arrived. I went outside to look for tracks. This time I saw footprints around the door. I could see droplets of water on the stone walkway. I followed the tracks around the corner and they stopped against the old stone wall. There was no path leading away from there. I reached out and touched the stone. It felt damp. I looked around for any other sign but found nothing. Over the next few days, I tried to stay calm. I wrote down everything in a separate notebook. I detailed the time, the weather, how many figures I saw, their direction, and the color of the light. During the day, I checked every inch of the island. The place was small, just a ring of jagged rocks around the beach and the tower. I found a small cove on the far side, but there were no signs of boats or hidden huts. The supply boat came once, and I wanted to ask the pilot about the strange lights, but he just threw the crates on the sand, said he was behind schedule, and left. I felt like a fool standing there, not sure how to bring up something so bizarre. The figures kept coming. Some nights, there were two, some nights 3 or 4. They always appeared in that drifting glow somewhere beyond the breakers, then walked onto the sand past the lighthouse and vanished. Before dawn, sometimes I stayed locked inside and just listened. I heard soft footsteps outside, a faint sloshing of water, and that distant hissing static sound. My chest would tighten, my arms would prickle with goosebumps. I kept a flashlight handy, but it often flickered and lost power whenever the glow got near. I tried using extra batteries. I tried using the backup lamp from the supply locker. The effect was always the same. My technology seemed to fail when those figures were around. I started feeling physically exhausted. My appetite disappeared. I could feel tension in my shoulders all day. My eyes stung from lack of sleep. I'd doze off sometimes, then jerk awake, worried I'd hear something at the door. One night I felt bold enough to try taking photos. I found an old camera stashed in a drawer, a cheap digital one. The memory card was small, but it had some space left. I waited in the lantern room for the glow to appear, then rushed down to the shore. I snapped photos in quick succession, hoping one would come out. I saw the flash reflect off that eerie light, but the camera froze. It wouldn't let me view the image. Images the next day, I checked the card and every shot looked corrupted, just static and streaks that sent a chill through my bones. I tried every rational explanation I could imagine. I wondered if it was some kind of trick, maybe smugglers with special gear, but I never found any contraband or hidden stash. I wondered if it was a weird reflection of the Lias beam, but the color was wrong and the figures left footprints behind. One night I climbed onto the rocky cliff to watch from above. I witnessed the same process. A glow in the waves shapes walking onto the shore, heading for the tower, then dissolving into darkness. My heart pounded so hard I had to crouch down and catch my breath. I felt shaky, like my body couldn't handle the adrenaline anymore. After a couple of weeks, my eyes were sunken and my hands shook during the day. Every time I tried to call for help on the radio, it fizzled and went silent. The supply boat didn't show up on schedule. I felt trapped. The nights seemed longer. I started counting the hours until sunrise, but time dragged. Each evening, I'd sit in the kitchen with the lantern lit, chewing on stale crackers just to keep my jaws moving. My stomach churned with anxiety. It felt like the place was wearing me down bit by bit. I forced myself to keep a routine in the morning. I'd eat something and then do maintenance tasks. I'd check the fuel for the generator, see if the light worked, and make notes in the official lighthouse log. I tried to ignore the footprints I would sometimes find near the door. They were always wet, often large and deep. I would clean them up and then stand there feeling my pulse racing. The sense of being watched never went away. Even in broad daylight, I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing behind me one night. I decided I'd try to confront them. I was tired of cowering indoors. I prepared a strong flashlight, wrapped a spare battery pack around my waist, and grabbed a wooden club. I found in the shed around 1 in the morning. I spotted the glow. I marched down to the beach. Adrenaline pumping through my veins. The glow bobbed on the water's surface. Then I saw 4 figures emerge. They moved slowly toward me, leaving trails in the wet sand. I raised the flashlight, and it died instantly. My wooden club felt slippery in my hand. I took a step forward, but my knees trembled. I tried to shout, stop my voice cracked. They came close, maybe 10 feet away. I heard them breathing, that wet rasping. The glow hurt my eyes and the hair on my arms stood on end. I felt a deep chill in my limbs. My body refused to move, like I was stuck in that moment. Then the glow started to fade. The air felt thicker. My chest tightened and I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance before I could steady myself. They were gone. One moment I saw them reaching the rocks near the lighthouse, and the next, nothing. No footprints, no glow, no sound. I felt my pulse pounding in my neck. My breath came in short gasps. I realized I couldn't do anything to stop them. I couldn't touch them or photograph them. I couldn't even speak to them. They just appeared, walked past, and vanished each time they left footprints or wet patches, as proof that something physical was there, but they never stayed until dawn. They never tried to break in. They never showed hostility, but their presence made my skin crawl by the end of my stay. I was a mess. I slept only during the daytime for a couple of hours. Every night I'd see that glow in those figures. My mouth went dry every time my hands trembled from fear. My heart pounded so hard I worried it would give out, but they never harmed me. They just marched along the beach up to the tower and vanished. Eventually, the relief boat came one morning and I didn't hesitate. I stuffed my things in a duffel bag, handed over the lighthouse keys, and left the island without saying much on the ride back. I stared at the gray water and tried not to think about those footprints or the glow on the waves. Even now, when I recall it, I feel my chest tighten and my stomach twist. I just know what I saw, and it still keeps me awake some nights. I can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to. I just hope I never see that glowing light again. I walked into that building on a rainy Tuesday morning, expecting nothing unusual. I had my tool bag in one hand and a folded work order in the other. I was tired, but I felt confident I could handle another routine plumbing job. When I stepped inside, I smelled old carpet and wet plaster. The manager handed me a few keys and said there were leaks in the basement. He was friendly enough, but he spoke fast and his eyes dark around like he didn't want to be there any longer than necessary. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just nodded, took the keys, and headed for the basement door. I remember thinking that the lights in the hallway flickered too often. I assumed it was a bad electrical circuit. I had no idea what waited for me in the depths below. My name is Gary. I'm a plumber, and I've been working in this field for almost 10 years. I've seen my share of flooded basements, busted pipes, and suspicious leaks. I can usually tell when water damage hides something worse. But that day I missed all the early signs that this building was different. Maybe I was too focused on finishing the job quickly. Maybe I was just tired from the day before. Either way, I pushed open the basement door and started down the concrete steps, humming a quiet tune to keep myself company. The basement smelled stale and damp. I saw water stains on the walls, forming dark rings that spread across the exposed concrete. The overhead bulbs buzzed. Their light was weak, and I noticed a few flickering off and on. The manager had told me to find the main valve in the back room. He said the pipes there had been making strange noises and leaking around the joints. I walked through a narrow corridor, stepping over puddles. My boots made splashing sounds that echoed. The sound bothered me a bit because it felt too loud in that cramped space. I finally reached the back room. It looked like a standard maintenance area. There were shelves full of old tools, boxes of spare parts, and a strong smell of metal and grease. The pipes on the ceiling were covered in rust, and some of them dripped water onto the floor. I set my tool bag down, took out a flashlight, and shone it around. I saw the main valve near the far wall. I climbed on a short step ladder to get a better look at the damaged sections of pipe. That's when I heard something that made me pause. I heard a voice say, "Gary." At first I thought it was my imagination. I switched off my flashlight and stood still. The room was so quiet that I could hear my own breathing. I tried to see if someone was in the hallway. I leaned toward the door, but I didn't see or hear anything else. I shook my head and told myself it was just the old pipes making weird sounds. I flicked the flashlight back on and resumed my inspection a few minutes later. The voice came again. This time it felt closer, almost right behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. My heart pounded. I felt sweat gathering on my forehead and my palms got clammy. I called out, "Hello, anyone here?" My voice bounced off the walls. No answer. It seemed ridiculous, but I could have sworn I heard my own name. I tried to steady my breathing. I told myself the basement was playing tricks on me. Old buildings do that. Sometimes I forced myself to focus on the job. I replaced a section of pipe, tightened a few joints, and made sure nothing else was leaking. I turned off the main valve for a moment to check the water flow. Everything seemed normal. I was about to climb down the ladder when I noticed a crack in the far corner of the room. It wasn't on the ceiling or the walls. It was on the floor near some old shelves. I hopped down and walked over to it. The floor looked uneven, and I thought maybe there was an opening or a loose panel. I knocked on it with the handle of my screwdriver. It made a hollow sound. The next thing I knew, the floor shifted under my weight, and I stumbled forward. I caught myself before falling, but I realized I was standing on a hidden panel. It was made of old wood. It looked like it had been part of a trappo or a hatch of some sort. I'm not usually a curious guy, but something about this made me forget my usual caution. I grabbed a crowbar from a nearby shelf, wedged it under the wood, and PRI'd it up. A foul smell hit my face. It reminded me of wet earth and mold. I saw a gap beneath the panel. I shone my flashlight inside and realized there was a passageway. The walls inside looked like stone. The space was cramped, but it looked like it went deeper under the building. I felt a chill run through me in my head. I argued with myself. I had no obligation to explore that. That passage, I was just a plumber hired to fix leaks, but I felt drawn to it. I told myself I had to check if there were any old pipes down there causing the moisture problem. I pulled out my phone to see if I had a signal. Nothing. I tried the flashlight again, making sure the batteries were fresh. Then I lowered myself onto the ledge and jumped down. The air was stale and thick. The passage was barely wide enough for me to move without brushing the walls. My boots slipped a bit on the damp ground. Stones jutted out at odd angles, and I bumped my shoulders as I inched forward. The passage sloped down. The flashlight beam illuminated a rough path ahead. Old bits of wood and debris crunched under my feet. My heart was pounding and my ears felt hot. I was uneasy, but I kept going after maybe 10 steps. I reached a larger space. The ceiling rose and the walls opened up into something like a small chamber. I saw old bricks stacked around the edges as if someone had tried to seal off parts of the area. I also saw metal pipes overhead. They connected to the building's foundation, but they branched off into these older tunnels. It was hard to tell what everything was for. I moved the light around slowly. Trying to get a full picture, I spotted an opening on the opposite side of the chamber. The darkness in that tunnel was intense. I felt a breeze coming from it, which meant there was a source of a somewhere. That's when I heard the voice again. "Gary," it sounded soft, but this time it seemed to echo around the chamber. I felt my hands shake. I swallowed hard, trying to calm myself. There was nobody there. I aimed my flashlight in all directions, calling out, "Who's down here?" My voice sounded smaller than I wanted. I took a step forward, shining the light into the next tunnel. The voice spoke again. "Come this way." It felt like it was right in my ear, but I still saw nobody. I started to doubt my sanity. I wondered if maybe I was breathing in fumes or mold spores that made me hear things, but the voice was too clear. It was definitely a human voice. I thought about going back, but I was already in too deep. My curiosity took over. I wanted to figure out what was happening. I felt a mix of dread and excitement. My stomach twisted, but I stepped into the next tunnel. The walls here were narrower. The air felt colder. My flashlight caught glimpses of strange markings etched into the stone. They looked like small crosses and random letters carved in a messy way. I felt my pulse race. My knees felt weak, but I kept walking. The tunnel curved, and I had to duck to avoid hitting my head on the low ceiling. After a few more steps, I reached another chamber. This one was bigger, maybe the size of a small room. There were old wooden planks on the ground and some broken tools that looked ancient. Rust covered everything. I spotted a few thick pipes. Crossing overhead, they rattled a bit. releasing droplets that fell onto my jacket. I heard a hiss, then a gurgling sound like water flowing through them. My flashlight flickered. The batteries were new, but the light dimmed for a second, then came back. I felt a surge of panic. I had a spare flashlight in my bag, but it was back in the basement room. I cursed under my breath, hoping my main flashlight would last. I heard the voice again. It was a whisper now, speaking my name over and over. Gary, Gary. It felt like it was circling the chamber, bouncing from wall to wall. I turned in a slow circle, trying to pinpoint the source. My footsteps crunched on the loose debris. I looked at the ground and noticed something metal sticking out of the dirt. I knelt down and brushed some of the dirt away, revealing a small rusted plaque. It had letters on it, but they were too worn to read clearly. Then I heard a scraping sound behind me. I jumped up and spun around. Aiming the flashlight, I saw a faint shape move along the far wall, but the shape vanished as soon as the light hit that area. My breathing became shaky. My palms were slick with sweat. The voice was gone. The place went silent except for the drip of water and my own heartbeat. Thawing in my ears, I looked around for any sign of a living person, but found none. I moved the flashlight over the walls. That's when I saw something that made my skin crawl. There were older pipes leading into a sealed section of the wall. The bricks looked newer than the rest of the chamber. They were stacked in a rough patchwork, like someone had quickly sealed an opening. I walked over to it, put my ear against the bricks, and listened. At first, I only heard my own breath, then I heard a faint sound like a deep sigh. It came from behind the bricks. My mind raced. I thought maybe there was a hidden room behind that wall, but the manager never mentioned any of this. I wondered if he even knew. I decided I had to see what was behind it. I felt an urgency to uncover whatever secrets lay there. My gut twisted and my head felt light, but I started prying at the bricks with the edge of my flashlight, trying to loosen them. It was slow work and the bricks were heavy. I managed to dislodge one or two. Dust filled the air, making me cough. My heart pounded even harder. After removing a few bricks, I could see a gap inside. I aimed my flashlight through the hole on the other side. There was another chamber, smaller, with a low ceiling. The flashlight revealed metal. Rings in the walls, they looked like anchors for chains. There was a small wooden stool in the corner, rotted with age. A coil of chain lay on the floor, rusted and tangled. My blood ran cold. The place felt disturbing, like something awful once happened there. I stepped back, feeling the breath catch in my throat. The voice returned closer than ever. It said they did. Terrible things here, Gary. My flashlight flickered again, then stabilized. I felt a knot in my chest. I didn't want to stay any longer. I backed away from the wall, keeping my eyes on that hole. My pulse hammered in my temples. The air felt heavier. My knees shook. I turned and hurried back the way I came, through the narrow tunnel past the strange carvings. Back to the first chamber. My flashlight beam jittered on the walls as my hand trembled. I stumbled on loose stones but kept going. I heard faint whispers behind me as if they followed me. The voice repeated my name, but I refused to look back. My only goal was to get out of there. My breathing was ragged and my legs ached from the awkward crouch I had to maintain when I reached the chamber with the wooden hatch. I scrambled up and grabbed the edge of the open floor panel. I pulled myself back into the basement's maintenance room and slammed the panel shut. My hands fumbled as I tried to fit the hatch back into place. I didn't care if it was perfect. I just wanted to seal it. I stood there panting, staring at the closed panel. My shirt was soaked with sweat. My mind raced with questions, but I had no answers. I looked at my watch and saw that I'd been down there for almost an hour, though it felt longer. I gathered my tools with shaky hands. I wiped the sweat off my face. My breath still came in quick bursts. I didn't want to stay in that basement for another second. I turned off the main valve again and grabbed my stuff and made my way up the stairs. My mind replayed the sight of that sealed chamber and the chains on the walls. When I reached the lobby, the manager was nowhere to be seen. I left a note on the reception desk. I explained that I fixed the leaky pipe, but recommended an inspection of the basement structure. I didn't mention the hidden tunnels. I didn't mention the voice. I figured nobody would believe me. and I didn't want to return to that place. I just wanted to leave. As soon as I stepped outside, I felt the cool air hit my sweaty skin. My nerves were shot and my stomach churned. I walked to my van, threw my tools in the back, and sat behind the wheel. I locked the doors even though it was broad daylight. I started the engine and took one last look at the building. The windows looked old and lifeless, like they hid secrets behind every curtain. Part of me wanted to forget everything I saw. Another part of me felt a sick curiosity about what else might be hidden underneath those floors. I drove away, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. My mind raced with thoughts of the voice calling my name, the strange bricks, and the hidden room. I kept hearing those whispers in my head for days afterward. I had nightmares about narrow tunnels and distant echoes. Sometimes I woke up in a cold sweat, convinced I still heard someone. Whispering Gary in the darkness, I never returned to that building. I told my supervisor I wasn't comfortable doing any more jobs there. He didn't ask why, he just assigned me somewhere else. I don't know if the manager ever called another plumber to investigate the basement. Further part of me hopes they sealed everything up. Another part of me doubts it will ever truly stay hidden. I suspect those tunnels existed long before the current owners had any idea what lay beneath and the voice in those tunnels. I can't explain it. I only know it was real enough to terrify me. That's my story. I saw things in those tunnels that made my skin crawl, and I heard a voice that knew my name before I even realized I wasn't alone. I'm still not sure if I was dealing with something supernatural or if it was just the echo of some dark event from the past. I do know that I won't ever go looking for answers down there again. I fixed the leak, that was my job, but I learned that not all problems in a building are about pipes and valves. Sometimes the walls and floors hide secrets better left alone. If anyone else wants to dig deeper, they can. I'm done. I don't need to hear that voice again. I still remember the moment I stepped off the bus. The air felt thicker than usual and my shirt clung to my back. I was in this old colonial town because I wanted a change of scenery. Nothing more. I wasn't prepared for the strange events that would unfold once I checked into that ancient hotel right from the start. Something about that place made my stomach tighten. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the sensation felt like a knot under my ribs. I ignored it at first because I needed a place to stay, and the Hotel Colonial was the only option that fit my budget. Now I realize I should have paid more attention to my instincts. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was low and its light stretched across the cobblestone streets. The town looked picturesque in that golden light, but the buildings cast long shadows. The hotel stood on a corner with large wooden doors and tall windows. With iron bars, the facade had faded paint and small cracks running across the walls. When I pushed open the heavy door, the hinges groaned. A single overhead light illuminated the lobby, revealing worn rugs and a wooden check-in desk. A ceiling fan spun slowly above a set of leather chairs. I noticed the musty smell right away, like old wood mixed with a bit of mildew. The manager greeted me with a polite nod. He was a tall, thin man with sunken cheeks and short gray hair. He wore a vest that looked a bit too big for him. His voice was soft, but it echoed around the empty space. I told him my name, and he checked my reservation in a leather-bound ledger. There was no computer in sight. He handed me a brass key with a tag that read Room 14. Then he told me the room was on the second floor at the end of the hallway. I took the narrow staircase. The steps creaked under my feet, and the railing wobbled a little whenever I put any weight on it. The walls on the staircase were lined with old portraits of stern-looking men and women. Their eyes seemed to follow me as I climbed. When I reached the second floor, I turned left and walked to the very end of the hallway. The corridor smelled stale, and a single light bulb flickered overhead. The doors all had brass numbers nailed to them. Mine was the last one on the right. The key jammed a bit in the lock, so I had to wiggle it. I pushed open the door and flipped the light switch. A single overhead lamp lit the room. The furniture was old. There was a wooden dresser with peeling varnish, a small desk near the window, and a bed with a tall headboard carved with FL oral designs. The air inside felt stiff, and my first thought was to open a window, but the shutters seemed stuck. I tugged on them and they finally gave way. With a scraping sound, a slight breeze entered, carrying the scent of dust and distant cooking fires from the street below. I dropped my bag and sat on the bed. The mattress felt firm and the sheets looked clean but well worn. My body felt tired from the bus ride, so I decided to freshen up. The bathroom door was right next to the dresser inside. The sink had a stained porcelain bowl and the faucet squeaked when I turned it on. The water ran cold and clear. I splashed some on my face and stared at myself in the mirror. My eyes looked bloodshot and I felt a mild headache forming at my temples. I wiped my face, then walked back into the room. I noticed the walls had patches of discoloration near the corners. The wooden floor creaked with every step. Night came faster than I expected. I had a quick dinner at a small cafe across the street, then returned to my room. The hallway lights were dim and I heard soft music echoing from the lobby. There was no one else around. Back inside, I shut the door and flicked on the overhead lamp as I changed into more comfortable clothes. I thought I heard a faint shuffling sound coming from behind the walls. It reminded me of something dragging or sliding, but it was too faint to identify. Clearly, I paused and listened. The sound stopped. I shrugged it off and told myself it was probably an old pipe or some rodent in the walls. I turned out the light and lay on the bed. The sheets felt a bit cold. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness because there was only a small sliver of moonlight coming through the open shutters. I was about to drift off when I heard the floor creak near the door. My body tensed and I sat up. My heart pounded, and I felt a rush of heat spread through my chest. I stared at the spot where I thought the sound came from, but I couldn't see anything. The darkness made everything look flat and lifeless. Then I heard what sounded like a whisper. It was soft, like a breath. Not a clear voice, I couldn't pick out words or any real meaning. It just sounded like someone exhaling close to my ear. I jumped out of bed, flipped the light back on, and scanned the room. Nothing looked out of place. The door was still shut. The window was open, but there was nobody outside. My ears started ringing a bit, and I realized I was breathing heavily. I forced myself to calm down and check the bathroom. It was empty. I even looked behind the curtains. Nothing. Finally, I told myself I was just jumpy because the hotel was old and unfamiliar. I turned the light off again and tried to sleep. My dreams were restless, filled with strange shapes. I couldn't identify. I kept waking up sweating and uneasy. At one point, I felt like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. But whenever I sat up, I only saw the same worn furniture the next morning. I woke up later than I planned. The sun was shining through the shutters and my body felt sore like I hadn't slept properly. I took a quick shower, got dressed, and went downstairs for breakfast. The dining area was a small room next to the lobby. It had a few tables and simple chairs. I sat down and a woman brought me coffee and a plate with bread and fruit. She didn't speak much and she moved quietly around the tables. I looked around for other guests, but there were only empty tables. The manager wasn't there. I finished my meal and decided to explore the town during the day. The streets were bustling with tourists and locals. People sold handmade crafts, and there were small museums showcasing local history. I visited a couple of them. One described the colonial period and showed old photographs of the same streets I was walking on. I noticed a black and white photo of the Hotel Colonial. It looked almost the same, except for a sign above the door that's no longer there. I read a small plaque under the photo. It mentioned that the hotel was once owned by a wealthy family that had left under mysterious circumstances. It didn't mention deaths or anything like that, but it implied there was unresolved problem that made the family leave. I felt a mild chill when I realized my room might have been part of that history. I spent most of the afternoon wandering around eating local snacks and checking out the architectural sites by sunset. My feet were tired and my head felt clouded from the heat. I returned to the hotel, hoping for a better night's sleep. The hallway was empty again, and I noticed that same stale smell. My footsteps echoed against the old floorboards, and I felt a slight pressure in my chest. When I reached my door inside my room, I found that the shutters were open again, even though I remembered closing them before I left. I looked around to see if housekeeping had come in, but nothing else seemed touched. The bed was still unmade and my bag was in the same spot. I pulled the shutters shut again and locked them. Then I went to clean up in the bathroom while I was washing my face. I heard a small scrape on the room's floor. I froze my hands still wet. I shut off the faucet and listened. The sound was brief, like a chair being moved slightly across the wooden boards. I dried my face on a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. The chair at the small desk was turned slightly away from the desk, like someone had shifted it. I knew I'd left it tucked in my throat, felt tight, and my palms started sweating. I approached the chair. I didn't see anything on it. Under it, or around it, I slid it back in place and tried to shake off the nervous feeling. Night fell again. This time I felt determined to sleep, but also on edge. I had a single lamp on as I lay in bed flipping through some local brochures. I'd grabbed the words blurred on the page because I couldn't concentrate. The silence weighed on me. It almost felt too quiet, like the entire building was holding its breath. I turned off the lamp around 11 p.m. and tried to rest. Sometime after midnight, I jolted awake. A cold draft blew across my arms, making the hairs on my skin stand up. I noticed the shutters were open again. My heart pounded and my mind raced with explanations. Maybe the lock was broken, or maybe I hadn't locked them properly. The curtains billowed slightly and the moonlight lit part of the floor. I saw a faint outline near the desk, like a vertical shape that seemed darker than the rest of the room. It moved slightly, then vanished as my eyes focused. I sat up so fast I felt a cramp in my side. My chest felt tight and my breathing was shallow. I flicked on the lamp and scanned the room. There was no one there. The door was still locked from the inside. I got up and went to the window. I yanked the shutters closed again and tested the latch several times. It seemed to catch, but I still felt uneasy. My hands shook a little as I backed away from the window. I could feel my heart beating in my neck. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. I didn't sleep much after that. I sat in bed with the lamp on, listening for every small noise around 3 in the morning. I heard whispers this time. They seemed to come from near the dresser. They were low, like 2 or 3 voices speaking at once, but I couldn't make out any words. My scalp tingled and a wave of goosebumps ran down on my arms. I tried to muster the courage to check the dresser when I finally stood up. The whispers stopped. I stepped closer, opened the drawers and looked inside. Nothing. I ran my hand along the back of the dresser. The wood felt rough and slightly damp. I heard a soft tap behind it. Like something shifting, my chest felt tight again, and I felt an urgent need to back away at dawn. I finally got a short burst of sleep. The morning light came through the gaps in the shutters, and I woke up groggy and anxious. I decided to talk to the manager. Maybe he had some explanation for the strange things happening in room 14. I went downstairs and found him at the desk. He looked up and greeted me with a polite nod. I asked him if there had been any repairs done in my room or if housekeeping had been entering when I was out. He tilted his head and said they hadn't assigned any staff to my room yet because I hadn't requested full service. Then he looked away, like he was choosing his words carefully. He told me the hotel had a long history. He mentioned stories of strange sights and sounds, especially in certain parts of the building. He admitted some guests reported hearing whispers at night. He didn't seem surprised by my experience. That made me uneasy. I asked him if there was any record of what had happened in the past. He shrugged and said some old documents might exist in the back-off office, but they weren't available to the public. His manner was polite, but he seemed to want to change the subject. I spent the rest of the day in town, but I couldn't enjoy myself. My mind was stuck on what I'd heard and seen. By late afternoon, I decided to check out a local archives building. The clerk there allowed me to look through old newspapers. I found a mention of the hotel's original owner. It said he had left abruptly and never returned. It also said something about a Miss Heirloom. The articles hinted that the property might have been sold under unusual circumstances. There were no details on what exactly happened, just vague references to disputes and unresolved conflicts. Nobody was reported dead, but it sounded messy. I returned to the hotel that evening feeling a mix of fear and curiosity. The hallway was quiet again, and the same flickering bulb cast a weak glow on the old wallpaper. When I reached my room, I hesitated before unlocking the door. My hand shook a little. I stepped inside, flipped on the light, and braced myself for something odd. The shutters were closed, the bed was as I'd left it, and the chair was in its normal position, but the air felt colder than before. It reminded me of standing near a drafty window on a cold night. Except the weather outside was warm, I started to investigate the room more thoroughly. I pushed the dresser away from the wall, the wood scraped against the floor, and dust filled the air. My throat felt scratchy, and my eyes watered behind the dresser. There was a narrow gap in the wall, like a small recess inside. I found an old piece of fabric bunched up. It looked like part of a cloth bag or maybe a pouch. I reached in and grabbed it. It felt brittle, and a small cloud of dust flew off. It had some sort of embroidered pattern. I couldn't see any items inside. It was empty. I placed it on the bed and tried to smooth it out. The edges were frayed and the embroidery looked like initials, but they were faded. It could have been the family's monogram. My stomach felt twisted and my hands felt clammy. Something about this pouch felt connected to the whispers. I didn't know how or why, but I felt certain I stuffed it in my backpack. Feeling a shiver across my shoulders, then I pushed the dresser back against the wall. That night I waited in the room with the lamp on around midnight. I heard the familiar whispers this time. They sounded closer, like they were just behind the headboard. I clutched the embroidered pouch. A sudden idea popped into my mind. Maybe these voices wanted the missing item back. I didn't know if that was true, but I was desperate. I got up, placed the pouch on the desk, and spoke out loud. My voice cracked. I said something like, "Is this what you're looking for?" I felt foolish, but I kept going. The whispers stopped, the hairs on my arms stood up, and I felt a chill on the back of my neck. I waited, heart pounding. A moment later, the air felt lighter. The cold draft lifted. It was like the tension in the room eased up. I stayed awake for another hour, listening. The whispers didn't return. I eventually fell asleep. With the lamp still on the next morning, I woke up feeling more rested than I had in days. I half expected to see the shutters open again, but they were still locked. The embroidered pouch sat on the desk untouched. I decided to leave it on the dresser as I left for breakfast in the dining area. I ate quickly and kept to myself. I didn't mention the pouch or the whispers to anyone when I returned to my room. Everything felt still. The air was normal, the cold draft was gone, and there were no signs of any tampering. I grabbed my bag, took one last look at that old embroidered pouch, and decided to leave it where I found it. Inside that gap behind the dresser, I nudged the dresser back into place, making sure it was lined up with the wall. Then I locked the shutters and double-checked the latch that night. There were no whispers, no shifting chairs, and no strange shapes. I slept with the lamp off. The relief felt almost overwhelming the next day. I packed my things, checked out, and headed to my next destination. I didn't get all the answers about the hotel's history, but I sensed that pouch belonged there. Maybe I put it back where it was meant to be, or maybe I just convinced myself I had. Either way, the haunting presence in that room seemed satisfied, and I left that old hotel with the feeling that I'd resolved something. Even now, when I think about the Hotel Colonial, I feel that twinge of fear in my chest, but I also remember that cold draft lifting and the way the whispers suddenly stopped. I can't explain any of it, but I know it was real. If anyone ever asks me about the strangest place I've stayed, I always mention room 14 at the Hotel Colonial. I described the soft whispers, the chilling draft, and the uneasy nights. I also mention how in the end I found that old embroidery pouch behind the dresser. I don't claim to know what it all meant, but I'll never forget how it felt, and that's all there is to forever.